In July 2017, Lin Yifan signed a summer league contract with the Los Angeles Lakers in pursuit of his NBA dream. However, during the competition, he unexpectedly activated the most powerful basketball career system, embarking on an extraordinary journey in the NBA. Magic Johnson remarked, "It appears I must relinquish my title of Magic." Luke Walton exclaimed, with Lin Yifan on the team, and once again playing at maximum capacity. On July 17, 2017, in Las Vegas at the Cox Pavilion of the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, the finals of the NBA Summer League commenced. The Lakers and the Trailblazers faced off to determine the ultimate champion of the Summer League. The arena buzzed with energy as players warmed up before the game, while the spectators created a cacophony of excitement. Naturally, all eyes were on the players engaged in their warm-up routines. Among the Lakers' numerous warm-up players, a young man with yellow skin and black hair was diligently practicing his shooting at just 19 years of age. He stood 2.13 meters tall and weighed 105 kilograms, his physique somewhat slender. With distinct angular features and a handsome countenance, he appeared somewhat youthful among the American players. The young man was earnest in his shooting practice, clearly focused, and already glistening with sweat. As this was the final match of the Summer League, the arena had arranged for live commentary by TNT. "Hey, who is that Asian-faced kid on the court?" inquired the commentator, the legendary Charles Barkley. "Whom are you referring to?" replied his longtime rival, Shaquille O'Neal. "The lanky Asian player over there." Barkley pointed towards the young man. O'Neal glanced down at the player introductions. Lin Yifan. I hope my Chinese pronunciation is correct." O'Neal practiced his Chinese in front of the camera. "Is he a forward from China?" "It's been quite some time since we've seen a Chinese player in the NBA, since Yao and Barkley noted. "China always has a few decent big men." O'Neal recalled the towering Yao Ming. Barkley glanced at the notes. "Oh, really? A big man averaging only 3.2 points per game?" O'Neal squinted. "Well, even with my eyes closed, I could average 32 points in the Summer League." "Haha, don't kid around, you mean 32 times being foolish." Barkley burst into laughter. O'Neal raised 4 fingers, falling silent. "Hey, buddy, I know you have 4 rings. Don't keep bringing that up." Barkley's smile vanished. He then glanced at the Asian young man, shifting the topic. "However, I have no recollection of this Asian player. What draft pick was he this year?" "I have no recollection either." Indeed, no one remembers an undrafted player. This young man, Lin Yifan, upon traversing into this world, discovered that he stood 2.13 meters tall, born into a basketball family. His parents had sent him to the United States to play basketball during his high school years. Since that moment, stepping onto the stage of the NBA has been his aspiration. In pursuit of this dream, Lin Yifan relinquished an invitation to play college basketball in the United States and joined the NBA Development League's Ignite team in 2016. After a year of rigorous training, he accumulated substantial game experience and significantly enhanced his physical strength. As a prominent figure among the younger generation in China, he participated in the 2017 NBA draft with the hope of being selected in the mid-second round. Unfortunately, he went undrafted. Despite possessing commendable static talent, Lin Yifan's physical attributes are rather commonplace in the NBA. Coupled with his inadequate strength and competitiveness, he found it arduous to adapt to the league's intensity. Moreover, many teams seek immediate contributors and lack the patience or space to nurture a rookie's growth. At this juncture, Lin Yifan had the option to return to China, where he had already received a lucrative contract from a domestic league. With ample money, minimal responsibilities, and proximity to home, returning seems appealing. Come back. Your parents have arranged everything for you. This bunch of Americans must be blind to overlook your talent. Returning might offer better prospects. Many, from his parents to media personnel, urged him to return home. Yet, Lin Yifan resolutely opted to sign a summer league contract, determined to pursue his NBA dream. "I believe I can play in the NBA. It is my dream." If he could showcase remarkable performance in the Summer League, perhaps a contract with the NBA would follow. This was Lin Yifan's last chance as an undrafted player. However, in reality, few held high hopes for him. After signing a Summer League contract with the Lakers, Lin averaged merely 8 minutes of playing time. The Lakers' Summer League coach, Dom, viewed this Asian player as a liability. "This Asian kid looks feeble. He clearly lacks basketball skills. The team must be due to market reasons that management insisted on including this player in my team. With so many talented young players on the roster, I see no reason to give him playing time." The head coach's lack of trust meant Lin Yifan remained on the bench, only seeing playtime during garbage minutes. On the sidelines sat Julius Randle and Brook Lopez, who were no longer rookies and had graduated from the Summer League. How did this skinny kid with such poor quality manage to secure a Summer League contract? Look at him, he appears fragile. How many turnovers did he have in the last game? In just a few minutes during garbage time, he recorded 3 turnovers for bricks and 2 fouls. Don't worry, this game will be his last. Once the Summer League concludes, he will surely return to China. Randle's disdainful remarks echoed the sentiments of many young players on the Lakers regarding Lin Yifan. As Lin Yifan warmed up on the court, he seemed almost invisible. The spectators were oblivious to the presence of this Asian-faced young man, their attention fixated solely on the performances of several Lakers rookies. The second overall pick, Lonzo Ball, has participated in 6 matches, achieving a triple-double on 2 occasions, with an average of 16.3 points, 7.7 rebounds, 9.3 assists, and 2.5 steals per game. Due to his remarkable performance, the young Lakers team has advanced triumphantly to the Summer League Finals. Consequently, the pivotal point of this match lies in whether Lonzo Ball, the second pick in the draft, can sustain his momentum since the commencement of the Summer League. However, Ball is absent from the warm-up roster for the finals owing to a calf injury sustained in the previous game. Prior to the match, the Summer League coach, Dum, announced Ball's inability to participate due to his injury, thereby adding an element of suspense to the finals. The audience's attention naturally shifted to other potential rising stars within the Lakers. The 27th pick, Kyle Kuzma, and the 30th pick, Josh Hart, have both demonstrated commendable performances throughout the Summer League. Furthermore, the presence of last year's second overall pick, Brandon Ingram, bolsters the Lakers' chances in this Summer League finale. On the sidelines, numerous NBA scouts are intently observing the warm-up players, seeking role players who could enhance their team's prospects in the upcoming season. Hey, who is that guy? I've never seen him before. How did he get a chance to be on the Lakers roster? Are you referring to that guy from China? He's an undrafted player. His participation in the Summer League is merely a byproduct of the vast Chinese market. But he's mistaken. The NBA is a meritocratic arena where only talent earns playing time. Indeed, that kid seems rather inexperienced. How much does he weigh? He looks over 200 pounds, yet he's too fragile. Moreover, during training, his core strength is lacking. Without it, no technique will suffice in a competitive environment. Watching a dribble makes me chuckle. He mishandles passes and lacks physicality, leading to unstable shooting. His performance will surely decline in intense games. He can only play off-ball. A forward confined to shooting from the perimeter is hardly worth developing. With such poor physical attributes, even with a substantial market, securing a contract will be quite challenging. Needless to say, there are plenty of players with greater talent, especially among white and black athletes. Undrafted players aspire to shine in the Summer League. It seems he will struggle to secure a spot. Nonetheless, I admire his dedication. He trains diligently, consistently practicing his shooting. In my view, talent outweighs hard work. He lacks potential, and it would be a waste of time to invest in him. Let's see if there are any others worth watching. The two then redirected their gaze towards the Lakers bench. There is no denying that the Lakers roster for the upcoming season is highly anticipated. The offseason trade of D'Angelo Russell to the Nets was predicated on a recognition of Ball's potential. Additionally, the acquisition of Brook Lopez from the Nets serves as a significant reinforcement, along with the 27th draft pick used to select forward Kyle Kuzma. In recent years, the Los Angeles Lakers have acquired remarkable talents such as Brandon Ingram, Julius Randle, Larry Nance Jr., and Jordan Clarkson. Presently, the Lakers embody a youthful and dynamic team, with their aspirations resting on this year's draft. They secured the second overall pick, Lonzo Ball, along with the 27th pick, Kyle Kuzma, the 30th pick, Josh Hart, second-round pick Thomas Bryant, and undrafted player Alex Caruso. The Lakers seek to cultivate a roster brimming with potential and talent, aspiring to assemble a vibrant team rich in youthful assets. The management eagerly anticipates witnessing the rookies' stellar performances during the upcoming Summer League. As the team's president of basketball operations, the legendary Magic Johnson sits courtside, accompanied by the current head coach, Luke Walton. Their gazes are fixed on the players warming up on the court. This year, our newcomers have shown promise. If we continue on this trajectory, the resurgence of the purple and gold dynasty is just around the corner, Magic observes with satisfaction, to which Walton nods in agreement. Indeed, I can envision a bright future for the new season. Of course, We should also consider the undrafted players. We might uncover some hidden gems. Walton responds. What about that Asian kid? Magic inquires suddenly. Walton furrows his brow as he looks toward the young player with the Asian features. The competition for the final roster spots is fierce. Lin Yifan has decent height, but other aspects are rather mediocre. Watching him play feels like observing a passionless automaton. He lacks the creativity that basketball demands, Walton articulates. Oh, Walton elaborates. Lin Yifan lacks passing ability, which is essential for creating opportunities. Relying on him as a finisher would be unstable. Furthermore, we already have plenty of finishers on our team. Magic Johnson sighs meaningfully. This is the last game. Let's see how he performs. Even considering the allure of the Chinese market, we cannot afford to sign a subpar player, he adds, casting a glance at Lin Yifan while chewing gum vigorously. The game is about to begin. Let us observe closely. The game commences. The Lakers have Josh Hart stepping in as the point guard, replacing the injured Lonzo Ball. Hart delivered an outstanding performance in the previous games, scoring 32 points in the last matchup. However, with the core playmaker Lonzo Ball absent, the team's offense lacks fluidity. In this game, the Trailblazers focus their defense on Hart. As a facilitator, he accumulates 6 turnovers in the first half alone. By the end of the second quarter, the Lakers find themselves trailing the Blazers by 10 points, with a score of 51-61. Shaquille O'Neal incisively remarks, Josh Hart lacks organizational skills. He is more suited for offensive play. On the offensive end, Hart struggles under the Blazers' intensive defense, managing only 5 points in the first half. Without a proficient facilitator, the Lakers' offense stagnates. Especially from the perimeter, Ingram and Kuzma have consistently struggled to find optimal shooting opportunities. In the second half, Coach Dom assigned Caruso to orchestrate the plays, urging Ingram to penetrate more and engage the interior. The Lakers center, Zubac, a rookie from last year selected in the second round at the second overall pick, stands at 2.16 meters and weighs 109 kilograms. As a robust inside presence, Zubac possesses solid skills around the basket, yet he moves with a certain sluggishness. After a year of refinement, Zubac and Ingram have cultivated a commendable rapport, and the team has begun to adopt a scoring mode. By the end of the third quarter, they had narrowed the deficit to a mere 3 points, trailing the Trailblazers 74-77. In the preceding 6 Summer League games, Lin Yifan averaged less than 10 minutes of playtime, primarily during garbage time. He managed a modest average of 3.2 points, 2 rebounds, and 1.1 blocks per game. Through sheer determination, Lin Yifan's defensive prowess and shot-blocking ability stood out during his limited appearances. On the court, one must compete. The notion of garbage time does not exist for a professional athlete. However, Coach Dom believed he lacked the requisite NBA-level physicality. Despite averaging 1 block per game, this came at the cost of 4 fouls and 3 turnovers on average, with most errors occurring during passing sequences. More critically, Lin Yifan's lack of game experience rendered his performance somewhat stiff and passive. AS Lakers head coach Luke Walton aptly noted, he played like a robot, lacking creativity. He merely waited in the corner for passes, unable to create his own opportunities. In the Summer League championship game, Coach Dom was reluctant to deploy Lin Yifan. As the game neared its conclusion, Lin Yifan remained on the bench, anxiously awaiting the call of his name from the coach. Suddenly, a crisp voice echoed in his mind. Ding dong. System loading complete. Host has been bound. Commencing the most powerful basketball career system. Lin Yifan was no stranger to concepts of time travel and systems, yet a feeling of doubt lingered within him. The most powerful? Such claims often lead to disappointment. This moment, he longed for something tangible. Was there no beginner's gift pack? The system's gift pack has been activated. Gift pack generated, randomly distributing. Please select one from 5 options, 0.5 choices. They all seemed the same. Lin Yifan decided to choose one at random, feeling a flicker of anticipation. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the PG Point Guard gift pack. His expectations crumbled in an instant. A point guard gift pack? Wait a moment, I'm a center. Why was I given a point guard gift pack? Can this pack be exchanged? Basic attributes have been generated. Please review the ability values. With a sense of resignation, Lin Yifan opened his attribute panel. Name, Lin Yifan. Gender, male. Age, 19. Nationality, China. Evaluation, age verified without deception. Static talent. Height, 213 centimeters. Weight, 105 kilograms. Wingspan, 221 cm evaluation. The height and wingspan are above average, but the weight is insufficient to withstand the rigors of NBA-level competition. Dynamic talent. Speed, 5,585. Agility, 6,585. Vertical leap, 5,680. Stamina, 5,280. Strength, 4,580. Evaluation. Flexibility is acceptable, yet strength is severely lacking, rendering one incapable of facing NBA-level challenges. Technical attributes. Offensive ability. Close range, 5,580. Mid-range, 6,580. Three-point, 4,580. Free throw, 7,580. Dunking, 5,085. Layup, 5,085. Post play, 5,585. Passing, 3,575. Ball handling, 4070. Non-dominant hand, 4580. Catching, 6,085. Offensive rebound, 5,580. Back-toe basket, 5,085. Hook shot, 6,585. Defensive ability. Block, 6,085. Steal, 5,575. On-ball defense, 5,085. Post defense, 6,085. Defensive rebound, 6,585. Each ability value's first digit indicates the current capability, while the number following the slash denotes your potential value. What is it? It signifies the utmost level of development that your physical attributes can attain. To increase an ability value beyond 80, one requires 5 attribute points for each increment. For values exceeding 85, 10 points are needed for those surpassing 90, 20 points, and for values above 95, 50 points are essential. The package has been opened, and the host shall receive a permanent passing attribute of 100. This attribute grants the maximum court vision. The passing ability is transformed from 3575 to 10075. Has the ability value surpassed the potential value directly? This indicates that the passing capability has indeed transcended its highest possible level. Lin Yifan was uncertain whether to feel elated or disheartened. For a center, the pinnacle should ideally be strength, dunking, close-range shooting, and hook shots, should it not? What use is a maximum-level passing ability to me? Then, Lin Yifan heard the system's voice once more. Speed, 5,580 has been elevated to speed, 8,585. Agility, 6,580 has been elevated to agility, 8,585. Ball handling, 4080 has been elevated to ball handling, 7080. Close range, 5,580 has been elevated to close range, 6,580. Mid-range, 6,580 has been elevated to mid-range, 7,580. Three-point, 4,580 has been elevated to three-point, 5,580. Layup, 5,085 has been elevated to layup, 6,085. Steal, 5,575 has been elevated to steal, 6,575. By the heavens, it seems the attributes of a point guard have significantly improved. Speed and agility have reached their physical limits. Ball handling capability has also seen a considerable enhancement, with other finishing abilities increasing by 10 points. Lin Yifan sensed a subtle transformation occurring within his body. System task initiated. Assist the team in winning the match. Upon completing the task, you shall be rewarded with attribute points. Lin Yifan felt somewhat bewildered. Lin Yifan, suddenly, a voice pulled him back to reality. Coach Dom called out Lin Yifan's name. It turned out that at the onset of the fourth quarter, Zubac, having secured a rebound, inadvertently stepped on an opponent's foot and twisted his ankle. Zubac was the sole center for the Lakers, and his exit rendered the team's strategy of attacking the paint futile. In the first 2 minutes of the fourth quarter, they managed a mere 2 points. Seizing the opportunity, the Trailblazers launched a relentless offensive, delivering a 102 barrage within just 2 minutes. Beep! The Lakers called for a timeout. With 10 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, the Lakers found themselves trailing 76-87. The situation in the paint was dialed down by 11 points. Someone had to step up. However, there were no other backup centers available. Reluctantly, they had no choice but to send Lin Yifan onto the court that we need to defend and deny the opponent any scoring opportunities. The current strategy is to chase a three-point play. Coach Dom was visibly flustered. To be frank, After sending Lin Yifan onto the court, he had little hope left for the game. The outspoken Barkley assessed the situation. The Lakers' issue today is their lack of a competent organizer. They are completely caught in isolation plays. Indeed, their strategy of double-teaming Ingram has been successful. He has only scored 10 points in this game, commented the Shark, Shaquille O'Neal. It seems the Lakers are in a tough spot. The absence of Lonzo Ball is having a significant impact on them. Let's see how they adjust, he added. Beep. As the timeout concluded, Lin Yifan stepped onto the court. Let us observe the adjustments made by the Lakers as they bring on. Who? Lin? Who is this person? A murmur of surprise rippled through the Lakers fans on the sidelines. In this crucial moment of the game, the Lakers had opted to substitute in an unfamiliar Asian player. Was this tantamount to surrendering? Lin Yifan was, astonishingly, called to the court. He removed his jacket and tucked his jersey into his shorts, taking a deep breath. The other players joined him on the court at this moment. The Lakers lineup consisted of point guard Caruso, shooting guard Josh Hart, small forward Ingram, power forward Kuzma, and Lin Yifan as the center. Suddenly, Kuzma approached Lin Yifan, playfully patting him on the shoulder and saying with a grin, "Don't be nervous, Lin. Just pass me the ball." The others remained silent, not engaging with Lin Yifan. On the court, action spoke louder than words, and Lin Yifan understood this principle. The expressions of the Lakers players on the sidelines reflected a mix of surprise and skepticism. Randall jested, "Let's see how this Lin gets crushed by the Trail Blazers." Randall was a power forward center for the Lakers, and he harbored no fondness for Lin Yifan, who played the same position. Moreover, as a player of Asian descent, he looked down upon him even more. That Randall's companion, Lopez, chose not to interject. Lopez had just joined the Lakers and, as a seasoned NBA player, held a sense of anticipation for most rookies, especially for a teammate. The Trail Blazers showcased an impressive performance in this match, particularly the power forward Caleb Swanigan, who has amassed a remarkable tally of 23 points and 10 rebounds. Standing at 2.05 meters and weighing 120 kilograms, he embodies the versatility of a forward-center hybrid. Upon noticing that the Lakers had deployed a rookie, Swanigan exchanged a knowing glance with his teammate, signaling, "Give me the ball. Let's show him what we've got." He was eager to continue scoring over the inexperienced player. All eyes were riveted on the court. Let's see how this unfolds. The Lakers held possession of the ball. Lin Yifan prepared to inbound from the baseline. As the referee tossed the ball into his hands, he experienced an extraordinary sensation the moment he made contact. With the activation of the system, his abilities were evidently enhanced, particularly with a fully developed court vision that allowed him to perceive the movements of players at any moment. Even with his back turned to his teammates, he could sense their positions. As the game progressed, Lin Yifan had no time to bask in this wondrous feeling, with his team trailing by 11 points. Caruso advanced the ball to the front court, passing it to Ingram stationed at the left corner. Ingram attempted a strong drive, but found himself surrounded by defenders. In a moment of panic, he vaguely glimpsed a Lakers player and tossed the ball toward the free throw line. Lin Yifan was the one to receive it. Oh no! The ball landed in Lin Yifan's hands, startling both players on the court and those on the sidelines. He was not known for handling the ball. However, Lin Yifan remained composed, executing a feint that immediately drew the Trail Blazers center into his space. In that brief moment when he touched the ball, Lin Yifan had already seen the positions of the other four teammates. After the feint, he turned his body to the right, mimicking a pass toward the basket. Caruso was cutting in from the right, and everyone anticipated the ball would go inside. Swanigan, having anticipated the pass to Ingram, shifted toward the basket, ready to intercept. "Kid, the paint isn't yours to toy with." Just as it seemed a turnover was imminent, Lin Yifan flicked his wrist, sending the ball to the left beyond the arc. It was merely a ruse to create space for the pass. Kuzma, who had made a timely cut to the left at the 45-degree three-point line, received the ball effortlessly, while Swanigan was left out of position, unable to contest a shot. An open three-pointer. Swish! With the system activated, Lin Yifan possessed an unparalleled court vision, allowing him to see the movements of players behind him. Moreover, he could sense the current states of his teammates. Josh Hart, who had faced tight coverage throughout the game, was stationed at the right corner, his confidence shaken and his shooting touch cold. Caruso, adept at drives and cuts, had a reliable three-point shot but lacked consistency, especially as the Trail Blazers anticipated his moves and prepared to block him. Meanwhile, Kuzma, who had already scored 25 points, was in a fiery rhythm, emerging from the paint to position himself at the 45-degree three-point line. Swanigan, preoccupied with helping to cover Ingram and subsequently supporting Caruso, had naturally lost track of Kuzma's movement. In this moment, Kuzma, receiving the pass, found himself completely unmarked. "Great pass, Lin," Kuzma exclaimed, giving a thumbs up before joyfully running over for high five. A no-look pass, and perfectly timed. Does he have eyes in the back of his head? Swanigan was exasperated, realizing that his misalignment had granted Kuzma an open three-point opportunity. It must be a fluke. It has to be. On the sidelines, Coach Dom shared in the curiosity, though he had witnessed many of Lin Yifan's games. Such precision and perfect timing in passing seemed beyond Lin's capabilities. 79-87. The Lakers shrank the deficit to 8 points. Swanigan of the Trail Blazers sought to respond with a score. In the low post, he called for an unknown against Lin Yifan. Standing at 2.13 meters with a wingspan of 2.21 meters, Lin's outstretched arms effectively enveloped the 2.05-meter Swanigan. Swanigan, leveraging his weight advantage, attempted to force his way into the paint. Lin Yifan struggled against the physicality, nearly being knocked over after 2 powerful thrusts. However, possessing the agility of a point guard, Lin had become significantly more nimble since activating his system. Just as Swanigan prepared for a third thrust and attempted to turn for a hook shot, Lin demonstrated remarkable quickness, executing a clean steal. A pristine steal. Well done. Cheers of praise erupted from his teammates on the court. The dislodged ball struck Swanigan's foot and veered out of bounds. Lin Yifan swiftly pursued, showcasing his impressive speed. He leaped into the air, making a valiant save. In that fleeting moment of contact, Lin had already seen Caruso sprinting down the court. In midair, he grasped the ball with both hands and forcefully hurled it backward over his head. The basketball arced gracefully, soaring from the baseline to the vicinity of the center circle. At that moment, Caruso was the sole player in the front court. As the ball bounced, it landed perfectly in front of Caruso. Upon receiving the pass, Caruso executed a soaring dunk. The crowd erupted. Turning back, Caruso pointed emphatically at Lin Yifan. His intense gaze seemed to convey, "Nice job, that was an excellent pass." The audience was ignited by this transition from defense to offense, astounded by the long-range pass. Commentators O'Neal and Barkley lavished praise on the play. "That's the best play of the day, no doubt." The pass was even more exquisite. Indeed, how did he make that pass? It's astonishing. If it were a one-time occurrence, it could be dismissed as luck, but to do it twice, both times no-look, especially from such a distance, with pinpoint accuracy. I've never seen a center with such passing prowess. I'm starting to take an interest in this Lin. More importantly, he demonstrated remarkable playmaking ability and imaginative passing. Yes, it's hard to fathom that these feats come from a center. Coach Dom on the sidelines wore a look of disbelief. The Lakers players began to take notice of this seemingly unassuming, undrafted rookie. "Well done, Lin." His teammates congratulated him with high fives. Kuzma hurried over, extending his hand to assist Lin Yifan, who had fallen while attempting to save the ball. "Great play," Kuzma earnestly praised. The momentum of the Lakers players surged instantly. At that moment, the score stood at 81-87. Lin Yifan had been on the court for merely 1 minute, yet he had already contributed 2 splendid assists and 1 steal. The deficit was a mere 6 points. O'Neal nodded in agreement, commenting, "The Lakers have discovered their orchestrator, a pivotal playmaker." The game continued. With 2 consecutive dazzling performances, Lin Yifan swiftly won the admiration of his teammates. More crucially, they began to trust him. They believed Lin Yifan could handle the ball adeptly. This is the allure of a team's organizer. Teammates are willing to pass the ball to you because you can create better opportunities. On the sidelines, O'Neal and Barkley couldn't help but engage a discussion. O'Neal, a traditional center who primarily relied on power plays, post-ups, and dunks, was visibly impressed by Lin Yifan's display. "The center is intriguing. He plays like a point guard." Barkley, also a former interior player and a traditional power forward, noted with interest, "Remarkable. As a center, he still possesses commendable agility, and his court vision is simply extraordinary." Both men perceived the future of the center position in Lin Yifan. "In our era, basketball revolves around centers." O'Neal's influence prompted the league to amend rules regarding reasonable collision areas, 3-second violations, and zone defenses. Now we are in the era of small ball, which also signifies the decline of traditional centers. Yet the future of basketball should still allow a place for the Giants. I refer to this as positional ambiguity. Positional ambiguity? In my view, Lin Yifan embodies a fusion of center and point guard. The future of basketball is one of positional fluidity, where fixed positions become obsolete, replaced by a blend of roles. However, Barkley incisively pointed out, if I were the Trail Blazers, I would opt to leave him open or force him into isolation. O'Neal nodded slightly. Clearly, the Trail Blazers head coach had yet to recognize this, that in several consecutive plays, Lin Yifan consistently delivered the ball accurately to the players who were on fire. Moreover, Lin Yifan's presence ignited a competitive spirit among the Lakers players. Every Lakers player on the court became more vibrant. Lin Yifan certainly perceived this as well. As an undrafted player himself, Caruso was equally eager to prove his worth. Witnessing Lin Yifan's brilliant performance, the player who had spent a year in the G League became exhilarated. Lin Yifan sensed Caruso's fervent state. Caruso lobbed the ball to Lin Yifan in the paint, initiating a swift downward motion. With a mere glance of confirmation, Lin Yifan, backing against the Trail Blazers' Caleb Swanigan. The moment he received the ball, he executed a behind-the-back pass that ricocheted off the floor. Simultaneously, it passed through Swanigan's legs. Swanigan's eyes only caught a fleeting glimpse of the ball lingering in Lin Yifan's hands for half a second. And then, astonishingly, the basketball vanished. Caruso stealthily positioned himself behind Swanigan, securing the pass with unexpected ease. To his astonishment, the ball veered in an unusual direction and landed perfectly in his grasp. It was only then that Swanigan reacted, turning to pull back, but it was far too late. Caruso had already leaped into the air for a resounding dunk. The whistle blew, and one. The crowd was left in awe by the exquisite no-look pass that had unfolded before them. Spectators gasped in admiration. What a magical pass, O'Neal remarked. This play reminds me of Yao Ming's behind-the-back pass to Alston. Barkley, clearly reluctant to reference the rookie Yao Ming, quipped, to me, that move resembled a rooster laying an egg. Laughter erupted. Yet, I am genuinely curious about how he managed such a precise pass through his legs. It was indeed a double-team maneuver. Swanigan, visibly frustrated and outwitted, lost the momentum he previously held. Caruso promptly rushed over to high-five Lin Yifan. Great pass, Lin. With the organizer in place, the Lakers launched into a flurry of offensive activity. Lin skillfully delivered the ball to Ingram and Kuzma, each netting a three-pointer that thoroughly breached the Trail Blazers' defense. Notably, Kuzma's elegant front-facing three-pointer turned the tide in the Lakers' favor, 89-87. The Lakers had seized the lead. The Lakers are now firmly in control. They are unstoppable, the commentators noted. Another assist from Lin. All of this stems from a recent substitution adjustment. I must say, that adjustment was brilliant. It appears that this timeout substitution by the Lakers was indeed a masterstroke. Lakers coach Dom basked in the accolades, unsure of how to respond, and inadvertently joined in the applause. Great play. Excellent passing. In truth, Dom had merely been left with no other options, resorting to desperate measures. On the sidelines, Magic Johnson seemed to see a reflection of his younger self. Does Lin Yifan not possess passing skills? Luke Walton remained silent. Is Lin Yifan lacking in the ability to create opportunities? Walton was still speechless. Does he come off as a passionless robot? Walton continued to withhold his thoughts. He is undeniably a basketball artist. Magic applauded the earlier pass and turned to Walton, whose expression had shifted noticeably. Reluctantly, Walton conceded, indeed, there is something in him that I had not previously recognized. With that, Magic Johnson made a call to Lakers general manager Rob Pelinka. At that moment, Magic Johnson was serving as the Lakers president of basketball operations, while Pelinka, as the general manager, was originally Johnson's subordinate. Both were present at the arena, albeit in different roles. Pelinka had been the agent for star player Kobe Bryant, and upon retirement, Kobe had fervently recommended him for a position in the Lakers management. Pelinka also enjoyed a strong personal rapport with owner Jeannie Buss. At this moment, Pelinka was seated on one side of the stand alongside Jeannie Buss and her close friend, Linda Rambis. After receiving a call, Pelinka gracefully walked to the rear of the bench. Hey, Elvin, what's up? Pelinka greeted with a smile. Let's discuss Lin Yifan, the Magic Man suggested. Who? Pelinka seemed unfamiliar with the name. Lin, the Asian lad currently on the court, the Magic Man elaborated. I want to sign him. Although his recent performance was quite impressive, I have already reviewed Lin's scouting report. Pelinka instructed his assistant to retrieve the scouting notes. Lin Yifan, he began, strengths. He possesses commendable height and a decent wingspan. Weaknesses, however, these are typical attributes found in the NBA. Nothing extraordinary. As a center, he lacks the requisite strength to compete at the NBA level, exhibiting poor explosiveness, inadequate jumping ability, subpar conditioning, and a fragile resolve. His physical strength and defensive skills require enhancement. It appears that relying solely on his advantages may render it quite challenging for him to establish a foothold in the league. His offensive consistency and ball handling skills are lacking. He struggles to adapt to the intensity and pace of the NBA. As Pelinka reviewed the notes, he remarked, "We do not intend to sign him." "No, we should sign him." The Magic Man insisted. "What?" Pelinka exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. "Are you suggesting we base this solely on his recent performance?" The Magic Man nodded. "While watching the game, I observe him closely. Lin demonstrates excellent teamwork and can uplift his teammates' morale. His passing is exceptional, showcasing a court vision akin to that of elite point guards. He possesses remarkable agility, swift cutting speed, and rapid passing abilities, capable of executing actions in an instant. Most importantly, he possesses a top-tier basketball IQ." Pelinka widened his eyes. "But he isn't ready for the NBA, yet this would be a risk." The Magic Man shook his head. No, I believe he is entirely capable of playing in the NBA. Sign him." The Magic Man reiterated emphatically. Several scouts on the sidelines were engaged in discussions regarding Lin Yifan's performance. Where did this talent come from? Why did we not notice him earlier? The two scouts who had initially dismissed Lin Yifan now suddenly changed their tune, remarking, "This time, the Lakers have truly struck gold." Chapter 5. Signing with the Lakers. The Summer League has concluded, with the Lakers triumphing over the Trailblazers with a score of 102-92, securing the championship of the 2017 Las Vegas Summer League. On that day, the officials announced that Kyle Kuzma was the Finals MVP of the Summer League. Kuzma excelled with an impressive 11 out of 16 shooting, including 6 out of 10 from beyond the arc, amassing 30 points, 10 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 steal, and 1 block. During a crucial moment in the fourth quarter, Kuzma hit 3 consecutive three-pointers, leading the Lakers to a comeback victory. The officials also declared Lonzo Ball as the Summer League MVP. Despite not participating in the championship game, Ball's prior outstanding performance earned him this accolade. He, alongside Smith from the Mavericks, Collins from the Hawks, Jackson from the Suns, and Swanigan from the Trailblazers, was selected for the All-Summer League first team. Los Angeles media began fervently reporting on the resurgence of the Purple and Gold Dynasty, 2 MVPs from the Lakers in the 2017 draft. Expectations for the upcoming season are boundless. The youth and vitality of the Lakers. The Lakers, having struck gold, trust the process. Their struggles will ultimately yield rewards. All reports lauded the Lakers for acquiring 2 MVP-caliber rookies in this year's draft, with no mention of Lin Yifan. After all, he was merely an undrafted player, spending only 6 minutes on the court without scoring, merely distributing a few passes. In American basketball, there is a greater emphasis on offense and player scoring statistics, and the media reflects this sentiment. After the game, Lin Yifan joined the players in the locker room for celebrations. Ding dong. Victory in the match. Congratulations to the host for earning 2 attribute points. Attribute points? The host can utilize these points to enhance ability attributes. The system has activated training camp mode. Task: secure an NBA contract. Reward: S-level skill chest. What is this training camp? Is it akin to a dungeon? Will signing a contract yield rewards? Before Lin Yifan could ponder further, champagne drenched his head. Turning around, he saw none other than Kyle Kuzma, donning shades and laughing heartily. "Lin, we won. We won." Kuzma was reveling in the excitement. As the 27th pick of the draft and the Finals MVP of the Summer League, he suddenly found himself in the media spotlight in the highly competitive Los Angeles market. In a post-game interview, Kuzma boldly proclaimed, "Remember to call me MVP from now on. Never forget." Clearly, Kuzma is poised to be a pivotal piece of this new Lakers squad. He is set to secure a substantial rookie contract. As for Lin Yifan, his own contract remains uncertain. Unbeknownst to him, Magic Johnson has already decided to sign him. At that moment, Magic Johnson entered the locker room, heralding the resurgence of the Purple and Gold Dynasty. After delivering an impassioned speech, all the players raised their fists and gathered together, chanting, 1, 2, 3. Win. Lin Yifan was also swept up in the victorious atmosphere. This is the essence of basketball. The future of the Lakers is indeed brimming with passion and vitality. As the celebrations came to a close, the scent of champagne still lingered in the air. Lin Yifan boarded a flight back to Los Angeles. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with 2 news alerts. WJ reported that the Lakers would sign undrafted prospect Lin Yifan, while Shams indicated that the Lakers might offer a non-guaranteed contract. What? Lin Yifan was filled with questions upon reading the news. I have been signed by the Lakers, and I was completely unaware of it? Yet he understood that both WJ and Shams were esteemed journalists within the basketball realm, undoubtedly privy to insider information. However, given the current situation, such news was merely speculative. If he had truly been signed, how could he possibly be in the dark? Contracts always require signatures. At that moment, his phone rang. An unfamiliar number? Could it be a call regarding the Lakers' contract? Securing a contract would unlock a treasure trove of opportunities. Lin Yifan answered the call. Hello, this is Lin. Hi, Lin. This is Irvin Johnson. Indeed, he had received a call from the legendary Magic Johnson. Lin, we intend to sign you, and we will be offering you a contract. What do you think? However, having just seen the news, Lin Yifan did not exhibit much surprise. I will consider it. His calm demeanor astonished Magic. After all, this was the Los Angeles Lakers. A call from the president of operations to an undrafted player should elicit exuberance. The Lakers commanded a significant media presence. Yet Lin Yifan remained composed, fully aware that he was merely an undrafted player with little negotiating power. Moreover, the contract involved millions of dollars, a substantial sum indeed. This warranted a discussion with his agent. After all, a verbal commitment does not equate to a tangible agreement, even when it comes from the president of the Lakers. Of course, I sincerely invite you to join us. When you have made your decision, you can come to the team facility for a face-to-face meeting within the next few days. After making his point, Magic seemed reluctant to end the call and added, Lin, training camp is about to commence. You need to quickly acclimate to the pace and intensity of the NBA. There was a hint of anticipation in his tone. Lin, I must offer you a piece of advice. A piece of advice? Lin Yifan pondered. Make the most of this summer. Before the preseason begins, start gaining weight. It would be wise to hire a strength and conditioning coach to manage your diet and enhance your physical strength. Thank you for your advice. Once the call ended, Lin Yifan exhaled deeply. His dream of breaking into the NBA was within reach. Magic's words resonated within him. Indeed, he would need to immerse himself in the gym this summer. However, hiring a fitness coach? American strength and conditioning coaches do not come cheap. It is said that elite athletes like James and Curry invest millions of dollars annually in their physical upkeep. Lin Yifan, an undrafted player, has hardly any money to spare. Ever since he made the choice to remain in the NBA, he has had a falling out with his family. His parents advised him to stay in the CBA, yet he resolutely decided to pursue the NBA. During this period, he has scarcely communicated with his parents, nor has he requested any living expenses. Now, at the age of 19, he must wholly rely on himself. The contract he received is merely a verbal agreement, and the funds are yet to materialize. Lin Yifan reluctantly picked up the phone and dialed his agent, Jia Qiong. Hello, old Jia. I have received a signing invitation from the Lakers. I know. The news has been reported back home for quite some time, Jia replied, his tone devoid of surprise. The announcement quickly ignited a frenzy in domestic basketball news, and Jia was undoubtedly among the first to receive the update. How do you feel about it? I believe this is a splendid opportunity. But there are some issues at hand. Old Jia's voice sounded weary. Is it the media? Lin Yifan speculated, then inquired further. What are they saying? Most are supportive of your endeavor to break into the NBA, though there are some snide remarks. Snide remarks? Lin Yifan pondered, recalling a particular commentator. Yes, that commentator from the Capital team, Yang Dalian. He posted that with your talent, you won't make it in the NBA and should return to your team early. To hell with him. He is merely a sycophant of the Capital team, Lin Yifan retorted. However, the majority of domestic fans are backing you. The highlights from your Summer League finals have garnered significant views online. It's impressive. After a year in America, you've honed your passing skills. Fans have been leaving messages on your official Weibo congratulating you on your entry into the NBA. Lin Yifan thought to himself. It seems the news of my signing has spread across the vast expanse of my homeland, and I am the last to know. I haven't even signed yet. Chapter 6. The deprivation of funds in the distant capital of China, within an office at the Imperial Capitol building. Agent Jia Qiong had been engulfed in a whirlwind of activity for several days, tirelessly working on the farcical contract termination of Lin Yifan with the capital team. At that moment, while engaged in a phone conversation, he hesitated whether to divulge certain information to Lin Yifan. Should he speak up? If he suddenly called? It must pertain to some urgent matter. Let it not be about finances. I am on the verge of exhaustion. I need to hire a fitness coach to gain weight and enhance strength during the summer. However, there is no money. Agent Jia Qiong's impatience stemmed from his financial woes. Lin Yifan had been nurtured through the youth training system of the capital team, with the club investing funds to support his participation in the draft. Yet, this year, he was not selected, and naturally, he was expected to return. However, Lin Yifan remained in the United States, refusing to come back. The capital team, too, was in need of players and had already extended a contract offer. Agent Jia Qiong had initially urged Lin Yifan to return, presenting the allure of a lucrative contract worth millions, with minimal obligations. The Americans had no intention of re-employing him. They held a dismissive view towards those of Asian descent. Nevertheless, Lin Yifan was determined to seize the opportunity presented by the Summer League, declaring, "I will give it another shot." Seeing Lin Yifan's resolve, Jia Qiong found himself wavering. After all, the domestic basketball community yearned for a Chinese player to successfully make a mark in the NBA. Since the days of Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian, no subsequent player had truly made a name for themselves on the NBA stage. Now, Lin Yifan had garnered a contract invitation from the Lakers through his performance in the Summer League. Yet the capital team was reluctant to provide support for his journey to the United States. They required young players to bolster their bench and enhance offensive capabilities. If you wish to sign with the Lakers, you must first terminate your contract here, with a termination fee of $2 million. Such was the notification from the capital team. At this juncture, Jia Qiong hesitated but ultimately decided to inform Lin Yifan, stating, "Forget about the media for now. There is something you need to consider." He relayed the capital team's demand for a termination fee in its entirety. $2 million. Lin Yifan was taken aback. Old Jia elaborated, "Indeed. If you can secure a contract with the Lakers, you will receive a substantial sum. Moreover, we can negotiate with the Lakers to cover this termination fee." Lin Yifan pondered how the Lakers could possibly agree to such an arrangement. "You must present an impressive performance, leaving them with no grounds to refuse." Old Jia insisted. However, he added, "Let us not dwell on that for now. I have no funds to hire you a coach." Lin Yifan understood. "Well, as for gaining weight, that seems manageable. It simply involves eating." It sounded simple enough, or so he thought. Old Jia chuckled. "Ah, that is your forte." Just then, the call unexpectedly ended. "Jia Qiong? It appears you are truly impoverished." Upon disembarking from the plane, Lin Yifan received a call from his sister. "Hello, brother. Congratulations." The moment he heard that familiar voice, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. On the other end of the line was Lin Yifan's younger sister, Lin Xiaolu. Lin Yifan's hopes were dashed, leaving him seething with frustration. "What trickery are you up to this time, Xiaolu? What congratulations are in order?" Lin Xiaolu, now 17, had moved to the United States last year to pursue her high school education, excelling as a basketball player. Her remarkable performance had earned her an invitation from UCLA, the University of California, Los Angeles, a prestigious institution renowned for its basketball program, having produced legends like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Bill Walton, and Russell Westbrook. While women's basketball may not garner the same attention as the men's, it was nonetheless an outstanding opportunity for Lin Xiaolu. Of course. "Congratulations on your aspirations to reach the NBA." Lin Xiaolu's playful demeanor shone through as she teased, "Shouldn't you treat me to a grand feast? All you think about is food." "No problem. With my new contract, just tell me what you want to eat. Anything extravagant, of course." In any case, congratulations were in order. Her dreams had come true. "See you soon at College Town." Receiving her blessings filled Lin Yifan with joy. Yet he understood this was merely the beginning. He hailed a cab toward the vicinity of the university town, where he intended to treat his sister to a meal. Money was indeed a necessity. While in the cab, Lin Yifan recalled the training camp initiated by the system. Feeling bored, he decided to explore it further. Upon accessing the interface, he noted he had received 2 attribute points based on his performance in official matches. These points could be employed to enhance his abilities. Notably, the system had suggested he bolster his strength, so he opted to invest both points into that attribute. Strength attribute, 4580 increased to 4780. Was a mere 2-point increase in strength too slow? With 47 points, he was just average among basketball players. The system informed him that he could directly purchase attribute values with cash. What? Isn't this akin to spending money to gain an advantage? The minimum recharge was a staggering 100 million. Lin Yifan mused. It seems that accumulating wealth is indeed paramount. Lack of funds was a real impediment. He pondered if there were any cost-effective methods to gain weight and enhance his strength. Ideally, he sought ways that required no expenditure. He noticed the training camp option below, which he had yet to utilize. Intrigued, he decided to investigate. Welcome, host, to the training camp mode. You can earn training points through your workouts. What purpose do training points serve? They can be converted into system attribute points. Currently, your overall attributes are quite low. The system will calculate training points based on your training duration. You can earn 1 training point for every 24 hours of training, and each point can be exchanged for 2 attribute points. 24 hours of training? Was that excessively long? With a full day comprising 24 hours. And accounting for meals and rest, he would realistically have only about 12 hours available. In other words, even with fervent daily training, it would take nearly 2 days to attain a single training point. However, Lin Yifan reconsidered, realizing that with this training camp, he could indeed enhance his strength. It seemed that this training camp was nothing short of miraculous. He could immerse himself in the gym daily to build his power, with 24 hours yielding a training point. He could then exchange it for 2 attribute points. By this calculation, he could essentially improve by 1 point each day. What he urgently needed was to boost his strength. By the time the NBA regular season commenced, his power would likely reach the NBA standard. Any surplus training points could be allocated towards enhancing his desired abilities. The more Lin Yifan contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Just in time, the Lakers training camp was about to begin. This was a splendid opportunity. Lin Yifan promptly seized his phone and dialed old Jia. Hello, old Jia. Tomorrow you need to fly over. Let us expedite our discussions here. Have you made your decision? Old Jia inquired with a knowing tone. What about the 2 million for the contract termination? That's your concern now. Lin Yifan replied with unwavering decisiveness. Since Lin Yifan embarked on his basketball career in the United States, old Jia had been his agent. They had known each other for quite some time, as old Jia himself hailed from a professional basketball background, providing him with invaluable guidance. After retiring, old Jia transitioned into a professional agent, managing several CBA players. Although he occasionally appeared unreliable, he had unwaveringly supported Lin Yifan during the Summer League in his quest for the NBA. Their bond was one of both mentorship and camaraderie. Now, with his path seemingly illuminated, securing a contract in the NBA appeared to be a mere formality. Once the contract was secured, the 2 million termination fee would be easily addressed. However, time was of the essence for the signing. There was also an S-grade mysterious treasure chest. Lin Yifan was curious about what it could contain. At that moment, Lin Yifan was troubled by his weight gain dilemma. The system could not directly enhance the host's physical attributes. It seemed he would have to manage this without the system. Agitated, Lin Yifan aimlessly scrolled through his phone in the car. Suddenly, a short video caught his attention. In the video, a man was voraciously devouring a plate of steak. After finishing one plate, he reached for another from his left and continued to eat heartily. The plates on his right were already stacked half a meter high. This is big data now this precise? Can it really conjure what one thinks? Is this not akin to those gluttonous eating broadcasts online? An epiphany struck Lin Yifan. Could gaining weight be as simple as just eating and eating? After watching the eating broadcast for a while, Lin Yifan found himself feeling rather peckish. The car finally reached its destination, where Lin Yifan's sister, Lin Xiaolu, awaited by the roadside. Lin Xiaolu, speak up, what would you like to eat? Lin Xiaolu had already made up her mind. Having spent several months in America, she still found it hard to adapt. She craved a sumptuous Chinese feast. However, fine Chinese dining in the United States came with a hefty price tag. As Lin Yifan reached for his wallet, he found it empty, feeling a bit embarrassed. Lin Xiaolu observed everything keenly. You don't have any money? She remarked. Brother will soon secure a lucrative contract. When that happens, I shall treat you to a sumptuous feast. Pouting slightly, Lin Xiaolu reconsidered. Never mind, I'll treat you. As she patted her pocket, she realized it was empty. Let us go to the burger joint where I work. It's budget-friendly, delicious, and the owner offers discounts. Consequently, they resolved to head to Lin Xiaolu's workplace. Curiously, she inquired, what kind of contract do you expect to receive? 1 million? 100 million? He boasted. You're just bragging. She teased as they arrived at the entrance of the burger shop. Since arriving in the United States, Lin Xiaolu had taken to working during her spare moments. Eager to detach herself from her parents' financial support, she harbored her own ambitions. An individual lacking independence cannot make choices autonomously. However, she was reluctant to share this with her brother just yet. Upon entering, a staff member greeted her warmly. "Xiaolu, didn't you take the day off today?" Lin Xiaolu replied with a smile. "Well, my pockets are completely empty, so I had no choice but to come here for a bite. What would you like?" "Oh, I'll have a burger, fries, and a cola." After placing her order, she turned to Lin Yifan, offering him the menu. "Don't worry, order freely. I'll cover it." With a hearty appetite, Lin Yifan contemplated how to gain weight. "Then I'll have 20 burgers." 20. Are you planning to challenge society or something? You'll make me broke. Lin Xiaolu gasped in astonishment at the quantity, immediately regretting her offer. "Can you even finish that?" she questioned. While gaining weight scientifically is indeed the proper approach, with no contract in sight and her pockets empty, perhaps indulging in food was the most economical choice. Is being broke truly a problem? Yes, it truly is. Suddenly, a girl wearing a light blue dress appeared before them, smiling. Her complexion was fair as snow, and her eyes seemed to sparkle. "Xiaolu, have you placed your order?" she inquired in gentle English. I'll have 20 burgers," Lin Xiaolu stammered, almost unable to utter the words. 20? Can you actually finish that? The girl appeared slightly taken aback. "It's fine. He ordered them. He'll eat them," Lin Xiaolu said, pointing at Lin Yifan. At that moment, Lin Yifan noticed the girl's tall stature and was reminded of the French actress Sophie Marceau. "This girl is quite striking," he thought. "Do you know that girl? What is her name? Why do you want to know?" "I can't tell you," Lin Xiaolu replied, casting a sidelong glance at her brother, teasing him. "Hey, Xiaolu, I've taken care of you quite a bit, haven't I? So today, you're treating." "No problem." Lin Yifan thought, "I can afford a few burgers." "Her name is Lisa. She is my senior." Chapter 7 Rich Paul? Lisa? Yes, Lisa, my senior sister. Isn't she beautiful? It turns out that Lin Xiaolu and Lisa both work at a hamburger shop in this university town. People say my senior sister resembles the actress Sophie Marceau. Upon hearing this, Lin Yifan couldn't help but agree, though he thought Lisa was slightly fairer. "How did you two meet?" he inquired. "We met at the hamburger shop," Lin Xiaolu replied. Initially, Lin Yifan had only focused on her face, but now, from a distance, he took note of Lisa's figure. Standing at approximately 175 meters, perhaps due to her job, she had her hair tied in a ponytail, exuding a blend of tranquility and vitality. Her figure was well-proportioned, with long, slender, fair legs, complemented by a sky-blue dress that radiated elegance. As Lin Yifan waited for their order, his gaze followed Lisa's graceful movements. "Have you developed a crush on her?" Lin Xiaolu teased, observing her brother's expression. "Get away," Lin Yifan retorted, continuing to inquire, "Is this senior also part of your basketball team?" "No, she studies sports medicine at UCLA. She is quite the academic overachiever," Lin Xiaolu explained. "A senior? In medicine? An overachiever?" Just then, Lisa approached with a large platter of hamburgers, 20 in total, piled high like a mountain. Lin Yifan immediately stood up to receive the tray. The towering figure of over 2 meters made Lisa's 175 meters seem petite in comparison. Lisa looked at Lin Xiaolu in astonishment. "Is your friend really that tall? No wonder he can eat so much." With a smile, she turned to leave. Before him lay 20 hamburgers, a daunting sight for any ordinary person. Yet, Lin Yifan seemed to have activated a voracious appetite. With his left hand, he seized one and devoured it in a single bite, startling Lin Xiaolu beside him. "Brother, have you not eaten for days? This is alarming." With his right hand, he grabbed another. "Little girl, what do you know? This is for gaining weight. Do you understand?" Lin Xiaolu was utterly bewildered. She had never witnessed someone eat so excessively in the name of weight gain. In less than 10 minutes, like a whirlwind, Lin Yifan had consumed over 10 hamburgers. "Surely you cannot eat anymore." Lin Xiaolu watched with amusement. Lin Yifan leaned back in his chair, rubbing his belly. "Damn it, I really can't eat anymore today. Let us leave it at this." Lin Xiaolu chuckled. "Remember, you're the one treating. Boss, please pack it up." Lin Yifan lamented. Life is tough without money. However, the name Lisa, which he had heard today, lingered in his mind with a certain resonance. On the way back, glancing at the remaining 10 hamburgers in his hand, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Lin Yifan opened the system interface and noticed a circle within his training camp feature, a red circle with a yellow energy bar emerging. It resembled the activity tracking rings found in sports watches. Was this an indication to fill the ring? The yellow circle remains positioned at the 12 o'clock mark, signifying that training has yet to commence today. Lin Yifan contemplated returning to his room to begin his training without delay. At that moment, his phone rang. "Hello, Lin. This is Rich Paul." "Rich Paul? The agent of LeBron James? Lin Yifun's immediate reaction was one of astonishment. The legendary Rich Paul? As a professional manager, Rich Paul has represented not only LeBron James but also Anthony Davis, John Wall, Ben Simmons, and Draymond Green, among others. Under his guidance, these individuals secured substantial contracts. Moreover, the negotiation of contracts, the finalization of endorsements, and the management of commercial activities all require skilled individuals, giving rise to the profession of sports agents. Hello, I'm Lin Yifun. Lin Yifun was puzzled as to why Rich Paul was calling him. Rich Paul spoke plainly. I saw your game footage and would like to collaborate with you. Lin, are you willing to join my agency? The fact that Rich Paul himself was extending an invitation for Lin Yifun to join his agency was astonishing. It was undeniable that Rich Paul has a remarkable ability to help players secure lucrative contracts, and his extensive resources could provide numerous endorsement opportunities. At that moment, Lin Yifun truly needed financial support. Rich Paul continued, however, I have received insider information indicating that the Lakers intend to convert your Exhibit 10 contract into a two-way contract. He paused momentarily, then added nonchalantly, and I can help you secure a substantial contract. Rich Paul's tone was calm, as he contemplated the immense potential of the Chinese market behind Lin Yifun. If Lin Yifun could excel, lucrative endorsement deals would surely follow. What do you say, Lin? Think it over. Lin Yifun understood the significant advantages of signing with Rich Paul and recognized his own financial needs, which could yield numerous benefits. Yet, he chose to decline. I'm sorry, Paul, but I'm not considering it. I already have an agent in my home country. Oh, you intend to refuse? Yes. Really? That's quite unfortunate. Please take a few days to reconsider. Don't rush your response. No need, I can confirm right now. Rich Paul was taken aback to hear this calm 19-year-old reject him so decisively. After speaking, Lin Yifun ended the call. His actions were driven by loyalty to Old Jia. Although Old Jia might be an unreliable manager who relished smoking, drinking, fighting, and taking his signed players out for barbecue, his support and care for Lin Yifun's basketball career were invaluable and could not be measured by money. At that moment, the phone rang again. Truly, where there is a mention of him, he appears. It was a call from Old Jia. Lin Yifun decided to tease him. Hello, Old Jia. I just received a call from Rich Paul. On the other end, Old Jia was taken aback, ready to speak when he was stunned by Lin Yifun's sudden revelation. Rich Paul? LeBron's partner? Who is currently the most sought-after agent in the NBA? Old Jia's heart sank as he thought to himself that Lin Yifun might have slipped away. Well, you truly are something. I have been running around tirelessly these past few days for your contract termination, and you. The expletives flew out of Old Jia's mouth, while Lin Yifun could only laugh heartily. I just purchased a plane ticket to the United States to assist you in signing the contract. It seems that is no longer necessary. Seeing that Old Jia was genuinely getting upset, Lin Yifun quickly added, I just declined Rich Paul's invitation. Old Jia exclaimed, what the hell? You actually turned down Rich Paul. Well done. You mentioned you were flying over? What time is your flight? Old Jia calmed down, realizing that he had already contacted the Lakers, who had offered a two-way contract. I'll be there tomorrow. A two-way contract? Lin Yifun was still somewhat confused, especially regarding the Exhibit 10 contract that Rich Paul had just mentioned. The Exhibit 10 contract you signed was with the Lakers G League affiliate. However, prior to the official start of the regular season, the Lakers have the right to convert this contract into a two-way contract. A two-way contract allows the team to add 2 additional player spots beyond the 15-man roster. This means you can participate in the Lakers training camp and the 45-day regular season, including game days, training, and tryouts, just like other official players. Lin Yifun was left somewhat bewildered. Old Jia, just tell me, how much can I earn? Jia Qiong replied with a hint of pride in his voice. I secured you a top-tier salary. Top-tier salary? Holy cow, am I about to get rich? Lin Yifun felt a surge of excitement. How much? 50,000. Lin Yifun nearly cursed upon hearing this. Top salary? Are you kidding me? Is this all a two-way contract is worth? It's not even enough to cover the termination fee. Is this an insult from the Lakers? Or are you, Old Jia, insulting my intelligence? Lin Yifun's frustration escalated. Reflecting on Old Jia's earlier stingy demeanor, even unable to afford a health manager, he suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Old Jia, I truly should not have turned down Rich Paul. Old Jia laughed heartily. To hell with you. Chapter 8. Contract signing and additional conditions at the Staples Center. In the office of Elvin Johnson, the president of basketball operations for the Lakers, General Manager Rob Pelinka presented a drafted contract. Magic Johnson glanced at Lin Yifun's contract and, with indignation, declared that they could simply offer him a formal player contract. Pelinka raised an eyebrow, expressing that the team was already saturated with young assets, making it unfeasible. Magic Johnson stood up resolutely, insisting, "Do as I say. He is merely an undrafted player, and being of Asian descent, even if he possesses some basketball intelligence, he is unlikely to have any real potential." Pelinka voiced his candid thoughts. After a brief pause, Magic Johnson asserted emphatically, "I believe his talent is extraordinary." Reluctantly, Pelinka nodded, suggesting, "What we lack in the team right now is not talent. With the off-season training camp approaching, perhaps we can observe Lin Yifun a bit longer. This is merely my personal recommendation. The so-called two-way contract is a brief 45-day agreement that allows participation in team training and games. After 45 days, the team can decide to either renew the formal contract or release the player." Magic Johnson raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What if Lin Yifun is not released by the team the day before the regular season begins?" Pelinka replied, "His contract would then convert to a formal one." However, Pelinka harbored deep skepticism about whether this Asian lad could endure until the commencement of the regular season. At that moment, Lin Yifun arrived at the Lakers' headquarters at the Staples Center. He was required to undergo essential medical examinations and data testing prior to signing the contract, and surprisingly, the individual conducting the test was of Chinese descent. "Hello, Lin, I am Judy," said the lady, appearing to be in her 40s, adorned with black-rimmed glasses and a perpetual smile. Perhaps due to her Asian heritage, Lin Yifun felt an immediate sense of familiarity with Judy. Following this, he underwent various measurements and physical tests. Name: Lin Yifun. Height: 213 centimeters. Weight: 96 kilograms. Wingspan: 221 centimeters. Standing reach: 282 centimeters. Running reach: 322 centimeters. Vertical jump: static 58 centimeters. Vertical jump: running 68 centimeters. 100-meter sprint: 11 seconds. Body fat percentage: 14.8. Draft position: undrafted. Reference template: Bowl. Lin Yifun noticed with concern that his weight had increased from 95 kilograms to 96 kilograms. Could it be due to his recent indulgences in hamburgers? Nevertheless, upon observing the data, Judy frowned slightly. "Hey, kid, I have seen plenty of athletes' physical test data, but yours is quite unique." Lin Yifun pondered. "Could it be too good? Your potential for improvement is substantial. Your speed and agility are commendable, placing you above average among tall players. However," Judy continued, "I need to clarify a few questions, and you must answer truthfully. Do you often eat hamburgers? Cough. Indulge occasionally. Do you drink cola? Cough. Occasionally partake." Judy inquired while taking notes. "That won't do. You must refrain from junk food. I actually wish to gain weight. If you aspire to increase your weight, it is imperative to consult a body management expert or a nutritionist." "A nutritionist?" Judy, noticing Lin Yifun's handsome and refined features, felt an unusual sense of warmth towards him. Thus she took extra care. "If you require assistance, I could certainly recommend one of my students. You need not worry about the cost. They are all in the internship phase and charge modest fees, which the team can easily cover." Judy maintained a perpetual smile, seemingly able to perceive Lin Yifun's innermost thoughts. "Remember, do not consume junk food again." Lin Yifun was well aware that mindless eating was not the path to gaining weight. Judy earnestly advised him, stating that gaining weight necessitates a scientific approach. Reckless attempts may result in the loss of your inherent agility. Furthermore, you should frequent the strength training facility to build some muscle. Judy Saito, in fact, serves as the Lakers' dedicated Chinese physiotherapist. As the NBA's first full-time female physiotherapist, she is hailed as an outstanding talent in the field of physical therapy. At 48 years old, Judy has dedicated over 20 years to the Lakers, aiding the team in securing 5 championships. Simultaneously, she was the personal physiotherapist for superstar Kobe Bryant, devoted to maintaining his health throughout his career. Additionally, she is a medical professor at the University of California, Los Angeles. After completing the tests, Lin Yifun promptly rushed to the strength training facility, as he needed to refresh his training value. It takes 2 full days of training to earn a single training value, with a conversion rate of 1 to 2 for attribute points. This system operates at a glacial pace. Earning merely 20 or 30 points a day is quite stimulating. Yet, the system offered no response. Heartless. Lin Yifun, nonetheless, diligently proceeded with his training. Judy gazed at Lin Yifun's retreating figure and couldn't help but exclaim, "What a diligent child." His industriousness truly reminds me of that fellow at the Lakers headquarters. In the general manager's office, Rob Pelinka had just received the player's physical assessment data. Curiously, Kurt Rambis, a former Lakers player and now a senior advisor for the NBA Lakers, picked up the data sheet to examine it. Rambis' wife, Linda, is a close friend of team owner Giannis Buss. Consequently, the Rambis couple often serves as private advisors, participating in the Lakers' management affairs. At times, Giannis Buss's trust in the Rambis couple surpasses that of other management members. Moreover, general manager Rob Pelinka has grown considerably closer to the Rambis couple. Rambis casually picked up Randall's physical assessment data and glanced at it. Name: Julius Randle. Height: 203 centimeters. Weight: 115 kilograms. Wingspan: 213 centimeters. Standing reach: 270 centimeters. Running reach: 352 centimeters. Vertical jump: 74 centimeters. Running jump: 90 centimeters. Body fat percentage: 9.7. Draft position: 7th overall. Draft comparison: Derek Coleman. Rambis remarked that while his physical attributes are not among the elite, they are commendable, noting that Julius seems to have shed some weight. He then picked up Lin Yifun's data sheet. Upon reviewing it, Rambis was taken aback. Is this the player we are signing to a two-way contract? Pelinka nodded helplessly. The height and wingspan seem decent, yet the athleticism is exceedingly subpar. One could easily find an NBA player who performs better. This is simply inadequate for NBA standards. Pelinka, you signed such a player for my dear friend Giannis? Rambis inquired. Glancing at Pelinka, Pelinka shrugged, expressing his own frustration. However, Magic insisted on this course of action. He is Magic. I hesitate to speak ill of him. But he does not heed my advice. Pelinka sounded quite aggrieved, recalling how this morning he had been scolded by Magic regarding the contract. Who believed that this Asian lad deserved a formal contract. Rambis could no longer contain himself. That fellow must be losing his mind. Linda interjected, Giannis, I believe it is time for you to take action. You cannot allow Magic to run amok like this. Giannis Buss appeared somewhat torn. I trust you both. Believing you have my and the Lakers' best interests at heart, Giannis stated. However, I have already made a commitment to Johnson, who told me he has identified a player of exceptional talent, a combination of LeBron and Durant. Upon hearing this, Rambis and Pelinka exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Ha ha. It seems Magic truly is losing his touch. Ha ha ha. A hybrid of LeBron and Durant? That is quite the imagination. Pelinka laughed heartily, adding, I even wagered with Magic that this kid wouldn't survive training camp. Magic insisted that before the regular season begins, we will secure a formal contract with Lin Yifan. With that, he feigned disbelief at Magic's audacity. Rambis chuckled, I'm with you on this, brother. I bet you'll win. In the president's office, Magic Johnson personally welcomed Lin Yifan and Jia Qiang. Lin Yifan, drenched in sweat from training upon arrival, surprised Magic, who thought to himself that this child is rather industrious. Now is the time for formal contract discussions. Old Jia proposed that the Lakers assist in covering the club's termination fee. However, Giannis Buss, heeding Rambis and Pelinka's counsel, declined to pay the $2 million buyout fee, stating that it was a matter for them to resolve. Magic expressed his own helplessness but endeavored to meet Lin Yifan's conditions. What other conditions do you have? I will do my utmost to accommodate. Lin Yifan pondered for a moment and inquired. Surely the cafeteria of your Lakers team offers an ample supply of meals, does it not? Chapter 9. Kobe's visit? The first day of training camp, what? Magic Johnson was taken aback by Lin Yifan's request. His agent, Jia Qiang, cursed under his breath, exclaiming, Can you not joke around and make a sensible suggestion? However, Lin Yifan maintained an expressionless demeanor, clearly not jesting. At present, I require scientific weight gain, thus I need the team to assign a medical advisor to me, he continued. Magic Johnson nodded, deeming it an easy request to fulfill. Additionally, Lin Yifan added, I need unrestricted access to the training facility. Of course, the training camp has already commenced, and you may utilize it at your convenience. Magic had not anticipated that all of Lin Yifan's demands during this negotiation would pertain to training. Having stated his requests, Lin Yifan signed the contract and stood to depart. There is nothing else. I shall continue my training now. Magic contemplated in his heart, realizing that Lin Yifan was indeed exceptional, not one to overlook. Meanwhile, Agent Jia had not found an opportunity to interject. He had expected Lin Yifan to seize this moment to discuss monetary matters, yet the young man had not mentioned finances at all. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. On successfully signing the NBA contract, an S-level treasure chest has been acquired. At that moment, Lin Yifan felt a surge of excitement. He promptly sat in the locker room and accessed the system. What kind of rewards does the S-level treasure chest hold? As he opened the chest, a golden light flashed in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have acquired Kevin Durant's crossover skill. What? Durant's crossover? This particular move is one of Kevin Durant's signature maneuvers. Lin Yifan was exhilarated at the thought. Standing at approximately 2.11 meters tall, having intentionally reported a few centimeters shorter, Durant possesses long arms akin to Lin Yifan's. Despite his height and wingspan, Durant exhibits an extraordinary dribbling and directional change ability, showcasing guard-like dribbling finesse. Incredible! The skill card is bound to the host. Lin Yifan felt an electric current coursing through him as images flooded his mind, replaying from various angles. A slender player clad in the number 35 jersey rhythmically dribbled the ball between his legs. His weight shifted left as his left shoulder followed with a feint. Then came a crossover step, moving the ball from left to right, with a seamless shift in balance. With no extraneous flair. A swift change of direction or acceleration cleanly outmaneuvered the opponent. The imagery played repeatedly in his mind until he noticed a new skill bar appearing beneath his attributes, featuring a badge inscribed with the letters KD. Is that it? Such an extraordinary move. Lin Yifan could hardly contain his eagerness to showcase the skill. He hoped for an opportunity to do so in tomorrow's training camp. As he contemplated, the clock struck 6 in the evening, and the staff at the training facility began to leave. As the night deepened and only the moonlight remained, Lin Yifan heard the voice of the system. Congratulations, host. For completing the training duration, you are rewarded with 1 training point. The unrelenting training left Lin Yifan utterly exhausted. The magician had arranged for him an apartment near the stadium, where he shared living quarters with his agent, Jia Qiang. Upon returning to the apartment, Lin Yifan noticed Jia Qiang sleeping soundly and glanced at the clock, which read 11:30, dragging his weary body back home. He hurried through his nightly routine and collapsed onto his bed, opening the system panel to check his attributes: speed, 85-85, agility, 85-85, jump, 56-80, stamina, 52-80, strength, 47-80. Lin Yifan converted 1 training point into 2 strength attributes, raising his strength from 47-80 to 49-80. Yet, he felt no remarkable change. Shouldn't there be some muscle twitching or a sensation akin to an electric shock? It seemed that his attributes were still too low. The continuous strength training even infiltrated his dreams, where he found himself lifting weights. At 4 o'clock the following morning, Lin Yifan inexplicably woke up. Perhaps it was due to excessive excitement or the pressure of accumulating training points within a 24-hour period. Regardless, upon waking, Lin Yifan dressed himself. Perhaps thanks to the system's enhancement, after a brief rest, he felt utterly invigorated instead of fatigued. He made his way directly to the training facility. With 3 months remaining until the NBA regular season, Lin Yifan desired more training time to accumulate additional training points, hoping to achieve NBA-level strength by the start of the preseason. Moreover, today marked the commencement of the Lakers training camp. He pondered what training activities would be on the agenda. As he approached the Lakers training facility, he noticed something peculiar. The lights were on. Curiosity piqued, he entered the venue, only to be greeted by none other than Kobe Bryant. Beside him stood a young lady in a number 2 jersey, whose resemblance to Kobe was striking. Despite his retirement, Kobe Bryant had maintained impressive physical condition and frequently visited the Lakers training facility to work out. Years of habit had seemingly instilled a sense of routine in him. On this day, the Lakers management had invited Kobe to offer guidance as the training camp began, and he had chosen to arrive at the gym at 4 in the morning, bringing his daughter Gigi along to train, primarily to assist her. Kobe was taken aback to encounter a player training at such an hour. "Hey, little brother." His voice resonated, deep and magnetic. Gigi playfully chimed in. "Hey, little brother." Kobe shot a bemused look at her, prompting Lin Yifan to chuckle. "Hey, Black Mamba and Little Mamba." Gigi pouted. "I don't like the name Little Mamba." Kobe often exudes a certain aloofness, yet he possesses a particular fondness for dedicated players who demonstrate diligence in training. "Are you the new rookie for the Lakers?" "I don't believe I've seen you before," he inquired. "I am Lin Yifan, here to participate in the Lakers training camp." Surprised, Kobe nodded with interest, expressing his anticipation for the young man's performance. Gigi, cradling a basketball, imitated Kobe's tone, saying, "I have high hopes for you, little brother." Kobe emanated an undeniable aura. Despite having never encountered this Asian player before, he felt an unusually favorable impression. "What a remarkable young lad," Kobe mused. After a brief exchange of greetings, Lin Yifan hurried off to the strength training room. Once he departed, Gigi turned to Kobe, asking, "Dad, It seems you have taken a liking to little Lynn, haven't you? Kobe raised an eyebrow, neither confirming nor denying her observation. Gigi then articulated her father's sentiment. There exists someone in this world who shares your affection for Los Angeles at 4 in the morning. Gigi had evidently inherited Kobe's spirit, as the father-daughter duo shared an unspoken understanding. From the window of the strength room, Lin Yifan caught a glimpse of Kobe gracefully shooting hoops, with Gigi fully engaged. Perspiring profusely, seizing the moment, he commenced his own strength training regimen. By 9 in the morning, the Lakers players began to arrive at the gymnasium. Head coach Luke Walton announced the morning's training agenda, revealing that an intra-team scrimmage would take place due to Kobe's presence. The excitement among the players was palpable. Many of the current Lakers had participated in Kobe's final retirement tour the previous year, including Randall and Ingram, both of whom had witnessed greatness firsthand. The management, eager for Kobe to impart wisdom to the younger players, also attended the event. Meanwhile, Lin Yifan was in the locker room, accessing the system to check his training statistics, noting that he had already been training for over 4 hours. At that moment, Julius Randle entered the locker room, fortuitously finding his locker adjacent to Lin Yifan's. Well, if at ISNT the rookie. Randle scoffed, dismissing the newcomer who had secured a contract with only a few passes. He recalled Lin Yifan's performance in the Summer League, feeling a twinge of discomfort. After all, they both played in the front court, and the attention Lin Yifan received from management only fueled Randle's irritation. Hey, rookie. Don't forget to tidy up my shoes after the game, Randle said, his tone dripping with condescension. In the NBA, it is customary for rookies to assist veterans by handling their equipment, such as shoes and locker organization, and sometimes even endure pranks. However, Randle's derisive tone was clearly provocative, leaving Lin Yifan with no favorable impression. I have no intention of touching your stinky shoes. Lin Yifan retorted coldly. You novice, what are you saying? Do you not wish to survive in this realm? Randle's eyes, as round as potatoes, fixated on Lin Yifan. Yet, Lin Yifan exhibited no semblance of fear upon his countenance. In fact, he displayed no emotional fluctuation whatsoever as he continued to tie his shoelaces. Randle's tone escalated. Remember, you are but a rookie. Make sure to clean my shoes. I shall not be responsible for anyone's foul footwear. However, if you desire, you may assist me. Randle rose abruptly, baring his torso, seemingly poised to throw a punch. Kuzma, who had just entered the locker room, was oblivious to the commotion and rushed forward to embrace Randle. Hey, buddy, relax. Chill out. Randle's eyes widened, brimming with fury. Let me make this clear, rookie. In this locker room, I, Randle, am the one in charge. Unperturbed, Lin Yifan calmly replied. The contest takes place on the court, not within the confines of the locker room. Chapter 10. What actions can a center perform? Part 1. Inside the Lakers training facility. A heated intra-squad scrimmage is about to commence. The presence of Kobe Bryant ignites an extraordinary atmosphere within the arena. Remarkably, it has been merely over a year since this basketball legend retired. During this time, he devoted a significant portion of his life to his family, particularly to his second daughter, Gigi, who was seen as the heir to his basketball aspirations. In addition, Kobe engaged in numerous basketball-related endeavors. At this moment, he is preparing for his NBA video analysis show, Detail, which amalgamates the wealth of his basketball knowledge and experience. It can be said that Kobe now possesses an almost instantaneous ability to identify players' shortcomings on the court. This very insight is what persuaded Rob Pelinka to convince Giannis to invite Kobe to mentor the younger players. However, Kobe harbors a disdain for the current management of the team. Yet, given that Pelinka has always been Kobe's agent, his persistent invitations certainly warrant a response from Kobe. What Kobe finds unappealing are the individuals surrounding Giannis. At this juncture, the Rambus couple, accompanied by Giannis, arrives. Kobe, alongside Gigi, greets the Lakers management with a calm nod before embracing Magic Johnson. Luke Walton, the head coach of the team, shares a handshake and shoulder bump with Kobe. The two were teammates, having won NBA championships together in the 2008 to 2009 and 2009 to 10 seasons. While Walton's performance as a player was rather unremarkable, his coaching career has shown considerable promise. He began as an assistant coach with the Golden State Warriors in the 2014-15 season, clinching an NBA championship in his first year. The following year, he succeeded Alvin Gentry as the Warriors' lead assistant. During the 2015 season, while head coach Steve Kerr was sidelined due to injury, Walton led the team to an impressive 24-game winning streak, positioning them atop the league standings. This success is what ultimately enabled him to secure a $25 million coaching contract with the Lakers. Nevertheless, Walton currently feels the weight of pressure from the upper management. The training camp has barely commenced, yet it has already attracted significant attention. Reports frequently surface regarding Walton's precarious job security. His inaugural season as head coach in 2016 was far from ideal, yielding a disheartening record of 26 wins and 56 losses, placing the team 14th in the Western Conference. Thus, while Walton appears composed, he is eager to validate his capabilities. On the sidelines, various media outlets from Los Angeles have gathered, and Kobe's presence adds further intrigue to their coverage. Of course, with the sound of the whistle, all eyes shift to the players on the court. Walton divides the players into Team A and Team B. Team A comprises veteran players, including center Lopez, power forward Randall, small forward Ingram, and a backcourt featuring Jordan Clarkson and Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. Team B is composed of this year's rookies, including center Ivica Zubac, power forward Thomas Bryant, small forward Kyle Kuzma, and guards Lonzo Ball and Alex Caruso. Lin Yifan, serving as a substitute for Team B, sits on the bench. Luke Walton's coaching style essentially mirrors the Warriors' intricate passing system. Adapted for the Lakers, Julius Randle, the power forward for Team A, has been entrusted with significant responsibilities by Walton, akin to Draymond Green's role with the Warriors, facilitating playmaking and passing. However, Randle has traditionally preferred attacking the basket rather than orchestrating plays from the top of the arc. He thrives on driving through defenses and engaging physically in the paint. His draft profile resembled that of Memphis Grizzlies' Zach Randolph. Yet he lacks Randolph's post-up prowess and soft shooting touch. After a season of Walton's motivational coaching, Randle has been molded into the offensive linchpin, gradually embracing his current role. Who would relish the sensation of commanding the game? In truth, Randle's passing skills are mediocre, far inferior to Green's, and he increasingly drifts away from the paint, often leading to turnovers with his erratic ball handling. Brandon Ingram has found himself marginalized, reduced to merely a spot-up shooter within Walton's system. Jordan Clarkson exemplifies the unpredictable player, sometimes lost within the passing scheme. This disarray contributed to the team's dismal performance last year. However, Team A, having undergone a year of development, exhibits a more organized play style, bolstered by a greater psychological ease than the rookies, maintaining a consistent lead. In contrast, Team B, composed entirely of newcomers, appears rather reactive, relying solely on ball's facilitation to scrape together points. At the end of the first quarter, Team A leads by 12 points, 30-18. The intensity of this scrimmage has been palpable, with players engaging in fierce competition. As the second quarter begins, Randle, fatigued from exertion, is substituted for the 6 feet 9 inches Larry Nance Jr., a quintessential blue-collar player. Meanwhile, Zubac exits due to foot discomfort, making way for Lin Yifan. Kobe glances toward the court, noting, "My little brother is in." Rob Pelinka, somewhat bewildered, questions little brother? That yellow-skinned kid? Rambis adds to Jeannie Buss, "I recall seeing his workout metrics yesterday. It was utterly hilarious." As he gestures an exaggerated jump resembling a matchbox, laughter erupts among the management, particularly from Rambis and Pelinka, who seem to anticipate Lin's potential missteps on the court. Kobe shakes his head, insisting, "You can't say that about my little brother." He comments, "Now is the perfect moment for Team B to close the gap." Magic Johnson nods in agreement, recognizing it as Lin's opportunity to shine. Unlike the management, Team B's players do not view Lin with skepticism. Having developed a sense of trust in him after the Summer League Finals, they feel reassured, as if fortified by a calming presence. At this juncture, Team B had discerned the defensive vulnerabilities of Team A, particularly focusing on the towering Lopez beneath the basket. Lin Yifan proactively sought out Ball at the arc for a pick-and-roll, given that Ball had already accrued 8 points in this match. While Lin Yifan had been rather ineffective in scoring, both Clarkson and Lopez shifted their attention to Ball. In a moment of precision, Ball delivered a bounce pass to the now-open Lin Yifan, who stood just beyond the three-point line, entirely unguarded within a 2-meter radius. A vast expanse of space. It would be remiss not to take the shot. With no defenders in sight, Lin Yifan launched a three-pointer. Air ball. A chorus of disapproving murmurs erupted from the stands, as he managed to miss entirely. On the sidelines, Randle laughed heartily, slapping his thigh in amusement. "I knew this kid couldn't shoot." It turns out, prior to the game, Randle had already cautioned Team A's players, advising them to leave Lin Yifan open, as he would merely pass and not attempt to score. "It seems I need not take to the court." Haha. Randle's laughter echoed from the bench, prompting chuckles from the team management as well. This shooting form appears irredeemable. To miss a wide-open shot like that is quite telling, remarked Rambus. Pelinka glanced at Genie, acknowledging that signing such a player was a misstep on their part. The Magic Man could barely maintain his composure upon witnessing such a display. Kobe, unable to bear the sight, covered his eyes with his hands, questioning whether he had misjudged the talent. This young man is indeed diligent, yet his fundamentals, particularly his shooting technique, seemed profoundly flawed. Meanwhile, Gigi shouted encouragement from the sidelines. Go Lin. His teammate Kuzma approached to offer consolation, patting Lin Yifan on the shoulder. Interestingly, Kuzma, who had only managed a mere 2 points himself, felt a twinge of urgency. His own 3-point attempts were yet to find their mark, as he struggled to find good shooting opportunities against Ingram's lengthy defense. On the court, Tima suddenly lacked a facilitator, rendering their gameplay chaotic. Even the most gifted players can become stifled within a rigid tactical framework. The Warriors' intricate motion offense demands a high basketball IQ, necessitating extensive tactical movement and off-ball screens. Ingram found himself ill-equipped to adapt, as a simple hesitation dribble could have resolved the situation. Yet, under the directives of coach Luke Walton, he played awkwardly. Clarkson faced similar challenges. Chapter 11. What actions can a center perform? Indeed, after Randall departed the court, Team A became disorganized. They failed to execute their tactics for 2 consecutive possessions, ultimately resorting to a hasty shot within the final 24 seconds. This moment presented a prime opportunity to close the gap. Lin, I'm counting on you. My shooting touch is on fire. Kuzma shot him a glance. Lin Yifan felt an unspoken connection. He boldly stepped forward to set a screen for Ball, while Clarkson and Bigelow of Team A focused on defending Ball. Upon receiving the pass, Ball delivered the ball to the open Lin Yifan with pinpoint accuracy. Another open shot. The instant Lin Yifan made contact with the ball, he activated his heightened court vision. He executed a shooting feint, leading everyone to believe he was about to take another shot. Unmarked. Suddenly, Lin Yifan surged forward, dribbling toward the basket. Was he going for a layup? At that moment, all eyes were on him, marveling at how naturally he dribbled, reminiscent of a guard. Devoid of the usual rigidity associated with centers, gifted with a point guard skill set, Lin Yifan possessed not only a perfect passing ability but also ball handling skills akin to a guard. With the system activated, his ball handling prowess had reached a commendable 70. While such a figure might not be particularly high among elite point guards, it was remarkably impressive for a center standing at 2.11 meters, especially considering the scarcity of agile big men. Furthermore, his ball handling talent was rated at 80, coupled with a significant enhancement in his speed and agility attributes. Lin Yifan's speed and agility had now reached the maximum talent value of 85. This level was already on par with NBA backup point guards. And in the realm of centers, such speed and agility were truly rare. As Lin Yifan dribbled with the finesse of a guard, spectators on the sidelines were astonished. This individual possessed such fluid ball handling skills? Wasn't he a center? How could he maintain such a low center of gravity? Witnessing a center dribble like this sent shivers down my spine. Reporters at the sidelines, seasoned by numerous NBA spectacles, found this performance unprecedented. The players on the court were equally taken aback by Lin Yifan's dribbling. As he approached the basket, preparing for a layup, Team A's players instinctively shifted toward the rim to defend. The closer one gets to the hoop, the higher the shooting percentage, no matter how weak he might be. If left unguarded, a layup would surely find its mark. Ingram leaped to block the shot. Standing at 2.03 meters, Ingram, nicknamed Little Durant, moved with remarkable speed. Furthermore, his wingspan reached an astonishing 2.21 meters, matching Lin Yifan's height. It appeared he was poised to deliver a thunderous rejection. Yet, Lin Yifan remained composed, continuing his layup motion. At the moment of release, Gigi could hardly bear to watch and closed her eyes. In that instant, the basketball soared high, just clearing Ingram's fingertips. No, this was not a layup. It was, astonishingly, a pass. Lin Yifan executed a deceptive fake shot followed by a high lob pass. Kuzma, who had been lying in wait on one side, leaped high into the air, delivering a powerful dunk. Bam! An alley-oop slam. Kuzma hung on the rim, igniting a wave of cheers from the crowd. Lin Yifan had already keenly observed his teammates' movements, delivering the perfect alley-oop pass with impeccable timing. Aunt Jeannie on the bench rose to her feet, applauding. Well done. This young Kuzma is quite impressive. Oh, I mean, he made an excellent choice. The B-team players were also inspired by this spectacular dunk, their spirits rekindled. Great pass. Lin. Kuzma beamed with joy, fist-bumping Lin Yifan. The other players joined in, exchanging high-fives with Kuzma and Lin Yifan in celebration. Kobe, standing beside Gigi, made a playful face, explaining, "Did you see that? Basketball is a team sport. And passing is truly captivating." Hearing Kobe utter those words felt somewhat peculiar. Magic nodded in agreement, affirming that he had not misjudged the talent. If the Lakers continued to employ the Warriors' passing and cutting system, their future rested on the shoulders of Lin Yifan, Ball, and Ingram. On the A team, Randall grew increasingly restless. "Let me handle this rookie." It was evident to everyone that once he exited the game, the team's offense fell into disarray. In no time, the B team had closed the gap in the score, 30-28. The B team scored 10 consecutive points, all stemming from Ball and Lin Yifan's pick-and-roll plays. With two adept passers on the court, the rest of the team simply awaited their scoring opportunities. Kuzma contributed an emphatic dunk, 2 three-pointers, totaling 8 points, while Thomas Bryant added a dunk, all assisted by Lin Yifan. "Isn't Lin's skill level supposed to be quite low?" Linda Rambis inquired about her husband. Jeannie's eyes sparkled with delight, transforming into heart-shaped orbs. "So handsome. Both Kuzma and Lin are incredibly charming, aren't they?" Linda nodded in agreement, causing the older ladies to feel a flutter of excitement. On the bench, Randall was vociferously demanding to return to the court. "Didn't you just come off? You need to rest," Walton interjected. "I'm ready. I can't wait to face Lin Yifan." Randall was eager to go head-to-head with the rookie. After a timeout, Randall replaced Brook Lopez. To be frank, Lopez's slow footwork turned him into a defensive liability when faced with the opposing guards. Now that Randall was on the court, the A team transformed into a small ball lineup. Standing at 2.03 meters, Randall took the center position, with the similarly sized Nance and Ingram flanking him. This was the Lakers' front line, composed entirely of agile athletes over 2 meters tall, resembling the Lakers' version of a 5-small lineup. Before stepping onto the court, Randall gripped the basketball tightly, slamming it down with all his might. Thud, thud, thud. The mere sound was enough to send a thrilling shockwave through the arena. Randall weighs 113 kilograms, though his actual weight is approximately 118 kilograms. His explosive power is remarkable. Prior to his entry into the NBA, he relied heavily on sheer brute force to play the game. However, under the tutelage of Luke Walton, he began to engage more in ball handling, passing, and shooting. When Randall becomes overly zealous, he tends to fall into a chaotic playing style, clearly fueled by anger and intent on demonstrating his prowess against Lin Yifan. He disregards the coach's directives regarding ball organization and instead demands the ball in the low post, seeking to back down Lin Yifan. Despite possessing average low post skills, Randall exploits his weight advantage and exceptional strength, bulldozing his way from the free throw line into the paint. With a series of powerful thrusts, Lin Yifan feels a sharp pain in his chest as he is pushed towards the basket. Randall aims to shoot from the left side, being a left-handed player, which makes it highly probable that his shots beneath the basket will come from that angle. Yet, Lin Yifan stands resolute, utilizing his height to raise his arms high, denying Randall any space to shoot. In a moment of desperation, Randall lowers his center of gravity and makes another aggressive move. The basketball slams onto the ground with force, and simultaneously, his right elbow swings around, knocking Lin Yifan to the floor. The referee nearby signals an offensive foul. Randall has audaciously struck Lin Yifan in the face with his elbow, and fresh blood begins to flow from Lin's mouth. "Well done," shouts Rambis from the management seats, exclaiming that this is the essence of basketball. As he speaks, Rambis raises his fist in excitement. "Is this a fight or a game?" Linda Rambis, hearing her husband declare this a beautiful play, begins to express her outrage. "This is merely a practice match. Can we tone down the intensity?" On the court, Randall shows no signs of remorse, instead flaunting his muscles. Chapter 12. What moves can a center execute? Part 2. Kuzma rushed to Lin Yifan's side, inquiring about his well-being. Lin Yifan wiped the blood from his mouth, a terrifying smile unexpectedly gracing his face. Observing this expression, Kuzma feared that the previous collision had caused some grave injury. "Are you all right, Lin?" His teammates gathered around to assist him. At that moment, Lin Yifan was utterly incensed by Randall. "I'm fine. Give me the ball in the next possession." Despite his fury, Lin Yifan maintained his composure. "I will obliterate Randall." A palpable aura of menace emanated from his gaze, sending a chill down the spines of his teammates. Was Lin Yifan truly poised to wreak havoc? In the stands, Kobe was also fixated on Lin Yifan's condition. Upon witnessing Lin Yifan's cold, steely gaze, Kobe felt as if he were looking at a younger version of himself, teeth clenched in determination. "This is going to be a spectacle," Kobe mused. This young man was indeed a Mamba Slayer. You had better never awaken a Mamba Slayer. As the offensive play commenced, Lin Yifan positioned himself at the top of the arc, signaling for the ball. Randall, standing 2 steps away, allowed Lin Yifan the opportunity to shoot. However, Lin Yifan refrained from taking the shot. Instead, he raised the basketball high with one hand, signaling for space. His teammates prudently spread out to the 3-point positions. What? This kid intends to take me one-on-one? Randall was initially taken aback, then erupted into a derisive laugh. You? A rookie? Take me on? Just look at your physique. You have no offensive prowess. Ignoring Randall's taunts, Lin Yifan caught the ball, lowered his center of gravity, and began dribbling. Randall also lowered his stance, preparing to defend. At this moment, all teammates had spread out. One-on-one. This kid has guts, Magic Johnson remarked with a smile. When you're bullied on the court, you must retaliate with your performance. Kobe nodded in agreement, just as he had anticipated. Lin Yifan then commenced dribbling between his legs, each movement suggesting he was about to break through at any moment, rhythmically shifting his weight. Is this something a center can do? Spectators gasped in astonishment. Having already been impressed by Lin Yifan's fluid ball handling, they were now utterly astounded to witness him executing the moves of a rhythm maestro, leaving defenders utterly perplexed about his intentions. Standing at 2.11 meters tall, maintaining a remarkably low center of gravity while rhythmically dribbling, his weight shifting from side to side, Kobe suddenly squinted, recognizing the familiarity of the movements. Could it be? Although Randall was somewhat surprised, he remained unconvinced that this rookie could execute any noteworthy maneuvers. Spare me the theatrics, one-on-one? Maybe in your next life. Randall was certain that Lin Yifan lacked the ability to score with the ball. Consequently, he aggressively pressured Lin Yifan, mirroring his dribbling movements and adjusting his defensive stance accordingly. Yet Lin Yifan remained unperturbed under the relentless pressure from Randall. As a power forward, Randall possessed strength but lacked agility. At this moment, Lin Yifan's ball handling skills were at a commendable NBA caliber, allowing him to effectively engage in a mismatch against Randall. This positioned Lin Yifan favorably to counter Randall's defense. He dribbled backward, creating a bit of space. In that instant, he sank his body weight to the left while simultaneously executing a shoulder feint. Following this, he made a swift crossover, transitioning the basketball from his left to right side as he shifted his weight. With an impressive wingspan of 2.21 meters, he crafted an almost 2-meter dribble illusion right before Randall. Randall, caught off balance by the deceptive movements, ultimately lost his footing, twisting his left ankle at a 90-degree angle, and fell backward. An audible gasp of astonishment arose from the bench. Lin Yifan had managed to outmaneuver Randall. Without any unnecessary embellishments, Lin Yifan simply changed direction or accelerated, directly targeting his opponent's ankle. My goodness! Even Kobe could hardly believe his eyes. Yet he had witnessed such moves countless times before. This was the kind of play that only Kevin Durant could execute with such finesse. There was no mistaking it. This was undeniably Durant's crossover. And at that very moment, the one executing this move was none other than a rookie newcomer, Lin Yifan. This young man was indeed extraordinary. Kobe couldn't help but express his admiration. Is it possible for a player of such stature to perform a crossover as terrifying as Durant's? Having broken through Randall's defense, Lin Yifan found himself unopposed beneath the basket, took off, and executed a delicate underhand layup. The score was tied. In an instant, the Lakers' management echoed with exclamations of awe. Rambis was utterly flabbergasted, rendered speechless in disbelief. It was as if Kevin Durant himself had possessed Lin Yifan. How could someone of such height lower their center of gravity so adeptly? The fluidity of his movements and the subtlety of his weight shifts were astonishing. He required no screens, simply executing a one-on-one maneuver. Pelinka was left agape. Linda Rambis had completely shifted her allegiance, rising alongside Jeannie Buss, waving her arms enthusiastically, showing no signs of being a woman in her 50s. Great play. Beautiful play. Lin. Absolutely stunning. Meanwhile, the reporters at the sidelines, initially eager to interview Kobe and gain his insights on the young Lakers players, found themselves questioning one another. Who is this guy? He looks like a center. Does anyone have information on Lin? When did the Lakers sign him? How can he perform a crossover like KD? As the stunned onlookers finally noticed Randall, who lay on the floor clutching his ankle in agony, writhing in pain, the referee halted the game. Randall was carried off the court as medical personnel rushed to assess the situation. At this moment, the individual was consumed by pain, completely devoid of the arrogance displayed earlier. The medical personnel swiftly determined that he had twisted his ankle while defending, necessitating a subsequent CT scan to ascertain the extent of the injury. This truly marked a devastating blow to his ankle. Reporters below engaged in lively discussions, expressing their astonishment. Just moments ago, his passing showcased court vision reminiscent of LeBron. Yet now he executed moves as elusive as Durant's. Could this truly be an undrafted rookie? This young man is nothing short of a fusion of LeBron and Durant. The match continued, but Randle could not return to the court due to injury. The medical team assessed that the twisting motion was minor. However, Randle's excessive force during defense, combined with his lack of balance and considerable weight, exacerbated the sprain, necessitating at least 2 weeks of observation. Following Randle's exit, Team A suffered consecutive defeats. Kobe observed with keen interest. From the moment Lin Yifan entered the game, Team B's momentum shifted dramatically. In him, I perceived the Mamba mentality, the essence of a true leader. Ultimately, the game concluded with Team B's triumph, a surprising victory over the meticulously crafted lineup of Luke Walton. The head coach, Luke Walton, appeared somewhat disconcerted. Kobe understood that Walton's implementation of the Warriors' small ball lineup with the current Lakers was evidently unsuitable. A genuine small ball lineup should consist of 5 players capable of driving, shooting, and passing. In this configuration, Randle, as the core, was far too unstable. The player who truly fit this core role should be Lin Yifan. No, it would be more accurate to say, the future Lin Yifan. After the game, Kobe exchanged thoughts with Magic Johnson, discovering surprising similarities in their perspectives. In this 19-year-old Asian youth, I glimpsed the Lakers' future. Kobe, typically reticent in offering praise, nodded in acknowledgement. A significant endorsement. Upon reflecting on the match, I felt Lin must develop a certain shooting ability. Otherwise, he risks becoming a void on the offensive end, rendering his team effectively 4 against 5. Magic chuckled and suggested that perhaps a stern mentor should be enlisted to guide Lin Yifan. He then glanced at Kobe. Chapter 13, Becoming Kobe's Disciple. To everyone's surprise, Kobe shared the same sentiment as Magic Johnson. Lin Yifan, this young lad, must enhance his shooting practice. So, Kobe, are you interested? Magic raised an eyebrow with a smile. Kobe grasped the underlying implication of the statement. It was clear that he was being asked to assist in training Lin Yifan. However, while smiling, he appeared contemplative, non-committal. Perhaps my schedule is too tight. Magic Johnson, not allowing Kobe to continue, knew he needed to provide another compelling reason for Kobe to acquiesce. Hey, Kobe, let's make a bet, Magic proposed. Kobe frowned, taken aback by the sudden suggestion. What? Are you afraid? Magic shrugged, feigning indifference. If you're scared of losing, then so be it. Instantly, Kobe's competitive spirit was ignited. All right. What are we betting on? Magic pretended to be serious, stating, I bet Lin Yifan won't develop his offensive skills. Kobe shook his head vigorously. No. His basketball IQ is exceptional. He possesses great skills. He will surely succeed. Magic swiftly echoed Kobe's words. Then it's up to you to nurture him. Realization dawned on Kobe, and he recognized that he had fallen into a trap. That damned competitive spirit. Magic Johnson chuckled triumphantly. However, he continued, I've heard that your training methods are rather intense, akin to devilish training. Kobe gazed at Magic, his expression questioning. What do you mean? Lin is merely a 19-year-old. Take it easy. Don't push him too hard. It turned out Magic was concerned that Lin Yifan might struggle to cope with Kobe's training regimen. Kobe chuckled, shaking his head. Leave that young lad to me. How I choose to train him is entirely my affair. Yet, Kobe then mentioned an early morning event. This morning, I intended to bring Gigi here for training. It's been a while since I trained at dawn. I merely wished for Gigi to experience it. Magic listened with keen interest. And then, I happened to encounter Lin Yifan. This kid came to train at such an early hour? Magic found it hard to believe. Kobe continued. Later in the morning, I bumped into Andy, who informed me during our conversation that Lin had trained until late last night. The facility staff waited for him until 11 o'clock before they could leave. Magic stood frozen, contemplating. Such rigorous training. Could Lin Yifan be a demon? At that moment, Magic realized that his previous concerns were utterly unfounded. In the team's locker room, Lin Yifan was examining the system. After the warm-up match, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his training points had significantly increased. It seemed that the earlier training camp games could also contribute to his training value. At that moment, the players in the locker room finished their showers, exchanged a few lighthearted jests, and gradually exited the arena. Lin Yifan, having changed into a fresh training outfit, intended to head to the training room to work on his strength. His training points were nearly maxed out for the day, yet Lin still felt it was insufficient. As he stepped out of the locker room, Magic Johnson awaited him at the entrance. "Hey, Lin. I heard from Kobe that you rise at the crack of dawn to train in the weight room. I find it difficult to sleep." While this may be the truth, it comes across as mere modesty. Such is the quintessential Chinese humility. Magic Johnson holds a fondness for this diligent and humble fellow. "Lin, there's something I'd like to inquire about your thoughts." Do you admire Kobe?" "Certainly." "Then I trust you wouldn't decline. Would you be willing to become Kobe's disciple?" "Become Kobe's disciple? What does that entail?" "During the training camp, we would invite Kobe to serve as an advisor, providing guidance to players like you." Magic explained. "Kobe as an advisor? So it would be a specialized training course with Kobe?" "You may interpret it that way." "I accept." Lin Yifan did not hesitate in the slightest. Only a fool would refuse, right? Magic Johnson nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, he had not misjudged this lad. Nowadays, there are few young players who possess both exceptional basketball intelligence and such diligence. Simultaneously noticing Lin Yifan had changed into training attire. "Are you heading for training?" "Yes. I'm off to the weight room for extra practice." Johnson appeared somewhat astonished. Today's scrimmage was quite intense, having just completed an intra-team warm-up. And it was merely the camp's first day. The other players had already returned home. "Lin, Haven T, we just finished a training match. I need to enhance my strength as soon as possible." Lin Yifan's response was unequivocal as he strode towards the weight room. Good heavens! Magic had never encountered someone so industrious. It was as if he were pushing himself to the brink. Just then, ding-dong. A voice echoed in Lin Yifan's mind. The system activated an additional task. Become Kobe's disciple, complete Kobe's specialized training, and the reward is an S-level skill package. Kobe's fadeaway jumper. Holy cow! Another S-level skill package. And a designated one at that. The Kobe shooting package. As beautiful as a painting? Lin Yifan was overjoyed. He yearned to participate in Kobe's specialized training immediately. Little did he know, a grueling regimen awaited him. At this moment, Lin Yifan could only think of how incredible Kobe's fadeaway move was, and obtaining the Kobe shooting package? For someone who has always idolized Kobe, it was an irresistible temptation. Furthermore, this presented an excellent opportunity to increase his training value. How would Kobe conduct such intense training? One couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. At 11 p.m., Lin Yifan was drenched in sweat within the training facility. He was quietly calculating his training duration. Finally, that's sufficient. The training value statistics circle finally closed. A total of 24 hours of training time. This includes scrimmages, strength training, shooting practice, and more, spanning nearly 2 days. Essentially, aside from eating and sleeping, he was engaged in basketball-related training. Ding dong. The system awarded him 1 training value. Would you like to convert it into attribute points? Yes. Lin Yifan saw the number 2 displayed on his attribute panel. Let us allocate it entirely to strength. At this moment, Lin Yifan was utterly exhausted, sprawled on the ground. However, upon noticing a slight increase in his strength, a smile crept onto his weary face. Under the cloak of night, he dragged his fatigued body back to his apartment. Once lying on his bed, he reopened his attribute panel. His strength had risen to 51. Examining his current dynamic attributes, he noted speed, 85-85, agility, 85-85, jumping, 56-80, stamina, 52-80, strength, 51-80. To be candid, his most significant advantages lay in speed and physical agility, without a doubt. Yet, apart from the meager strength value, the other attributes were rather ordinary. Furthermore, through the rigors of the training camp competition, Lin Yifan realized his offensive capabilities were alarmingly inadequate, particularly his three-point shooting. During the game, he even managed to produce a complete air ball. His close-range shooting ability stood at 65-80, mid-range at 75-80, and three-point at 55-80. A player devoid of shooting threats would find it exceedingly challenging to create opportunities for passing or driving. In basketball, the triad of offensive threats, shooting, driving, and passing, are interdependent and mutually influential. A robust performance in one area naturally enhances the others, while a deficiency invites defensive scrutiny. Lin Yifan understood this principle well. He had already acquired top-tier passing attributes, along with ball-handling skills that met NBA standards. With Durant's signature moves in his repertoire, his driving ability was commendable. When facing opponent centers or power forwards, he typically found himself in advantageous mismatches. If he could develop a reliable shooting technique, perhaps he could truly realize the essence of the 3 offensive threats in basketball. The journey ahead was indeed arduous. Lin Yifan closed the system, preparing to rest. The beauty of the system lay in its ability to alleviate the fatigue from training through sleep. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Lin Yifan's phone had received a text message. Who would text so late? Lin, this is Kobe. I will pick you up at 3 tomorrow. Kobe? A message from Kobe? He couldn't believe his eyes. In his excitement, Lin Yifan momentarily lost his composure, just as another message arrived. By the way, it's 3 in the morning. Don't get it wrong. Chapter 14. The grueling training from Kobe. At 3 a.m., the alarm clock blared. Lin Yifan sat up, stretching lazily. Indeed, he felt invigorated and refreshed. With the support of the system, Lin Yifan was maximizing the development of his physical potential. He could sense this transformation within himself. Upon rising, he felt an extraordinary strength coursing through his body, despite having only 4 to 5 hours of sleep. The system's reset allowed him to shake off the fatigue of his physical functions. After a quick splash of water on his face, he donned his training attire and stepped outside. Kobe Bryant was already waiting at Lin Yifan's doorstep. With a mere nod of acknowledgement, he exuded an aura of coolness that only Kobe could convey. Gigi, standing beside him, blinked playfully, as if to say, I'm quite accustomed to his demeanor by now. Just look at him, he's at it again. In contrast to his daughter's playful disposition, Kobe maintained a serious expression, gently patting Gigi on the head before addressing both of them. We need to make haste. Let's run to the training facility. Undoubtedly, Kobe Bryant was the epitome of seriousness during training, his demeanor reflecting utmost dedication. Lin Yifan was pleasantly surprised to find Gigi joining them for the workout. Having just begun her vacation, while other children were relishing their time off, she opted for intensive training. Much like her father, Gigi possessed a competitive spirit akin to his. At that moment, Gigi mischievously made a face at Lin Yifan. Hey, Lin, don't get left behind by my speed. With that, she took off running. Lin Yifan approached training with the same level of seriousness. Losing? Absolutely not. Hey, you can't cheat and take off early. Wait for me. Among the myriad of superstars in the NBA, Kobe undeniably represented relentless practice. There was a time when his knee was excruciatingly painful, prompting him to call Michael Jordan, whom Kobe had always regarded as a mentor and friend. Kobe was accustomed to reaching out to Jordan for advice or assistance. Through his trainer, Jordan learned that Kobe was overtraining himself excessively. Kobe's infamous 666 training regimen was daunting. 6 days a week, 6 hours each day, with 6 phases of grueling drills per hour. After training, he would often review game footage repeatedly. This was Kobe, the most diligent player in the NBA. His training regimen was more extensive than anyone else's, and his work ethic surpassed that of all his peers. He was consistently the last to leave the gym, practicing between 700 to 1,000 shots daily. In the 1996 draft, he was selected at the 13th position. While perhaps not the most gifted in terms of natural talent in the NBA, he was undoubtedly the one who practiced the hardest. In addition to his insatiable competitive spirit, he became a super idol in the hearts of a generation. In July, Los Angeles, the early morning air still held a slight chill. However, after running for a while, Lin Yifan had warmed up. The basketball court stood deserted. Upon flicking on the lights, they illuminated the Lakers emblem on the floor, casting a radiant purple and gold glow. Lin Yifan picked up the basketball, preparing to commence his shooting practice. Setting the ball down, he shook his head at Kobe. Although Lin Yifan was oblivious to Kobe's intentions, he complied nonetheless. We will begin with 2 hours of track training. Track training. Haven't we already run? Surely, we've completed our warm-up? Kobe shook his head. What they had done earlier hardly counted as formal training. Hearing this sent a chill through Lin Yifan. The thought of track training haunted him. Each second felt like a torment. The 6-hour grueling regimen of Kobe's training methods began with 2 hours dedicated to track. Indeed, running and jumping abilities form the very foundation of any sport, basketball included. Yet, track training is often regarded as the most tedious, testing both spirit and endurance. Nevertheless, Kobe firmly believed that track training was the most fundamental and crucial aspect of their preparation. Let us start with my favorite. Gigi appeared ready for action. What an extraordinary father-daughter duo. Observing the enthusiasm of the little girl, Lin Yifan felt compelled to muster his resolve. High knees, sprinting in place, 30-meter runs, 60-meter sprints, 100-meter dashes for 100-meter sprints, endurance runs. Finally, a grueling 18 laps of shuttle runs. Lin Yifan felt his lungs nearing explosion. Yet, Gigi seemed remarkably unfazed. Lin, you don't look so well? Lin Yifan managed to smile, gritting his teeth to endure. Oh, I'm perfectly fine. Kobe nodded, acknowledging their performance. Not bad for a first day. I didn't want to overdo it, but seeing how easily you're handling it, let us increase the intensity. Oh no, what a jinx I am. Lin Yifan thought, his inner turmoil clashing with his outward composure. Heaven, have mercy on me. Next, Kobe did not grant them a respite. Another set ensued. Single leg jumps, bounding leaps, split jumps, frog jumps, straight leg jumps, hurdle jumps, depth jumps, and finally, high reach exercises. Observing Lin Yifan's high jump performance, Kobe frowned. Lin, did you jump seriously? Or are you fatigued? Gigi chimed in teasingly. My grandmother jumps higher than you. Lin Yifan thought to himself, this is quite a challenge. After 2 hours of track training, Lin Yifan felt utterly exhausted. The intensity was overwhelming. On the court, he could occasionally take it easy, but here, there was no pause, with one exercise following another in quick succession. Hurry, onto ball training. With his energy nearly depleted, Lin Yifan rose. Kobe's basketball training commenced with 20 minutes of dribbling practice. Unlike earlier, when he constantly wore a frown, Kobe's expression now relaxed. Lin, your dribbling is quite impressive. You hardly resemble a big man. Seeing Lin Yifan dribble with the finesse of a point guard, Kobe expressed his satisfaction. Lower your center of gravity a bit more. Protect the ball, and be mindful of the defender's hand position. Despite this being Lin Yifan's forte, Kobe remains unwaveringly insistent on the finer details. After 20 minutes of dribbling practice, they swiftly transition into another 10 minutes of lateral movement drills. This is akin to a blend of track and field training. Though it is merely 10 minutes, Lin Yifan finds his arms too fatigued to lift. Next comes a grueling 90 minutes of high-intensity shooting practice. What? In this high-intensity regimen, Kobe delineates the court into 5 distinct zones, compelling Lin Yifan to progress from the low post to mid-range shots and finally to long-range three-pointers. Each position demands 100 successful shots before moving on to the next. Today, he must shoot at least 700 times. Kobe bellows. Meanwhile, Gigi has begun to establish a steady rhythm, swish after swish. The court resounds with the echoing sound of successful shots. Do not stop. Retrieve your own balls. Accelerate. 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 Lin, your shooting is truly appalling. Kobe's voice reverberates throughout the gym. Whoever completes today's shooting practice first shall be the first to dine. Gigi and Lin Yifan exchange glances, igniting a spirit of competition. Who will emerge as the ultimate victor? Ultimately, Gigi clearly triumphed. While Lin Yifan found himself stuck at the three-point line, his shooting woefully inadequate. After the shooting drills, Lin Yifan's back was thoroughly drenched, utterly exhausted on the court. He opened the system panel and noted that his training value gauge had progressed roughly 1/5 of the way. However, witnessing the increase in training experience significantly alleviated his fatigue. Glancing at the time, it was still only a little past 8 o'clock. The training experience had advanced so much already. Lin Yifan inquired, what training comes next? Shall we commence? Let's grab a bite first. Kobe checked the clock, and after a brief pause, we shall continue. See you in the weight room. Chapter 15, Private Health Manager? Encountering the senior again. At last, it's time to feast. After practicing from 3 in the morning until 8, Lin Yifan felt the pangs of hunger gnawing at him. He found it peculiar that since activating the system, his appetite had grown considerably, perhaps due to the immense energy expenditure his body was undergoing. Lost in thought, he was already nearing the Lakers' cafeteria. One must eat with enthusiasm. A lack of appetite signals a troubled mind. Life is all about feasting, and even in death, the spirit of feasting endures. Unable to contain his inner joy, Lin Yifan instinctively began to chant his feasting mantra. Suddenly, his phone rang. Hello? Hello. This is Judy. We've met before. Lin Yifan instantly recalled Judy Sevon, the one who had conducted his health examination. Judy Sevon, a Chinese-American therapist, is renowned as the most experienced physical therapist in the NBA, having served as Kobe's personal therapist and a medical professor at UCLA. Hey Lin, I'm just connecting with your health manager. We'll meet shortly. Judy's voice retained its warm tone. The prospect of having his very own health manager thrilled Lin Yifan. It seemed his weight gain plan would come to fruition sooner than anticipated, a truly exciting development. As the call ended, Lin Yifan had already filled his plate at the self-service counter. The meals at the Lakers cafeteria were quite satisfactory. Not only was the self-service abundant, but the variety of nutritious options was also impressive. He reminisced about the days when he casually settled for a pancake with an egg each morning. Now, this was a culinary delight. His recent appetite could only be described as astonishing. He casually grabbed 10 American burgers. Even the cafeteria manager marveled. I've never seen anyone eat so much. Lin Yifan devoured his food with fervor, almost like a whirlwind. Bring me another 10. I didn't savor the flavors before. The cafeteria manager glanced at him sideways, pondering whether this man's stomach was made of iron. Just as Lin Yifan was biting into a burger, Judy arrived with a girl by her side. Drop that burger. Judy and the girl exclaimed in unison, startling Lin Yifan into stillness. Judy, a bit flustered, admonished. Didn't I tell you? Gaining muscle isn't merely about eating indiscriminately, especially not junk food. As Lin Yifan looked up, he was astonished to see Judy alongside the girl. Could it be her? The girl standing next to Judy was none other than his senior, Lisa, whom he had encountered that very night. Before Judy could make the introduction, Lin Yifan cheerfully greeted, Hi, beautiful senior. What a pleasure to see you again. He smiled broadly and extended his hand. Lisa, however, merely smiled politely in return, saying, Hi, do you know each other? Judy inquired, slightly taken aback. Lin Yifan replied, We know each other. Lisa countered, We don't know each other. The two spoke almost in unison, leaving Judy utterly perplexed. So, do you know each other or not? Lisa had long been under the impression that he was Lin Shilu's boyfriend, which created a deliberate sense of distance between them. Upon learning that she was to serve as a health manager for a Lakers player, she was taken aback to discover that it was Lin Yifan. Nevertheless, for Lisa, embarking on her medical internship with the Los Angeles Lakers was an invaluable opportunity. This environment boasted state-of-the-art equipment and elite athletes as resources, enriching her medical experience immensely. Lisa would never relinquish such an internship lightly. Meanwhile, Lin Yifan was overjoyed. Judy had chosen her student to be Lin Yifan's personal health manager, and fortuitously, this individual was a stunning senior. Although Judy had initially intended to introduce them, it now seemed unnecessary. Today's youth possess an expansive social circle. Yet, Judy sensed an air of ambiguity in Lin Yifan's demeanor. Could it be that the two had previously had an intimate encounter? Her heart raced with concern, as such matters were strictly forbidden within the team. Fortunately, observing Lisa's somewhat frosty attitude reassured her. Perhaps they had dated and subsequently parted ways. It appeared to be just that. Judy pondered this for quite some time, musing about the complexities of youth. She then glanced at the fried chicken burger in Lin Yifan's hand, frowning as she admonished, Lin, haven't I told you? You must refrain from consuming junk food. Turning to Lisa, she continued, Lisa, I entrust him to you. Please manage Lin well. With that, she prepared to depart, stating, I'm off to meet Kobe and discuss your training plans. See you in the weight room shortly. Suddenly, Judy recalled something and, with a slightly serious tone, added, Entrust your body to Lisa, but keep your soul for yourself. Lin Yifan found her words rather peculiar, yet they carried a weighty seriousness. Judy then turned to Lisa, her tone now imbued with a sense of urgency. By the way, Lisa, please conduct a full body assessment on him shortly and document his physical condition. At that moment, Lin Yifan felt Judy was being exceedingly considerate, facilitating an opportunity for him to interact privately with the senior. A full body assessment? As he contemplated this, his imagination conjured numerous scenarios. Now, only the two of them were left face to face. Lin Yifan took a moment to appraise her. After a few days apart, the senior appeared even more exquisite. Today, Lisa donned a professional outfit, a white silk blouse paired with a form-fitting black skirt that accentuated her curves, her slender legs enveloped in black stockings. Contrasting with her innocent aura, the senior's attire was quite striking. Lin Yifan silently praised her. Unlike Judy's loose, casual clothing, Lisa's ensemble was rather formal. However, given that it was her first day interning with the team, her formal attire was likely intended to make a good impression. Nevertheless, the uniformed senior possessed an added allure. Lisa then produced a meal plan, stating, Today, we will adhere to this diet. After your strength training, I will conduct an evaluation. At that moment, a specialized plan would be designated for you. Lin Yifan's gaze remained fixed upon Lisa's visage, seemingly oblivious to her words. Subsequently, Lisa took away the hamburger and prepared a nutritious meal instead. Building muscle has always been a matter of 30% training and 70% diet. You must pay close attention. Initially, Lin Yifan perceived this senior as somewhat aloof, yet now he found her increasingly gentle. With a smile, Lin Yifan looked at Lisa and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, senior. Lisa, adopting a responsible tone, replied, From now on, I will oversee all aspects of your training, diet, recovery, and maintenance. Henceforth, every morsel of your food will be meticulously measured to the gram. Of course, Lin Yifan understood that muscle gain is inextricably linked to a strict diet and professional training. However, having such an alluring senior as his personal health manager, who would also oversee his dietary training, felt like an unexpected stroke of bliss. Chapter 16. The contest in the strength room at 8:30 in the morning. In the team's logistics support center, Kobe was engaged in conversation with physiotherapist Judy. You truly cannot sit still. Even in retirement, you come to train, Judy remarked with a smile, her tone serene. Kobe returned her smile, largely for Gigi, who expressed a desire for specialized training. And since Pelinka wanted him to assist the younger players, he couldn't refuse. Guiding the young ones, they might struggle to withstand your training methods. Judy glanced toward Gigi, who was preparing to commence her training. She resembles you far too much. Kobe looked at his daughter with satisfaction, and their conversation shifted. What are your thoughts on Lin Yifan's training? Judy pondered for a moment. I find myself somewhat conflicted. He indeed needs to gain weight. But what? Kobe had an inkling of what Judy was about to articulate. However, his advantage lies in his agility, and he may still be growing. If he were to gain weight too rapidly, it could compromise his flexibility. Kobe nodded in agreement. Yet simultaneously, if he does not gain weight, adapting to the physicality of the NBA will be quite challenging. This encapsulates the inherent contradiction. His thoughts aligned with Kobe's. In truth, Kobe had already contemplated this dilemma to some extent, but wished to hear Judy's perspective first. What do you think, Judy? We must make some trade-offs. Oh, Kobe acknowledged this notion. Judy continued, my suggestion is to allow him to simultaneously lose fat and gain weight. We should enhance his strength without sacrificing his agility. Kobe nodded, clarifying, it's not merely about gaining weight. It's about building muscle. Judy concurred, adding, indeed, but Lin belongs to a category that finds it difficult to build muscle. He is far too slender. Although we now dwell in an era of small ball, which is a far cry from the physical battles of the past NBA, he still needs to increase his muscle mass, particularly in his lower body strength, core strength, and smaller muscle groups, to enhance his bodily control. Kobe nodded in agreement, supplementing, there is no muscle that cannot grow, only legs that cannot move. As they observed Lin Yifan finishing a substantial portion of boiled chicken breast, Lisa was utterly astonished. Is he truly this dedicated? After the meal, the two proceeded to the strength room to begin testing. Please remove your shirt, Lisa said gently. Alone in a room. Removing clothing right away. Lin Yifan thought, is this really appropriate? Isn't this a bit too fast? Initially, he felt somewhat hesitant, but upon hearing Lisa's soothing tone, he complied. As Lisa turned to operate some testing equipment, she felt a bit unfamiliar with the machines but endeavored to appear calm and proficient. When she glanced back, she saw Lin Yifan clad only in basketball shorts. He undressed so quickly. A peculiar atmosphere suddenly enveloped the air. Lisa endeavored to maintain her composure, taking a deep breath as she engaged in a series of gestures against Lin Yifan's muscular chest. Subsequently, her delicate hands explored his abdominal muscles for an extended period. Lin Yifan had been fervently honing his strength recently, and being naturally lean, his sculpted 8-pack abs were still prominent. Lisa's soft, fair hands glided gently, her movements intricate and tender, as a flush of crimson crept onto Lin Yifan's nearly porcelain visage. In stark contrast, Lin Yifan appeared to revel in this examination. As the clock struck just past 9 in the morning, few players had yet arrived at the gym. Typically, NBA players preferred to arrive around 11 o'clock, commencing their training in the afternoon. At this moment, a figure appeared within the gym. Ingram, appearing bleary-eyed and scruffy, ambled to the entrance of the strength training room, his disheveled dreadlocks giving him the appearance of a vagabond. Although Ingram was known for his low profile, his dedication to training was exemplary. Following the conclusion of the last season, he had devised a rigorous off-season training regimen for himself, while other Lakers were spotted enjoying nightlife or vacationing with supermodel girlfriends. Ingram seemed to have vanished from the public eye. Ingram's off-season objective was to build muscle. He set himself the goal of arriving an hour early each day to commence his strength training, followed by shooting practice and ball handling drills, before returning to the strength room for additional workouts. Initially aspiring to be the first to arrive at the gym, he was taken aback to find Lin Yifan already prepared for training upon his arrival, surprised to see someone else had beaten him there. Ingram's bread suddenly lost its appeal. Hey, Ingram, Lin Yifan greeted warmly. Hey, Ingram responded in a rather indifferent tone, as if unaware of Lin Yifan's name. Ingram was the type of player who spoke little yet possessed a fierce determination. He was cool towards teammates but warm-hearted beneath the surface. However, Lin Yifan couldn't help but think, what a disheveled look. Ingram's appearance was undeniably untidy. Ingram, I think your style is Exceptionally dashing, isn't it? Ingram's demeanor brightened noticeably at the prospect of receiving compliments. Truly, many fail to comprehend my fashion sense. Lin, you possess an eye for aesthetics. After saying this, Ingram ruffled his dreadlocks, each strand cascading downward, a look of self-satisfied delight adorning his face. Lin Yifan thought to himself, I actually don't understand it either. In the afternoon, strength training commenced under the guidance of Judy and Kobe. Ingram was particularly exhilarated to train alongside the legendary Kobe, a privilege not afforded to many. Thus, Ingram exerted extra effort during today's workout. Lin Yifan, undeterred, engaged in a spirited contest with Ingram in the strength room, both unwilling to yield in their endeavors. First, commence with 15 sets of barbell exercises, each consisting of 15 repetitions. Following that, proceed to 400 squats and 300 push-ups. Even the ever-resilient Ingram could not anticipate the endurance displayed by Lin Yifan. After these rigorous strength training sessions, every ounce of energy seemed to be expended. Yet Lin Yifan remained brimming with resolve. Judy chuckled and remarked to Kobe, these two youngsters are truly dedicated. Kobe merely nodded, acknowledging that their efforts were still insufficient. Judy had commenced training Ingram for muscle gain last year. During his rookie season, Ingram faced criticism for his lack of strength and physicality. Upon entering the league, he weighed less than 90 kilograms at a towering height of 2.03 meters. Unlike Lin Yifan, Ingram played as a small forward and had already proven his prowess at Duke University, which led to his selection by the Lakers as the second overall pick. Media commentators likened Ingram's innate talent to that of Kevin Durant, dubbing him Little KD. Durant himself once remarked, facing Ingram feels akin to confronting my own reflection. When Durant first joined the league, he weighed just over 90 kilograms, but his weight has since increased to 97 kilograms. This illustrates the paramount importance of scientific muscle gain for players of this caliber. Last year, in his quest for added weight, Ingram consumed 6 meals a day. By this off-season, he had increased his weight to 95 kilograms, with a noticeable enhancement in muscle mass, all without compromising his original speed. In the 2016 season, he averaged 9.4 points, 4.0 rebounds, 2.1 assists, and 0.5 blocks, earning a spot on the all-rookie second team. However, in a rebuilding Lakers team brimming with opportunities, such statistics were deemed less than ideal, especially as Ingram struggled to adapt to the team's offensive system. For Ingram, muscle gain remains one of his paramount objectives, with aspirations to reach 105 kilograms before the commencement of the regular season. Magic Johnson has expressed great optimism for Ingram, aiming to develop him into a core player. With a humble demeanor and a commitment to training, Ingram has emerged as Lin Yifan's most formidable competitor this offseason. After completing the final 300 push-ups, Lin Yifan and Ingram lay exhausted on the ground, while Gigi noticeably struggled to maintain the pace during strength training. Due to her young age, Kobe had tailored a significantly lighter training regimen for Gigi. Kobe intentionally shook his head, questioning, is this truly all? None of the three were willing to concede defeat, insisting, I can still continue. Thus, they resolved to engage in a shooting contest in the training facility. Chapter 17. The shooting contest with Kobe and Gigi. The three of them followed Kobe to the training facility. Lin Yifan had nearly reached his physical limit. Under Kobe's grueling training regimen, he could barely lift his arms. In fact, both Ingram and Gigi were in a similar predicament. Yet, none of the three was willing to concede defeat. Hey, for the final shooting drill, let us have a little shooting contest, Kobe said, narrowing his eyes. Shooting contest? Lin Yifan was pleasantly surprised. He never imagined that Kobe would also indulge in this popular basketball shooting game from China. Here is how it works. There are several spots on either side of the 3-second area. Kobe began to explain the rules. We will take turns shooting from the first spot. If you make it, you advance to the next spot. If you miss, it's the other person's turn. The first one to reach the last spot on the opposite side wins. Is it really that simple? Lin Yifan thought to himself. He had played this game since childhood and had never lost. Kobe raised an eyebrow. Too easy? Let us add some difficulty. He proposed adding the free throw line and the farthest points from the corners at both ends, plus 5 3-point shots from the corners, the 45-degree angles, and the top of the arc. How about that? All right, sounds good. The three of them exuded confidence. Kobe smiled. Let us add a little challenge. We will include chasing the ball. The loser has to do a set of suicidal push-ups. And I'll participate too. Chasing the ball. What does that mean? Suicidal push-ups? This was getting more intriguing. And to think that Kobe would join in on the fun. Kobe elaborated. Chasing the ball means that if the person shooting last catches up to the one shooting first, the latter has to return to the starting point and shoot again. How exhilarating! Lin Yifan mused, already sensing that the one shooting first would be at a disadvantage. Lin, you go first. Lin Yifan was directly called out by Kobe, who was standing closest to him. All right, Lin Yifan positioned himself at the first spot on the right, ready to shoot. Kobe passed him the ball with a bounce pass. Gigi had already taken her position at the first spot on the left, making faces at Lin Yifan to disrupt his shooting rhythm. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yifan knew that while the first spot appeared simple, it was, in fact, the most challenging. The closer the distance, the more difficult it became. The force required was hard to gauge. This spot prohibited the use of the backboard, and without the hoop as a reference, it was easy to miss entirely. With his knees slightly bent, he prepared to shoot. Exactly. Elbows at 90 degrees, right hand slightly relaxed, fingers on the ball, left hand supporting the side without exerting force. Begin with a push from the legs, extending the elbows, transferring power from the ground up to the fingertips. Pressing down with the fingers to impart a spin on the ball. Swish. The basketball hit the front of the rim and bounced back. Damn. Lin Yifan cursed internally. Due to overtraining, his shooting muscle memory had become chaotic. However, after an intense bout of competition, maintaining shooting finesse is merely a fundamental skill for NBA-level players. Gigi erupted into laughter upon witnessing a ball that barely grazed the rim. Kobe shielded his eyes with his right hand, unable to bear the sight. Ingram, standing nearby with his hands on his hips, wore a placid expression, though his heart was already brimming with joy. Then it was Gigi's turn to shoot. The intensity of her strength training today was relatively mild, as she is still a child. She dribbled the ball twice before preparing her shooting stance. Her form mirrored that of a typical female shooting style, cradling the ball with both hands while exerting force, somewhat resembling a push to compensate for a lack of strength. At first glance, her technique appeared somewhat awkward, yet it often proved remarkably accurate. With a swift motion, Gigi released the ball, which swished through the net effortlessly. She continued to score consecutively, the sound of the ball going through the hoop echoing, as she made every shot without a miss. She seamlessly transitioned from the left side to the right side, where Lin Yifan stood, and in astonishment, Lin watched Gigi effortlessly make her shot from his position. Kobe smiled approvingly at the scene. Gigi turned to him and asked, "Is it time to shoot a three-pointer?" Kobe nodded. "I'll start from the right corner." "That's my money point." Gigi dribbled the ball, turned, and without hesitation, released it. The ball soared in a graceful arc and swished through the net. One must admit, Gigi's shooting prowess was remarkably impressive. Despite her young age, her shooting touch was incredibly soft. Lin Yifan recalled his own experiences from the past, when he too had such a rhythm that allowed him to complete shots in succession. This required immense practice, and certainly was not a matter of mere luck. Next, Gigi positioned herself at a 45-degree angle, but the ball veered off course. Now it was Ingram's turn. He also began shooting from the left side, aiming for the three-point line, but unfortunately missed his first attempt. Frustrated, Ingram held his head in dismay. Despite being affected by strength training, Ingram consistently maintained a training intensity, and his shooting stability remained at an NBA level, even at a higher echelon. Gigi, on the other hand, leaped with joy, for this was a chase drill. Initially, she felt a hint of worry as she saw Ingram closing in, but now she felt reassured. "Hey Gigi, don't celebrate too soon." It was Kobe who spoke, finally shedding his jacket. Starting from the first point, one cannot help but marvel at the beauty of Kobe's shooting form. Gigi began to create delightful chaos alongside, making faces, shouting loudly, and singing to distract him. Kobe, while shooting, tossed out a few playful jabs. "Hey, this won't affect me. Just wait until I return to the starting point. You all seem to be here to vie for second place." As he spoke nonchalantly, he continued to deliver his shots with unwavering precision. Under the relentless practice of countless shots day and night, Kobe's every shooting motion remained steady and unchanging. That damn muscle memory. Kobe effortlessly sank a three-pointer. Then, with a swift gesture, he waved goodbye to Ingram. At this moment, Gigi grew anxious. If Kobe made another shot, they would revert to the starting point. Gigi danced before Kobe, chanting fervently, "Miss, miss, miss." As Kobe released the ball, Gigi covered her eyes, folding her hands in prayer, hoping the shot would not go in. Swish. It went in again. That insatiable desire to win, that unwillingness to accept defeat, was etched deep within him. Gigi, frustrated, held her head as she watched Kobe make the final three-pointers. With both hands raised high, Kobe casually remarked, "You all are still too young." Lin Yifan watched in awe, marveling at the extraordinary Kobe. Then he reflected on his own dismal shooting performance, realizing he must enhance his shooting skills. I won. I won. Kobe raised his hands triumphantly once more. Suddenly, he turned to the trio. Losing comes with a penalty. The three stood frozen in place. The agreement was that the losers would perform a set of suicide push-ups, one for each point lost. It seemed this game of chasing the ball was far too exhilarating. Though Lin Yifan had yet to score, he stood at the starting point alongside Gigi and Ingram. Reluctantly, the three of them lay down on the mat, straining to lift their bodies off the ground, then forcefully slapped their pectoral muscles with their palms. Was this truly the suicide push-up? Hurry up, hurry up. The losers had no right to negotiate with me. A devil. Lin Yifan thought. Was this merely a day of the 666 devil training? Chapter 18. The preseason commences. Specialized training to break through potential limits. After the grueling training session, Lin Yifan finally returned to the locker room, his weary body heavy with fatigue. Yet, he could not suppress a smile as he noticed that his training value was on the verge of completing a full circle. Judy, who happened to be walking by, observed this scene. It was remarkable that he could still smile after such an arduous workout. With a hint of playful sarcasm in her tone, she remarked on his resilience. Lisa, who stood behind Judy, was equally impressed by Lin Yifan's dedication. Overcoming the physical agony of training requires immense willpower, and Lin Yifan had accomplished this with flying colors. Judy found herself increasingly fond of this young man. Seeing him struggle to lift his head stirred a sense of compassion within her. At 48 years old, Judy had an 18-year-old son of her own. Witnessing Lin Yifan's solitary struggle in America, enduring such hardships with unwavering tenacity, she resolved to assist him in achieving his aspirations. Lisa, come over and help Lin relax his muscles. He has worked far too hard today. At this point, Lin Yifan, already exhausted, recalled the peculiar atmosphere during the testing and suddenly felt invigorated. Sitting up straighter. Lin, you are quite fatigued already. There is no need to sit up straight. You should lie down and allow your entire body to relax. Lisa's tone was gentle and soothing. The therapy room was adjacent to the locker room. Come on, Lin. My skills are those that Judy personally taught me. There is absolutely no cause for concern. Your skills? Absolutely no cause for concern? It sounded rather odd to him. Lying in the therapy room clad only in basketball shorts, the peculiar atmosphere began to permeate once more. As a medical therapist, mastering post-exercise muscle relaxation and massage is essential. However, at that moment, Lisa's delicate yet powerful hands conveyed an unexpected strength. Lin Yifan's performance today had evoked a newfound admiration in her, while he, in turn, recalled how the senior's smooth hands had worked on his muscles during the side assessment, filling him with anticipation for the forthcoming massage. Curiously, he stole a glance behind him. At that moment, Lisa picked up a vibrating fascia gun and began working vigorously on Lin Yifan's thigh muscles. A sharp scream pierced the air. Hey, senior. Could you be a bit gentler? Unbeknownst to them, mid-September had already arrived. The NBA official website announced the schedule for the 2017 to 2018 NBA regular season, with the opening game set to commence on October 26th. This meant that there was only 1 month left until the NBA officially began. Prior to the commencement of the regular season, approximately 78 preseason games would be arranged. This year, the Lakers' preseason games were scheduled to take place in the vibrant metropolis of Shanghai, China. The Lakers' training camp was nearing its conclusion, and all players would soon be called together for joint practice. After nearly 2 months of intense training, Lin Yifan had earned Kobe's approval. I did not misjudge this kid. He has persevered through such rigorous training. In the past 2 months, Ingu has become both a comrade and a rival to Lin Yifan. Lin is a formidable competitor. Arriving at the gym each day drenched in sweat, Lisa greatly admires his diligent and hardworking spirit. A self-disciplined man possesses an undeniable charm. As time passes, Lisa's fondness for Lin Yifan deepens, drawing her closer to him. Lin Yifan's remarkable energy is evident as he bounces into the training facility daily, his stamina unparalleled. Over the course of 2 months, Lin Yifan has visibly grown stronger, with more pronounced muscle definition in his arms. While the 2 months felt lengthy, they were filled with joy. With idol-like training guidance, the companionship of teammates, and the attentive care of a beautiful senior, these 2 months have created unforgettable memories. The joint training session is about to commence, signifying the conclusion of Kobe's specialized training, while Gigi prepares to embark on a new semester. Due to family obligations and the need to escort his children to school, Kobe can no longer attend the training camp. A notification chimes. Congratulations, host. On becoming Kobe's disciple, the system rewards you with an S-level skill package, Kobe's fadeaway jump shot. A vivid image flashes in Lin Yifan's mind, a player clad in a purple and gold jersey bearing the number 24. The player executes a rightward pivot, dribbling in that direction for several steps, maintaining his body's alignment with the dribble. At the apex of his jump, his right foot points toward the hoop, and he cradles the ball at his waist before launching upward, twisting to the left in midair, propelling himself off his right foot, and releasing the ball. The entire motion flows seamlessly, effortlessly disregarding any defensive pressure, even in the narrowest of shooting windows, achieving a high degree of difficulty in scoring. This scene plays repeatedly in his mind until he notices a badge emblazoned with the number 24 appearing beneath the training camp. Wow! Incredible! Lin Yifan can hardly contain his excitement, eager to execute Kobe's fadeaway move, certain it will astonish everyone. These 2 months, though brief, felt like an eternity. During this time, Lin Yifan has shed copious amounts of sweat and invested immense effort, but every moment has been worthwhile. With the system training camp support, he has tirelessly increased his training value, dedicating nearly insane hours, over 10 each day, culminating in a total of 30 training points earned in 2 months in the exchange for 60 attribute points. He allocated 30 of these attribute points to strength, bringing his strength value to a precise 80. Recognizing that strength was his weakness, and given the current era of small ball, where three-point shooting is essential, he assigned the remaining 30 points to shooting. Without a scoring threat, there can be no offensive potency. Fortunately, the system's point guard package has enhanced his various offensive attributes. After much deliberation, Lin Yifan decided to elevate his three-point ability to 80. As it is vital in this era of small ball, where centers lacking a reliable outside shot have been largely phased out. This enhancement cost 25 attribute points, with the remaining 5 points entirely dedicated to mid-range shooting. As Lin Yifan opened his attributes panel, he discovered that his mid-range shooting ability had reached an impressive score of 80. Name: Lin Yifan. Age: 19. Static talent: height: 211 centimeters. Weight: 105 kilograms. Wingspan: 221 centimeters. Evaluation: his height and wingspan are above average, and his weight is well suited for the physical demands of the NBA. Dynamic talent: speed: 85-90. Agility: 85-90. Vertical leap: 56-90. Stamina: 52-90. Strength: 80-90. Evaluation: his agility is above average, and his strength is adapted to the competitive nature of the NBA. Technical attributes: offensive ability, close shot, 65-90. Mid-range, 80-90. Three-point, 80-90. Free throw, 75-90. Dunk, 50-92. Layup, 60-92. Post moves, 55-95. Passing, 100-100. Ball handling, 70-90. Non-dominant hand, 45-80. Catching, 60-90. Offensive rebound, 55-90. Back to the basket, 50-95. Hook shot, 65-95. Evaluation: he possesses elite passing skills, along with above-average three-point shooting and ball handling abilities. Defensive ability: block, 60-95. Steal, 65-85. On-ball defense, 50-85. Post defense, 60-95. Defensive rebound, 65-95. Evaluation: his defensive skills are average, lacking the rebounding and shot-blocking capabilities expected of a center. Overall rating: B. Upon reviewing his system capabilities, he was astonished to find that the values following the diagonal line had changed. Was that his potential value? His potential had surprisingly increased by 10 points. This indicated that, through 2 months of rigorous training with Kobe, his innate talents had indeed expanded. This meant he could enhance his talent through specialized training in the real world, maximizing the limits of his abilities. Over the past 2 months, the intense daily training with Kobe, combined with a scientific diet and body care, had not directly increased his ability scores but had significantly broadened his innate potential. The human body has a natural limit to its talents, and the system's support not only enhances ability scores but also elevates potential. Living an extraordinary life is truly remarkable. At the Lakers Sports Management Center, Judy expressed great satisfaction with Lisa's work, smiling as she said, "Under your supervision, Lin has gained nearly 10 kilograms, while also maintaining a body fat percentage of 9. This is thanks to your meticulous care." Hearing her mentor's praise, Lisa felt elated. However, she also recognized that this achievement stemmed largely from Lin Yifan's self-discipline. Their 2 months together had given Lisa a newfound perspective on Lin Yifan. He possessed a remarkably clear goal, along with admirable self-management skills, which evoked in her an indescribable admiration. This was the allure of a true man. In the office of the Lakers president, Magic Johnson gazed at Lin Yifan's latest physical assessment, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He then dialed Rob Pelinka, cheerfully inquiring, "Hello, Rob. Lin Yifan's two-way contract has expired. What are your thoughts?" Pelinka, mindful of his promise at the onset of the off-season, replied, "Let us observe his performance in the preseason." With unwavering confidence, Magic Johnson asserted, "I believe he will excel. He has endured Kobe's rigorous 2-month training. I envision he will secure a premium contract." "What? Kobe's training?" Pelinka grimaced on the other end of the line. As Kobe's agent, he was acutely aware of the grueling nature of Kobe's training regimen. Lin Yifan had actually undergone such intense training alongside Kobe, and for 2 months, remarkably, he had persevered. Poor Rob Pelinka remained blissfully unaware of the formidable talent he was about to encounter. Chapter 19, A Flawless Debut? Facing the defending champions on September 27, 2017, in China's vibrant metropolis, the Mercedes-Benz Cultural Center hosted the eagerly awaited NBA preseason game, where the Los Angeles Lakers were set to compete against the reigning champions, the Golden State Warriors. Due to the immense Chinese market, the NBA has consistently held preseason games in China in recent years. The Lakers players arrived in the city 2 days in advance, eager to immerse themselves in the urban atmosphere. The day before the game, the Lakers players opted to explore the city, reveling in what felt like a vacation. The towering skyscrapers of the metropolis left many of the first-time visitors awestruck. Lin Yifan observed his teammates, captivated by the dazzling nightlife, and felt an overwhelming sense of pride in his homeland's strength. Kuzma, particularly enchanted by the bustling city, suggested, "Hey, guys, let us hit a nightclub." His teammates enthusiastically agreed. "Kyle, that's a fantastic idea." "Lin, do you have any recommendations?" Kuzma inquired. Lin Yifan shook his head. Returning to his homeland, he felt a sense of ownership, as though his teammates were mere guests. Yet, he was not inclined to indulge in nightlife or rescue any wayward souls from bars. His focus was resolutely on the impending game. "Lin, relax. It's just a preseason game," his peers urged. Lin Yifan firmly declined, stating, "I need to complete today as training tasks." He was determined to enhance his strength further. Upon entering the designated training area, Lin Yifan was momentarily taken aback by the rudimentary equipment. Can't this training facility be a bit more professional? Just as he was preparing to commence his workout, he spotted Ingram in the corner, drenched in sweat. "Hey, Ingram." After more than 2 months of shared trainings, Ingram responded with a knowing smile. "Hey, I managed to get here before you for once." Curious, Lin Yifan asked, "Ingram, why didn't you join the others for some fun?" Ingram's expression turned slightly serious as he replied, "I have to match up against Durant tomorrow." As Ingram's draft template, he had always viewed Durant as his benchmark, striving to prove himself in the presence of the superstar. "I am not the next Durant. I am Brandon Ingram." The two then embarked on an intense strength training session. Seeing Ingram's dedication inspired Lin Yifan, who also pushed himself harder. Filled with indescribable excitement at the thought of performing in front of his hometown crowd, suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. System task activated. Please complete the flawless debut mission to receive an S-grade treasure chest. A flawless debut? This was precisely what Lin Yifan desired. Tomorrow's opponent was none other than the formidable Golden State Warriors, last season's champions. It must be acknowledged, the reigning champions possessed an extraordinary level of strength. Featuring stars such as Stephen Curry, Kevin Durant, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, and Andre Iguodala, this Warriors team could truly be likened to a galactic fleet. Last season, the Golden State Warriors achieved an impressive record of 65 wins and 15 losses, ultimately claiming the NBA championship. Following this triumph, they retained their championship roster during the off-season, welcoming new additions such as Omri Caspi, Nick Young, and Jordan Bell, thereby enhancing their bench's offensive potency. In stark contrast, the current Lakers team is predominantly comprised of rookies. Before the game, head coach Luke Walton unveiled the Lakers roster at a press conference, revealing that starters Lonzo Ball and Kyle Kuzma are both this year's rookies. Brandon Ingram and Ivica Zubac are mere second-year players, lacking in experience. Julius Randle, Larry Nance Jr., and Jordan Clarkson are all in their third year, qualifying as the more seasoned members of the Lakers, having secured stable rotation spots. Only the recently traded Brook Lopez and Kentavious Caldwell-Pope can be regarded as veterans. Yet they merely serve as complementary pieces rather than marquee players. Thus, the Lakers remain in a rebuilding phase, and on paper, they appear ill-equipped to contend against the reigning champions. it is fair to assert that there exists a significant disparity in the capabilities of the two teams, placing them in entirely different leagues. On game day, the weather in the bustling metropolis was refreshingly crisp, with fans flocking to the venue in droves, forming an extensive line outside. As the team bussed past, the crowd erupted in cheers, chanting the names of their stars: Curry, Durant. Among the exuberant fans were shouts for Kobe, Yao Ming, Jianlian. Kuzma couldn't help but exclaim, "This is insane, absolutely insane." Given that it was a preseason game and the disparity in team strengths was evident, fans were more relaxed about the outcome, focusing instead on the players' dazzling performances. I am curious to know if Lin Yifan will get to play. That depends on whether the Warriors can secure a substantial lead. Will Durant and Curry participate in this game? If they do, the Lakers will have little chance. Let us not get our hopes up. It would be a blessing if Lin Yifan sees action during garbage time. Such passionate Chinese fans invigorate the players, prompting remarks from Durant. "Hey, you need to showcase your skills today." Andre Iguodala, as the veteran presence, often serves as the spokesperson in the locker room. Durant, stroking his goatee with a slight smile, mused, "Do I really need to be reminded?" The Lakers' young Durant, Ingram, has boldly claimed he will outshine you. Young Durant. "Isn't that the Ingram kid?" Durant replied, "I despise matching up against someone like him. It feels like facing a reflection of myself." Meanwhile, Draymond Green consistently fills the role of the team's chatterbox, teasing, "Hey, KD. Don't let young Durant get the best of you." Durant, with a dismissive cut of his eyes, retorted, "I don't even regard him as a threat." Curry approached with a congenial smile, playing the peacemaker, marveling at the bustling grandeur of this major Chinese city. Durant nodded in agreement, reminiscing about his visit for the 2008 Olympics, recalling the unforgettable experience at the Great Wall. "Hey, Draymond, you've never been, have you?" Draymond Green curled his lips, stating, "No, I have already been to the Great Wall long before you." Steph Curry was taken aback, exclaiming, "Really? But your big mouth hardly ever speaks the truth." His intention was clear, to ignite the competitive spirit within everyone. During the warm-up phase, the arena was brimming with enthusiastic spectators. Many fans had arrived early to witness the entrance of Curry and Durant, which garnered significant attention. The eager fans were particularly keen to observe Curry's shooting practice. Today, Curry's mid-court shots, 5 attempts, resulted in only 2 successful baskets. It appeared that he was poised for a spectacular performance. Those in the know understood. Would Durant take the court today? If he played normally, the Lakers would be in trouble, in stark contrast to the fervent atmosphere surrounding the Warriors. The Lakers side felt somewhat desolate, as they lacked any star players. The only attention was directed towards Lin Yifan, the sole Chinese player on the court and one of the only 2 Chinese athletes to secure a spot on an NBA roster. Naturally, the audience focused on Lin Yifan, with many fans holding up signs encouraging him. However, the majority of fans were not well acquainted with Lin Yifan as a player, his playing style, statistics, or overall performance. Domestic media had not paid him much attention, primarily because he had never played in the domestic league. Unlike the likes of Yao Ming, Jianlian, and Wang Zhizhi, who first dominated the local leagues before venturing into the NBA, Lin Yifan had been playing in the United States since high school, bypassing collegiate leagues to enter the draft directly. Additionally, most of his publicly available game footage showcased rather mediocre performances. The only notable display came during the Summer League Finals, where he recorded 0 points, 0 rebounds, 4 assists, and 1 steal, statistics that hardly warranted coverage. Without watching the games, many would not realize that Lin Yifan was one of the key contributors to a comeback victory, particularly among certain domestic basketball commentators who judged solely by statistics. Yang Dalian, known for his sensationalist remarks, boldly claimed before the game, "To be frank, Lin Yifan is merely a young kid. His current abilities do not match the intensity of the NBA." He even audaciously predicted, "I foresee Lin Yifan scoring no more than 5 points in this game." Chapter 20. The China game commences. Luke Walton's secret weapon. The Shanghai World Expo Performance Center, also known as the Mercedes-Benz Cultural Center, is filled to capacity with 18,000 spectators hailing from across the nation. The stands resonate with cheers that swell in crescendo. CCTV5 has made special arrangements for live commentary, inviting the esteemed coach Zhang Weiping. "Coach Zhang, what are your thoughts on this match?" Yu Jia's voice rings out, clearly swept up in the fervor of the China game. Coach Zhang, with a somewhat hoarse voice, candidly remarks, "Well, we see that the young Lakers, Yu Jia interjects playfully, they're not performing." Yu Jia, "Hey, Coach Zhang." Known for his loyalty to Kobe, has hardly followed the Lakers since his retirement. Meanwhile, Mahua Sports is also broadcasting live, and the host inquires, Teacher Yang, what are your predictions for Lin Yifan's performance in this match? Yang, with a clenched jaw, retorts, didn't I just say? Whether he even gets on the court is a question. As a prominent commentator in China, Yang holds himself in high regard, particularly disdainful of those superficial fans who merely scrutinize player statistics. Looking at Lin Yifan's Summer League performance, an average of 3 points, 2 rebounds, 1 assist, and 0.7 blocks. From these numbers, he barely qualifies as a bench warmer, akin to a water cooler attendant. The live chat is abuzz with fervent commentary from viewers. This isn't just about crunching numbers and then arguing over them. Why is Yang speaking so harshly? Lin Yifan is, after all, a Chinese player. One user remarks, this guy is merely a sycophant of the capital team, unable to tolerate Lin Yifan's potential. Disgusting. Yang's smug demeanor is juxtaposed against Lin Yifan's performance on the court. The Warriors will undoubtedly triumph. The Lakers will be crowned champions. 73 wins, the runners-up. Under the guidance of young Walton, last year's squad developed their own distinctive style, which I would describe as who Lake play. Had it not been for Pachulia's dubious footwork and Green's antics, could the Warriors have bested the Spurs? I would dare to label the Warriors as the Zhang, dirty team. Both teams boast the largest fan bases in China, leading to a lively exchange of banter in the live chat. Pre-game, the Lakers hold a slight edge over the Warriors in support. The commentator shifts attention to the female host, Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi, what are your predictions for the game? She beams sweetly. I believe the Lakers will win. Aren't you a Warriors fan? Xiaoqi shyly responds, I just think Lin Yifan is incredibly handsome. In the locker room prior to the game, Warriors head coach Kerr has not orchestrated any particular strategy. Coach Walton of the Lakers has always relied on his own system of cutting plays. After all, this is merely a preseason match, and the primary objective is to help the players find their rhythm. The Golden State Warriors require no extraordinary tactical preparations. They should simply relish the game and be cautious of injuries. Coach Kerr's strategy is remarkably straightforward, epitomizing the prowess of a new generation of champions. Meanwhile, in the Los Angeles Lakers locker room, Luke Walton has unveiled his starting lineup. Point guard Lonzo Ball, shooting guard Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, small forward Brandon Ingram, power forward Kyle Kuzma, and center Brook Lopez. As Walton proceeds to outline the bench players, Julius Randle, who has not heard the name Lin Yifan mentioned, finds himself secretly elated. Suddenly realizing that his name is conspicuously absent from the starting roster, he stands up, questioning, Hey, coach, what do you mean? Although Randle is a third-year player, he has been groomed as a core leader within the team's locker room, yet he possesses a notoriously fiery temperament. Randle, you are the secret weapon. Secret weapon? Walton has placed Randle on the bench, designating him as his clandestine asset. Randle, your objective is to lead the second unit and unleash your scoring prowess when facing the Warriors' reserves. Having spent 2 seasons with the Warriors, Walton believes their vulnerability lies within their bench players. This strategy, reminiscent of the Chinese tale of Tianji's horse racing, prompts Lin Yifan to stifle a laugh at the absurdity, recalling the phrase in jest. Tianji's horse racing. Walton casts a glance at Lin Yifan, omitting him from the tactical discussions regarding the bench. Randle, grinning with satisfaction, observes Lin Yifan's expression, as if to say, Rookie, you can't even secure a 6th-man role. You're merely a bench warmer. Yet, Lin Yifan remains expressionless, surprising Randle with his calm demeanor, acknowledging that he is indeed not mentioned. He recognizes his status as a two-way contract player, with only himself aware of his true capabilities. Thus, he resolves to embrace the role of a bench-scoring marauder. Ready to confront the guardians of the water cooler? Lin Yifan is unfazed by Walton's arrangements. He understands that playing time is earned through performance. Walton, content with his strategy, realizes that this season, he must deliver satisfactory results. Otherwise, he risks being the next coach dismissed. In a pre-game interview, Coach Kerr extolled the Lakers' youth and praised Walton's coaching acumen. Luke is exceptionally intelligent, possesses keen observational skills, and adapts well. Under his leadership, the Lakers' young talents are brimming with vitality. In response to Kerr's praise, Walton delivered a dose of confidence. We are well aware of the reigning champion's strength. We will strive to deliver an outstanding performance. As the referee tosses the ball into the air, the game commences. The Lakers' Brook Lopez secures the jump ball. The match has begun. Welcome everyone to the NBA preseason China game. I am your host, Yu Jia. Today, the competing teams are the Golden State Warriors and the Los Angeles Lakers, joined by our esteemed commentator, Coach Zhang Weiping. With a smile gracing his face, Coach Zhang remarked in a raspy voice, "From the interviews with the two head coaches, it is evident that the momentum of the two teams is entirely different. However, the Warriors tend to become overly relaxed, while the Lakers need to establish a strong presence from the outset." As the game commenced, the unfolding narrative strayed far from Coach Walton's strategy. Lonzo Ball exhibited remarkable effort on both ends of the court, playing far beyond a typical rookie's capabilities. Under his stewardship, the starting offense of the team was formidable, engaging the Warriors in a competitive exchange. The Lakers' key players shone brightly, particularly Ingram, whose shooting prowess was on full display. In the first half, he achieved a perfect 3 for 3 from beyond the arc, amassing 28 points with an impressive true shooting percentage of 67. Lonzo Ball contributed with 10 points and 8 assists. With Randle absent from the starting lineup, the onus fell on Ball to orchestrate the play. And he did not disappoint Coach Walton, guiding the team to a fluid performance. As the first half concluded, the Lakers led the defending champions by a narrow margin of 54-52. Coach Zhang was particularly impressed with Ball's performance. This second-round rookie plays with remarkable maturity and showcases commendable defense. His only flaw is his somewhat unorthodox shooting form. Teacher Yu Jia nodded in agreement, attributing the success to the standout performances of the starters, as Ingram seemed to overshadow Durant. However, the anticipated impact of Randle, the team's secret weapon off the bench, fell flat. In the first half, Randle's bench unit was thoroughly outmatched by the Warriors' reserves, resulting in a negative plus-minus for the Lakers' bench. Notably, Randle had a staggering -15, indicating that during his 15 minutes on the floor, the team had trailed by 15 points. Meanwhile, Warriors' new addition Nick Young scored 13 points in the first half, while Iguodala, acting as a pivotal player, recorded 4 assists along with 6 points. Consequently, Coach Luke Walton appeared somewhat grim during halftime. Despite leading by 2 points, the game had deviated entirely from the intended plan, with the secret weapon Randle turning into a deficit black hole. Nevertheless, observing the starters' performance, Walton praised, "The main players performed admirably. Let us maintain the offensive intensity in the second half." In the Warriors' locker room during halftime, Draymond Green unleashed a tirade at his teammates. "What kind of performance is this? How did Ingram, the second-year player, score 28 points? Who was guarding him?" Meanwhile, Durant remained silent, seething with frustration as he was matched up against Ingram. In the third quarter, it was imperative to showcase the essence of a defending champion. Chapter 21: The Conspiracy of Pelinka? Garbage time finally arrives as the first half drew to a close. The Lakers fans in the stands erupted into chants of "Ingram MVP. Ingram MVP." To their astonishment, what they had anticipated would be a one-sided affair dominated by the reigning champions turned into a fiercely contested match, with the Lakers' young talents holding their ground against the Golden State Warriors. This was precisely the thrilling encounter that Chinese fans yearned to witness. The esteemed host Yu Jia lauded, "The Lakers are truly impressive today. Coach Zhang, what is your perspective?" In his halftime analysis, Coach Zhang remarked, "The Lakers' starting lineup displays remarkable vitality. The rookie Ball has a mature playing style, far beyond that of a typical newcomer. Ingram has bulked up considerably and refined his offensive skills. Both teams are playing quite reasonably. Indeed, but the Lakers must exercise caution against the Warriors in the third quarter, who are famously known as the Crazy Warriors." On the other side, in the Mahua Sports live broadcast room, young Dalian felt a twinge of secret delight, realizing that Lin Yifan would likely not even see the court. The better the Lakers performed, the less opportunity there was for Lin Yifan, a benchwarmer, to play. He continued, "This game is truly captivating. The Lakers have a strong chance of winning." Yang Dalian, a devoted fan of the Capital team and a dedicated commentator, had long harbored resentment over Lin Yifan's departure from the team, seizing every opportunity to disparage him. "My apologies, everyone. I misspoke earlier," Yang Dalian declared in the live studio. "I said too much. Lin Yifan won't even step on the court, let alone score 5 points." The live studio erupted in outrage. "Are you out of your mind? Get lost. Hurry and block this guy. Listening to him is unbearable." Had Lin Yifan wronged Yang Dalian? What grudge could possibly exist? He was merely a loyal supporter of the Capital team, harboring bitterness since Lin's departure, eager to tarnish his reputation at every turn. As the second half commenced, Lin Yifan continued his silent warm-up before quietly returning to the bench, awaiting his coach's call. Meanwhile, Magic Johnson was seated in the VIP room alongside Yao Ming, who had just been elected the president of the Basketball Association. "Yao, what are your thoughts on Lin Yifan?" "Yao Ming, still adjusting to his new role and overwhelmed with responsibilities, confessed, "To be honest, I haven't watched much of his games." Magic was somewhat taken aback by Yao's candidness. "Actually, Lin is quite a unique talent." Yao Ming, who was in the midst of selecting players for the national team, inquired. "Unique?" Magic teased, "Let's keep our expectations high." Expectations? Lin Yifan had been confined to the bench for the entire game. Surely, given this was the China game, he deserved some playing time, didn't he? There were no special tactics prepared for Lin, nor any intention to give him significant minutes. As the third quarter began, the Warriors deployed their small ball lineup featuring the Splash Brothers alongside Durant, Iggy, and Green. The Warriors suddenly intensified their gameplay, with Durant scoring 17 points in a single quarter. In a swift surge, the Warriors took a commanding 97-77 lead, a remarkable display of their prowess. The Splash Brothers had arrived, and the Grim Reaper had returned. Durant and Curry could easily clock out after 3 quarters. The Warriors fans erupted in collective ecstasy. Meanwhile, the Lakers supporters, along with a myriad of other fans seemingly appearing from nowhere, fell silent in the live broadcast room. Indeed, the game had long been decided, and being a preseason match, neither Curry nor Durant took the court in the fourth quarter. With 10 minutes remaining, the game had already entered garbage time. Luke Walton's strategy had completely faltered, prompting him to concede defeat, substituting all the starters, bringing Lin onto the court. As Walton called Lin's name, his expression resembled that of someone who had just suffered a grievous blow. Walton had relinquished hope. The Warriors also replaced all their starters, and both teams sent in their bench players. No, not just the substitutes, but the very end of the bench. Players who typically never see the court were now on the floor. In a team of 15 to 17 players, only 8 to 12 typically make it into the rotation. The so-called end-of-bench players merely warm up without playing, tasked with guarding the team's water cooler and waving towels for their teammates' successful shots. Lin Yifan tucked his shirt into his thermal pants and stepped onto the court, eliciting a wave of enthusiastic cheers. "Look, Lin Yifan has entered the game." The Chinese fans in attendance erupted in applause for his debut. The ovation was reminiscent of a superstar's entrance. Lin Yifan smiled, thinking to himself, "This is merely the beginning. The performance has just commenced." Meanwhile, Randall, on the sidelines, was absent-mindedly picking his nose, feeling a twinge of envy, mostly resentment. Did this rookie think he was the main character? What audacity for a benchwarmer. Randall had played like a disaster in the match, left with nothing but the option to mutter insults at his nemesis, Lin Yifan. Garbage time was reserved for the garbage players. Yet Lin Yifan overheard Randall's remarks and boldly retorted, "Watch closely. Let us see who the real garbage is." The Lakers fielded center Lin Yifan, power forward Thomas Bryant, small forward Kuzma, shooting guard Josh Hart, and point guard Caruso. The Warriors countered with Kevin Looney, Jordan Bell, McCaw, Caspi, and Livingston. With 9 minutes and 58 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter, the Warriors led 100-79, a 21-point advantage. The garbage time had commenced. Lin Yifan inbound from the baseline. The moment he touched the ball, he could palpably sense the icy demeanor of his teammates. Deep down, they all believed the game was over, merely waiting for the clock to run out. On the Warriors bench, players engaged in light-hearted banter, oblivious to the action on the court. Conversely, the Lakers bench resembled a scene of utter desolation, devoid of expression. After a few futile remarks, Randall fell silent, realizing his words had brought him no amusement. Ingram, seething with anger, clenched his fist with palpable frustration. When head coach Luke Walton opted to substitute these benchwarmers into the game, he did so without any tactical arrangement. Who could possibly expect these peripheral players to make any significant impact? Finally granted the opportunity to play during garbage time, Lin Yifan, tasked with the challenge of a flawless debut, thought to himself that perhaps he should initiate an offensive surge to generate some momentum. He passed the ball to Caruso. Both on the court and on the sidelines, a heavy sense of lethargy enveloped the atmosphere. The Warriors players were completely at ease, comfortably ahead by over 20 points. As the game had descended into garbage time, for these bench players, the situation had devolved into merely running down the clock. A stark contrast to the focused intensity displayed during the third quarter. Chapter 22, The Bench and Bandit? The rampaging Lin Yifan opposing Lin Yifan is Kevin Rooney, a rookie for the Warriors since 2015. Standing at 2.06 meters and weighing 100 kilograms, Rooney plays with diligence, averaging 2.5 points and 2.3 rebounds per game in his sophomore season. Next to the towering Lin Yifan, who stands at 2.11 meters, Rooney appears somewhat diminutive. After a summer of rigorous training, Lin Yifan has notably bulked up, Now weighing 105 kilograms, 5 kilograms more than Rooney, Lin Yifan looks significantly stronger, commented Yu Jia. The last time Yu Jia had seen Lin Yifan was 2 months ago during the Summer League. Randall, a player for the Lakers, had not noticed the change until he compared Lin Yifan with the other players on the court, pondering, when did this kid become so muscular? Both teams are relaxed, and the defense lacks urgency. Prior to the game, assistant coach Mike Brown had informed Rooney, based on previous video analyses, that Lin Yifan, the rookie, had no shooting capability and was merely a passer. When Lin Yifan received the ball at the top of the arc, Rooney indeed retreated to the paint. Lin Yifan found himself unguarded within 2 meters. Completely open. Apologetically, Lin Yifan adjusted his rhythm and launched a three-pointer. With his towering height of 2.11 meters and a beautifully executed jump shot, the basketball traced an exquisite arc through the air. Swish, nothing but net. Rooney shot a puzzled glance toward the coaching bench. Wasn't it said this kid had no shooting skills? When did Lin Yifan become this reliable from beyond the arc? Randall mused inwardly. That shot was a fluke. With such a wide-open look, anyone could make a couple of those. Lakers coach Luke Walton wore a frown, lamenting the substantial defeat in their season opener. Lin Yifan's basket elicited no reaction. It was merely an open three-pointer that even a passerby could manage to sink a couple of, with the score heavily against them. The Lakers bench displayed no signs of enthusiasm for the basket. The faces of the players were etched with despair. In stark contrast, the fans on the sidelines erupted with excitement over the basket. Wow! Lin Yifan scored. Incredible! Lin Yifan. The arena resonated with thunderous applause. Simultaneously, the English DJ in the stadium boomed. 3-point from Lin. Meanwhile, in the Central Sports Studio, director Zhang observed Lin Yifan's shot with a contemplative expression, not out of excitement for the basket, as it was merely garbage time, but rather, why did that shooting motion look so familiar? The players on the bench were equally perplexed. Why are the fans so thrilled during garbage time? Randall, chatting with teammates on the sidelines, scoffed, "Oh, that Chinese rookie scored? It's just a basket devoid of any technical finesse." Concurrently, the Warriors' offense found itself stagnated. The Warriors have employed their new recruit, Jordan Bell, in the role of orchestrator for the team. However, as a recent addition, Bell is unfamiliar with the intricate passing and cutting system. Coach Kerr has urged him to engage in more passing plays, using the game as a means of practice to become acquainted with the tactics. Consequently, the Warriors have inevitably encountered coordination errors. Caruso, seizing an opportunity, intercepted the ball and, spotting a Lakers player in the foreground, executed a long pass that unexpectedly found Lin Yifan, a center on a fast break. Lin Yifan, possessing the speed and agility akin to a point guard, confidently received the ball and began to advance. The first to respond defensively for the Warriors was Livingston, who retreated while observing Lin Yifan dribble towards him. Standing at 2.01 meters, Livingston is a remarkable point guard, especially considering that the Warriors center, Draymond Green, is also just 2.01 meters tall. Yet, before him stood a towering 2.11-meter rookie center. Lin Yifan's dribbling was exceptionally smooth, rivaling Livingston's own skills. As Lin Yifan barreled towards him, Livingston halted in his tracks, hoping to draw an offensive foul. Typically, a standard center would struggle to stop in such a scenario, colliding with both the ball and the player. However, in that instant, Lin Yifan executed a behind-the-back dribble, altering his footwork without sacrificing speed, and remarkably evaded any contact with Livingston. A splendid behind-the-back maneuver. With an open lane ahead, Lin Yifan executed a low, deft layup, effortlessly scoring. This remarkable basket reignited the arena. Commentator Yu Jia remarked that this play bore an uncanny resemblance to Yao Ming's rookie season behind-the-back coast-to-coast score. Coach Zhang nodded in agreement, seemingly reminiscing about glorious past moments, adding that Lin's dribbling appeared far more fluid than Yao's. Zhang Weiping, once a national team player and known as the magician of the paint, has witnessed countless domestic and international players. Yet, he could not restrain himself from commenting, "I have never seen such a center. The rhythm and speed of his dribbling are akin to that of a guard, so smooth and seamless." Despite the fact that an unknown rookie had scored twice against them, the Warriors, leading by nearly 20 points, opted not to call a timeout. Coach Kerr, known as the king of pressure, remained composed, not wanting to appear flustered as the game had entered garbage time, with little to worry about. Meanwhile, Warriors defensive assistant Mike Brown signaled to Looney to tighten his defense. It must be noted that Looney has displayed remarkable dedication on the defensive end, taking on all the dirty work for the Warriors. Once a five-star high school player, he now diligently plays the role of a blue-collar rebounder. Due to his wrinkled visage, he is humorously nicknamed Old Man Lou. However, in his matchup against Lin Yifan, Looney appeared inadequately equipped in terms of height, wingspan, and strength. After an intensive summer training, Lin Yifan had gained 10 kilograms, enabling him to effortlessly contend with Looney in the paint. Looney initially intended to take on Lin Yifan in a one-on-one confrontation, exerting all his strength, yet he remained utterly unmoved. How could the seemingly frail lad withstand such force? Lost in thought for a moment, Lin Yifan swiftly executed a steal. As Rooney was in the midst of a shooting feint, the basketball was deftly snatched from his grasp. Another steal. Lin Yifan dribbled the ball into the front court, while Rooney, having lost the ball, rushed to catch up, feeling a deep sense of frustration and compelled to regain his pride through diligent defense. How could he let himself be outdone by a rookie? With an impassive expression, Rooney was undeniably determined. However, Lin Yifan appeared unfazed by Rooney's vigorous defense. Approaching the free throw line, he performed a series of behind-the-back dribbles and executed a mesmerizing crossover, effortlessly bypassing Rooney. Oh my! The audience was left in awe, erupting in gasps of astonishment. What was even more astonishing was the fact that this remarkable maneuver was executed by a center, a mere 19-year-old Chinese prodigy. Teacher Yu Jia, initially taken aback by Lin's previous dribbling, was now completely dumbfounded by this move. This was unmistakably Durant's crossover. Good heavens! Am I seeing this correctly? Is this a move that a center can perform? Meanwhile, Coach Zhang, caught up in excitement, was practically beside himself, exclaiming, "Hey, beautiful! Absolutely stunning! It's as if Durant himself has possessed him. I've never witnessed such play from someone of his stature." The Warriors bench was momentarily stunned into silence, their earlier joviality dissipating. Durant observed intently, recognizing that this was a maneuver only he could execute, now astonishingly manifested in the hands of a rookie. Moreover, Lin Yifan appeared to be even taller than him, executing movements that mirrored his own reflection. The camera panned to Durant, who, draped in a towel, bore an incredulous smile. In just 2 minutes on the court, Lin Yifan had contributed 7 points and 1 steal, rapidly narrowing the score to 14 points. Warriors 100, Lakers 86. In the live broadcast, Yang Dalian suddenly fell silent, as if he had vanished. Meanwhile, the fans erupted, their excitement overwhelming. 6666666. Incredible, incredible, incredible. Explosion. Explosion, explosion. Lin Yifan. This was truly the bench bandit, or rather, the bench's final bandit. Hurry and look. Lin Yifan is on fire on the court. Those fans who had exited the live stream, thinking the game was in garbage time, would soon be regretting their hasty departure. Chapter 23. Lin Yifan's outburst and Dayo's reflection. The whistle blew, and the Warriors called for a timeout. Kerr had not anticipated that what was meant to be a leisurely end to the day would suddenly be disrupted by a bench marauder. Oh, a bench-in marauder. Nevertheless, Kerr remained composed. This game had to be maintained. There was no need for panic. We must focus on our defense. Yes, solidify the defense. The team's defensive coach, Mike Brown, stepped forward to devise a strategy with Looney and Jordan Bell. Nicknamed Bread, Brown was formerly the head coach of the Cavaliers, having once guided a young LeBron James. He led the Cavaliers to the finals in the 2007-2008 season, earning the title of Coach of the Year that year. Coach Brown was particularly adept at defensive instruction. He advised the duo, double-team that rookie. Force him to pass the ball. Looney nodded. I want to let him score again. Since earlier, Looney had been seething with frustration. How could he be outplayed by a rookie? During the timeout, the Lakers bench, including the head coach and a cadre of key players, were utterly bewildered. What had transpired? Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? Randall could hardly believe that Lin Yifan, a mere bench warmer, had emerged as a scoring thief. Walton stood speechless beside him. How had Lin developed such shooting prowess in just 2 months? His physicality appeared to have improved significantly as well. Lin Yifan smiled as he sipped water, completely ignoring Randall's stunned expression. Indeed, his exceptional performance was a slap in Randall's face. The prowess shown on the court spoke volumes. No need to question who the real underperformer was. Lakers head coach Luke Walton found himself at a loss for how to proceed, as the situation had spiraled beyond his control. He managed a strained smile. Lin, you're doing wonderfully, please continue. Strangely, he had not devised any new plans, allowing the bench players to return to the court without further instructions. Let them play freely. Under Kerr's adjustments, the Warriors would surely fortify their defense and mount another offensive. They would likely lose, but if these bench players managed a comeback, Walton's tenure would be in jeopardy. It would be utterly humiliating. Back on the court, following Lin Yifan's consecutive points, the passion of the bench players had been ignited. It was not merely the prospect of victory that fueled them, but a fervent desire to showcase their abilities. What could be more exhilarating than proving oneself in such a grand arena with a stellar performance? These bench players recognized from Lin Yifan that there was no such thing as garbage time in basketball. Caruso and Josh Hart had quickly established trust with Lin. Knowing well his passing finesse, they entrusted the ball to Lin to orchestrate the plays. The Lakers bench players had collectively embraced a strategic approach. The audience began to chant fervently, Lin Yifan, MVP, Lin Yifan, although it was garbage time. The atmosphere in the arena felt as electric as if the game were reaching its final moments, with all fans eagerly anticipating Lin Yifan's spectacular display. An unprecedented tranquility enveloped the live broadcast room. At this moment, there were no Lakers fans, no Warriors supporters, nor any other spectators. The focus was solely on one team, Lin Yifan's team. No, it was the team of Lin Yifan, a source of pride for the Chinese. This is truly the home ground. This is the electrifying home of the Chinese people. Amidst the roaring cheers akin to a tidal wave, all attention, both on and off the court, was directed towards Lin Yifan, a 19-year-old undrafted rookie, a mere benchwarmer. Yet he ignited the entire arena. The Warriors players on the court began to rally their spirits. After all, they were still leading by 14 points. They needed to play well and extinguish the fiery rhythm of this undrafted rookie. As expected, the Warriors initiated a double-team strategy. Upon receiving the ball at the top of the arc, Lin Yifan was immediately met by a double team from Jordan Bell and Kevin Looney. He had no choice but to pass the ball swiftly to Caruso in the right corner. However, Livingston of the Warriors promptly closed in for the defense. The Warriors players moved swiftly on defense. Caruso, unable to shoot, had to return the ball to Lin Yifan. This exemplifies the Warriors' defensive system, where all 5 players are around 2 meters tall, possessing exceptional mobility and adept at switching on defense. Lin Yifan moved to the right 45-degree angle to receive the ball and was just about to dribble when he noticed 2 defenders closing in. Another double team? Surely, someone must be left open. The moment Lin Yifan touched the ball, he sensed that Josh Hart was unguarded in the left corner, poised for a shot. Meanwhile, the Warriors' defense had shifted towards the right side, where Lin Yifan held the ball. The right side is considered the strong side in basketball, while the far left, where the ball is absent, is the weak side. This is crucial because in basketball, one must avoid cross-court passes as they are easily intercepted, leading to fast-break opportunities for the defense. At this juncture, the Warriors' defensive strategy was impeccably executed, with no flaws in the players' positioning. Suddenly, Lin Yifan leaped into the air. Although not particularly high, his height of 2.11 meters, combined with an arm span of 2.21 meters, rendered the double team from Looney and Bell ineffective. Was he actually going to pass? A jump pass? Had he lost his mind? In basketball, leap passing is generally frowned upon, as it becomes challenging for the ball handler to make additional movements while airborne. Unless Lin Yifan raised the basketball above his head with both hands and forcefully sent it towards the left corner. It was a pass akin to a cannonball. The ball soared from the right side to the low left corner of the court, traversing the entire half. The trajectory even grazed the back of the head of Warriors player McCaw, whose dreadlocks swayed. Josh Hart, stationed at the baseline, was still oblivious to the unfolding drama when the basketball landed in his hands. A wide-open shot. He released it. The ball sailed through the net effortlessly. Wow, what a powerful pass. Incredibly precise and audacious. To dare attempt a jump pass across the court, Coach Zhang Weiping found it somewhat unbelievable. After years of accumulated basketball wisdom, the taboos of the game had been ingrained deeply. Do not jump to pass. Do not make cross-court passes. At this moment, Coach Zhang was utterly astonished by Lin Yifan. The basketball was seamlessly passed from the strong side to the weak side corner, executed with an impressive jump pass. Such incredible imagination. As the saying goes, those with great skill possess boldness. Is he truly a center? The last Chinese player with such spirit was. Sitting on the stage, Yao Ming couldn't help but break into a broad smile. His beaming face transformed into a meme, radiating genuine joy. Yao seemed to glimpse the future of Chinese basketball. Beside him, Magic Johnson displayed no signs of surprise. He had already witnessed Lin Yifan's prowess. Lin was indeed a unique player, particularly among Chinese athletes. Yao wore a puzzled expression. Oh, among Chinese players? As Magic observed the game, he remarked, of course. This is just my personal opinion. E.G. and Lin also left the Lakers last year, so my understanding of Chinese players is limited to E and Lin. Yao sensed Magic's hesitance and encouraged him to continue. Magic proceeded. I've noticed that the training of centers in China differs significantly from that in the United States. Different training methods? It seems that Chinese centers are expected to establish a firm stance, post up in the paint, occasionally step out for a jump shot. Yet there is little intention to develop them into a more exaggerated version of Durant. An exaggerated version of Durant? You grasp my meaning, right? A 10-meter Durant who can both drive and shoot, an all-around forward. In contrast, Chinese players appear to be predefined in their roles, or rather, pigeonholed. They are compelled to utilize their physical advantages without the opportunity to hone their dribbling, shooting, perimeter offense, and clever passing skills. Magic continued. I once believed Lin to be such a player, rigid in his play, like a soulless robot. However, now I see Lin as extraordinary. His gameplay is truly distinctive, creative, and captivating. Yao Ming listened intently, fully aware of the differences between Chinese and American basketball. Yet, he refrained from responding to Magic. Understanding that his insights were accurate and recognizing the deeper implications, Magic concluded with a remark: Lin will be a one-of-a-kind player, perhaps even a revolutionary athlete, akin to what Jordan, Kobe, LeBron, and Curry have accomplished. Subsequently, the definitions of positions in basketball will blur, perhaps centers over 2.01 meters will play like guards. Capable of shooting, driving, and passing, possessing unparalleled basketball intelligence. As he spoke, Magic chuckled, and Yao joined in the laughter. They both understood that such players existed only in the realm of imagination. However, merely imagining it sent shivers down their spines. As their laughter subsided and the conversation came to an end, the two resumed watching the game. At that moment, Yao Ming's gaze became somewhat distant, lost in profound contemplation. Chapter 24. Is Kobe's fadeaway jumper making a comeback? This shot is truly justifiable. At this moment, Yao Ming was lost in contemplation. Having recently assumed the role of president of the Basketball Association, he was acutely aware of the underlying issues. Emerging from China's youth training system, Yao was a quintessential traditional center, dominating the Chinese basketball scene through his height and skill. However, upon arriving in the United States, he keenly felt the disparity between the two countries' approaches to athlete development. The U.S. boasts one of the largest basketball populations globally, not merely amateur enthusiasts, but registered professional players. In stark contrast to China's youth training framework, the U.S. relies on a robust collegiate league system. Each age group has access to a diverse array of leagues, allowing young athletes to accumulate invaluable experience through extensive competition. More significantly, this leads to a thriving basketball culture, rooted in a genuine passion for the sport. Thus, Yao's stance on whether his daughter should pursue a professional basketball career has always been predicated on one simple inquiry: does she enjoy it? Moreover, compared to the richness of collegiate basketball, the training system in sports schools is often detached from the vibrant campus life. Athletes are frequently constrained by their coaches, many of whom employ overly simplistic and harsh training methods that fail to nurture individual player development. The style of play is often dictated by external definitions, rather than emerging from an innate love for the game. For instance, a point guard might be chastised for showcasing flashy dribbling moves, while a center practicing ball handling or three-point shooting would likely focus on low-post skills instead. Yao, having returned from overseas, understood profoundly that basketball is an evolving entity. Yet many coaches remain mired in outdated paradigms. As Yao observed Lin Yifan, he sensed the young player's fervor for basketball. Perhaps Lin Yifan was the catalyst for the forthcoming transformation in the sport. On the court, Lin Yifan was on fire. Great pass. As Josh Hart received a pass, he was well aware of Lin Yifan's exceptional passing skills, rivaling those of Chris Paul and Stephen Curry. In the live broadcast, Yang Dalian was left utterly astounded by such a pass, often extolling the virtues of Paul. Today, however, he perceived the essence of Paul within the center's play. My goodness, this is extraordinary. The Warriors continued to employ their double-team strategy. Lin Yifan was poised to respond to Looney's earlier isolation play as he positioned himself on the left side beneath the basket to receive a lob from Caruso. Caruso exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Yifan, moving towards the arc to create space. What? He can also play in the low post? No way. Looney mused to himself. Lin Yifan had already made his move, determined not to allow Looney to succeed in his isolation. Jordan Bell's double team arrived without hesitation. Just as the two defenders seemed ready to encircle Lin Yifan, he deftly flicked the ball behind his back. Where did the basketball go? It turned out that Lin Yifan had already anticipated his teammates' movement. If Jordan Bell were to double-team him, it would inevitably leave one player unguarded. Thus, the Warriors would be compelled to switch their defensive assignments. As long as the unmarked player cuts into the paint, a clear shot at the basket awaits. A skilled passer creates opportunities for easier scoring. Lin Yifan noticed someone cutting to the basket while backing down his defender. This occurred almost simultaneously with Jordan Bell's defensive rotation. It was Caruso making a decisive cut from the front. Lin Yifan, without looking, executed a bounce pass, cleverly evading both Looney and Jordan Bell's sight lines. Upon receiving the pass, Caruso surged forward with determination. Looney, caught off guard, made an instinctive attempt to intercept the ball. The whistle blew, the ball went in. And 1, 2 plus 1. Wow, a brilliant behind-the-back pass. It perfectly dissected the Warriors' defense. Coach Zhang's voice was filled with excitement. Although he felt the pass was slightly reckless, he couldn't deny its brilliance. Coach Kerr was utterly unprepared for the rookie's passing prowess, which surpassed even that of the team's passing center, Draymond Green. At that moment, he found himself unconsciously rising from his seat, gazing at Lin Yifan on the court. The live broadcast was ignited by this sensational play. Such audacity, remarkable, exceptional. Lin Yifan's stunning basket had already left everyone astounded, but this pass was jaw-dropping. It was irresistibly impressive. Under Lin Yifan's orchestration, the Lakers' bench players sprang to life. As he continued to pass under the Warriors' pressure, Caruso, Hart, and Thomas all contributed to the scoring. They unleashed a staggering 22-2 scoring run. The score was now a mere 1-point difference. Warriors 102, Lakers 101, with only 2 minutes and 0.1 seconds remaining. A group of bench players, scrub-time players, they managed to orchestrate a comeback? Coach Kerr's face turned pale. He sat on the bench with a grimace. Just moments ago, he had dismissed Mike Brown's suggestion for a timeout, unwilling to escalate tensions in a preseason game. However, his resolve began to waver. Why hadn't Kerr called a timeout yet? Could he possibly refrain from showing off? It was evident that he was growing restless. Meanwhile, Kerr pondered whether to reintroduce his starters. After all, the game was not over, and there were still 2 minutes left. He glanced back at the starters on the bench. The expressions of Curry and Durant mirrored his astonishment. They had already donned their warm-up gear, their bodies cooling down after a long stretch. Witnessing a 20-point lead vanish in an instant. "Coach, should we go in?" Draymond Green exclaimed, ready to shed his training attire. "Wait." Kerr redirected his focus to the court. Looney was signaling that he didn't need assistance. "I can handle him alone." Looney frowned, seemingly utterly incensed. Turning to Jordan Bell and asserting, "Jordan, I don't need your help. I can defend him by myself." On the Lakers bench, Coach Walton wore an awkward smile, shaking his head in disbelief. "Is it really just a 1-point difference? Should I call a timeout?" The audience rose to their feet, chanting, "Lin Yifan! Lin Yifan!" Some fans even shouted, "Lin Yifan MVP." In just 8 minutes on the court, Lin Yifan had already accumulated 7 points, 6 assists, and 1 steal. With a plus-minus of 20, Rudy, filled with determination, confronted Lin Yifan, declaring, "Hey, kid, I'm going to guard you one-on-one now. You want to score again?" Yet, Lin Yifan remained unfazed, thinking, 1 point is the difference? It's time to unleash that move. He received the ball at the top of the arc, and as expected, Rudy came up to defend him one-on-one. Rudy, aware of Lin Yifan's impressive ball-handling skills, lowered his center of gravity and closely guarded him, his arm resting against Lin Yifan's waist. This is a common technique used to defend against taller players, using physicality to disrupt the offensive rhythm of the opponent. Lin Yifan, with the ball in one hand, signaled his teammates to spread out. He initiated a deceptive drive, prompting Rudy to concede a bit of space. Rudy, exerting all his defensive prowess, matched Lin Yifan's agility, as he too was a nimble big man. Then, Lin Yifan executed a feint shot. Rudy slightly elevated his center of gravity, and Lin Yifan seized the moment to break to the right. A breakthrough from a 11-meter-tall player still maintained a high center of gravity. Coach Zhang Weiping shook his head, remarking, "That ball should be passed, like just now. This play isn't." Just as he was about to criticize the play's rationale, Lin Yifan had already taken a step forward, with Rudy closely trailing him. Rudy's defense remained intact. Lin Yifan maintained his dribble direction, took 2 steps, and leaped directly into a shot. At the moment of takeoff, his right foot landed pointing towards the basket, both hands cradling the ball at his waist. With a powerful leap, he twisted in midair to the left, pushing off with his right foot before releasing the ball. His body executed a beautifully arched fadeaway shot. The entire movement flowed seamlessly, while Rudy exerted himself to defend. His right hand was nearly in Lin Yifun's line of sight, yet the Kobe-esque fadeaway shot rendered the opponent's defense almost irrelevant. Even the slightest bit of shooting space could yield a remarkable score. "Wow!" exclaimed Yu Jia from CCTV Sports, unable to contain his astonishment. "I'm sorry. I just couldn't hold it back. That shot was simply unbelievable." Coach Zhang, having started a sentence, quickly reversed it. "That was a perfectly executed play." His nickname, Waping Bryant, was not given lightly. Witnessing Lin Yifun replicate Kobe's fadeaway shot, Coach Zhang once again delivered a memorable commentary on the play's validity. "Is that fadeaway shot a move from Kobe? How could a 2.11-meter Lin Yifun execute such a maneuver?" The Lakers scored 2 points. The score now stood at Warriors 102, Lakers 103, as the Lakers astonishingly took the lead. Beep. Cole rose to his feet, clutching the tactical board, pursing his lips as he repeatedly shook his head. Chapter 25. Fame at last? The burdens of celebrity as Lin Yifun executed a Kobe-esque fadeaway shot. A deafening cheer erupted from the crowd. "Wow! Incredible! Lin Yifun, MVP." The fans' exuberant shouts filled the arena, while the live stream exploded with excitement. "What the hell? This is unbelievable." That shot was reminiscent of the legendary Kobe. Lin Yifun is beyond extraordinary. Can a center truly pull off a fadeaway jump shot? I was already blown away by his passing. That fadeaway gave me goosebumps. This is undoubtedly the most miraculous comeback I have ever witnessed. Wait. I just stepped out for a moment, and how did the Lakers suddenly take the lead? What on earth happened? Someone tell me. I feel like I've missed something monumental. On the bench, Randall's face turned pale, as if he were trapped in a dream. Coach Walton awkwardly chuckled, resembling a hapless clown. Turning to observe the Warriors, he noticed their starting five had discarded their warm-up gear and were preparing to return to the court. What? The Warriors are bringing back their starters. Walton's mind raced with disbelief. A group of benchwarmers had miraculously erased a 21-point deficit. He felt utterly out of place. With the Warriors having reinstated their starters, Walton signaled to his players. The Lakers starters were also set to return. Only 1 minute and 50 seconds remained in the game. Both teams' key players reluctantly stepped onto the court. Ultimately, the Warriors triumphed with a score of 110-105. Lin Yifun did not take the floor in the final 2 minutes, as Durant and Curry of the Warriors each delivered crucial mid-range and three-point shots to seal the victory. Although the Lakers faced defeat, Lin Yifun's remarkable performance exhilarated the audience. Magic Johnson in the stands displayed a long-awaited smile. "Thank you, Yao, for bringing us such a special player." Yao Ming responded with an expression akin to a joyful emoji. "No, I should be thanking you. I hope we can collaborate again in the future." "We certainly will. I'll make sure the Chinese national team pays a visit." The two shook hands, their gazes instinctively drawn to the court. Lin Yifun sat calmly on the Lakers bench when suddenly a notification chimed. "Congratulations, host, on completing the perfect debut mission. System reward, S-level treasure chest." Another S-level treasure chest? What could it contain? Lin Yifun's excitement surged as he yearned to open it immediately. Just then, a gentle, melodious voice interrupted him. "Excuse me, do you have a moment?" He looked up to see a smiling female reporter with wavy hair approaching him. This reporter was Meng Chao, a journalist from ESPN stationed with Mahua Sports. Meng Chao, the newly appointed NBA goddess reporter, possesses both striking beauty and an enviable figure. Today, she donned a pristine white blazer paired with a light blue low-cut V-neck shirt and a white mini-skirt, accentuating her long, alluring legs, which captured considerable attention. Following the conclusion of the match, host Meng Chao promptly approached Lin Yifun for an interview. Her visage adorned with a gentle smile as she gazed adoringly at Lin Yifun's face. The two were markedly different in height. With Meng Chao holding the microphone high, she inquired, "Yifun, witnessing your flawless debut today brings me genuine joy. How do you feel at this moment?" Lin Yifun stood at the center of the court, his head bowed as he listened to the female reporter amidst the cacophony of excited fans. It seemed he did not quite catch her question, prompting Meng Chao to lean in closer and repeat, "Yifun, how do you feel?" As she drew nearer, Lin Yifun detected a unique fragrance emanating from the reporter, while the blue V-neck swayed before his eyes. "I sense the fervor of the fans. It fills me with pride to play on my homeland soil. I am grateful to my country, and I also thank my parents." Lin Yifun's words were heartfelt, eliciting a slight blush on Meng Chao's cheeks as she leaned in even closer, continuing with a sweet tone, "Today, you achieved an impressive debut with 8 points and 6 assists. How would you evaluate your performance?" Lin Yifun responded, "All of this is thanks to my teammates' support and the trust of my coach. I am a team-oriented player. My teammates were phenomenal in the fourth quarter. And I appreciate my coach for giving me the opportunity to play. Without his guidance, I wouldn't have had a chance to shine. Meanwhile, in the official post-match interview, ESPN reporter queried Lakers head coach Luke Walton about Lin's remarkable performance in the fourth quarter. With a smile, Walton remarked, "We are fortunate to have such a remarkably talented player. His performance is nothing short of phenomenal." When asked why he substituted Lin Yifan in the final moments of the fourth quarter, Walton appeared momentarily flustered, struggling to articulate his response at that time. The Warriors brought in their starters, so we responded accordingly. Lin led the comeback in the fourth quarter, did he not? The reporter pressed. It was a normal adjustment. Yes, an adjustment. Walton's explanation faltered, leading him to abruptly conclude the interview. His comments in the post-match video drew sharp criticism from netizens, who lambasted his inability to justify his decisions. The disparity between the Lakers and the Warriors seemed to hinge on coaching, as Luke Walton's leadership left much to be desired. The season ahead appeared daunting, with Julius Randle relegated to the bench. But how could Lin Yifan also be placed at the end of the bench? Following the match, Chinese netizens shared striking commentary. One user posted a photo of Yang Dalian, accompanied by Yang's pre-game prediction that Lin Yifan would score no more than 5 points. The image revealed Yang's swollen face, as if it had endured a brutal blow. "Teacher Yang, does your face hurt?" This person simply loves to chatter nonsensically. It's one thing to have a large face, but his skin is remarkably thick. Haraha. Lin Yifan's remarkable performance on the court has garnered extensive media coverage, quickly capturing the attention of the entire nation. CCTV Sports dedicated 5 minutes of their evening news to report on Lin Yifan's outstanding display. Numerous commercial endorsements are pouring in. A dazzling basketball star is on the verge of rising. However, Lin Yifan remains largely indifferent to these off-court events. After the match, he quietly stayed in the arena to practice further. In the final 2 minutes, Lin Yifan, seated on the sidelines, witnessed the prowess of the Warriors starters, Durant and Curry, superstars of the league, showcasing truly unparalleled performances. If he were on the court, could he withstand their display? At present, the answer is evidently in the negative. Lin Yifan understands that he has a long journey ahead. Suddenly, Lin Yifan's phone rang. It was a call from his agent, Jia Qiao. "Hello, Lao Jia." The excitement in Lao Jia's voice was palpable, even trembling slightly. "You've become a sensation in the country. You've achieved fame in one battle." Lin Yifan was puzzled by Lao Jia's exuberance. "A major brand has contacted us regarding an endorsement contract." "An endorsement contract?" "Indeed. You've gained recognition. And now you can land commercial endorsements." The thrill in Jia Qiong's voice was unmistakable. "That's a significant sum of money. You just need to show your face and shoot a video." Lin Yifan felt an inexplicable discomfort upon hearing this. "Lao Jia, it's not you who will be in the spotlight. Aren't we in need of money right now?" Lao Jia suddenly adopted a slightly irate tone. "The breach of contract penalty of $2 million from the capital team has yet to be resolved." "Well, you figure that out yourself." He then curiously inquired, "Which major brand contacted us for the endorsement?" Lao Jia replied, "A well-known sports protection brand." Lin Yifan was so infuriated that he nearly dropped his phone. "Lao Jia, can we maintain some dignity here?" Chapter 26, Acquiring Rodman's Rebounding Skills. Your two-way contract is about to expire. Agent Jia Qiong is primarily concerned about the contract situation. Currently, Lin Yifan earns a base salary of $25,000 from the Development League, while his two-way contract includes an additional salary of $50,000. If he stays in the NBA for 45 days, he could potentially earn up to $200,000. However, this amount falls short of the $2 million penalty fee. Agent Jia stated earnestly, "Money is not the issue. We have received several endorsement offers domestically. My concern lies with your contract." Lin Yifan, confident in his performance, believes the Lakers will certainly extend a formal contract to him. As the expiration of the two-way contract approaches, Lin Yifan is set to become a restricted free agent. For restricted free agents, the Lakers can choose not to sign him. But if another team offers a contract, they have the right to match it and retain him. Then let them raise the stakes. Lin Yifan has already devised a plan. Let them raise the stakes? Agent Jia suddenly comprehended. They could set the price high. They would need to find someone to play the role of the price raiser. After concluding the call with Agent Jia, Lin Yifan resumed his training. He noticed the training value circle had significantly progressed, indicating that game time could also refresh the duration of training value. With the preseason underway and the regular season approaching, he must deliver a more consistent performance. especially after observing the stellar display from the Warriors' key players today. Superstars like Durant and Curry are still far beyond his reach. This disparity is evident not only in offense but also in defense. Lin Yifan couldn't help but ponder whether he could withstand the performances of such superstars if he were on the court, given his current abilities. He still has a long way to go. Today, Lin Yifan was merely matched against the Warriors bench player, Looney. If he were up against an NBA superstar, the scenario would likely be vastly different. Regaining his composure, Lin Yifan headed straight for the training room. Not far away, Magic Johnson quietly observed Lin Yifan, noting his remarkable diligence, still practicing on the court after a game. The world is not short of exceptionally gifted players, but rather, it lacks diligent talents. Magic Johnson called Pelinka. Hey, Pelinka, having seen Lin's performance today, what are your thoughts? As the general manager, Pelinka is responsible for player contracts, and they had previously agreed to discuss contract matters after assessing Lin's performance. Pelinka did not expect Magic to be so urgent. Lin's performance was outstanding. Magic interrupted him. So what do you plan to do? His tone was almost accusatory. Pelinka had no choice but to concede. I believe we can offer him a formal contract. Indeed, exemplary performances can dispel all doubts, and Pelinka realized he had lost this bet. Once again, it was late at night. As Lin Yifan prepared to leave the training room, he was startled by a towering figure standing in the darkness at the entrance. Yifan. Is it? I am Yao Ming. A colossal figure emerged from the shadows, stepping forward into the corridor. It was none other than Yao Ming. I saw you training earlier, so I didn't want to interrupt, the towering athlete said with a warm smile, exuding an air of friendliness. Lin Yifan felt a surge of anxiety. After all, standing before him was his childhood idol, now the president of the Basketball Association. If he aspired to make a name for himself in men's basketball, it was undoubtedly Yao Ming's favor that he sought. I've heard from the magician that you are quite exceptional. Lin Yifan responded with a polite smile, acknowledging the compliment. I've watched you play since I was a child. It was only then that he noticed how Yao had transformed. He now resembled a large bear, a far cry from the athlete he idolized in his youth. Yao Ming let out a hearty laugh. Indeed, I've aged, he admitted, but as an elder, I would still like to share a few thoughts with you. Oh, I would love to hear your insights, Lin Yifan eagerly replied. Yao smiled, making an effort not to come across as lecturing. Your style of play is intriguing. It represents the small ball era and even the future direction of basketball. Lin Yifan anticipated the forthcoming but. However, Yao continued, even in the small ball era, the characteristics of a traditional center should not be overlooked. After watching your games, I believe you could benefit from honing your rebounding, defense, and post-defense skills. Yao felt he had said enough, fearing he might overstep. Nevertheless, you've already shown remarkable potential. Yao's tone shifted, becoming more encouraging. Let us leave it at that. Yet, he couldn't help but add, if you ever need assistance, feel free to reach out. I can help you with specialized training. Lin Yifan sensed the respect and expectation in Yao's voice. Rest well. As he watched Lin Yifan's figure disappear into the darkness, Yao wore a smile that revealed a hint of fatigue yet was filled with satisfaction before he faded away. In a hotel in the bustling metropolis, Lin Yifan finally sank into the bed, weary from the day's exertions, reminiscing about the relaxing massages from his senior. Opening the system, he discovered his training points were maxed out, allowing him to redeem 2 attribute points. While excitement coursed through him, he lamented the slow pace of his progress, wishing for improvements in numerous areas. What other methods could enhance my attribute points? Suddenly, he recalled the match the system had mentioned. Winning could yield additional attribute rewards. The system, however, remained silent, revealing no extra points, as today's match had ended in defeat. It seemed he must strive to win every game to accelerate his attribute growth. Pondering which attributes to enhance next, Lin Yifan hesitated until he remembered he still had an S-rank treasure chest unopened. He chose to open the chest. System, S-rank treasure chest opened. A flash of crimson light enveloped his mind, and the system's voice resonated once more. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Dennis Rodman's rebounding skill. Wow, Rodman, I've obtained a defensive skill. Lin Yifan marveled, realizing that his thoughts had indeed manifested into reality. Lin Yifan has been diligently enhancing his offensive capabilities while neglecting his defensive skills. In truth, defensive skills such as rebounding are of paramount importance in a game. Offensive rebounds can lead to additional scoring opportunities, while defensive rebounds can facilitate transitions between offense and defense. Securing rebounds is not merely a matter of height, wingspan, or vertical leap. It is a basketball skill that necessitates learning and mastery. The player affectionately dubbed the rebounding monster by fans, Dennis Rodman averaged an astonishing 16.8 rebounds per game during the 1994-95 season, a feat that can only be described as extraordinary. This remarkable average positions Rodman as a rare talent in the realm of rebounding, regardless of the era. A vivid image flashed through Lin Yifan's mind of a player clad in the number 91 jersey. A red-haired individual who adeptly utilized nimble footwork to keep opponents at bay in the paint. With unwavering focus, his gaze remained fixed on the trajectory of the basketball, demonstrating an innate sense of positioning. As he anticipated the ball's descent, his feet swiftly propelled him toward the landing point. In a climactic moment, he leaped, using one hand to establish position against the defender, effortlessly cradling the ball to protect it. The resounding thud echoed as he made contact with the ball, exuding an aura of dominance. This vivid scene replayed in Lin Yifan's mind until he noticed a new emblem bearing the number 91 in training camp. Could this signify the acquisition of an additional basketball skill? Lin Yifan found it hard to believe. Upon checking his attributes, he noted his offensive rebound was at 55.90 and his defensive rebound at 65.95, both of which seemed rather low. He recalled the system's assertion that the effectiveness of a skill correlates with the relevant attribute values. The higher the attribute, the more potent the skill's execution. Reflecting on his recent preseason performance, Lin Yifan realized that the effectiveness of his Kobe Bryant fadeaway jump shot had improved significantly compared to 2 months prior. Could this be the result of enhanced shooting skill points? With the acquisition of Rodman's rebounding skill, Lin Yifan decided to allocate his skill points to bolster his rebounding abilities. With some time remaining before the regular season commenced, he saw an opportunity to elevate his rebounding attribute. As he contemplated this, Lin Yifan allocated 2 attribute points to his defensive rebound ability, raising it from 65.95 to 67.95. Chapter 27. A sudden increase in demands. Signing a new contract? With the conclusion of the Chinese championship, the team returned to Los Angeles by plane after 2 days of rest. Unlike his teammates, who indulged in vacation-like leisure, exploring the wonders of Shanghai, enjoying a drink, and reveling in merriment, Lin Yifan remained resolute. He did not allow himself to relax, instead choosing to practice diligently, striving to extend his training hours. In the office of the Lakers president, an urgent meeting was convened to discuss Lin Yifan's contract situation. The team primarily consists of rookie contracts, providing them with substantial salary cap space. Currently, the largest contracts on the roster are Brook Lopez's $22 million for this year and Luol Deng's $18 million. We still have ample salary cap space, and I believe we can offer Lin Yifan a 2-year contract worth $3 million or a 3-year deal for $6 million. He possesses remarkable potential, stated General Manager Rob Pelinka. This proposal elicited a nod of approval from Magic Johnson. Early in the morning, Lin Yifan was engaged in intensive training at the Lakers facility. Suddenly, a crisp notification echoed from his phone. It was a sports news article forwarded by his sister, Lin Xiaolu. Shams reported, the Lakers will offer a 2-year contract worth $3 million, with a player option in the 2nd year. He further stated, the Lakers may propose a 2-year, $6 million contract to Chinese player Lin Yifan, with a player option in the 3rd year. Shams had outdone WJ this time, as both pieces of news were exclusively broken by him. Shams and WJ, renowned NBA reporters, previously shared a minor-mentee relationship, but Shams had evidently soared to new heights since going solo. The lengthy offseason left basketball fans feeling restless, providing an opportunity for them to focus on player trades across teams. This summer witnessed 3 significant trades. First, Paul George was traded to the Thunder, where he would join forces with 2016-17 MVP Russell Westbrook, with the Thunder sending Victor Oladipo and Domantas Sabonis in return. Second, Chris Paul was traded to the Rockets in an unprecedented 7-for-1 deal, allowing the Rockets to acquire him from the Clippers, forming a formidable backcourt alongside James Harden, aiming to challenge the Golden State Warriors. Third, Kyrie Irving and Isaiah Thomas exchanged teams, with the Cavaliers sending Irving to the Celtics in return for Thomas, Jay Crowder, Ante Zizic, and 1st and 2nd round draft picks from the Nets in 2018 and 2020 respectively. As the NBA preseason approached, teams were making final adjustments to their rosters, determining their 12-man lineup. The upcoming 7 or 8 preseason games serve to refine team dynamics, hone tactics, and cultivate player chemistry. With only a few days remaining until Lin Yifan's 2-way contract was set to expire, the forthcoming preseason games represented a crucial period for the Lakers management to evaluate his performance. After a week of recovery, the Lakers were set to travel to the high-altitude city of Denver, where they would engage in 2 consecutive preseason warm-up games against the Denver Nuggets. The Denver Nuggets are an emerging powerhouse in the Western Conference. Since the appointment of coach Michael Malone, the team has transformed its style of play, re-establishing itself with a philosophy akin to the San Antonio Spurs' emphasis on collective ball sharing. Currently, the Nuggets boast a wealth of quality interior players, including the second-round draft pick Nikola Jokic, selected in 2014, who has gradually risen to prominence. Last season, he engaged in a fierce competition for the starting center position with teammate Jusuf Nurkic, ultimately leading to Nurkic's trade to the Portland Trail Blazers. Jokic exemplifies the archetype of a European big man, possessing solid skills in the post, and, importantly, demonstrating remarkable playmaking abilities. As a former second-round pick, he has steadily evolved into the team's cornerstone. In addition to Jokic, the Nuggets have acquired Paul Millsap and Mason Plumlee, 2 American-style big men, during the offseason, alongside the homegrown powerhouse Kenneth Faried. Last year's rookie Juancho Hernan-Gomez is also in the process of development. With an abundance of exceptional interior players, the Nuggets pose a formidable challenge to the Los Angeles Lakers. Upon arriving in Denver, Lin Yifan immediately sensed the distinct characteristics of the high-altitude climate. Historically, the Denver Nuggets have been a team that emphasizes physicality, creating an arduous battlefield for any visiting team in these elevated conditions, where even a victory demands considerable exertion. Prior to the game, in the Lakers' locker room, Luke Walton was about to announce the starting lineup. The players held their breath, knowing that the team would experiment with various lineups during the preseason. With a roster predominantly filled with youth, each player was eagerly awaiting their opportunity to take the court. At that moment, however, Rob Pelinka unexpectedly entered the locker room. The players exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of his intentions. Pelinka first whispered a few words to Walton, then turned his attention to Brook Lopez, asking, "Hey, Brook, are you feeling a bit off today?" Brook Lopez, taken aback by Pelinka's sudden inquiry about his well-being, paused for a moment. Yet, as a seasoned veteran, he quickly grasped the implication behind the words. Nodding, he replied, "Ah, yes, indeed." Thus, it was decided that he would take a rest for the day. Lopez, currently the highest-paid player on the Lakers, was afforded this opportunity to rest, which is quite normal for a veteran in such circumstances. It not only preserves his health, but also allows younger players to gain valuable experience. Consequently, the starting center position became vacant. Who would fill this role? Naturally, all eyes turned to the backup center, Ivica Zubac. Following this, Pelinka whispered a few more words to Walton, who nodded in surprise. Subsequently, Walton announced, "Today's starting players are Ball, KCP, Ingram, Randall, and Lin Yifan." What? The mention of Lin Yifan's name astonished everyone. Although he had performed brilliantly in the previous game, it was quite rare for a player who typically occupied a bench role to leap directly into the starting lineup. Luke Walton calmly remarked, "Lin's performance has been evident to all. In the fourth quarter of the last game, he played a pivotal role in our strong comeback. We intend to have him start this game." It was immediately apparent to discerning observers that this decision was influenced by general manager Rob Pelinka. Moreover, Lin Yifan's performance was indeed flawless, garnering no objections from the rest of the team. Only Julius Randle, standing nearby, questioned in his mind, what qualifies this rookie for a starting position? However, it was the coach's directive, and players held no authority to contest it. Despite being cultivated as the locker room leader under Luke Walton's guidance, Randle had noticed an NBA reporter's article early that morning. The team was reportedly offering Lin Yifan a 3-year, $6 million contract. What merits did this rookie possess to warrant such a deal? As the 7th overall pick in the draft, Randle had received a mere $3 million in his rookie season. For a lottery player, securing a $3 million contract in the first year was already considerable. How could this undrafted rookie possibly command a $6 million contract? Randle's immediate reaction upon reading the news was disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 28. Pelinka's Test? Battling the Denver Nuggets. As a second-year player, the Croatian center Zubac has been eagerly seeking opportunities to showcase his talents. This marks Zubac's second year in the league, and as a second-round pick, he currently earns a modest salary of $1.3 million. Observing that the Lakers are offering undrafted player Lin Yifan a 3-year contract worth $6 million, Zubac can't help but feel envious. Indeed, the Lakers roster is predominantly comprised of rookie contracts, with everyone vying for playing time. The competition for minutes has stirred various emotions and thoughts among the players. However, in the realm of competitive sports, performance speaks volumes. Without on-court contributions, all discussions are mere empty rhetoric. Pelinka, slightly furrowing his brow, echoed Walton's sentiments and spoke in a tone that brooked no dissent, declaring that this would serve as a test for Lin. We have witnessed his capabilities. Opportunities are reserved for those who demonstrate skill. With the general manager Pelinka's pronouncement, even those with grievances, like Randall, could only remain silent. Lin Yifan understood clearly that the forthcoming 2 games against the Denver Nuggets would serve as an evaluation of his abilities by the management. Securing a contract hinged on these pivotal matches. Ding dong. Suddenly, Lin Yifan's mind was filled with the long-lost sound of the system's voice. Congratulations, host, on achieving your first career start. Reward, 10 attribute points. What? A career achievement? And such rewards exist? The system will grant attribute points based on the host's career accomplishments. This adds yet another source of income. However, receiving just 10 attribute points feels rather paltry. A reward of 500 would be more fitting. Lin Yifan accessed the system panel. Since returning to the United States after the conclusion of the China Games, over a week had elapsed. During this time, Lin Yifan had diligently intensified his training, having already exchanged for 10 attribute points. With the recent reward, he now possessed a total of 20 attribute points. A quick glance revealed that while there were numerous areas for improvement, Lin Yifan chose to focus on his defensive rebounding. Defensive rebounding, 6795. Let us invest all 20 attribute points. Defensive rebounding, 6795 upgraded to 8195. Wait, this doesn't seem right, with 20 points. It should have been raised to 87. Why did the defensive rebounding only increase to 81? Is the system malfunctioning? Checking the attribute points again, he found there were still 2 points left unspent. What is this situation? Why are there 2 attribute points remaining? The system prompted to increase an attribute value beyond 80. 5 attribute points are required. To increase it beyond 85, 10 attribute points are needed. Beyond 90, 20 points. Beyond 95, 50 points. Is this system testing my patience? Although Lin Yifan felt a sense of helplessness, he had little choice in the matter. An 81 in defensive rebounding is an elite, but it should rank him at a respectable level within the NBA. Coupled with Rodman's rebounding prowess, he should be able to demonstrate commendable rebounding skills. The remaining 2 attribute points were casually added to Lin Yifan's jumping ability, raising it from 5690 to 5890. It seems that enhancing attributes above 80 will require considerably more time. Moreover, after 2 months of intensive training with Kobe, his talent level has increased, indicating a greater potential for improvement. Lin Yifan sighed heavily, yet he knew he must first analyze the matchup for the next game. Who would be the center for the Denver Nuggets? He pulled out his phone to check the Nuggets roster. Nikola Jokic. What a surprise, it was this hefty fellow. The essence of human chub? Nikola Jokic stands at 2.13 meters tall and weighs 130 kilograms. This Serbian center was selected by the Nuggets in the second round, 11th overall, in 2014. Although he is only a third-year player, the team has already begun to cultivate him as a core asset. To facilitate Jokic's development, the Nuggets even traded away their starting center, Nurkic, from Bosnia last season. Good grief, considering he would be facing Jokic, who is taller and weighs 25 kilograms more than him. Is this challenge being presented a tad prematurely? In Denver, Colorado, at the Pepsi Center, the Nuggets hosted the Lakers in a preseason game. Lin Yifan appeared in the starting lineup. The commentators were evidently unfamiliar with this undrafted player. Today, the Joker would be matched up against Lin. The commentators struggled to pronounce Lin Yifan's name, questioning how an undrafted player had secured a starting position. Although Lin Yifan had delivered commendable performances in the NBA Summer League and preseason games, his statistics were not particularly impressive. Moreover, his influence had only been felt in limited circles. Across the United States, he remained an anonymous, undrafted player, garnering little attention. When Lin Yifan took the court, the Nuggets fans did not exhibit any remarkable reaction. Conversely, the entry of Nikola Jokic, another center, was met with enthusiastic applause from the home crowd. This was to be expected. Despite being just a third-year rookie, Jokic had undeniably become the cornerstone of the Nuggets. Did Jokic appear to have gained additional weight? Surely, he now exceeded 130 kilograms. It was rumored that during the off-season, he had indulged in horseback riding rather than dedicating time to practice. Nevertheless, one could trust that the Joker, being the Joker, would only become more formidable with added bulk. Who was the unfortunate soul set to match up against him today? Lin? Who was that? As the players began to warm up, the audience observed with perplexity that the center opposing Jokic was a rather frail individual. The Denver Nuggets fans were left in a state of confusion. wondering what the Lakers were thinking. With Lopez resting, why not at least field Zubac? That guy had a decent weight. But then again, it mattered little who took the court. Jokic's offensive prowess primarily relied on his desire to score. Nikola Jokic, affectionately dubbed the Joker, is also playfully referred to as Teacher Jokic by Chinese basketball enthusiasts. His exquisite shooting and passing skills, along with a remarkable ability to score three-pointers, handle the ball, assist, and rebound, render him a formidable presence on the court. However, during games, he often displays a lack of aggressive intent in his offensive play, compounded by his considerable physique and somewhat limited dynamic athleticism, resulting in a slower pace of movement. In the lead-up to the match, Lin Yifan conducted a calm analysis of his own strengths, concluding that the only advantage he possessed over Teacher Jokic was his superior speed. Perhaps, he mused, he could exploit this speed and agility to outmaneuver Jokic for a point or two. Yet, as the game commenced, the Lakers' Julius Randle, positioned as the team's primary playmaker at the arc, inexplicably neglected to pass the ball to Lin Yifan. After several futile sprints back and forth, Lin Yifan astonishingly found himself with a stat line of 0 points, 0 rebounds, 0 assists, 0 blocks, and 0 steals after half a quarter of play. It seemed as though the Lakers center was merely there for a running drill, as I was left to witness his endless back-and-forth sprints. This marked the first time I had encountered a player with a complete stat line of zeros after such a duration of gameplay. Hilariously, prior to the match, some had even dared to claim that Lin was a smaller version of the Joker, which was nothing short of a farce. Chapter 29, Taught a Lesson by Jokic. The first battle in Denver in this encounter, the Denver Nuggets' new recruit, Paul Millsap, effectively restricted Julius Randle. Millsap's fundamental skills in both offense and defense are commendable, and he is capable of shooting three-pointers, having once achieved an astonishing feat of scoring 11 points in just 28 seconds. This offseason, he was traded from the Hawks to the Nuggets, who generously offered him a lucrative 3-year contract worth $90 million. As a result, Randle gradually lost his role in orchestrating the team's plays, causing the Lakers' offense to devolve into chaos, where anyone with the ball would charge forward indiscriminately. Despite the Lakers' desire to accelerate the pace of their offense, the Nuggets, under Jokic's adept organization, maintained a remarkable composure. In the first quarter, Jokic sank 2 three-pointers and delivered 4 assists, effortlessly maneuvering past Lin Yifan with his footwork to score with a hook shot. With his impressive physique of over 130 kilograms, combined with his agile footwork and soft shooting touch, Lin found himself utterly outmatched by the seasoned all-star. This was akin to a masterclass, where Jokic was teaching Lin the fundamentals of the game. It became evident that Lin must enhance his strength and skills in the paint, taking Jokic as a prime example. Meanwhile, fans in the domestic live stream were abuzz with commentary. Lin was acutely aware of the gap in talent between himself and Jokic, compounded by Randle's stubbornness in refusing to pass him the ball. In the first half of the first quarter, Randle stubbornly attempted to overpower Millsap 3 times, but failed each time, throwing the Lakers' offense into disarray. As anticipated, after a little over 6 minutes into the first quarter, Lin was substituted out for Zubac. Jokic's offensive hunger was palpable today, as he came out firing on all cylinders. His foundational skills in the paint were impeccable, and his finesse was undeniable. Even after Zubac entered the game, Jokic continued to dominate, leading the Nuggets to a 35-24 advantage over the Lakers by the end of the first quarter. As the second quarter commenced, Jokic entered the rotation and took a breather on the bench, while Lin was also relegated to the sidelines. Lonzo Ball took charge of the second unit's offense, and under his leadership, the Lakers began to find their rhythm and close the scoring gap. However, Ball unfortunately twisted his right ankle during a drive and had to retreat to the locker room. On the bench, Lin gradually regained his composure, his mind racing with thoughts. The pressing issue at hand was his lack of ball possession, which inevitably hindered his ability to accumulate statistics. Suddenly, an idea struck him. If he couldn't wait for the ball to come to him, he would seize the opportunity to claim it for himself. Midway through the second quarter, with Jokic back on the court, Lakers head coach Luke Walton decided to reinsert Lin into the lineup, alongside Randle. Randle, with a crooked smile, seemed to convey his unwillingness to pass to the rookie. Yet this time, Lin returned Randle's glance with a smile of his own, thinking to himself, "I'm afraid your ball privileges might soon be revoked." As the fans in attendance witnessed Lin Yifan's entrance, they began to voice their disdain. Is this kid back on the court? Didn't that Asian boy just get overwhelmed? They lamented that no matter who it was, Zubac was bound to be overrun. However, there seemed to be a flaw in the Lakers' strategy. It appeared that Walton might be grappling with issues. Indeed, when Randall and Lin Yifan shared the floor, the Lakers' plus-minus rating plummeted to a dismal -15, with 6 minutes and 55 seconds remaining in the second quarter. Jokic received the ball at the top of the arc and subsequently passed it to Gary Harris in the corner. An open three-point shot, but it clangs off the rim. Meanwhile, Randall was poised to secure the rebound. This scenario had already unfolded numerous times in the first quarter, due to the necessity of guarding Jokic at the three-point line. Lin Yifan often found himself positioned far from the paint. After Randall secured the rebound, he initiated an offensive play. Suddenly, a figure darted across Randall's line of sight, snatching the ball with one hand. The moment the ball was grasped, a resounding thud echoed. Randall, initially believing he had lost the rebound, focused his gaze to find it was Lin Yifan. "Rookie, you snatched my board," Randall exclaimed in frustration. "Whoever grabs it owns it," Lin Yifan retorted, before charging forward with the ball. Without ball on the court, the Lakers had truly adopted a whoever has the ball attacks mentality. Previously, Lin Yifan had merely feigned a defense against Jokic, waiting for the pass to Harris before keeping his eyes glued to the ball, swiftly moving towards its anticipated landing spot. He surged in from Randall's side to seize the rebound. Right before Randall's eyes, he snatched it away. What an impressive display of rebounding prowess, reminiscent of Rodman. Yes, it appeared that the aggrieved Randall was rather displeased. However, it seemed Randall was reluctant to pass the ball to Lin Yifan. As Lin Yifan advanced the ball into the front court, the entire Nuggets team was in retreat. Jokic lazily positioned himself about a meter in front of Lin Yifan. Once they crossed half-court, Lin Yifan executed a dazzling behind-the-back dribble, swiftly transitioning into a wide-ranging change of direction, performing a lightning-fast Durant-esque crossover. By the time Jokic registered what was happening, Lin Yifan had effortlessly eluded him. With a speed rating of 85, Lin Yifan clearly outpaced the languid Jokic. Moreover, Jokic, caught off guard and relaxed, hadn't anticipated such an abrupt move from the young man before him. Consequently, he failed to react, and without any physical contact, Lin Yifan had already taken a full step past him. What an astonishing breakthrough. The commentators were left in awe by this display of agility. Incredible. Was this not a larger version of Durant? Following the crossover, Lin Yifan drove straight to the basket. The Nuggets' new recruit, Millsap, swiftly closed in to defend. A block attempt. Lin Yifan made a three-step approach, preparing to release the shot. No, that was not a layup. Rather, it was a high lob pass. Ingram surged past Millsap, and with a resounding thud, executed an emphatic alley-oop dunk. Was that dribbling truly his? It resembled that of Kevin Durant. Was that breakthrough speed genuinely his? It was akin to that of a guard. The final pass was equally exquisite, displaying remarkable composure against Millsap's defense. Jokic was also taken aback by that dazzling maneuver. Almost as if caught in a nightmare, the esteemed Jokic turned to pinch his cheek, assuring himself it was not a dream. Ingram's alley-oop elicited pure joy from Magic Johnson, seated on the team's bench as he raised his fist in triumph. "Good job, kid," Magic exclaimed, calling out to the court. After Ingram's basket, he gestured to Lin Yifan, signaling "nice shot. Lin, let's go, let's go." During the off-season, the two had trained together, and unbeknownst to them, they had forged a bond of competitive camaraderie. Chapter 30, The Battle for Rebounds. The true and false Coach Yao. "If you secure the rebound, remember to pass me the ball." Upon hearing this, Ingram nearly burst into laughter as he glanced at Randall behind him. Randall, the third-year player and the elder statesman among the youth, was vociferously cursing, "Damn it. You took my board." His frustration was palpable, his arms flailing in exasperation. The commentators could clearly see it. The Lakers were on the verge of gaining momentum. These young players were brimming with vitality. Just look at Randall, relentlessly raising his arms in a fervent outcry. If the youth aren't exuberant, can we even call them young? Suddenly, the referee blew the whistle to signal a timeout. Coach Malone's decision to call this timeout was indeed commendable. Yes, the Nuggets' timeout was perfectly timed. Wait, hold on. This timeout was called by Coach Malone of the Nuggets, but by Luke Walton, the head coach of the Lakers. Has he lost his mind? What kind of absurd maneuver is this? Just as momentum was building, Walton calls a timeout? Is he wishing for the Lakers to lose? What a foolish move. Truly. This is something I've never witnessed before. It's time for Walton to step down. In the live stream, a wave of Lakers fans began to unleash their derision. During the timeout, Walton solemnly emphasized, "Moving forward, we must accelerate our offensive tempo, shoot more, and be bold in our attempts. Without ball, we will entrust the ball to Lin Yifan." Currently, the Lakers lacked a reliable shooting option on the court, and with Ingram struggling today, and Pope not in rhythm either, It was the perfect opportunity for pick-and-roll plays or cutting passes. Ingram, take a breather. Kuzma, you're up. Ingram wore an incredulous expression. Hey, boss. I've only played for 2 minutes this quarter, and I just made a shot. My rhythm was finally coming back. What is going on? But Walton had already issued his command, leaving Ingram with no choice but to exasperatedly shrug and take a seat on the bench. What kind of nonsense is this? Swapping out Ingram right after he made a dunk? This timeout and substitution by the Lakers, only a 20-year veteran with a stroke could make such adjustments. Look at Ingram, shaking his head in disbelief on the bench. Coach Malone remarked, "Thank you, Walton. You have warmed the 4 seasons." Witnessing the substitution of Ingram, the live stream erupted into mocking Walton. A chorus of Lakers fans erupted in curses. Damn, Ingram was just about to get going, and this foolish coach pulls him off? I'm truly at a loss for words. What a legendary coach with a legendary decision. Even Coach Malone, across the court, wore a bewildered expression, unable to comprehend this puzzling move. During the timeout, he had just instructed Wilson Chandler on defensive strategies against Ingram as soon as they took the court. Ingram was pulled from the game? Did Walton somehow eavesdrop on my tactical arrangements, anticipating my every move? As Kuzma took to the court with a radiant smile, he seemed poised for an explosive performance. He had awaited this moment for quite some time, yearning for an opportunity to shine ever since he was crowned the MVP of the Summer League Finals. However, what no one anticipated was the unspoken chemistry between Ingram and Lin Yifan. Yet, unbeknownst to many, Kuzma and Lin shared an even deeper connection, having exchanged glances long before. Their rapport had blossomed during the Summer League, and upon entering the game, a mere exchange of looks conveyed everything they needed to know. Go ahead, make your move, Lin encouraged. I shall assist you with the assists. Kuzma embodied the essence of joyous basketball, thriving on a rhythm that allowed him to score consecutively. His demeanor on the court exuded a sense of eagerness, as if to declare, "Come forth, my skills are ready to be unleashed." With Lin securing rebounds and passing to Kuzma, and vice versa, the duo engaged in a delightful interplay, denying Randall any opportunity to touch the ball. Little Kuzma knows how to navigate the game, Lin mused. Both Kuzma and Lin, being rookies this year, were not as familiar with Randall, unlike Ingram, who had already witnessed Randall's fiery temperament within the team. Furthermore, Kuzma had already garnered the admiration of owner Jeannie Buss, granting him a certain freedom on the court. Hey, coach wants me to advance the ball, Randall exclaimed in frustration. Lin smirked. All right, grab the rebounds yourself. It must be noted that Randall's rebounding skills, reminiscent of Rodman's legendary prowess, combined with his impressive defensive stats, speed, agility, and strength, were formidable. However, with Lin's towering height of 2.11 meters and a wingspan of 2.21 meters, he proved to be an insurmountable challenge for Randall in securing defensive rebounds. Rebounding is often a matter of instinct and finesse, and currently, Randall was no match for Lin. Rodman's rebounding techniques are indeed regarded as legendary in NBA history. The Nuggets observed the Lakers' fierce competition for rebounds with a hint of trepidation. What sort of strategy was this? Sacrificing personal gain for the greater good? The Nuggets fans were equally perplexed by the Lakers' intense rivalry over rebounds among teammates. What was the Lakers' game plan? Why were teammates competing so vigorously for boards? Jokic shook his head, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. Does rebounding really require such exertion? He pondered. It's as simple as positioning oneself to catch the ball. After all, with his 130-kilogram frame and keen rebounding instincts, Jokic boasted impressive rebounding statistics as well. Why were the Lakers deploying 2 players to battle for rebounds so fiercely? Wasn't it exhausting? All right, I shall refrain from competing for offensive rebounds. You may proceed as you wish. Given that it is merely a preseason game, coupled with Jokic's tendency to become somewhat lackadaisical, the illustrious performance he exhibited in the first half faded into obscurity in the second quarter, where he appeared rather lackluster. This has been an enduring issue for Jokic. He often finds himself ensnared in a phase of diminished offensive ambition, exhibiting a languid demeanor and passing the ball the moment it graces his hands. With just a minute remaining in the second quarter, Lin Yifan had already secured 6 rebounds, and his orchestrated synergy with Kuzma led to 3 splendid opportunities for Kuzma to attempt 3-pointers. Kuzma's trio of successful shots. Wow, not only is he dashing, but he also possesses remarkable skill. Kuzma is truly exceptional. He is undoubtedly a perfect fit for the Lakers. Lin Yifan. Can you believe I witnessed a center dribbling past half court? Indeed, Lin Yifan's passing increasingly resembles that of Jokic. Before the halftime buzzer, Lin Yifan seized a defensive rebound without a moment's hesitation. He executed a long pass reminiscent of a quarterback's precision in football, the basketball tracing a graceful arc. Kuzma had already sprinted to the three-point line in anticipation. The pass was impeccably timed. Kuzma effortlessly caught the ball in the key and executed a simple two-handed dunk. The ball swished through the net. At that moment, the halftime buzzer sounded. What an exquisite pass. Kuzma was on fire. In just 7.5 minutes of play in the second quarter, Kuzma amassed 16 points and 2 rebounds, while Lin Yifan contributed 5 assists and 6 rebounds. Such statistics? Such performance? It captivated the attention of the spectators. Is this Lin a slender, elongated version of Jokic? No. He's more akin to an accelerated version of Jokic. However, some mused that he lacked offensive prowess, merely a diminished variant of Jokic. The crowd buzzed with discussions regarding Lin Yifan's performance. Even Jokic, with increasing frequency, felt that Lin bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. The Nuggets' home court was indeed witnessing a spectacle of the true and false Jokic. Lin Yifan heard fans shouting from the sidelines, "Fake Joker." Lin glanced at the audience. Perplexed, fake joke? Do I resemble a mere jest? Come on, I am far more handsome. Joker is the moniker bestowed upon Jokic by the Nuggets fans. To hear such a nickname resonate in the Nuggets arena is a commendation of Jokic, and now, to have it applied to Lin Yifan carries a hint of admiration as well. As the halftime concluded, the score stood at 53-52, with the Nuggets leading by a mere point. During the intermission, Coach Malone expressed his dissatisfaction with Jokic's performance, deeming his offensive desire in the second quarter insufficient and his gameplay somewhat lackadaisical. At this juncture, Jokic was still a sophomore, bound by a modest rookie contract of $3 million. The coach's reprimand was indeed a source of frustration. Nonetheless, Jokic possesses the admirable trait of being particularly receptive to his coach's directives. The second half commenced. As the third quarter commenced, the true prowess of Joker was unmistakably on display. Jokic presented Lin Yifan with a veritable platter of 5-spiced pork. A staggering weight of over 130 pounds laid bare before him. Despite Lin Yifan's astonishing speed in breaking through defenses, the moment Jokic applied even a modicum of physical resistance, Lin's finishing ability faltered dramatically. The palpable disparity in physical attributes was evident to the naked eye. Beneath the basket, Jokic effortlessly maneuvered, outmuscling Lin Yifan to secure 2 offensive rebounds. Observing Jokic's leisurely demeanor, one might underestimate his capabilities. Yet, his weight advantage and exceptional positioning skills were undeniably elite. During rebounds, he could assert his presence, effectively obstructing Lin Yifan and rendering him incapable of executing his signature Rodman-esque rebounding techniques. Jokic consistently capitalized on his opportunities under the basket, effortlessly converting second-chance points and accumulating yet another rebound. Whenever double-teamed, Jokic adeptly distributed the ball to the optimal position. Gary Harris nailed a three-pointer. The bench maverick Will Barton executed consecutive cuts. Wilson Chandler penetrated the defense. As the third quarter drew to a close, the Nuggets unleashed a torrent of scoring, and the contest lost its suspense. This was the undeniable might of human 5-spiced pork essence. Jokic's performance in the third quarter was nothing short of brutal. Was the Jokic faced in the first half merely an imposter? As Jokic was substituted, Lin Yifan followed suit. Was this the stark reality of the gap between him and an all-star caliber player? Ultimately, the Lakers succumbed to a considerable defeat, with a final score of 105-130. Chapter 31. Facing Plumlee again, battling the Nuggets despite being overwhelmed by Jokic's 16 points, 3 rebounds, and 8 assists. The media from the Nuggets still showered praise upon Lin Yifan in the post-game interview. In this match, Lin Yifan contributed 4 points, 5 assists, 8 rebounds, and 1 steal. A journalist raised his hand and inquired, "Nuggets fans refer to you as a miniature Jokic. How do you perceive that?" Lin Yifan smiled and replied, "Jokic is a player I admire. I regard this nickname as a compliment. However, I am my own person. I do not aspire to be anyone else. I play in my own distinctive style." Indeed, while both players prioritize passing, Lin Yifan's archetype resembles a leaner, more agile forward, whereas Jokic embodies the characteristics of a traditional center with exceptional passing and shooting abilities. The magician sitting beside the press conference nodded, seemingly satisfied with this response. Yet, the journalist's question left him pondering. Lin Yifan is merely 19 years old, with vast potential for growth. What kind of player will he ultimately become? The magician himself was uncertain. Another reporter raised a hand, asking, "Your rebounding performance was impressive, just 2 rebounds shy of a double-double. What are your thoughts?" Lin Yifan recalled how Randall had contested every defensive rebound with him throughout the game, even deliberately swatting away a few that could have easily landed in his grasp during the fourth quarter. He mentally cursed, "Damn Randall." Nevertheless, understanding the eyes of the media were upon him, he calmly stated, "I am a team-oriented player. I do not focus on statistics. However, a double-double might have garnered me some career incentives. Damn Randall." Meanwhile, head coach Luke Walton and Randall were also present at the press conference. Yet, the journalists were fervently focused on Lin Yifan, the undrafted rookie. The media relished such narratives, an underdog's rise to prominence, particularly as there was little exposure of this 19-year-old Chinese prodigy in the U.S., creating a sense of intrigue that drew the media's attention. Another reporter, evidently stirring the pot, employed a common journalistic technique. "During the game, you and Randall were vying for rebounds. How is your relationship?" Lin Yifan feigned a smile and glanced at Randall, saying, "That was merely a form of mutual motivation, a way of competing with each other. Right, you bum?" Randall's face darkened in response, forcing a smile as he nodded. Finally, a reporter directed a question at Luke Walton, Indiana, the second quarter during a critical phase. "Why did you substitute Ingram?" Walton had faced scrutiny regarding his coaching abilities for quite some time. The consecutive preseason losses had amplified calls for his dismissal. However, through this game, Lin Yifan came to a profound realization. Without physical prowess, all skill becomes meaningless. Moreover, he discerned that Jokic might not have played seriously in the first half. It was in the third quarter that the true essence of his game emerged. Furthermore, through his matchup with Jokic, Lin Yifan recognized the urgent need to enhance his physical attributes, even if it requires the expenditure of additional attribute points. Subsequently, the players returned to Los Angeles by plane, where they would face the challenge of the Denver Nuggets at the Lakers' home court in 2 days. During this time, Lin Yifan engaged in relentless training, and with the workouts before and after the game, he accrued 6 more attribute points. The rate of attribute enhancement was exceedingly sluggish. On the eve of the match, late at night, Lin Yifan returned to his apartment after training and opened his attribute panel, allocating all points to strength. Strength, 80-90 increased to 81-90. Lin Yifan then noticed he had 1 point remaining. Due to the attribute allocation mechanism, every increase in the 80-85 capability necessitated the expenditure of 5 attribute points. Lin Yifan casually assigned the remaining point to his jumping ability, elevating it from 59-90 to 60-90. This system seemed excessively demanding. The higher the attribute value, the greater the consumption of attribute points. Moreover, the methods to gain these attribute points were painfully slow. Through the 2 preseason games, Lin Yifan had come to understand that to fully unleash the potential of his skill badges, it was crucial not only to enhance the relevant attribute values but also to prioritize improvements in physical attributes. Basketball is a sport that heavily relies on physical prowess. Mere speed was insufficient. Core strength and physical resilience also needed enhancement. However, after bulking up to 105 kilograms during the off-season, Lin Yifan had noticeably felt that in these 2 games, his movements were no longer distorted under physical duress as they had been in the past. There remained numerous areas for improvement. It was frustrating how sluggish this system was. Suddenly, a crisp text notification chimed. Lin Yifan initially thought it was from the system. At such a late hour, someone had actually sent a message. He picked up his phone, and to his astonishment, it was a message from Kobe Bryant. A message from Kobe. "If I were you, I would choose to watch more footage of early AD or KD, avoiding inside battles as much as possible and opting instead for jump shots to finish." It was as if their thoughts were intertwined. The message arrived just as Lin Yifan was grappling with his concerns. Kobe had been quietly monitoring the status of his protege, analyzing Lin Yifan's performance in the first game against the Nuggets, believing that Lin Yifan had not sufficiently utilized his current advantages. As a center with a height advantage, he played with a guard style. Thus, given the current circumstances, he should emulate Durant by leveraging off-ball screens to create shooting opportunities or mimic Anthony Davis by pulling up for mid-range shots after setting screens, compensating for his lack of physical confrontation while showcasing his agility. Engaging in a physical tussle with the Nuggets' front line was evidently unwise. Lin Yifan took a moment to reflect. Considering the implications of playing like Durant or Anthony Davis, did this mean that in the face of insufficient physicality, he should avoid grappling as much as possible, and instead maximize his existing advantages? As he contemplated this, he examined his attribute panel, analyzing the advantages he could leverage. Standing at a height of 2.11 meters with a wingspan of 2. 21 meters, this static talent is commendable. In terms of dynamic abilities, a speed and agility rating of 85 represents the pinnacle among all attributes, which although not top tier among all NBA players, is indeed remarkable for a center exceeding 10 meters. Few in the NBA possess such guard-like speed and agility. Furthermore, an 81 strength rating, while not particularly high, suffices for interior battles unless faced with formidable opponents like Jokic, who weighs in at 130 kilograms. Under such conditions, this strength may prove adequate during penetrations and screens. Next, we observe an 80 rating in mid-range shooting capabilities. It appears that Kobe's counsel encourages him to experiment with the early playing styles of Durant and Davis, thereby maximizing his strengths while minimizing weaknesses. Of course, he possesses a final trump card, an exceptional passing vision at full capacity. As offensive plays unfold, the threat of his passing naturally escalates. Lin Yifan suddenly felt a surge of confidence regarding tomorrow's game, just as he was preparing to settle down for the night. His phone erupted with a news notification. Nikola Jokic of the Denver Nuggets, having exhausted his energy in the previous match and suffering from leg discomfort, would be placed under injury observation, with Mason Plumlee set to take his place. Simultaneously, the Los Angeles Lakers announced their injury report. Lonzo Ball had twisted his ankle upon landing after a layup and would also be sidelined for tomorrow's game. With no time to ponder Ball's situation, Lin Yifan resolved to study Plumlee's gameplay. Mason Plumlee, standing at 2.13 meters with a wingspan of 2.11 meters, epitomizes the quintessential blue-collar interior player. The characteristics of such players are often similar. They excel in both offensive and defensive capabilities in the paint, yet exhibit deficiencies in outside shooting and defense. This season, Plumlee has recently transitioned from the Trail Blazers to the Nuggets, signing a lucrative 3-year contract worth $41 million. At this juncture, Plumlee is eager to demonstrate that he is worthy of such a substantial contract. Chapter 32, Home Debut. The era of data explosion. Los Angeles, Staples Center. A sea of golden hues envelopes the arena. Ding. The system task has been activated. Host, please complete the home debut mission, requiring a double-digit performance. And a reward of an S-grade treasure chest awaits. A home debut? Achieving double-digit statistics? Moreover, this time it is an S-grade treasure chest? Although the exhilaration is not as intense as the first task reward, Lin Yifan feels a surge of anticipation for this match. More importantly, this moment coincides with the critical period of contract negotiations. A performance brimming with data could compel the hesitant Lakers management to extend that coveted $1 million salary contract. The $2 million buyout fee from the capital is still pending. Returning to their home turf, the Lakers have a clear objective, securing a victory in this preseason match. After suffering 2 consecutive defeats, the fans' expectations for the season have plummeted. The calls for Luke Walton's departure grow louder. Naturally, when a team is in turmoil, it is not the general manager who faces the music first, but rather the head coach, coupled with the players' increasing power. Being a head coach in the NBA has become a perilous occupation. In the Lakers' locker room, Luke Walton confronts yet again the challenge of player arrangements. However, this time, he intends to devise a strategy that will secure victory and redeem his tarnished media reputation. With Ball sidelined due to injury, Walton deems it prudent to rely on last season's lineup. Furthermore, he receives the news that the Nuggets star center, Jokic, will not be participating. This is a significant boon. Walton muses. He selects a starting lineup of Pope, Clarkson, Ingram, Randall, and Lopez, believing it to be his strongest formation. Regardless of the circumstances, Luke Walton is determined to win this match. Just as Walton is about to announce the starting lineup, Magic Johnson strides into the locker room. What brings the operations president here? The operations president, second only to owner Jeannie Buss, oversees the team's basketball operations, including trades and drafts. Akin to the general manager's role but with greater authority. However, many teams designate either an operations president or a general manager, or have one individual assume both roles. Unlike Pelinka, Magic Johnson first greets Luke Walton before exchanging pleasantries with the players. As a former player himself, he easily connects with the team. And being a Lakers legend and Hall of Famer, he commands a certain reverence from the young players. I have good news today, Ball's injury is not serious. He simply needs a few days of rest. Upon hearing this uplifting news from Magic, the players erupt in cheers. Today, as we return to our home court, let us seize this much-needed victory. Magic Johnson and the players gathered together, fists raised, chanting, 1, 2, 3, win. The atmosphere in the locker room suddenly erupted with enthusiasm, igniting the battle cry. As Magic exited the locker room, he exchanged a few words with Luke Walton. Walton, looking troubled, announced to the team that due to the management of player injuries, both Brook Lopez and Julius Randle would be resting today. Randle, exasperated, exclaimed, "Injury management? I'm not injured." Brook chuckled. "We're just cautious about potential injuries. Today is another day to earn while sitting." In frustration, Randle slammed his fist against the locker, producing a loud thud as a large dent appeared, causing him to yelp in pain. Brook immediately shouted, "Trainer! Trainer, come quickly!" Soon, the news spread that Randle had entered the injury management list due to a left-hand injury. The Lakers' starting lineup featured Caruso, KCP, Ingram, Luol Deng, and Zubac. The bench included Clarkson, Hart, Kuzma, Thomas Bryant, and Lin Yifan. With Brook resting, Lin Yifan also joined the substitute lineup, marking the management's second assessment of him. This arrangement seemed decidedly more prudent, as Lin Yifan was indeed a rookie. Unless among the top picks, most players begin from the bench. The trial methods employed by Pelinka appeared overly aggressive, verging on reckless. Nonetheless, this was Lin Yifan's first home debut at Staples Center. The Los Angeles fans warmly welcomed him. In stark contrast to the sparse atmosphere in Denver, the arena was nearly full, even for a preseason game, with numerous celebrities in attendance. The Bulls legend Scottie Pippen was present, garnering enthusiastic support from Lakers fans. Magic Johnson personally approached to greet him, and the two shared a warm embrace. The vibrant atmosphere of the big city felt distinct. With multiple rookies making their home debuts, media attention on them naturally intensified. Before the game, the two ESPN commentators could not help but discuss the rookies. One asked, "With 5 new rookies making their home debuts today, who do you think will stand out?" The other commentator quickly replied, "I'm fond of Kuzma. He has such energy." "What about others? Like Lin Yifan?" Lin Yifan was currently under public scrutiny due to contract issues. The Los Angeles media exhibited a notably critical attitude toward him, with a majority deeming the undrafted player unworthy of a 3-year, $6 million contract. This commentator echoed that sentiment, raising concerns about his offensive capabilities. The other commentator nodded in agreement, stating, "Whether he can score over 10 points is indeed questionable." Moreover, the Denver Nuggets boast a formidable center position with players such as Plumlee, Hernan Gomez, and Farid. He will undoubtedly face a relentless assault from the Nuggets interior. Although the Nuggets are without Jokic due to injury and have opted to rest key players like Harris and Millsap, their strength remains formidable. The starting lineup includes Jamal Murray, Emmanuel Mudiay, Will Barton, Farid, and Plumlee, with Hernan Gomez serving as a backup center. The Nuggets commenced the game with a display of team basketball, as the second-year guard Jamal Murray, hailing from Canada, showcased a mature playing style, coupled with the capable passing abilities of Mudiay, Barton, and Plumlee. The Nuggets exhibited seamless teamwork and fluid offense right from the outset. In contrast, the Lakers struggled without ball's organization, resulting in chaotic play from their starters. In the first quarter, amidst a flurry of offensive exchanges, the Nuggets surged ahead, leading the Lakers by 15 points, 45-30. The commentator could not contain his remarks, noting that under the guidance of the second-year Murray, the Nuggets maintained order amid chaos, consistently seizing the best opportunities to shoot. Indeed, the absence of ball significantly impacted the Lakers, leaving the team devoid of an offensive orchestrator. Across the ocean in the basketball live streaming room, the Lakers' performance today was dismal. With 8 turnovers in the first quarter alone, it seemed as if both teams were engaged in a defensive struggle. Yet they managed to score nearly 50 points in just one quarter. This is the prevailing style of play in the league today, where even referees encourage offensive play, often calling fouls excessively. Since 2004, the NBA has implemented various new rules aimed at defense, such as the 3-second defensive rule, which restricts defenders from lingering in the key for more than 3 seconds, and a reduction in the shot clock reset from 24 seconds to 14 seconds following a foul. Additionally, the Hibbert rule, also known as the verticality rule, limits tall players from jumping vertically to defend in the paint. There are even discussions about introducing new regulations, such as expanding the key and shortening the time for second-chance opportunities. The current trend in the NBA is to promote offense while constraining tenacious defense. Consequently, games are increasingly favoring offensive plays, with no advantages for defensive strategies. In the past, fouls may not have been strictly enforced, but now even the slightest hand movement could result in a foul. Under these rules, offensive plays flow more smoothly, and scoring becomes more accessible. Nowadays, it is common for game scores to reach around 120 points, with even higher trends emerging. Hence, The occurrence of 50 points in the first quarter today is hardly surprising. This is the essence of the contemporary NBA, an era characterized by explosive statistics. As a player, one must adapt to this reality. In the second quarter, Lin Yifan took to the court, tasked with making a memorable debut in front of the home crowd, fulfilling the expectations of the Lakers management. He must secure a victory in this game and aim for his first double-digit scoring performance. Will it be in assists, rebounds, or points? Lin Yifan is particularly eager to achieve a double-digit score, recalling the advice imparted by Kobe. Meanwhile, Lakers coach Luke Walton frowned deeply. Troubled by the significant deficit at the end of the first quarter, he has been standing on the sidelines throughout the match, never having taken a seat. He is visibly anxious. Chapter 33, A New Era. Facing the twin towers of the Nuggets, Luke Walton found himself in a state of alarm as his team fell behind significantly in the first quarter. The atmosphere among the home crowd grew somber, and Scottie Pippen, seated courtside, appeared disengaged, his eyelids drooping. He resorted to conversing with Magic Johnson, lamenting how the current game diverged drastically from the era of physical confrontations and fierce battles that defined their time. Magic, possessing far more experience, remained noncommittal. Having dedicated himself to basketball-related endeavors post-retirement, his perspective was markedly more open than Pippen's. "You know," Magic remarked, "the league is striving to salvage its viewership. We are now in the age of the superstar. Audiences crave their own version of basketball superheroes." Pippen shrugged, reflecting that during his and Bird's heyday, they had indeed elevated the NBA's stature. Magic nodded in acknowledgement, albeit aware that it was merely flattery, yet he couldn't help but feel a twinge of pleasure. Every era possesses its unique characteristics. He continued, however, it was Michael who truly globalized the NBA, ever the optimist who relished in praising others, particularly the youth. Magic added, when it comes to ushering in a new era and revitalizing the NBA's ratings, look at Kobe, LeBron, Curry, each a pioneer of their own time. Pippen raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. To him, Jordan paled in comparison, and he had recently expressed disparaging views about him in various forums. Magic, unfazed, inquired, "So, who will be next?" He then raised an eyebrow, a playful tone in his voice, "Perhaps right here with the Lakers." Pippen chuckled, dismissing the notion as a jest, and turned his gaze back to the court. A star capable of enhancing viewership and heralding a new era for the Lakers? It seemed far-fetched, perhaps even premature. After observing the first quarter, Pippen was disheartened by the chaotic play of the Lakers' young talents, who seemed to lack direction. If he could dismiss Jordan, he certainly held little regard for these rookies. However, Magic's attention was drawn to Lin Yifan, who was set to enter the game in the second quarter. A smile gracing his face as he chose to remain silent. As the second quarter commenced, the Lakers deployed their second unit. Given the disarray of their offensive play in the first quarter, Walton desperately needed a playmaker, and he opted to bring in Lin Yifan. All Walton sought was a victory, fearing the backlash from critics in Los Angeles that could jeopardize his career. Through the course of several games, Walton had discerned that Lin Yifan possessed the best organizational skills among the young Lakers. If he failed to recognize this, he should not be coaching the team at all. As Lin Yifan tucked his jersey into his compression pants and made his way onto the court, a wave of jubilant cheers erupted from the stands. With approximately 500,000 Chinese residents in Los Angeles, constituting 10% of the local population, many fans waved signs bearing Lin's name amidst the roaring applause. Upon hearing the jubilant cheers, the commentator remarked, "It appears that Lin Yifan has quite a number of fans in attendance. After all, this is his debut performance at home. He certainly needs to deliver an impressive display." Before this statement could be fully articulated, Lin Yifan executed a Kobe-style fadeaway jumper against the Nuggets' Juancho Hernangomez. The commentator was left utterly astounded. "Is this what you anticipated as a good performance? This far exceeds expectations." Having commentated on the Lakers' home games countless times, he immediately recognized Lin Yifan's movement as a signature Kobe fadeaway. Yet now, it was being employed by a center, leaving him incredulous. The fact that a 2'11" tall center could perform such a maneuver with such finesse and fluidity, denying the defender any time to react, was simply spine-chilling. Oh, this basket also elicited a gasp from the home crowd. In the live broadcast across the ocean, the excitement escalated. Wow, Lin Yifan must have come with a sniper's precision today. Is he unleashing his big guns right from the start? The Kobe-esque fadeaway is back. I have a strong feeling that Lin Yifan is about to explode in this game. Juancho Hernangomez simply cannot contain Lin Yifan's offense. Hernangomez, hailing from Spain, was last year's first-round draft pick, standing at 206 centimeters and weighing 97 kilograms, a forward with a commendable three-point shooting ability. Match against Lin Yifan. He found himself at a disadvantage in both height and physicality. Subsequently, Lin Yifan executed a Rodman-esque one-handed rebound, securing the ball and passing it to Caruso for the advance. Pippen, witnessing this move, was momentarily taken aback. Isn't that Rodman's rebounding technique? As a teammate of Rodman, Pippen was all too familiar with this action. A splendid rebound. Caruso pushed the ball forward, and Lin Yifan called for it in the low post on the left. Noticing Lin Yifan's strong offensive desire, Caruso delivered a lob. The moment Lin Yifan received the ball, he swiftly rose for another jump shot. Once again, he unleashed a Kobe-style fadeaway. By the time Hernangmez reacted, it was too late. This quick shot after receiving the pass allowed Lin Yifan to evade physical confrontation with the defender. Furthermore, Lin Yifan's height and wingspan provided him an advantage, making his fadeaway difficult to contest. With Hernangmez unfamiliar with Lin Yifan's capabilities, he was taken aback by this sudden emergence. Who on earth would have known that a center could execute a guard-like fadeaway jumper? Lin Yifan scored once more. Hernangmez appeared quite frustrated, utterly helpless against these two defensive plays. He raised his hands in exasperation towards Coach Malone. I'm at a loss as well. Coach Malone promptly called for a timeout. With 11:25 remaining in the second quarter, only 35 seconds had elapsed. On the sidelines, Pippen suddenly perked up. Straightening his posture and widening his eyes in anticipation of the magician's moves, his expression seemingly conveying, "This center is impressive." The magician, unfazed by the spectacle, proudly mimicked the gestures of the young Hernangmez on the court, witnessing Lin Yifan's unanswerable mid-range shots that halted the Nuggets' momentum. The Lakers' home commentator immediately began to backtrack. Oh no, I admit I was mistaken. Lin Yifan's scoring will undoubtedly exceed 10 points. Acknowledging one's errors promptly softens the sting of embarrassment, a vital skill for any commentator to possess. They are well aware of this principle. Meanwhile, Nuggets fans began to voice their opinions in the live chat, advising Coach Malone that young Hernangmez is clearly at a disadvantage in both size and speed. He cannot contain Lin Yifan. Substitute in Su Wei. No, wait, bring in Plumlee. Step up. No, impose your body. In truth, Lin Yifan capitalized on Hernangmez's unfamiliarity with his playing style. When faced with a completely unknown opponent, one struggles to discern their offensive tactics, rendering effective defensive strategies impossible. As the timeout concluded, Malone indeed substituted in the 2.13-meter tall Plumlee. At this point in his career, Plumlee was at his zenith, having been selected for the national team in 2014 as the sole white player. This towering athlete exhibited exceptional physicality, agility, and solid playmaking abilities, but most importantly, he was a formidable rebounder and an active defender on the court, a quintessential blue-collar player. The moment Plumlee entered, he engaged in a fierce battle for an offensive rebound against Lin Yifan. Lin leapt up, attempting a one-handed board reminiscent of Rodman, but the 120-kilogram Plumlee exerted his strength, shoving Lin away mid-air. The whistle blew. Although the foul was called on Plumlee for overstepping during the rebound contest, it was evident he had been tasked by Coach Malone to impose physicality on the offensively charged Lin Yifan. That young man is likely to be knocked off balance. For a lanky shooter like him, any physical confrontation disrupts his shooting rhythm. However, at this moment, Lin Yifan's strength had escalated to 81, rendering him unperturbed by such contact. It was far from the brink of being overwhelmed. On the offensive front, Lin exchanged a knowing glance with Caruso, initiating a pick and roll. Caruso instantly grasped the intent. The pick and roll is a collaborative maneuver where players create opportunities for receiving and shooting the ball through mutual screens. This requires not only a comprehensive understanding of the game, but also a high level of synergy between players. Lin exemplified this synergy, having developed a solid rapport with Caruso. As Lin set the screen, Plumlee pursued Caruso's drive, while Lin slipped down to the free throw line, rising for a mid-range jumper. Facing Lin Yifan's elegant fadeaway, the Nuggets guard Murray could only watch in awe. Oh, how mesmerizing is that picturesque mid-range shot. Today, Lin Yifan is firing on all cylinders. Indeed, he has played astutely, mastering the art of leveraging his height advantage and utilizing screens to execute his shots. This is a quintessential style reminiscent of the early days of Davis. The live stream has erupted with excitement from Lakers fans. Scottie Pippen turned to the Magic Man, perplexed, and inquired, "Is this the Lakers version of AD that the team has recruited?" The Magic Man flashed a broad smile, nodding in satisfaction without uttering a word. his gaze fixated on the court, observing Lin Yifan struggle against Plum Lee on both ends of the floor. Lin Yifan is barely managing to cope. However, the defensive pressure exerted by Plum Lee is immense. The Magic Man furrowed his brow, intently watching Lin Yifan to see how he would adjust his game. A good player must remain composed and make astute judgments in response to the myriad situations unfolding on the court. Fatigue is a significant challenge that Lin Yifan faces in this contest. As the play unfolded, Lin Yifan valiantly secured a rebound and initiated a fast break. Plum Lee was barely able to keep pace with Lin Yifan's advance. Retreating defensively from about a meter's distance, Lin Yifan dribbled forward. Players from both teams dashed towards the front court. Upon reaching midcourt, Lin Yifan executed a bounce pass with astounding precision. The basketball soared like a cannonball. After hitting the ground, it ricocheted at an unexpected angle. A pass with remarkable penetrating power. It narrowly grazed the uniforms of two retreating Nuggets players before landing perfectly in front of Caruso, who completed a thunderous dunk. Earlier, Lin Yifan, possessing an exceptional court vision, had keenly observed Bald Mamba stealthily advancing along the left sideline in a fast break, moving with the finesse of a seasoned veteran. It must be said that Caruso's enthusiasm is absolutely top-notch. The defender, Murray, seemed almost oblivious to his presence. Upon realizing the pressure from Plum Lee, Lin Yifan promptly adjusted his offensive strategy, opting to pass rather than force a shot. In fact, as Lin Yifan released the ball, he was already prepared to sprint back from midcourt. Consequently, after the basket, Caruso sought to acknowledge his teammate, only to find Lin Yifan retreating in the distance. Truly, the real crafty player is Lin Yifan. He knows how to conserve energy. After the fast break, he merely jogged back to half court. The Magic Man nodded in approval. Shifting his attention to Pippen, continuing their previous discussion, "You asked me if this is the Lakers' version of AD?" He then shook his head and declared, "No, no, no. This is our newly recruited Lakers version of Magic Johnson." After saying this, he burst into hearty laughter. Pippen was taken aback, not expecting the Magic Man to playfully tease him, and he chuckled along. The commentators on the sidelines couldn't help but remark, "This bounce pass resembles the brilliance of the Magic Man from years gone by. A center leading a fast break and delivering the perfect assist?" The two commentators were left in disbelief. What an incredible pass! Magnificent play. Lin Yifan is stirring things up once again. Nevertheless, I find great pleasure in the audacious and flamboyant prowess of the Bald Mamba, a moniker that befits Caruso's exceptional value. Though I may be balding, I have also grown stronger. Caruso's several remarkable performances, coupled with his sparse hairstyle, have earned him the endearing title of Bald Mamba among Lakers fans in the live stream. This latest dunk from the Bald Mamba instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the spectators. A splendid collaboration. Applause is likewise due to Lin Yifan. His penetrating passes are nothing short of extraordinary. The Magic Man rose in excitement to applaud, and as he sat down, he remarked to Pippen, "Scoring can make one person happy, but assists can make two people happy." Pippen, reflecting inwardly, thought, "Indeed, he is the master of sentimental wisdom." Once again, Lin Yifan has ignited the team's morale. The Lakers unleashed a fervent offensive wave in the second quarter, achieving a remarkable 33-20 scoring run. The score stood at 63 for the Lakers and 65 for the Nuggets, narrowing the gap to a mere 2 points. Lin Yifan had already amassed 8 points, 8 rebounds, and 2 assists in that quarter. Chapter 34, Striving for Victory? Farid's tenacity, however, stamina remains a significant concern. Lin Yifan, in his confrontations with Plum Lee, has expended considerable energy, leading to a noticeable decline in his shooting accuracy by the latter part of the second quarter. As fatigue sets in, his control over his muscles diminishes, making cramping a frequent occurrence. Currently, his lean and tall physique, unlike Jokic's robust build, despite his weight gain to 105 kilograms, still appears somewhat frail in the face of Plum Lee's strength. After halftime, Lin Yifan experiences a slight recovery in his stamina. The second quarter saw him finally gaining some ground. And with the team lacking in organization, Luke Walton hesitates to substitute him. Lin Yifan, in turn, requires more court time to fulfill his system tasks. The Lakers are eager to secure this victory, driven by an intense desire for triumph. Thus, Walton opts to send Lin Yifan back onto the court in the second half without granting him any additional respite. The system has already placed him on the NBA stage. However, the extent of his journey from this point is not dictated by the system. In the realm of basketball, what often propels one further is not merely innate talent, but also mental fortitude, willpower, and psychological self-management. These elements frequently outweigh physical attributes. Lin Yifan calmly assesses the situation on the court. Upon the commencement of the third quarter, he refrains from rushing into scoring, conserving his dwindling stamina for defensive rebounds while simultaneously activating his playmaking mode. Although the quality of his assists may slightly diminish with fatigue, his exceptional ball-handling skills and keen court vision sustain a commendable assist success rate. Lin Yifan's assists, combined with the nimble movements of Ingram and Kuzma, helped the team maintain a close score against the Nuggets in the third quarter. While facilitating his teammates, Lin Yifan also increases his assist tally, alleviating some of his fatigue. He awaits a moment when his stamina recovers enough for his shooting touch to return, aiming to elevate his scoring to double digits. However, Coach Michael Malone of the opposing team is not about to wait for Lin Yifan's stamina to recover. Midway through the third quarter, the Nuggets call a timeout. With a discerning eye, Coach Malone directly instructs his players during the break, emphasizing that the Asian player is the Lakers' sole facilitator. Get him off the court. We need to continue to exhaust him and apply pressure. Do not afford him a moment of respite. With Lin Yifan on the bench, the Lakers lose their organizational core, and the Nuggets anticipate swiftly taking the lead. Indeed, Plumlee, too, is feeling the strain. His height and weight exceed those of Lin Yifan, and during movement, his energy expenditure surpasses that of Lin Yifan. Yet, relying on his superior stamina, he appears to have subdued Lin for the moment. Coach Malone glances at the perspiring Plumlee, furrowing his brow, then looks at the underperforming Hernan Gomez and shakes his head. Finally, he scans the bench and calls out a long-forgotten name, Kenneth Faried. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Faried, who had been clad in training attire, his expression somewhat bewildered. It's your turn to take the court, half-orc. Give that rookie a taste of your physicality. Kenneth Faried, standing at 6 feet 8 inches and weighing 231 pounds, played the power forward center position, having been the 22nd overall pick by the Denver Nuggets in the 2011 draft. Known for his explosive playing style, relentless energy, and a head adorned with dreadlocks, he earned the nickname Manimal. Look, the half-orc is on the court. The Nuggets fans erupted in cheers. In times past, under the esteemed coach George Karl, Faried was nurtured as a core player, thanks to his exceptional athleticism, particularly his leaping ability, which made him adept at snatching offensive rebounds and executing thunderous dunks. He even garnered the attention of Coach K, earning a spot on the 2014 USA men's basketball team, where he outshone notable talents like Klay Thompson, Derrick Rose, DeMarcus Cousins, and Rudy Gay, teaming up with Anthony Davis in the front court, complemented by Kyrie Irving, Stephen Curry, and James Harden on the perimeter. Faried participated in all 9 games of the 2014 World Cup, averaging 13 points, third on the team, and 7 rebounds, first on the team, in just 22 minutes of play, with an impressive shooting percentage of 65. More astonishingly, he averaged 3.8 offensive rebounds per game, solidifying his status as a formidable presence on the court. However, merely 3 years later, he found himself sidelined with the Denver Nuggets. Born in 1989, this half-orc was only 28 years old. Coach Mike Malone, who took the helm in 2015, did not favor Faried's raw playing style, which clashed with the team's evolving dynamics. Consequently, Malone relegated him to the bench, leaving Faried in a state of despair, believing he would once again remain seated throughout the game, much like the majority of last season. Consider the Nuggets roster. This past offseason, they acquired Paul Millsap, alongside the rising center Nikola Jokic, as well as Mason Plumlee, Juancho Hernan Gomez, and Trey Lyles. The team was increasingly crowded with young, talented big men, all possessing their own offensive capabilities, passing skills, and shooting prowess. It became evident to Faried that his prospects of remaining with the team were dwindling. Yet, this once celebrated core player, who had basked in the adoration of fans, was still only 28 years old, at the prime of an athlete's career. Despite his typically reserved nature and few words, Faried yearned for respect. However, the confidence, pride, dignity, and self-esteem he had built during his basketball journey were being trampled upon, insulted, and cast aside during his prolonged tenure on the bench. Is this the reality of professional basketball? All he sought was an opportunity. Today, Coach Malone unexpectedly called upon him to play. At long last, Faried had received his chance. He yearned to demonstrate his prowess, to deliver an outstanding performance. His desire for respect mirrored the universal aspiration of all. Faried was acutely aware that the NBA was a realm governed by the principle of survival of the fittest. Without remarkable displays, he risked the fate of being traded or even facing unemployment. A stellar performance was akin to securing his next contract. Faried stepped onto the stage, prepared to give it his all. He was there to make an impact, and for Lin Yifan, this would pose a formidable challenge. From the outset, Farid surged forward to seize the offensive rebounds, a skill in which he excelled. With his exceptional leaping ability and relentless energy, he could snatch rebounds amidst towering opponents. Standing at 2.03 meters tall, though he was slightly shorter in reality. Despite a noticeable decline in his vertical leap since his injury, his explosive force still commanded attention. On the defensive end, Farid began his relentless pursuit of Lin Yifan, compensating for his height deficiency with tenacity, sticking to him like a second skin. This athlete, reminiscent of a track star, boasted the speed of the NBA's elite big men. At that moment, Murray's three-point attempt missed the mark. Lin Yifan had established his position and leaped high, one hand grasping the rim, yet Farid leapt from behind, pressing down on Lin Yifan. Both players secured the rebound in mid-air, but astonishingly, Farid wrested the basketball away. His terrifying leap and strength allowed him to snatch an offensive rebound from behind. Subsequently, on the defensive end, Farid began to suffocate Lin Yifan with relentless pressure. His speed in the paint was unparalleled. Screens proved ineffective against him as he maneuvered around them with agility, keeping pace with Lin Yifan. This half-beast persisted in restricting Lin Yifan's movement, denying him any rhythm to shoot. For 3 consecutive possessions, Farid thwarted Lin Yifan's momentum. The official NBA cameras zoomed in on Lin Yifan, drenched in sweat. His body bent in exhaustion during a defensive stand. With both arms resting on his knees, he wiped his brow with his shirt, then bit down on his jersey, tasting the sweat that had accumulated there. With 2 minutes remaining in the third quarter, Luke Walton called a timeout to provide Lin Yifan a moment to recuperate. It was evident to all that Lin Yifan was fatigued, particularly due to the toll Farid had taken on him. "Lin, perhaps you should take a breather." "No." Lin Yifan clenched his jersey. "My task is not yet complete." With the score tightly contested and the team needing a facilitator, Walton hesitated to substitute him. Lin Yifan was also close to achieving his personal target of 10 points. Just a bit longer, until the end of the third quarter, he muttered, taking a swig of water before rejoining the fray. Meanwhile, Walton continued to instruct the players to ensure the ball reached Lin Yifan, emphasizing the importance of utilizing this playmaker, lest Lin Yifan's exhaustive efforts go in vain. As Lin Yifan took to the court, he was determined to continue his assist mode, only to find that the other players of the Nuggets were tightly guarding their assigned opponents, leaving him with scant room for offense. The Nuggets had adjusted their defensive strategy to a man-to-man approach. Before Lin Yifan stood only a half-work defender who had slightly loosened his grip, allowing a modicum of space. Coach Malone's tactic was decidedly ruthless. He intended for Lin Yifan to engage in a one-on-one showdown, a final test of his stamina. However, Lin Yifan, whose energy was already nearly depleted, had all but lost his offensive threat. On the court, Farid, typically efficient in his movements, seemed particularly eager to prove himself today. His physical actions markedly more pronounced than usual. With no choice but to initiate his own offense, Lin Yifan faced Farid's close defense. He began with a triple threat stance, creating a slight distance, followed by a series of crossovers, before suddenly executing a Durant-like crossover. The sheer magnitude of the big man's deceptive movement was astonishing. Even though Farid boasted remarkable agility, Lin Yifan's pendulum-like motion allowed him to create separation. This was indeed extraordinary. Nevertheless, Farid reacted swiftly, shifting laterally to keep pace. Having lost his defensive position, Farid's center of gravity was entirely directed towards Lin Yifan's anticipated breakthrough. As Lin Yifan advanced 2 steps, just as Farid was about to establish physical contact, Lin Yifan's right toe pointed towards the basket, and he leapt into action. Was that a Kobe-esque fadeaway jumper? For such a large figure to execute a fadeaway was a sight to behold. Farid could only marvel in awe. Moreover, with his weight leaning back, Farid found himself unable to contest the shot, rendered helpless to do anything but watch. Lin Yifan successfully unleashed a shot that completely evaded his defender. Swish. The ball went in. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of scoring in double digits, rewarded with an S-grade treasure chest. Chapter 35. The tumultuous fall of Lin Yifan and the disappearance of Farid. Suddenly, Coach Malone of the Nuggets called for a timeout, visibly distressed by Farid's defensive struggles. Despite having scored 12 points with an impeccable shooting percentage during his brief 4 minutes on the court, Farid's inefficient style of play diverged sharply from Coach Malone's expectations. Lin Yifan, on the other hand, was nothing short of astonishing. He epitomized the quintessential modern basketball player, possessing the ability to create his own shot, stretch the floor, and exhibit shooting prowess. Farid's style had become antiquated, unable to keep pace with the evolution of the game. Coupled with the decline in his physical condition following a significant injury, Farid was no longer the beloved star of Denver. At merely 19 years of age, Lin Yifan's potential appeared boundless. He was a remarkable amalgamation of Jokic, Durant, and Davis, truly extraordinary. Mike Malone gazed in awe at Lin Yifan on the Lakers bench. Upon returning to the court after a brief respite, Lin Yifan had regained some of his stamina. Having already scored 10 points and completed his assignment, he pondered why he shouldn't aim for a double-double. With 9 rebounds to his name, he was just one shy of reaching the coveted tally. As play resumed, Will Barton of the Nuggets launched a three-pointer, only to miss. Lin Yifan's eyes were fixed intently on the ball as he anticipated its trajectory, positioning himself for the rebound. Just as he leaped to seize the ball, a cacophony erupted. Farid, caught in the tussle for position, trembled in midair. What kind of play was this? Had Lin Yifan been influenced by too many slam dunk videos? With remarkable agility, Lin Yifan soared over Farid, forcefully claiming the rebound. In that moment, the two collided midair. The system activated an emergency beginner's protection mechanism, offering Lin Yifan a safeguard. With a resounding thud, Lin Yifan landed with the ball cradled in his arms, the impact reverberating through the arena. It was the sound of flesh meeting floor. Farid, having lost his balance in the collision, fell heavily to the ground. The atmosphere in the arena seemed to freeze in that instant. Lin Yifan, clutching the basketball, executed an impressive quarterback-style pass, sending the ball soaring down the court. Incredible. This seemingly slender Lin Yifan possessed such tenacity. Just moments ago, he appeared fatigued. Was he merely acting? Yet, it seemed genuine as he had just sent the hulking Farid sprawling in midair. However, one could not help but worry, had Farid's fall been too perilous? Did he land on his head? This could be life-threatening. At the very least, it might result in a concussion. With a long pass, Kuzma accelerated down the court, executing a powerful two-handed dunk. What a splendid assist! However, the spectators, who had been chattering moments ago, turned to see Farid slowly rising to his feet. Truly, he is a half-beast. His physical prowess is simply remarkable. Farid stood, stretching and rotating his neck, then raised his hand toward the coaching bench, signaling for a timeout. Beneath his seemingly impassive exterior, Farid was on the verge of collapse, nearly holding himself together by sheer willpower. He incredulously glanced at Lin Yifan beside him, his mind racing to comprehend what had just occurred. Farid had undeniably felt a mysterious force in the air, the formidable physical confrontation instilling a sense of trepidation within him. Inside the Staples Center, thunderous cheers erupted. The camera panned to Lin Yifan, who was bent over, hands resting on his knees, gnawing at his jersey. He had previously inquired of Kobe why he often bit his jersey during games. Kobe had replied that he believed biting the sweat-soaked fabric could provide a slight refreshment when fatigue set in. Yet at this moment, Lin Yifan tasted the salty flavor of sweat, perhaps a reminder to keep his mind alert. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving a double-double in his career, earning a reward of 10 attribute points. Beep. Coach Walton finally substituted Lin Yifan during this timeout. Your stamina has reached its limit. Take a breather, Lin. Help me up. I can still. Before Lin Yifan could finish his sentence, Kuzma, overhearing him, was nearly moved to tears. What spirit is this? This is the essence of basketball. Such willpower and competitive spirit are the hallmarks of a true man. The Lakers players were likewise inspired by Lin Yifan's tenacity. The game continued. The Lakers played with remarkable vigor. Ingram scored repeatedly. Kuzma sank three-pointers consecutively. Caruso and Pope also contributed to the scoreboard. On the Nuggets side, Coach Malone promptly replaced the half-beast Farid as soon as Lin Yifan left the court. Farid had played for 12 minutes, scoring an impressive 18 points and grabbing 6 rebounds on 9 of 10 shooting. His efficiency was striking, with all his points coming from assists by teammates and dunks from offensive rebounds. However, no one anticipated that this moment would become Farid's final act with the Nuggets. Shortly thereafter, he was traded to the Brooklyn Nets, permanently departing from the Denver Nuggets. Once, Farid had been the cornerstone of the Denver team, his fast breaks and relentless defensive pursuits captivating the fans. Yet, with the sudden rise of the Golden State Warriors, the league style of play underwent a dramatic transformation. Farid, who had been inconsistent, faced a significant developmental bottleneck. His lack of shooting ability and limited shooting range became glaring issues, compounded by his inadequate playmaking skills and narrow court vision, rendering him a casualty of the league's evolving dynamics. Yet, He possesses a proud heart, after all. He is a key figure in the United States team's conquest of the World Cup and a member of the NBA's elite, earning a staggering salary. His professional journey had been remarkably smooth, and he had always played the game in his unique manner. However, everything changed abruptly. It was as if overnight he became the superfluous man in Denver, bewilderingly finding himself among those discarded in the evolving landscape of basketball. As Farid reflected upon the trade of Nene Hilario in an interview, he stated, "I will never forget that transaction. I witnessed the Nuggets sign Nene for an exorbitant sum, 5 years, $67 million, only for them to trade him away 3 months later. It was then that I realized, well, this league is merciless. No one genuinely cares for you. How could they, the Nuggets, treat Nene in such a manner?" Now, Farid's contemplation shifted to, how could they, the Nuggets, treat me like this? The NBA is a realm where exceptional talent converges. No one is irreplaceable. This adage extends to all professions and individuals. The harshest and most authentic truth of life is the survival of the fittest, where nature selects the most suitable. The tide of the small ball era surges forward, and countless so-called gifted and dazzling stars blaze across the firmament, only to vanish as if they had never existed, swept away by the currents of time and ultimately discarded. Subsequently, we learned that Farid journeyed to Brooklyn, then moved to Houston, and even played for Zhejiang Guangsha in China. Yet, before reaching 30, he faded from the basketball scene. Chapter 36, the return of the final quarter. This is old school style. Ding dong. The system has activated the emergency protection mechanism for beginners. A single opportunity for novice protection has been granted. The host is about to restore full stamina. This mechanism is triggered only once for beginners. Good luck. The voice of the system echoed in Lin Yifan's mind, playfully teasing him. On the court, with 8 minutes and 58 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter, the score remained tightly contested. The Nuggets relied on a team-oriented strategy, with everyone sharing the ball, and already 7 players had scored in double digits. Coach Malone, rooted in the Spurs system, advocated for a style of play that emphasized ball sharing, which is why he favored Jokic while sidelining Farid. Under Coach Malone's system, there was a tendency to utilize players with superior skills, particularly those adept at scoring or facilitating. On the other hand, the Lakers capitalized on the enthusiasm of their young players, aggressively attacking the paint, seizing rebounds, and executing fast breaks, placing greater reliance on individual offensive efforts. As the two teams were locked in a fierce battle, Lin Yifan unexpectedly rose from the bench and whispered fervently to Luke Walton. Many fans in attendance immediately noticed. What? Is Lin Yifan finally returning to the game? He appeared utterly exhausted in the third quarter, despite the intense action unfolding on the court. Numerous spectators turned their attention to the bench, where Lin Yifan was bouncing with energy, seemingly revitalized. A miraculous revival? A bizarre resurgence? A painful return? Was this plotline not more thrilling than the game itself? An increasing number of viewers glanced towards the sidelines, where Lin Yifan was pedaling on a stationary bike, warming up and attempting to recover, assuring his coach that he was fit to play. In disbelief, onlookers exclaimed, "Lin Yifan is warming up again. Is he planning to re-enter the game? Is this guy some kind of Iron Man? How can his physical condition be so extraordinary? This is beyond comprehension. What kind of willpower enables him to achieve this?" The live broadcast, which had grown somewhat quiet, became lively again as Lin Yifan began his warm-up. What? The Magic Man was astonished to see Lin Yifan, wondering how this young man had suddenly regained his vigor after appearing completely fatigued moments ago. Lin Yifan approached Luke Walton with a relaxed smile and said, "Coach, let me play." His nonchalant tone conveyed an air of confidence, as if he were ready to propel the team to victory. Luke Walton pondered, is this kid concealing his true abilities? Just moments ago, he collided with Farid in a remarkable display of strength, and now he seems to have restored his stamina, bouncing around with vigor. Pippen grinned, eager to witness a genuine showdown. This was becoming an increasingly intriguing contest. He turned to the Magic Man and remarked, "I find myself increasingly fond of Lin Yifan. He embodies the spirit of us old-school players." Old school? Indeed, old-school players. The magician wore a satisfied smile, a sentiment shared by those of us who hail from a bygone era, one that revered the spirit of resilience, ferocity, and intensity. The essence behind these words was an unwavering pursuit of victory, a willingness to sacrifice everything. Pippen nodded, ready to entrust the game to the players and witness the tumult they could unleash. Midway through the fourth quarter, Luke Walton opted to bring Lin Yifan onto the court. While the Nuggets were fielding their star center, Plumlee, the home crowd rose in unison, welcoming Lin Yifan back to the game with fervent enthusiasm. Long, purple and gold towels waved in the air, plunging the arena into a frenzied state. Little did they know, the true revelry was just beginning. With his energy fully replenished, Lin Yifan commenced a relentless assault on the Nuggets' interior defense. In his first possession, Lin Yifan executed an exaggerated change of direction. His center of gravity dipped to the left, accompanied by a subtle shift of his left shoulder. Following this, he performed a crossover, pulling the basketball from his left to his right, shifting his weight accordingly. As Plumlee's balance faltered, his feet became entangled. Wow! It was yet another crossover reminiscent of Durant's style, leaving the towering Plumlee in disarray. Lin Yifan effortlessly scored with a layup. A spectacular moment, indeed. Pippen couldn't help but comment on the brilliance of the play. The Lakers' home commentary reached a crescendo, an ankle breaker. Lin, Mamma mia, OMG. 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 At this juncture, Plumlee, exhausted, collapsed to the ground. His expression one of agony, and was reluctantly forced to exit the game. Malone had no choice but to rotate forwards Lyles and Hernangomez in defense. Standing on the sidelines, Coach Malone crossed his arms, observing the lively Lin Yifan, lost in thought. How does this kid still have energy? Was he feigning fatigue in the third quarter? It doesn't seem so. Facing Hernangomez, Lin Yifan had psychologically dominated their encounters, having thoroughly outplayed him in the first half. By the fourth quarter, the fatigued Hernangomez was at a disadvantage defensively. Confronted by Hernangomez's defense, Lin Yifan activated his scoring mode once more, utilizing screens to create open shots, executing mid-range jumpers reminiscent of Kobe. With a significant height, wingspan, and strength advantage, Hernangomez found himself utterly powerless, helplessly raising his hands to Coach Malone in exasperation. This Hernangomez simply cannot contain Lin Yifan. Frustrated, Coach Malone furrowed his brow as he saw the score threatening to widen to a 10-point gap in favor of the Lakers. Faced with such a predicament, he glanced towards the bench, contemplating bringing Farid back into the game. However, Farid seemed to have lost the fervor he had displayed in the third quarter, as Coach Malone had kept him seated despite his earlier stellar performance. Feeling stifled in his offensive rhythm, Farid perceived this situation as a personal grievance against Coach Malone. Now, no one is available, and they want me to step in. Am I merely a backup? Farid felt a surge of resentment and exchanged a few heated words with Coach Malone. Nevertheless, Farid remained on the bench. In a stunning turn of events, the Los Angeles Lakers ultimately triumphed in the game, with the score settling at 112-104. Defeating the Denver Nuggets and securing their first victory of the preseason. Lin Yifan delivered an impressive performance, amassing a double-double with 18 points, 11 rebounds, and 6 assists, earning him the title of the game's most valuable player. Achieving such remarkable statistics amidst the relentless defense of the Nuggets' 3 interior players serves as a testament to Lin Yifan's capability to compete in the high-intensity arena of the NBA. This performance silenced the critics in Los Angeles who claimed the Lakers should not sign Lin Yifan. Furthermore, Lin Yifan celebrated his first career double-double, successfully completing the system's task. Ding dong. Chapter 37. Post-match interview? This is the media. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on completing the task of your home debut. You have been rewarded with an S-level treasure chest. System match rewards. Victory in the game. Acquired, granting 2 attribute points. System career rewards. Double-double statistics. Acquired, granting 10 attribute points. What a bountiful day. However, Lin Yifan, who exerted every ounce of effort during the match, is now preparing for the post-match interview. With no time to open the long-anticipated S-level treasure chest. In the midst of the interview, he maintains the posture of resting his hands on his knees, a towel draped over his shoulder, as he faces the beautiful reporter, Meng Chao, for yet another interview. Today, Meng Chao dons a sleek black uniform dress, accentuating her curvaceous figure. Perhaps overwhelmed by the excitement of the match, her cheeks flush a rosy hue as she begins the interview. Hey, Yifan, congratulations on a spectacular game. What are your thoughts at this moment? Exhausted, Lin Yifan feels drained. Even with his stamina restored, the half of the fourth quarter has left him weary. What do I feel? This game was incredibly tiring. Right now, I just want to lie still. Perhaps I only wish to find a place to enjoy a cold beer. This statement seems to carry a hint of jest. Suddenly, 2 cups of cold water are poured over Lin Yifan's head by Kuzma, who comes rushing in from behind. Kuzma makes a silly face at the camera before grabbing the microphone, stating, "Hey." What Lin means is that he needs to share a drink with this lovely reporter. I wonder if she has time. Meng Chao bursts into laughter at Kuzma's antics, replying in a playful tone, "As for time, I do have some." Returning to the locker room, Magic Johnson hands Lin Yifan the game ball, exclaiming, "Well done, Lin." Amidst the applause and cheers of the crowd, Lin Yifan accepts the basketball. It is a mark of recognition, a sign of honor. Luke Walton, the head coach, grins widely, clapping in approval. This game has truly convinced Coach Walton. "Lin, you did splendidly," he shouts with enthusiasm. Other players join in, cheering for Lin Yifan. "Hey, Lin Yifan. Incredible. Yay. Well done." Meanwhile, Ingram and Lopez have conspired to douse Lin Yifan with a bucket of cold water. Lin instinctively dodges, still damp from the previous splash. Yet again, they celebrate with a bucket of ice water. In the spirited and jubilant atmosphere, the young Lakers surround Lin Yifan, their fists colliding in camaraderie. 1, 2, 3. Lakers. Win. 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 Such is the allure of basketball. The joy of victory enveloped the entire locker room. Although it was merely a routine preseason game for Lin Yifan, this match represented an affirmation of his abilities in the commencement of his professional journey. "Lin, accompany me to the post-match press conference." Luke Walton unexpectedly called upon Lin Yifan to attend the press briefing. Unlike the smaller market of Denver, this was prime real estate in Los Angeles. The bright press conference venue was teeming with reporters, all eager to cover the explosive performance of this undrafted rookie. With a near triple-double in his home debut. Could this be Lin crazy too? 0? The journalists surged forward, desperately wanting to interview this 19-year-old talent from China. They were left in the dark about Lin Yifan. Despite his commendable passing displays in earlier games, the statistics had seemed rather unremarkable. For a long time, the Los Angeles media had focused on Lonzo Ball and Kyle Kuzma, the recipients of the Summer League MVP awards, but today's game had unexpectedly introduced a phenomenal new star, an undrafted player at that. For the media, a few keywords stood out: undrafted, near triple-double, supernova, and sudden emergence. Any one of these terms would make for an explosive headline. At last, Lin Yifan, now dressed in a suit, entered the press conference alongside Magic Johnson and Luke Walton. The reporters, seemingly in a frenzy, eagerly raised their hands to ask questions. A barrage of inquiries left the freshly finished Lin Yifan somewhat flustered, unsure of where to begin. "What are your thoughts on achieving 18 points, 11 rebounds, and 6 assists in your home debut? You are currently on a 2-way contract and are about to sign. The Lakers have offered a 3-year, $6 million deal. What will you choose? With the new season approaching, what are your expectations for yourself?" Luke Walton, witnessing the fervor of the moment, thought to himself that his position was secure. Surely no one would mention his potential dismissal now. With a smile, Walton calmly attempted to restore order to the press conference. "Everyone, please remain calm. One question at a time. You." "Yes, the young lady, please ask your question." A young female reporter politely stood up. "Thank you. I have 2 questions. Lin, what are your thoughts on the rumors regarding Coach Walton's potential dismissal due to poor tactical arrangements during the preseason?" Luke Walton, holding the microphone, froze instantaneously. Why must this topic arise now? He couldn't escape it. Lin Yifan then took the microphone and spoke with remarkable composure. "First and foremost, I respect Coach Walton immensely. He is a seasoned and capable coach, and I hold him in the highest regard. Secondly, as a player, I adhere to the coach's directives. And Coach Walton has always been incredibly supportive of me. Ultimately, all I can do is cherish every fleeting moment on the court and deliver an outstanding performance." He further added, "Today we secured our first victory. I believe everyone has witnessed Coach Walton's coaching prowess, and we all place our utmost trust in him." He then smiled at Luke Walton, who, feeling somewhat embarrassed, returned the gesture. Meanwhile, Magic Johnson, listening to this exchange, thought to himself that Lin Yifan was hardly a mere 19-year-old. His speech exhibited the eloquence of a seasoned official, meticulous and unambiguous. It seemed he had spoken, yet revealed nothing. Conversely, it appeared he had said little, yet conveyed everything. Regarding the previously mentioned contract issue, Lin Yifan chose to remain tight-lipped, stating, "You'll have to consult my agent about that. He is the expert in such matters." After this match, the Los Angeles media dramatically shifted their tone. The return of Lin's madness? The underdog's resurgence? A miraculous comeback? The undrafted Lin Yifan is the future of this young Lakers team? We must sign Lin Yifan. The Lakers will not miss out on the next superstar. The ball-handling center, Lin Yifan, could be the answer to the small ball era? Numerous outlets even drew comparisons between Lin Yifan and superstars like Anthony Davis and Kevin Durant. Some reporters, captivated by his exceptional passing ability, referred to him as a leaner version of Jokic and a taller iteration of LeBron James. It seemed the Los Angeles media had lost their rationality in their eyes. This undrafted player had ascended to the status of a first-round pick. The sentiments expressed by the media reminded Lin Yifan of a prior game against the Nuggets, where their evaluations of him had suddenly transformed. The rise of the Purple and Gold Dynasty, a future MVP candidate, the most promising player of this draft class. And all these proclamations came from the very same group. Such is the nature of the media. Chapter 38. Acquiring the Dirk Nowitzki signature move. Upon the conclusion of the interview, Lin Yifan hurried back to the locker room, brimming with anticipation for the skill set contained within the coveted S-rank treasure chest. The thrill of unboxing was exhilarating, an endless cycle of joy. Entering the system, he eagerly opened the S-rank treasure chest. In a dazzling flash of silver light, the notification chimed. Ding. The S-rank treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Nowitzki's signature jump shot package. What? Incredible! Dirk Nowitzki. The signature jump shot. A vivid image flashed through Lin Yifan's mind, an imposing figure clad in the number 41 jersey, reminiscent of a silver-horned giant, or rather, a tall player with flowing, resplendent curls. First, he received the ball with his back to the basket, pivoting gracefully to the right while simultaneously shifting his footwork. His left foot grounded, the right foot lifted, with the right knee elevated. His body swayed, drifting away from the basket as he released the ball. The basketball traced an extraordinary arc, swishing effortlessly through the net. The scene replayed repeatedly in his mind, revealing multiple applications for this move. Suitable not only for back-to-the-basket plays but also for face-up situations. He watched from various angles until, at last, a stat displaying the number 41 appeared in his attributes. This was extraordinary. It marked Lin Yifan's first significant big man's move. Previously, the system's grand gift packages seemed absurd, despite possessing the physique of a center. He had received a package intended for a point guard, and despite being an interior player, he frequently obtained skills meant for guards. Dirk Nowitzki, the towering player from Germany, had become an NBA legend largely due to this very move, the signature jump shot. Of course, this was predicated upon Nowitzki's historically exceptional shooting ability. Regardless, this was Lin Yifan's inaugural interior offensive maneuver, perfectly suited for his agile style of play. Excitedly, he decided to head to the training court. At that moment, his emotions could be summed up in 4 words: eager anticipation, thrumming with excitement, impatiently anxious. Just then, Coach Luke Walton entered the locker room. Hey, Lin, I have good news for you. Good news? You can take a few days off. Days off? What do you mean? Is it a rest period? Walton nodded. This is the Magic's directive. You won't need to participate in the upcoming preseason games. Lin Yifan then realized that there were exactly 2 weeks until the NBA regular season commenced on October 17th. This 2-week window was perfect for arranging a short-term intensive training program to address and refine his weaknesses, particularly the endurance issues that had surfaced during the last match. Lin Yifan's expression lit up with excitement, while Luke Walton appeared less than jubilant. This year, the Lakers had scheduled a total of 8 preseason games, of which 3 had already been played, resulting in a record of 1 win and 2 losses. There are still 5 preseason games to be played. Although the NBA preseason primarily serves as a training ground, the media in Los Angeles has already turned its gaze upon the team. And Luke Walton is constantly haunted by the fear of losing his position. In the eyes of the press, a loss reflects his inadequacy as a coach, while a victory is attributed to the tenacity of the Lakers' young players. Indeed, being a head coach is an arduous and perilous occupation. Moreover, at this juncture, they have secured the presence of a potential superstar. The media is also fanning rumors of discord between him and Lin Yifan, and just as it happens, after a commendable performance, Lin Yifan finds himself sidelined. Walton can hardly fathom the narratives the media might concoct next. As Walton frets over his job security, Lin Yifan has already changed into his training attire and slipped away, fervently commencing his practice on the court. The famed one-legged fadeaway of Dirk Nowitzki? Let us put it to the test. Despite having exhausted his energy during the game, after a brief respite, Lin Yifan has regained some stamina. He dribbles at the top of the arc, takes off on one leg, and executes a perfect one-leg jumper. Swish. Another three-pointer. Swish. 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 He nails 10 consecutive shots with nothing but net. Unbeknownst to him, Luke Walton has stealthily approached, filled with curiosity about Lin Yifan's intentions. What is this young man up to? Walton is taken aback by the scene before him. Hasn't he just finished a game? And yet, here he is training again? Is this for real? The determination displayed by Lin Yifan leaves Walton astounded. And that shooting form, how familiar it seems. He has never witnessed this young man employ such a technique before. Positioned at the training facility's entrance, Walton stands on his tiptoes. Peering through the glass window at Lin Yifan as he practices his shooting, his eyes wide with astonishment. Walton, a former power forward himself, relied heavily on shooting during his playing days. He recalls numerous encounters with the legendary Dirk Nowitzki, wearing the number 41 jersey, and the feeling of helplessness that accompanied being outmatched by Nowitzki's shooting prowess still lingers in his mind. Indeed, this resembles Nowitzki's signature fadeaway. What perplexes Walton further is how this young man can evolve while simultaneously competing. A chill runs down his spine as he contemplates the hidden depths of Lin Yifan's skill set. As Walton considers the new season's roster, he realizes that Lin Yifan must be allocated a position within the rotation. However, which position should he assign him? Walton ponders. It may be too premature to decide. The center position demands too much from him. Perhaps power forward would allow him to concentrate on scoring? Alternatively, could he be positioned as a small forward, tasked with sharing the organizational duties of the team? Walton pondered, shaking his head. Whether Lin Yifan is destined to be a star player for the Lakers remains uncertain. However, he might just be the one to salvage my coaching career. On the training ground, Lin Yifan commenced his Kobe-esque shooting drills. Initially, he positioned himself beneath the basket, executing back-to-the-basket moves from both sides. Yet, to his dismay, his shooting accuracy plummeted alarmingly. Only 1 out of 10 shots found the mark. Could it be due to his inadequate post-up skills? Or perhaps fatigue was setting in? That infernal stamina statistic. Stamina, 5290. I must devise a plan to enhance it. Otherwise, with such a low stamina level, my performance will inevitably falter as court time increases. As it stands, my post-up ability is woefully deficient as well. Back to the basket, 5095. For an interior player to attack the rim without proficient post moves is akin to a warrior devoid of weapons, relegated to the status of a mere blue-collar worker. Players like Plum Lee are, at best, elevated blue-collar workers. Attribute points are essential. At moments like this, Lin Yifan yearned for a cheat code. A miraculous boost of attribute points to max out his skills and ascend to the pinnacle of the league. However, he quickly reconsidered. If such a script were to unfold, what meaning would life hold? To become the strongest player? To reach the apex of existence? If achieving greatness were as effortless as a stroll, it would lose all allure. Regardless of the path one chooses, it is only by traversing it step by step that one can savor its essence. Lin Yifan resolutely continued his training in silence. Just then, his phone rang. It was a call from his agent, Jia Qiong. Hey, old Jia, you're about to strike it rich. The exuberance in Jia's voice felt as if it had soared into the air. Strike it rich? You just finished a game. And I've already received a dozen endorsement contracts. Lin Yifan recalled Jia's clever maneuvering after the last China game. Please tell me it's not another famous sports protection brand. Jia burst into laughter. No, this time it's all major brands. Particularly, several athletic brands are eager to offer shoe contracts with highly favorable terms. He continued, and they all committed to shoe contracts. Shoe contracts? Please send me the list of brands so I can make my selections. Since the last incident, Lin Yifan had lost confidence in Jia's taste and preferred to make his own decisions. And how's the contract with the Lakers coming along? This was what Lin Yifan was most concerned about. Jia's tone turned serious. They will undoubtedly sign you. Even a fool could see that. Chapter 39, the contract finalization? This is a commercial alliance, yet we may also explore whether other teams will extend offers. However, the Lakers will not let you slip away. They will match any contract presented. Moreover, the Lakers are predominantly composed of young talents, ensuring that you will receive ample playing time. Most importantly, the Lakers' contracts are fully guaranteed. Old Jia once again referenced Jianlian's case, remarking that the Lakers offered him a contract of $8 million last year, which appears quite substantial. In reality, this $8 million deal was a non-guaranteed contract, with only $250,000 assured, alongside a base salary of $1,140,000. The remaining $686,000 was entirely performance-based bonuses, contingent upon game appearances and performance, meaning that Yi's bonuses were at the discretion of the head coach and the team. Consequently, he declined this offer, resolutely opting to return to Guangdong. Subsequently, old Jia jested, suggesting that otherwise, you might have been able to play alongside Yi. And what about the Lakers? They are willing to offer a fully guaranteed contract. 2 years for $3 million or 3 years for $6 million. Furthermore, the contract amount will escalate annually, In the first year, you would only receive around $1 million. Most crucially, the Lakers' contract includes a player option for the final year. A player option? What does that entail? It implies that the decision to fulfill that year's contract rests solely with you. You could terminate the contract as early as this summer and renegotiate. Lin Yifan pondered that if he performed well, he could utilize the player option after a year to secure a more lucrative contract. He might even opt out and sign with another team. In Lin Yifan's mind, it mattered not which team he played for. Given the current turmoil within the Lakers management, there was no need to focus solely on them. As long as he could showcase his talents, he could choose a team to lead in the summer of 2018. Thus, a 2-year contract for $3 million seems quite acceptable. At present, it appears so. It is evident that the Lakers management is eager to retain you. Additionally, I wish to include a clause in the contract. What clause? To compel the Lakers to pay the $2 million compensation to the capital team. After concluding the call with Old Jia, Lin Yifan shortly received a list of sneaker brands from him. Nike, Adidas, AJ, UA. A lengthy compilation of renowned domestic and international sports brands. Lin Yifan picked up the phone and called Old Jia again, inquiring if these were brands willing to produce signature shoes. No, what are you thinking? Only 18 players in the current NBA possess signature shoes. Moreover, 5 of them have agreements with domestic brands. If it were to be Nike or the like, they would likely not produce signature shoes for them. Domestic brands? Lin Yifan glanced at Li En, and T, and Hongxing Erk. Signing signature shoes is a privilege reserved for all-star caliber players, so do not harbor such thoughts. Currently, what you can secure is a Magic equipment contract. A Magic equipment contract? The brand will provide you with a batch of sneakers to ensure you have what you need for both competition and training. My advice is to choose a brand with substantial strength for your equipment contract. A brand with substantial strength? It is advisable to avoid domestic brands, as that would diminish your developmental advantage in the NBA. Selecting a formidable brand will greatly benefit your career. The NBA is not solely a contest of basketball skills. It is also a battleground for brands. Lin Yifan nodded, fully aware that the NBA has always been a commercial league. Indeed, during the 2015 finals, the MVP was awarded to the 164 centimeters tall Iguodala rather than the 276 points per game Curry. Ultimately, it boils down to the competition of commercial brands. Lao Jia concurred, stating that the NBA's largest sponsor has always been the swoosh. It is a commercial league, after all. In straightforward terms, signing with a small brand could severely limit your potential for growth. Merely a whistle can extinguish your aspirations for all-star status or MVP accolades. Furthermore, with your current performance data being insufficient, the contract will not be substantial. Securing a contract with a larger brand may lead to further opportunities for larger endorsement deals or signature shoes in the future. Lin Yifan attentively absorbed Lao Jia's theories and nodded. This indicates that one must showcase tangible performance. Indeed, as long as your performance reaches all-star caliber or above, lucrative contracts will naturally follow, and signature shoes will also become a distinct possibility. Moreover, equipment contracts are typically signed annually, as they must ensure you are still active in the league. Of course, prior to the contract's expiration, the brand holds matching clauses, granting them the right to prioritize matching any sneaker contract offers you receive. The following day, a domestic sports news article featuring Lin Yifan graced the front pages of major sports websites. Undrafted player Lin Yifan is set to sign a 1-year sneaker equipment contract with AJ. The amount of the sneaker contract is still being finalized, but it is expected to be around $150,000. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yifan received a delivery of sneaker gear valued at $10,000, brought in by a truck. The next day, the Los Angeles Lakers officially announced that they had signed the 19-year-old Chinese prodigy Lin Yifan to a 2-year contract worth $3 million. However, the contract details were not disclosed. Meanwhile, Lin Yifan remained entirely unaware, immersed in his rigorous training at the gym before the regular season commenced. Beep, beep. Lin Yifan picked up his phone, wondering who could be calling at this hour. Hello, bro. Lin Yifan was about to utter a polite response when he realized it was Lin Shilu on the other end. Why are you calling so late? You little girl? Bro, you've signed a big contract. Oh, Lin Yifan had long anticipated this and was not surprised at all. When he received a call from his sister Lin Xiaolu, her tone was playful, clearly hinting that he should treat her. Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is food, she exclaimed. You promised me a grand feast, the most extravagant one, in a modest restaurant nestled in Los Angeles' Chinatown. Lin Yifan found himself dining on Chinese cuisine with his sister. Is this truly the lavish banquet you envisioned? Lin Yifan thought to himself, exasperated. Lin Xiaolu must have lost her mind to seek out Chinese food in America. Now that I have secured a $1 million contract, I ought to be indulging in a 3-star Michelin experience. As he spoke, his tone exuded confidence. Glancing at the menu, he noticed that Kung Pao chicken was priced at $25. Lin Yifan quickly pulled out his phone to calculate. Over 140 renminbi? Are we dining on delicacies or human flesh? Even a $2 American hamburger seems more reasonable. However, Lin Xiaolu was undeterred by the prices. Just order, she insisted. I want steamed lamb, steamed bear paws, steamed deer tails, roasted flower duck, roasted chick, roasted gosling, braised pork, braised duck, soy sauce chicken, cured meat, pine flower, small intestines. Cured meat, sausages. Lin Yifan exclaimed, You'll eat yourself to death. Lin Xiaolu retorted, Aren't you a millionaire? Chapter 40. Beware of the women of Los Angeles? The press conference for the new season. However, what brought Lin Yifan immense joy today was the arrival of a guest. At Lin Yifan's persistent request, his younger sister Lin Xiaolu managed to invite the stunning senior Lisa. This was, of course, an opportunity to express his gratitude. Today, Lisa donned a graceful white spaghetti strap dress, revealing her fair shoulders, while a silver pendant sparkled captivatingly at her collarbone. The plunging V-neck accentuated her alluring curves, subtly hinting at her femininity. It was evident that Lisa had put considerable effort into her appearance. When Lin Xiaolu approached her with the invitation, her initial response was, I don't want to be a third wheel. Lin Xiaolu burst into laughter, proclaiming, We are siblings. Lisa, initially taken aback, soon broke into a knowing smile. I see now, both of you share the surname Lin and are remarkably tall. How trivial a misunderstanding. Upon meeting Lisa, Lin Yifan promptly expressed his gratitude and subsequently revealed his deeper intentions. He thanked her for her attentive care during the off-season and expressed his wish to hire her as his personal physiotherapist. However, Lisa regretfully informed Lin Yifan, I'm sorry, but I must decline. My internship has concluded, and I must return to school to continue my doctoral studies. To Lin Yifan's surprise, Lisa had come to bid farewell. Perhaps out of a sense of regret, she added, We may cross paths again in the future. Lin Xiaolu seemed to empathize, nodding as she asked, Senior, are you really leaving? We will miss you dearly. The emphasis on we was particularly poignant as she spoke. Lin Xiaolu had also decided to switch her major to journalism and embarked on her studies. Before leaving, Lin Xiaolu prophetically remarked, Brother, now that you've secured a substantial contract, remember to be wary of the women of Los Angeles. Beware of the women of Los Angeles? The one I should be most cautious of is you, little girl. A single meal can cost me $800. Lin Yifan was most anxious about time. With only 2 weeks remaining until the season opener, he was relieved that the team had provided him with a dedicated trainer and nutritionist upon signing his formal contract. As the new season approached, the team convened a press conference where General Manager Rob Pelinka addressed the media, summarizing the off-season maneuvers. We executed our training and planning for the off-season exceptionally well, and our rookies have shown remarkable development. During the off-season, General Manager Pelinka not only focused on player contracts but also on ensuring the adequacy of support staff. This was Pelinka's forte, having emerged from a background in representation. Having navigated the NBA for years and serving as Kobe Bryant's agent, he had cultivated numerous relationships across various teams. During the off-season, in addition to renewing the contract with our esteemed physiotherapist Judy Sivan, we also recruited their chief trainer Roger Sancho from the Warriors. Roger Sancho served as a sports trainer for 7 seasons with the Warriors and played a pivotal role in their championship victories during the 2014 to 2015 and 2016 to 2017 seasons. Under the meticulous planning of Judy Sivan and Roger Sancho, the Lakers have tailored individual training regimens for each player, encompassing personalized dietary plans as well. Rob Pelinka now finds himself compelled to strategize in order to solidify his position as general manager. Reports from the Los Angeles media have surfaced regarding his earlier reluctance to sign Lin Yifan and alleged collusion with the Rambis couple. Meanwhile, Magic Johnson has evidently reinforced his standing within the team. The upcoming event is the player press conference for the new season. Magic Johnson, seated at the central position, takes the microphone to host the proceedings. This off-season, under Magic's guidance, the Lakers have secured 3 of the most promising rookies, notably unearthing the extraordinary talent of undrafted Lin Yifan. Magic Johnson's keen insight and a series of strategic moves have garnered acclaim from the Los Angeles media. At this moment, Magic is positioned at the center of the press conference, flanked by this year's rookies, Kuzma, Ball, Hart, and Lin Yifan. Notably, Magic has placed Lin Yifan at his right hand, underscoring his special regard for the player. On his left, Pelinka appears somewhat dwarfed by a lineup of towering athletes. Maintaining a forced smile, clearly struggling to interject and feeling quite awkward. The new acquisitions for this season are also introduced at the press conference. Magic enthusiastically reveals the jersey numbers of the Lakers' new signings. Brook Lopez has chosen the number 11, a jersey he has long worn, which was previously donned by Jianlia. Lonzo Ball has opted for the number 2 to commemorate his status as the second overall pick. Kuzma has chosen number 0, having worn 35 in college, as he wishes to symbolize a fresh start in the NBA. Josh Hart has selected number 15, while Thomas Bryant has chosen 38. Without hesitation, Lin Yifan selects the number 23 jersey. As the interview segment unfolds, the press conference transforms into an exclusive feature on Lin Yifan. Reporters eagerly vie for the opportunity to interview him, overshadowing the second overall pick, Lonzo Ball. When asked about his choice of the number 23, Lin Yifan candidly explains that he initially wished to wear 11, inspired by his favorite player, Yao Ming, but that number was taken by Brook Lopez. The choice of 23, he notes, coincidentally aligns with his birthday. Regarding his aspirations in the league, Lin Yifan asserts, "I aim to be the best player. My goal is to become the GOAT of this era." When questioned about his objectives for the new season, he straightforwardly replies, "To strive to win every game." On the topic of his role model, Lin states, "I learn from all great players. I do not wish to be anyone else, only to excel in my own right." Discussing his playing style, he elaborates, "I play team basketball, prioritizing passing, and I take pride in creating offensive opportunities." The Los Angeles media, evidently insatiable, continues to direct their inquiries towards Magic Johnson, with each question inevitably revolving around Lin Yifan. It is evident that the magician harbors a particular fondness for Lin Yifan. What expectations does the team have for Lin Yifan's development in the new season? As a rookie, he requires time to gradually mature. Yet we have already witnessed his unparalleled potential. In the upcoming season, we may allow him to experiment with multiple positions and share the responsibilities of orchestrating the team's plays. As one of the few prestigious teams in the league, the Lakers press conference was, as always, bustling with excitement. Coupled with Lin Yifan's remarkable emergence, media outlets from across Los Angeles crowded the venue. In stark contrast, the Clippers press conference in the same city appeared rather desolate, with only a handful of reporters and media personnel in attendance. Team general manager and coach Doc Rivers sat alone at the press conference. The few journalists present posed sparse questions, leading Rivers to experience a moment of silence that stretched for several minutes. The lackluster atmosphere of the Clippers press conference caused many of the attending journalists to struggle to stay awake. Chapter 41. The Los Angeles Derby. The regular season commences. The press conference for the Clippers takes place just a wall away from that of the Lakers, yet the media's attention is solely fixated on the Lakers. Head coach Doc Rivers cannot restrain his frustration and turns to team consultant Jerry West, exclaiming, "Look, Jerry, last season, the Lakers were nothing more than a subpar team with a record of 26 wins and 56 losses, while we boasted a commendable 51 wins and 31 losses, securing a playoff spot. Yet, the media flocks to them like moths to a flame." With a knowing smile, Jerry West responds, Los Angeles is indeed the kingdom of the Lakers. There is but one king in this city, and that is the Lakers." Rivers, exasperated, covers his head and turns to owner Steve Ballmer to vent. "See, this is the esteemed general manager consultant you just lavishly hired." Ballmer bursts into laughter, remarking, "What else can you expect? He is a Lakers legend." West chuckles, No, my affections for the Lakers are firmly rooted in the past, not the present." Jerry West, the man immortalized in the NBA logo, affectionately known as Logo Man, was recently lured away from the Warriors by Ballmer with a lucrative offer. Rivers holds West in the highest regard, saying, "Hey, Jerry, I understand, but I simply cannot abide by the Lakers receiving such adulation." Ballmer nods in agreement. "Neither can I. I despise the Lakers." West makes a feigned expression of indifference, declaring, "I harbor no feelings for the Lakers." During his illustrious playing career, West spent 14 years with the Lakers, made 14 All-Star appearances, reached the finals 7 times, and claimed 1 championship. Following that, he served 3 years as the Lakers head coach. then transitioned to general manager, leading the franchise during the Showtime era. In 1996, he orchestrated a trade that brought 13th overall pick Kobe Bryant from the Hornets in exchange for All-Star center Vlade Divac and signed free agent Shaquille O'Neal from the Magic, forming the legendary duo that secured 3 consecutive championships. In 2011, he began his tenure as an advisor for the Warriors, facilitating the departure of key player Monta Ellis, establishing Stephen Curry as the focal point, and using the 11th pick to acquire Klay Thompson, thereby helping to forge a dynasty. As a result, Jerry West earned the nickname Godfather of the Dynasty. Despite his departure from the Lakers, West's claim of indifference is questionable. "Then we shall obliterate them," Rivers jested. Ballmer, invigorated by the comment, responded, "Yes, let us defeat them. We shall reign as the kings of Los Angeles." Since acquiring the Clippers in 2014, Ballmer has attended nearly every game, contributing an average of 3 enthusiastic cheers per match. Sensing the playful banter between the two, West joins in, exclaiming, "Let us obliterate them." The trio burst into laughter. However, Rivers adds, "I have heard that today, Lakers reporters are obsessively focusing on an undrafted player." West, intrigued, inquires, "An undrafted player?" The media is overly sensationalistic, proclaiming that the Los Angeles Lakers have signed an undrafted player who can perform like Anthony Davis and Kevin Durant. Jerry West appears quite intrigued. Rivers raises an eyebrow and dismissively remarks that they must be out of their minds, believing the Lakers can soar simply by signing a few rookies. Even without Paul. "With this lineup, we can still dominate them." Since Jerry West joined the Clippers management this year, the team has officially embarked on a rebuilding phase, immediately trading away Chris Paul. Ballmer chuckles cheerfully, noting the abundance of talent within our roster. 1 week later, on October 17, 2017, the NBA regular season commenced with 2 opening games. The first featured the reigning champions, the Golden State Warriors, led by the Splash Brothers and Kevin Durant, facing off against the Houston Rockets, spearheaded by the dynamic duo of Harden and Paul. Following Durant's acquisition in 2016, the Warriors assembled a formidable team, dubbed the Super Team, and successfully clinched the NBA championship for the 2016 to 2017 season. This offseason, they retained their championship roster while adding several players capable of providing bench strength. Meanwhile, the Rockets were not to be outdone in the fiercely competitive Western Conference. This offseason, they orchestrated a blockbuster trade, sending 7 players, including Lou Williams, Patrick Beverley, and Montrezl Harrell, to acquire Chris Paul from the Clippers, thereby forming the formidable duo known as the backcourt. During the opening game, the Rockets found themselves trailing by 15 points at one stage, but in the final minute, Harden's three-pointer turned the tide, leading the Rockets to a stunning comeback against the Warriors. The Rockets' ambition this year is to dethrone the Warriors. Under the guidance of Coach D'Antoni, they have built their team based on the principles of small ball, employing a strategy that emphasizes reducing mid-range shots, increasing three-point attempts, and aggressive interior play, embodying the characteristics of a revolutionary style of basketball. On the other side, the Cleveland Cavaliers narrowly triumphed over the Boston Celtics, following their defeat in last season's finals. The Cavaliers were determined to reclaim the championship. They fortified their roster around the trio of LeBron James, Kyrie Irving, and Kevin Love. Meanwhile, the Celtics quietly made significant moves during the offseason, trading their first-round pick to acquire the 3rd pick from the 76ers along with 2 additional first-round selections for 2018 and 2019. With their 3rd pick, they selected Jason Tatum, who is dazzled on the court and is seen as a potential successor to Kobe Bryant. Furthermore, the Celtics re-signed Gordon Hayward, and under the ingenious coaching of Stevens, this young Celtics squad features players proficient in both offense and defense. However, misfortune struck as Gordon Hayward sustained a severe leg injury during a confrontation with LeBron, resulting in a season-ending fracture. These 2 exhilarating opening games are regarded as prophetic battles for the new season. On October 19, 2017, the Lakers will host the Clippers in what is anticipated to be an electrifying Los Angeles derby. Both teams share the Staples Center, and their historical rivalry is well established. Yet historically, the Lakers have dominated the Clippers. As of now, with Kobe's retirement, the Lakers have languished as a subpar team for 3 consecutive years, predominantly relying on rookies. Despite this, the Lakers continue to garner greater attention than the Clippers. This season, the Lakers secured 32 nationally televised games, while the Clippers manage only 26. Prior to the game, Clippers head coach gathered the players, exclaiming, "Hey guys, the Lakers rookies claim that as long as they are around, the true rulers of Los Angeles will always be the Lakers." Let us show them who truly reigns over Los Angeles. It's us. Rivers delivered his motivational speech. Yet the players remained remarkably composed. The team has already embarked on a rebuilding phase, and Rivers seemed overly enthusiastic for someone in their current position. The core of the team, Blake Griffin, has long since acclimatized to Rivers' motivational tactics. However, Griffin is less concerned with the notion of Los Angeles supremacy. His focus lies in producing impressive statistics to secure a lucrative contract with a championship-contending team by the trade deadline. Subsequently, Rivers deployed their starting lineup, featuring center DeAndre Jordan, power forward Griffin, small forward Gallinari, and guards Beverly and Teodosic. Their bench boasted the exceptional sixth man Lou Williams, Montrezl Harrell, and a plethora of seasoned players acquired from the Rockets, allowing them to play with a sense of abundance. Conversely, Luke Walton arranged his starters with center Brook Lopez, power forward Julius Randle, small forward Brandon Ingram, and guards Lonzo Ball and Luol Deng. Unlike the Clippers, who were stacked with experienced veterans, the Lakers could only count Lopez and Deng among their seasoned players. Nevertheless, the Lakers' starting lineup boasted an impressive height, with nearly all players towering over 2 meters. Youth, after all, is a valuable asset. The Lakers are in dire need of a figure with formidable leadership qualities to guide this group of young talents. Chapter 42. Pre-match arrangements? The frenzy of fans. In the Lakers' locker room, head coach Luke Walton was meticulously arranging the lineup. Each player eagerly anticipated the call of their name, as this young team often saw adjustments to the starting roster from game to game. Coach Walton proceeded to outline the starting and substitute lineups sequentially. Big Lopez and Luol Deng, the team's highest-paid athletes with contracts exceeding $20 million this season, were rightfully designated as starters due to their veteran prowess. Second-year player Ingram and third-year Randle, having honed their skills in the previous season, had firmly secured their starting positions. Although Lonzo Ball was merely a rookie this year, he had swiftly ascended to the role of starting point guard. As Walton transitioned to the substitutes, a palpable tension filled the air as the remaining players, all young and eager for playing time, anxiously awaited their fate. KCP and Clarkson, both possessing commendable scoring abilities, were first mentioned as offensive firepower off the bench. Caruso was also noted as a point guard substitute. Despite being rookies, Kuzma and Josh Hart found themselves included in the substitute lineup. The interior bench comprised of young talents like Nance Jr. and Zubac, both recognized as blue-collar players. Finally, Luke Walton uttered the name Lin Yifan. However, upon hearing that Lin was included in the rotation, there were no objections from the other players, as Lin had already demonstrated commendable abilities during the preseason. Yet, dissent lingered in the locker room. Randle, though merely a third-year player, was being groomed as the team's locker room leader. In Randle's eyes, Lin Yifan was merely an undrafted rookie. How could this novice, having played only 2 games, find himself in the rotation? Was he somehow currying favor with the management? Or did Magic Johnson hold him in such high regard? Noticing Randle's discontent, Walton addressed the team, stating, "We are a predominantly young team, and playing time must be earned through performance. The lineup will adjust based on individual displays each game. Lin's abilities are evident to all." Through his words, Coach Walton began to shift his perception of Lin Yifan. He even devised specific tactical arrangements for Lin, who would join the second unit to sustain the team's offensive momentum, focusing on setting screens, facilitating plays, and securing rebounds. The second unit typically logged approximately 15 minutes of playtime. Randle, feigning challenge, questioned, "Coach, is Lin really going to play more than 15 minutes? I doubt his stamina can handle it. Perhaps we should allocate that time to Lopez or Zubac, as they have better synergy with the team." Coach Walton shook his head resolutely. No, we intend to position Lin at the power forward spot. This decision comes directly from our president of operations, he clarified. It became evident that Lin Yifan's playing position had been adjusted. He would now pair with Zubac at power forward. This strategic move would mitigate the physical demands on Lin while addressing his current limitations in physicality. What? Randle gasped, taken aback. What an outrageous situation. Lin Yifan is positioned as a power forward? Isn't that the same position as mine? After all this time, is Lin Yifan vying for playing time against me? Randle felt an irritable frustration welling up within him. What capabilities does this rookie possess to compete for minutes on the court with me? He's merely a weakling, a novice who barely manages to play more than half a quarter under high intensity. Randle mused that with Lin Yifan's stamina, he could only last about 10 minutes, perhaps not posing any threat to his position at all. By the end of last season, Randle had gradually climbed from being a substitute to a starting player, averaging between 30 to 35 minutes of playtime. Such extensive minutes had taken him 3 arduous seasons to achieve. Now, he saw a rookie with a seemingly meteoric rise, entering the rotation within a single season and repeatedly undermining his status. This infuriated Randall. He resolved to solidify his role as the locker room leader and secure his place within the team. Randall contemplated that this rookie might just turn out to be his greatest rival. Even Magic Johnson holds this rookie in high regard. He cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yifan, who sat calmly, seemingly unfazed by Randall's skepticism. At that moment, Randall was unaware that Lin Yifan had already resolved his stamina issues. In the locker room before the game, Lin Yifan opened his attributes panel. After 2 weeks of rigorous training, he had garnered 16 attribute points, in addition to 12 points awarded from the previous match. He allocated all 28 points to his stamina attribute. It appeared effortless, yet it had consumed an entire fortnight of relentless training for hours on end each day. An ordinary person would have long since succumbed, but with the support of the system, he persevered. Ding. Stamina, 5290 has risen to 8090. Dynamic attributes, speed, 8590, agility, 8590, jumping, 6090, stamina, 8090, strength, 8190. His stamina had now ascended to 80. As Lin Yifan witnessed the increase in his attribute values, a smile involuntarily graced his face. Currently, only his jumping ability remained inadequate. And there was a potential cap limiting his abilities, indicating that his maximum potential might only reach 90? Perhaps there exists a way to break through this potential barrier? Exiting the players' locker room, the team began their warm-up. The Lakers were hosting a home game today, and as they stepped out of the player tunnel, the arena was awash in a golden sea of fans. Suddenly, a throng of spectators appeared at the sidelines, particularly a group of enthusiastic female fans crowding at the entrance of the player tunnel, shouting, Kuzma, I want to have your child. Lin, please, sign this. Pristine Lin Yifan, you are so handsome. Come here and sign this. As Kuzma and Lin Yifan turned, a voluptuous female fan was preparing to lift her shirt. Lin Yifan, upon seeing this, graciously deferred, saying, Cuz, this one S for you. The childbearing part, I'll leave to you. Kuzma, with a playful grin, remarked, no way. I want it all. I want you shy away, auntie. Lin Yifan shook his head. Little Kuzma, your taste is rather bold. Kuzma, adopting a serious demeanor as if he were imparting wisdom, said, Lin, let me tell you, the youth are unaware of the allure of an aunt, mistaking her for a young lady. Lin Yifan quickly interjected, hurry and embrace your dear Auntie Jenny, and kindly leave the young ladies to me. Meanwhile, Ingram leisurely emerged from the players' tunnel, pondering why no one had called his name or asked for an autograph. He mused, with my looks, how is it that no female fans are requesting my signature? He then adjusted his dreadlocks, casting a dreamy gaze towards the fervent fans along the sidelines. Turning his attention to the front row, he noticed a plethora of celebrities had taken their seats. The legendary Hollywood figure Sylvester Stallone was present. But even more captivating were his 3 daughters, each possessing perfect physiques and striking beauty. Nearby, socialite Kendall Jenner graced the scene. At just 22 years old, she had already established herself as a world-renowned supermodel, boasting an enviable figure and extraordinary charisma, particularly her alluring long legs, which drew considerable attention. Despite being beside Stallone's daughters, Jenner held her own effortlessly. In her high school days, she had been enamored with basketball and even spent some time as a cheerleader. Born in Los Angeles, she was a fervent supporter of the Lakers, and rumors of her romantic escapades with NBA players were rampant. Is this the wild allure of Los Angeles? Are the women of Los Angeles truly perilous? Lin Yifan glanced around the sidelines, marveling at the abundance of stunning women and the forest of long legs surrounding him. Chapter 43. A tinge of gunpowder? A massacre? Kendall Jenner today donned a form-fitting black leather skirt, complemented by a low-cut silk blouse. She has long been renowned for her audacious fashion choices that frequently grace the headlines of various entertainment outlets. Her enviable figure, accentuated by the snug leather and the subtly revealing silk, evokes a flurry of thoughts. As the live broadcast camera swept over Kendall Jenner, the atmosphere in the streaming room ignited with fervor. Indeed, Jenner is stunning. Those leather pants are enticing. Oh no, that blouse is quite ample. Her physique and poise are undeniably remarkable, the only one from the Kardashian clan who truly captivates. At this moment, Jenner's gaze was fixed on the warm-up players on the court, her eyes resembling a huntress in pursuit of her prey. A sophisticated predator often presents herself in the guise of her quarry. Blake Griffin of the Clippers discreetly stole glances in Jenner's direction. Griffin had circled the date of the game against the Lakers on his calendar long ago. This year, he had just signed a 5-year contract worth $173 million with the Los Angeles Clippers. He was reveling in this newfound success. Eager to indulge in the vibrant nightlife of the city, he had long aspired to join the Kardashian entourage. Today, he wished to impress Jenner and seize an opportunity to express his feelings. Having heard about Jenner's recent split from the singer A$AP Rocky, it seemed that his chance had finally arrived. This game marked the first regular season match of the year, broadcast live across the nation. However, Griffin had been mired in skepticism prior to this. The media had voiced concerns that Griffin's substantial injury had caused a rapid decline in his athleticism, compounded by his disadvantage in wingspan and vertical reach. His shooting, post moves, and interior game were perceived as shortcomings, making it challenging for him to adapt to the current small ball era. Thus, Griffin had already begun to alter his playing style, incorporating more mid-range shots and playmaking, evolving into a more versatile forward. Nevertheless, Griffin felt less pressure. He thought, I have the money. What is there to fear? Luxurious cars, beautiful women, and a grand villa. Doesn't life feel splendid? The nationwide broadcast of the game would be carried by various television networks, with ESPN and TNT providing live commentary. The dynamic duo of Charles Barkley and Shaquille O'Neal from TNT offered their insights on the matchup. Prior to the game, both made their predictions. Although Shaquille O'Neal is a Lakers legend, he spoke with unfiltered candor, asserting that the Clippers were clearly the dominant team in Los Angeles, with the Lakers markedly lacking in strength across the board. Barkley echoed this sentiment, boldly predicting, just look at those Lakers rookies under Luke Walton's leadership. It's a chaotic display. I foresee the Lakers losing by at least 20 points. Meanwhile, another commentator from the TNT team, Rockets legend Kenny Smith, shook his head in disagreement, asserting, No, I believe this group of young Lakers possesses significant talent. Observe the remarkable talent of Ingo. That child is nothing short of a replica of Durant. Furthermore, this year's ball exhibits both offensive and defensive prowess, complemented by the commendable firepower of Kuzma and Hart. Additionally, they have unearthed a gifted undrafted rookie this year. An undrafted rookie? Barkley suddenly recollected. I recall the dark-haired lad you mentioned. Kenny Smith then remarked that this young man has yet to play a single regular season game and has already been integrated into the bench rotation. O'Neal nodded in agreement, affirming, Indeed, Lin Yifan is a tall player with exceptional passing skills, exhibiting remarkable basketball intelligence. However, Barkley was quick to point out his shortcomings, stating that while Lin Yifan's passing is undeniably creative, he is excessively slender and lacks offensive capability. Lacks offensive capability? O'Neal retorted, Can you execute a double screen pass? Or pass without looking? Yet, Barkley remained steadfast in his opinion. True, I may not be able to make such passes, but I would simply allow him to focus on offense. He continued, the Lakers' young talents may evolve into formidable players in the future, yet currently, they are utterly mismatched against the Clippers lineup. Following this, the TNT ensemble turned their gaze toward the players warming up. Barkley's impression of Lin Yifan lingered from the Summer League Finals 2 months prior. At that moment, Lin Yifan was on the sidelines, engaging in strength training with trainer Roger Cho. Barkley and O'Neal observed Lin Yifan with contemplation, questioning whether it was merely an illusion or if Lin appeared significantly stronger. The live broadcast began to fill with comments regarding Lin Yifan's presence, with one remarking that the trainer assisting him seemed to be from the Warriors. Indeed, he was acquired at great expense by the Lakers. But why does Lin Yifan appear noticeably more robust than just a few days ago? The young man's progress could be described as nothing short of extraordinary, and anticipation mounted for his performance that day. However, could the current Lakers truly contend with the Clippers? Despite being a city rivalry in Los Angeles, the vast majority of attendees were clad in Lakers jerseys, with only a smattering of fans in blue supporting the Clippers. Among the few Clippers fans was their owner, Ballmer, who fervently approached head coach Rivers before the game, insisting that no mercy be shown and that the Lakers be thoroughly dismantled, promising a monetary reward for the team if they succeeded. The broadcast by Mahua Sports commenced promptly, although Yang DeLien was absent from the studio due to facial discomfort. Meanwhile, female host Xiao Qi wore an enamored expression, exclaiming, Let us return to the live scene. The match is about to begin. However, before the director could switch the camera, Xiao Qi's voice chimed in, Lin Yifan is so handsome. I just want to see him score. The camera shifted. The game commenced, and DeAndre Jordan successfully leaped for the ball. The Clippers initiated their frenzied offensive right away, with Griffin sinking 2 consecutive jump shots. Subsequently, Randle lunged excessively, allowing Griffin to feign and then penetrate the interior. Under the defense of Brook Lopez, Griffin effortlessly tossed the ball, resulting in an alley-oop connection with DeAndre Jordan. Witnessing this score, Ballmer rolled up his sleeves, pumped his fists, his face flushed with excitement, as he fervently shouted at the Lakers' warm-up players, "Yes, take down the Lakers. Crush them." Beside Ballmer, however, Jerry West, the Clippers' general manager consultant, maintained an impassive expression. Despite Griffin's stylistic evolution into a playmaking power forward, showcasing a remarkable top-of-the-key jump shot and commendable passing, West had already conceived alternative plans. Griffin, with his explosive athleticism, was ill-fitted to the current trajectory of the league, which now favored more technical, versatile forwards. Furthermore, Griffin's tumultuous personal life and lack of focus in training foretold an inevitable failure in his transformation. Yet, Griffin's performance today was precisely what West hoped to observe, providing a wealth of data to bolster trade negotiations. That summer, West unhesitatingly traded Chris Paul and, with a 2-year, $12.3 million contract, acquired Milos Teodosic from Europe, a Serbian point guard, hailed as the MVP of the European leagues, to assume Paul's playmaking role. The Clippers, featuring Chris Paul, Griffin, and DeAndre Jordan, were often dubbed the Lob City, exemplifying an aesthetic of exquisite passing and ferocious dunks that positioned them as competitors to the Lakers, earning the moniker City of Alley-oops. At that moment, following a pick-and-roll with Teodosic, Griffin casually threw the ball, a seemingly casual gesture that was, in fact, deliberate. He soared from the ground, using his left hand to press against Randle's face in the paint, executing a stunning dunk with his short arms. This decisive slam sent Julius Randle sprawling, with the referee's whistle blaring, signaling a foul on Randle. This dunk evoked memories of Griffin's rookie season, reminiscent of a ferocious posterization. The Los Angeles rivalry was undeniably heated. Griffin was back in form. After the dunk, Randle immediately wrapped his arms around Griffin's legs, leading to a tumble as the two grappled on the floor. The referee's whistles pierced the air, separating the players and issuing a technical foul to both Griffin and Randle. It appeared Griffin had taken something to amplify his energy, playing with a fervor akin to being invigorated by adrenaline. Rumors suggested that Griffin might be pursuing Jenner. With those short legs and arms, it seemed, well, quite limited. Meanwhile, Jenner appeared somewhat indifferent to the fiery scene unfolding on the court. Known as the NBA's heartthrob magnet, she had always favored attractive, promising young players. As a staunch Lakers fan, she was evidently dissatisfied with the current state of her team, and the atmosphere in the Lakers' home arena felt notably subdued compared to usual. As the Clippers commenced the game, they swiftly initiated pick-and-roll plays, with Teodosic delivering passes with remarkable precision, while Griffin shared the burden of orchestrating the offense. 8 minutes into the first quarter, the score stood at an astonishing 35-10. Was this the Los Angeles Derby? A clash of rivals? The Dominion of Los Angeles? It felt less like a celestial collision and more akin to a one-sided drubbing. This foreshadowed what appeared to be a massacre at the hands of the Clippers. Fans in the live stream unleashed a torrent of criticism. What on earth was the Lakers' performance? Only Ingram's occasional drives were worth noting. What justification did Luol Deng, with a $20 million price tag, have to remain on the court? Was it not a result of Pelinka's baffling maneuver, the Lakers' toxic contract? At this moment, Lakers fans were directing their ire squarely at Deng. Once the esteemed second-in-command of the Bulls, Deng's decline had already begun when he departed Chicago for Miami. And perhaps he himself could not have anticipated receiving another lucrative contract. Yet Pelinka bestowed upon him a 4-year, $72 million deal during the 2016 offseason. In the 8 minutes Deng spent on the court, he was thoroughly targeted on both ends. Coach Doc Rivers of the Clippers sat contentedly on the sidelines, reveling in his players' performance and appearing quite pleased with his coaching. Meanwhile, Luke Walton, in stark contrast, wore a furrowed brow, prompting him to call a timeout and replace the underperforming Deng. This marked Deng's final start with the Lakers. The second unit took the floor, with Lin and Zubac substituting for Lopez and Randle. On the sidelines, Kendall Jenner suddenly glanced at the Lakers' number 23 player, turning to her companion and inquiring, "Who is this young man? He seems quite dashing." Chapter 44, The Explosive Scoring Ability? A stunned West. Lin Yifun has entered the game. Has Little Walton finally had a revelation, or what? Yet, the score has already ballooned to such a degree. As the live stream flooded with comments, the Clippers aim to extend their lead on the offensive end. Griffin showed no signs of leaving the court in the first quarter. With the ball at the high post, he was determined to take on Lin Yifan in a one-on-one. Griffin executed a quick change of direction. Lin Yifan displayed remarkable agility, holding his ground and perhaps even gaining a slight advantage. Thud. His defense was impeccable, not giving an inch. However, Lin Yifan's physicality was still lacking, especially against the extraordinarily gifted Griffin. After a physical confrontation, Lin Yifan was nearly knocked off balance. Griffin mused to himself, "Is this kid faster than I anticipated?" With that thought, Griffin opted for a power move, backing in. Thud. Thud. He made 2 aggressive attempts from the free throw line. Lin Yifan was forced to retreat. Utilizing his height and wingspan, he lowered his center of gravity and raised his hands in defense. It was evident that Griffin was closing in on the basket. O'Neal frowned. Although the young man had bulked up considerably, he still struggled against a physical powerhouse like Griffin. Indeed, Griffin had not managed to exploit his physical advantage for offensive gain. He lacked the ability to turn and shoot effectively from the post, and his low post skills were rather underwhelming. "If it were you," O'Neal remarked. Having backed into such a position, a simple turn would result in a shot. Barkley was taken aback by O'Neal's praise of his post-game today, and, feeling a sense of pride, added, "Ha ha ha. If it were you, Big Shark, you would have already turned and scored." As the undeniable core of the Clippers, Griffin recognized that with Paul traded away, he now had the freedom to shoot at will. Although the newly acquired Teodosic possessed exceptional passing skills, Griffin often found himself orchestrating the offense. Yet, his greatest flaw in offensive capability lay in his inadequate post-up skills with sluggish footwork. During isolation plays, the team's offense frequently stagnated. Griffin's movements were rigid, leading to a high rate of turnovers and missed assists. Indeed, as he prepared for a third attempt to back in, Griffin sensed a potential double team and passed the ball to the opposite corner. The ball was intercepted. Ball had been waiting eagerly on the side. Griffin's turnover led to a swift transition. Frustrated, Griffin hurried back on defense. The fast break faltered, and Ball initiated a half-court offense. Lin Yifan established a favorable position at the low post on the right side, and Ball delivered a lob pass. Lin Yifan received the ball with his back to the basket. Griffin thought, "Is this rookie actually planning to take me on one-on-one? Don't be ridiculous, rookie. Your physicality is." Just as Griffin was contemplating, Lin Yifan surprisingly did not secure the ball. After receiving the pass, he smoothly pivoted to the right, altering his footwork as he moved. His left foot anchored to the ground while his right foot lifted, and simultaneously, his right knee rose. His body drifted away from the basket in response to the shift in his center of gravity. Griffin, realizing the situation, desperately attempted to defend. However, standing at 2.06 meters tall, coupled with his relatively short arms, he was no match for Lin Yifan's 2.11-meter stature and a wingspan of 2.21 meters. Especially in the face of his impeccable jump shot, the defense was virtually non-existent. Moreover, Nowitzki's jump shot possesses an inherent resilience against interference. The ball was released, tracing a peculiar arc. It swished through the net. What? Griffin froze in disbelief. How could this young man's back-to-basket shot be so fluid? There was no resistance whatsoever. He simply took the shot. Shaquille O'Neal, witnessing the basket, erupted in exclamation. This, if I'm not mistaken, is Nowitzki's signature move? Indeed. The motion was strikingly identical. Charles Barkley wore a bewildered expression. When did this young man acquire such a skill in back-to-basket shooting? Such a shot could alter the course of a game. Even the formidable Michael Jordan, after facing the relentless pressure of the bad boys in his early career, gradually honed a back-to-basket fadeaway jumper, subsequently transforming the Bulls' triangle offense. No center on the team? Then I, Jordan, shall assume that role. The back-to-basket shot is arguably one of the most potent offensive tools. Yet, Griffin, after several seasons, had failed to master such a move. This basket ignited the live stream. Incredible! Is Nowitzki's spirit inhabiting him? My goodness, is this still the Lin Yifan I saw 2 weeks ago? Magnificent! Lin Yifan's shot was executed with such grace. Meanwhile, Jerry West, the consultant for the Clippers, shifted in his seat, unable to remain still. He understood that the league desperately needed to nurture players with autonomous offensive capabilities. And here was such a player in front of him. Subsequently, Lin Yifan entered scoring mode. As the saying goes, a single skill can conquer all, and in 2011, Nowitzki relied on this very jump shot to dismantle the Heat's defense, particularly against shorter post players. Almost every shot was on target. On the other side, Griffin was determined to respond with the same tactic. The more he tried to retaliate, the worse his shooting became. Griffin attempted 2 consecutive back-to-basket drives, followed by step-back jumpers. Clang, clang. Both shots missed. Meanwhile, Lin Yifan appeared to be in a state of transcendence, executing his jump shot with unyielding consistency, sinking 3 mid-range shots in succession. All against Griffin's shorter arm defense. Doc Rivers called for a timeout. "Hey, Blake, that rookie has scored 8 consecutive points. You look tired. Take a breather." Rivers' comment was an affront to Griffin. "Hey, Doc, I'm not tired." Griffin was seething with rage, wanting nothing more than to pound his chest in frustration. "Hey, DeAndre Jordan, defend against that rookie." To distinguish him from the basketball deity, he is also known as Little Jordan. In the 2016 season, he was named to the first-team All-NBA and the first-team All-Defensive. Little Jordan has consistently been a formidable contender for the Defensive Player of the Year award. With his explosive jumping ability and dunking prowess, he has thrived in the realm of alley-oops. Defending that rookie? That's a trivial task for him. Little Jordan hardly took it to heart. Standing at 2'11" meters and weighing 120 kilograms, he possesses remarkable physical gifts. I could easily pin him down. As the game resumed after a timeout, the Lakers made adjustments, bringing in Caruso and Kuzma while substituting out Ball and Ingram. The lineup now resembled a complete bench squad. The orchestrator of this arrangement was Lin Yifan. Caruso dribbled into the front court and delivered a lob to the 45-degree angle, just 2 steps inside the three-point line. Little Jordan indeed engaged in the confrontation, pushing Lin Yifan out to the 3-second zone. It was a one-on-one defense. Lin Yifan held the ball in front of him. This position made it challenging to execute a back-to-the-basket play, neither too close nor too far from the hoop. With a playful grin, Little Jordan exclaimed, "Hey, rookie, I'm afraid you won't." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Yifan responded with a Mona Lisa smile. He executed a standing jump on one leg. Using his right knee to create space, Little Jordan attempted a left-hand block. The basketball nearly grazed the tips of Little Jordan's fingers. Unfortunately, the arc of the shot was too high. The ball soared in a rainbow-like trajectory. Swish. Little Jordan's half-finished remark about Lin not scoring again lingered in the air. Meanwhile, Lin Yifan raised his right hand, making a shushing gesture towards Little Jordan. That charming smile never left Lin Yifan's face. Defensive Player of the Year? I hardly noticed. The live broadcast erupted. Wow, Lin Yifan's smile is truly devastating. Little Jordan, the leaper, is merely like a piece of candy in front of that standing jump, soft and squishy. There's no denying it. Little Jordan's skills have become rather crude, and his defense is deteriorating. Far in the stands, Clippers owner Steve Ballmer fell silent as the score narrowed down by 10 points. Beside him, Jerry West's expression grew serious, clearly astonished by the performance of this undrafted rookie. Chapter 45, The Clippers' Resurgence? Rivers, known for his expressive demeanor, could not help but comment on the explosive scoring capability displayed. Barkley nodded in agreement, noting that the solitary stance showcased by the big players was nearly indefensible. Jordan, in a moment of frustration on the court, exclaimed, "Damn." Attempting to respond offensively was futile, as Jordan's ball handling skills were severely lacking. In previous seasons, he had thrived under Paul's orchestrations, earning a spot on the All-NBA first team. However, with Paul's departure and a decline in his physical prowess, his weaknesses became glaringly apparent. Jordan, having dribbled the ball only twice, was startled by Kuzma's double team. Quick-witted, Lin Yifan seized the opportunity for a steal. Caruso advanced the ball to the front court, where he passed it to Lin Yifan at the top of the arc. Following his recent play, Jordan increased his physicality, pressing his body against Lin Yifan, attempting to disrupt his shooting rhythm. "Hey, rookie. You want to get another shot off this time," he declared. Yet, Lin Yifan remained composed, adjusting his body position to face the basket while holding the ball. Jordan's lateral movement on defense was notably mediocre. His defensive prowess was primarily a deterrent under the basket. With the rise of small ball play, Jordan's imposing figure in the paint had become a target for exploitation. Visualize this. Guards facing off against a center like Jordan could either drive for a layup or retreat for a three-point shot. The future of the position left no room for players like him lacking perimeter defense. With only one path forward, Lin Yifan executed a deceptive dribble move, extending his right foot and shifting his weight to the right. This was the most commonly employed probing step within the triple threat stance. Jordan instinctively retreated a few steps, creating space. In an instant, Lin Yifan feigned a shot, daring Jordan to contest. As Jordan leaped to block, it was undeniable that his jumping ability was elite for a center. However, as Jordan ascended, Lin Yifan seamlessly transitioned from a shooting motion to a drive. Jordan was left off balance, as Lin Yifan maneuvered past him with fluidity. The entire sequence unfolded effortlessly, showcasing Jordan's evident low basketball IQ. Lin Yifan had already discerned that Jordan's spring-like leaping could be easily deceived with a simple shot fake. With Lin Yifan having completely bypassed Jordan, Gallinari of the Clippers retreated to provide help defense. As Lin Yifan approached the basket, he prepared for a layup with a three-step leap. Gallinari was poised to deliver a formidable block. Yet, Lin Yifan, fixated on the hoop, deftly flicked the ball back with his hand, sending it towards the opposite direction of the rim. What? It was a pass. The ball soared past Gallinari's armpit, finding Kuzma, who caught it effortlessly. He then unleashed a thunderous dunk. What an exceptional pass. The look pass. Lin, the home court of the Lakers has been electrified. What a splendid display. An audacious pass. With a flick of the wrist, the ball is delivered perfectly. This number 23 is truly exceptional. Beep. The timer signals the end of the first quarter, and the Lakers' teammates rush over to celebrate with high fives. Great pass, Lin. Kuzma dashes over to Lin Yifan for a chest bump in celebration. With a 20-point deficit, Lin Yifan has managed to close the gap by 12 points in just 3 minutes on the court. The difference is now only 8 points. Nearby, Jerry West watches the pass with wide eyes. This undrafted player possesses such remarkable playmaking ability. His passing skill rivals that of top-tier point guards. Such an offensive asset, combined with exquisite passing. And he is a center. To possess such finesse in passing is astonishing. After years as a general manager, Jerry West has never encountered a player of this caliber. He quietly summons the Clippers scout, instructing him to observe Lin closely and prepare a comprehensive scouting report. Then, West Esques returns to Lin Yifan, pondering where this talent emerged from at the tender age of 19. Is he not the very type of future player I have been searching for? How can we secure him for the Clippers? Jerry West is lost in thought. During the intermission, as the team's lead gradually diminishes, Clippers head coach Rivers stands with his hands on his hips, wearing a peculiar expression that oscillates between a smile and a frown, shaking his head at the players' bench. A masterpiece of expression from Rivers unfolds once more. This expression encapsulates a hint of helplessness, a touch of incredulity, and a dash of self-deprecation. The Clippers? Let us not forget. We are a playoff team. We possess multiple all-star caliber players. We cannot allow an undrafted player from a mediocre team to dismantle us. Coach Rivers is renowned for his motivational coaching style. Yet he faces criticism from the media for his inadequate game adjustments. In the latter half of the first quarter, as Lin Yifan leads a scoring surge, Rivers makes no adjustments whatsoever. Meanwhile, on the bench, Clippers substitute Montrezl Harrell rises. Doug, I'll handle that kid. Leave the rookie to me. Harrell has just been traded from the Mavericks during the offseason, and as a third-year player, he relies on his tenacious defense and explosive dunks to serve as a vital scoring option off the bench. Having been traded, he is eager to earn Rivers' trust through his performance. As the second quarter commences, the Clippers execute a significant lineup change. Beverly, Lou Williams, Wesley Johnson, Decker, and Harrell take the court. The Clippers are bringing in a fresh set of 5. They certainly have a plethora of players to choose from. The Los Angeles Mavericks have taken to the court. Apart from Johnson, everyone is a product of the Mavericks. A product of the Mavericks is guaranteed to be of exquisite quality. Suddenly, a wave of Mavericks fans surged into the live broadcast room, setting the rhythm ablaze. As the second quarter commenced, the Lakers maintained the same bench lineup from the end of the first quarter: Caruso, Clarkson, Kuzma, Lin Yifan, and Zubac. The Clippers bench immediately adopted the Mavericks' signature style of play. This approach aims to exploit the weaknesses in the opposing team's interior defense by utilizing pick-and-rolls, enabling the guards to take advantage of mismatches against the interior players. Naturally, this strategy requires a formidable offense and outstanding organizational skills from the backcourt, exemplified by talents such as James Harden and Chris Paul. At this moment, the task fell to Lou Williams, the 2015 Sixth Man of the Year. Williams is among the league's most potent offensive weapons from the bench. He possesses the ability to drive, shoot three-pointers, and execute floaters, but crucially, he excels at pick-and-rolls and playmaking. As the second quarter began, the Clippers bench, under the leadership of the esteemed sixth man, commenced a counterattack. Right off the bat, Williams executed a pick-and-roll with Harrell. Zubac switched to defend Williams, who accelerated into the paint, with Lin Yifan reaching out to contest. Harrell surged in from behind, resulting in an alley-oop dunk. This play exemplified a classic pick-and-roll collaboration, a routine they often executed during their time with the Mavericks. Williams then faced Zubac after another pick-and-roll. Executing a step-back three-pointer, swoosh. Harrell displayed immense passion on the court, delivering 2 consecutive thunderous dunks while emitting a roar akin to a lion. In an instant, the Clippers' momentum completely overwhelmed the Lakers. Coach Luke Walton called for a timeout. Goodness, the Clippers bench is proving to be overwhelmingly fierce. The Maverick style of play has been embraced by the Clippers faction. These substitutes could easily be starters on other teams. The score quickly widened to a 15-point lead. Clippers 44. Lakers 29. The home crowd of Lakers fans fell silent. While Clippers supporters erupted with chants, the Lakers are utterly weak. Lakers sucks. The true rulers of Los Angeles are the Clippers. Chapter 46. The Turncoat Fans? The Celestial Performance? As the hiatus concluded, confronted by the fervent resurgence of the Clippers bench, Coach Walton's adjustment was to reinstate his star players. Let my first string face your substitutes, observed Rivers of the Clippers, who made no alterations upon witnessing the Lakers' main lineup. In this inaugural match of the new season, Rivers was keen to assess the capabilities of this mosaic formation. Upon returning to the court, no one anticipated the remarkable synergy displayed by these former Mavericks players, akin to a band of bench marauders. Lou Williams' training regimen persisted. And under the tutelage of the astute Mike D'Antoni, these players executed a strategy of relentless offense, favoring three-point shots and interior strikes while eschewing mid-range attempts. Their defense featured limitless switches, comprising athletes with formidable agility, capable of guarding any position. At that moment, the tallest player on the court was Harrell, standing at a mere 2.01 meters, enabling him to effectively contend against the 1.98-meter ball and withstand the imposing presence of Lopez with his sheer tenacity. As the latter half of the second quarter unfolded, Williams and Harrell continuously racked up points. Williams had amassed 21 points and 4 assists, leading the scoring charts. This bench unit ignited another offensive wave, achieving a staggering 15-2 run. By halftime, the score read Clippers 59, Lakers 31, a nearly 30-point chasm. Upon the Lakers' return to the locker room during the intermission, a cacophony of boos erupted from the stands. Lou Williams for MVP. Harrell for MVP. Many home fans began to switch allegiances. Refund us. Forget Luke Walton. During the halftime analysis on TNT, Shaquille O'Neal candidly remarked on the Clippers bench's overwhelming impact, rendering the Lakers starters utterly defenseless. Barkley added, "This game is already over. There's no need to continue watching. Even the Lakers fans have turned." Kenny Smith chuckled. "I can almost visualize a mosaic onslaught against the Lakers, a true display of firepower." As a former Maverick, Smith held profound affection for the team. In the locker room at halftime, the atmosphere diverged greatly between the two squads. Rivers, brimming with enthusiasm, rallied his players, proclaiming, "I see the impact of our bench. I see the Clippers' offensive prowess. I see who reigns supreme in Los Angeles. Go, go, go." Meanwhile, Walton surveyed his listless Lakers starters, particularly Julius Randle, the locker room leader, who sat in silence, utterly shell-shocked. Trailing by 28 points, the home fans' jeers echoed relentlessly, and the team's morale plummeted. Luke Walton felt utterly powerless. What now? 20 shots. The Lakers' locker room was steeped in a heavy atmosphere, devoid of spirit. Ding. The system task initiated. Assist the team in executing a miraculous 30-point comeback, with an S-Class treasure chest as a reward. Another S-Class? A 30-point turnaround seemed a daunting challenge indeed. At the commencement of the second half, Clippers head coach Rivers unexpectedly substituted in his third-string lineup. Austin Rivers replaced Lou Williams, while the court featured Little Rivers, Samuel, Wesley Johnson, Decker, and Willie Reed. Upon seeing Little Rivers take the floor, the commentators began their playful jests, remarking on the fact that the Clippers coach had put his son into the game. To my astonishment, I recognized no one on the court aside from Little Rivers. Fellow fans, let's chant that phrase, Lakers. Oh no, Clippers champions. The score gap had nearly reached 30 points. Gentlemen, I shall step away for a meal. Nevertheless, the atmosphere in the live stream had evidently turned far more subdued than before. Following halftime, a significant number of departing Lakers fans did not return to their seats. Many spectators in the arena began to chant, "Go Clippers." The Lakers, too, opted to substitute their veterans, allowing the younger players to gain experience and foster team chemistry. Ball, Hart, Kuzma, Lin Yifun, and Thomas Bryant emerged as the Lakers' fresh rookie lineup. Is this how the game will unfold? Had only half the match been played? Surely. It is too early for such resignation? Lin Yifun mused, thinking the contest was merely beginning, and it was time to showcase their talents. Something must be done to invigorate the team's spirit. As the second half commenced, Lin Yifan and Ball executed a seamless pick and roll, with Ball passing to Lin Yifan as he rolled toward the basket. After a couple of dribbles, Lin Yifan faced Reed's defensive approach. He delivered a high lob, not a shot, but a pass. Thomas Bryant surged from the side, finishing with an alley-oop dunk. Such fluid cooperation? Kenny Smith couldn't help but comment that the Clippers, revolving around Griffin, thrived on this style of play, a reflection of their own tactics. Kenny further noted, however, that Lin Yifan's passing motion was far more graceful than Griffin's. His touch was softer, and his court vision remarkably astute. He seemed to have anticipated Bryant's move. Meanwhile, the Clippers' third-string offense lacked a central figure. Naturally, Little Rivers stepped up to assume the role of primary scorer. He dribbled at the arc, nearly losing the ball several times. And as the shot clock dwindled to 24 seconds, he executed a step-back three-pointer. Duong. He clanked it off the rim. Lin Yifan soared for the rebound. That rebound maneuver caught Charles Barkley's attention. Without a doubt, that action, his mind recalled past confrontations with old rivals. The Big Shark chimed in, declaring it reminiscent of Rodman's one-handed board grab. At that moment, Lin Yifan understood the necessity of three crucial aspects given their significant deficit: solid defense, securing rebounds, and orchestrating effective offense. He advanced the ball to the front court, and before the Clippers players could establish their positions, he faced Reed's defense and executed a powerful crossover. A Durant-esque maneuver? Reed stood frozen, caught off guard. Such an exaggerated maneuver. It is utterly outrageous. Meanwhile, Decker has made his way under the basket. Lin Yifan, observing the right side, notices Decker expecting a pass to the corner, where Josh Hart is already positioned at the three-point line. However, with a subtle flick of his right hand to the left, Lin Yifan sends the basketball sailing in that very direction. Ball follows suit, executing an effortless layup. After scoring, Ball points at Lin Yifan, exclaiming, "Kid, that pass bears my signature." A masterful playmaker understands the essence of passing as a profound connection. Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley exchange astonished glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief as they utter, "Is this really a center?" This performance is akin to a divine being descending from the heavens. "My hair is standing on end," O'Neal declares, rubbing the fine hairs on his forearm. Meanwhile, on the Clippers bench, Rivers stands at the sidelines, wearing an expression that hovers between amusement and incredulity, his eyes wide as saucers. At one moment, he forgets to call a timeout. The moniker King of Comebacks for Doc Rivers is not without merit. He is the only coach in history to have suffered multiple playoff reversals from a 3-1 lead. In the 2003 playoffs, the Magic led the Pistons 3-1, only to be overturned. At that time, Rivers had the peak version of Tracy McGrady, known for his soaring dunks. In the 2015 playoffs, the Clippers, with a 3-1 lead over the Rockets, faced a similar fate. That team boasted the prime talents of Chris Paul and Blake Griffin. Consequently, Coach Rivers has earned the title of the embodiment of human reversals. However, he never concedes to being the king of comebacks. In his perspective, a coach is perpetually wise and formidable. Losses are always attributed to external factors, and he is never at fault. Chapter 47, A Stunning Reversal? Humanity is reversed. The live broadcast room has erupted into a lively atmosphere. Clippers fans are exclaiming, "The Lakers have closed the gap by 10 points. Why hasn't Doc Rivers called a timeout?" Meanwhile, Griffin supporters lament. Griffin has been sitting on the bench for nearly an entire quarter. When will he get on the court? Lakers fans plead, "Please don't take out Rivers. I adore him. I love him as he walks through dark alleys alone." Clippers fans retort, "He is truly the favored son. Every time Rivers steps onto the court, it's just a cascade of turnovers and missed shots." Neutral fans chime in, "Hang in there, Lakers. The game is becoming too chaotic. It's losing its excitement. Hurry up and reverse the situation." At this moment, Rivers has been playing in the league for 6 seasons. Since Doc Rivers took the helm of the Clippers, his playing time has steadily increased. Last season, he achieved a career high of 12 points and 2.8 assists, albeit with an average of 2.0 turnovers. Essentially, 1 assist comes with a complimentary turnover. In the current game, Rivers attempts another pass, which is intercepted by Ball. Ball glances quickly and sees a Lakers player sprinting down for a fast break. A long pass. Upon closer inspection, it is none other than Lin Yifan. This towering center is charging down the court, although Lin Yifan primarily plays in the paint. His speed of 85 is the highest among all his attributes, placing him among the elite for interior players. The basketball arcs gracefully through the air. However, the pass seems a tad too ambitious. The ball is flying towards the baseline, heading out of bounds. Suddenly, a giant, standing about 1 meters tall, takes long strides and leaps into action, saving the ball. His body nearly forms a horizontal line in midair. In an astonishing moment, as he cradles the ball, he tosses it behind his head. Miraculously, the basketball returns to the court, landing perfectly in the hands of the trailing Josh Hart, who is in prime position right beneath the basket. Hart effortlessly sinks the open layup. That towering player is Lin Yifan. After making the save, Lin Yifan crashes into a pile of bodies, causing a ruckus in the stands. Popcorn flies through the air, beer spills everywhere, and the sisters in the audience are left aghast. Lin Yifan's landing spot coincidentally aligns with the seats occupied by Sylvester Stallone's 3 daughters. The trio is startled as Lin Yifan lands heavily on them, and for a moment, he seems to have stumbled into an odd situation, showing no signs of injury. However, it is prudent to take things slowly, as such a save can be perilous. Lin Yifan and the 3 sisters are tangled together, lying on the ground for what feels like an eternity without getting up. The television broadcast cleverly captures this scene, proving to be far more entertaining than the game itself. The live chat explodes. "Get off, Lin Yifan. You're crushing my wife. Hey, Lin the thief, you're driving me mad. It's been ages. And you still haven't moved, looking all too comfortable. Father-in-law Stallone, please lift that kid up and give him a thrashing." And as the camera pans to the side, there is none other than Kendall Jenner. She sat beside Sylvester Stallone's 3 daughters, her face flushed. Whether from shock or another reason, Jenna placed a hand over her heart, looking quite concerned as she gazed at Lin Yifan, who had fallen to the ground. Lin was indeed playing with remarkable fervor. However, his striking good looks were undeniable. In his tumble, he had inadvertently knocked over Jenna's beer cup, splattering the beverage all over her. In an instant, her white shirt clung to her figure, leaving little to the imagination. At that moment, teammates rushed to assist Lin Yifan to his feet, while he hurriedly apologized. The Stallone sisters, ardent fans of the Lakers, initially startled by the collision, found themselves captivated by the handsome young man before them. They cheerfully exclaimed, "Number 23, you played brilliantly." The 3 sisters even joined in helping Lin Yifan up, their warm hands coming together in a delightful touch. Meanwhile, Jenna's gaze remained fixed on Lin Yifan, recognizing his talent and charm. Amidst the chaos, Lin Yifan returned to the court, and the Lakers' home crowd was electrified by his remarkable save, erupting into applause. Glancing up, he noticed all the fans standing and clapping for him. Once more, he offered his apologies to the Stallone sisters, only to see Kendall Jenner standing as well, seemingly unbothered by her damp shirt, flashing a sweet smile and nodding at him. The atmosphere in the arena shifted dramatically in favor of the Lakers. With players eagerly high-fiving Lin Yifan, their youthful spirits revitalized. Indeed, the essence of youth in basketball lies in sheer determination. As a result, Ball sank 2 consecutive 3-pointers. Kuzma added a 3-pointer and a thunderous dunk. Clarkson executed a series of breakthroughs, and Thomas Bryant maintained formidable defense in the paint. Lin Yifan orchestrated the Lakers' offense with finesse. With just 2 minutes remaining in the third quarter, the 30-point deficit had rapidly diminished to 8. The live commentary grew increasingly animated. "What on earth happened while I was at dinner? How did the score drop to single digits? Lin Yifan is like a divine presence. Mom, come see this miracle." One viewer's mother even inquired why he was kneeling to watch the game. "How many assists has Lin Yifan made? At least 10, right? This is absurd." Finally, Doc Rivers called a timeout, arms crossed, staring blankly at the scoreboard. Clippers 62, Lakers 54. "Hey, what just happened? Can someone explain this to me?" Rivers shook his head with a bemused smile, while several Clippers players appeared momentarily stunned. As the third quarter drew to a close, Rivers substituted 5 of his starters, pairing Griffin and Jordan in the paint, while Teodosic and Beverly took to the perimeter. However, after sitting for an extended period, the players on the bench were somewhat cold. This 5-on-5 strategy often led to such a predicament. On the other side, the Lakers maintained their scoring lineup while bringing in Ingram, known for his explosive impact and offensive prowess. The young Lakers players have long been ignited with fervor. Now is the moment for audacity and tenacity. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Randall seethes in frustration upon hearing Luke Walton's decisions, having been relegated to the bench for an entire quarter. In this match, Randall's plus-minus rating stands at a dismal -18. Thoroughly overwhelmed by Griffin, puzzled, Randall muses, "How can this rookie, having played for over 10 minutes, still appear so sprightly? Could it be that he has resorted to performance-enhancing substances?" Back on the court, Kuzma sinks a 3-pointer, Ingram drives to the basket, and Ball executes a layup. The Lakers' relentless offensive onslaught continues. Defensively, Lin Yifan immediately finds himself matched up against Griffin. Seemingly fueled by jealousy, Griffin deliberately seeks to exploit Lin Yifan. Ignoring the coach's strategy, he opts for isolation plays instead of orchestrating a proper offense. Griffin possesses decent ball handling skills, darting left and right, yet his post-up game has often been criticized. In the low post, his footwork is lackluster, typically only spinning to the left for a right-handed hook shot. However, his limited reach results in a low release point and a stiff shooting touch. Lin Yifan raises his arms high, and with Griffin's shot attempt, the ball clangs off the rim. On the sidelines, Rivers furrows his brow, dismayed that Griffin is disregarding the tactical plan. Meanwhile, the duo of Teodosic and Beverly flounders in chaotic play. In the distance, Jerry West shakes his head in disappointment. In a flash, Lin Yifan secures the rebound and executes a quarterback-style long pass, sending the basketball soaring from half-court directly to the three-point line on the opposite side. Ingram catches the ball and slams it down with authority. The score flips, Clippers 62, Lakers 63. This turnaround elevates the crowd, erupting in a cacophony of cheers that reverberates throughout the arena. Incredible. What an exceptional pass. Magnificent. The live broadcast reaches a fever pitch, an almost 30-point deficit erased in a single quarter. Truly a stunning reversal. However, such a phenomenon is not surprising with Rivers at the helm, as he has witnessed the essence of human resilience in the face of adversity. Chapter 48. Beverly's Isolation Defense. The desolate twin towers of the Clippers' Lin Yifan rest on the sidelines as the Clippers alter their starting lineup, featuring Beverly, Wesley Johnson, Gallinari, Griffin, and DeAndre Jordan. This formation boasts formidable defensive prowess, centering around Jordan's capabilities. Beverly's defense is particularly ferocious, while Griffin assumes the mantle of offensive leader, initiating a ball-dominant style of play. In his earlier years, Griffin relied on opportunistic scoring, but following significant injuries and the passage of time, alongside the evolution of small ball tactics, he must now embody a more versatile skill set. This is the sole path for an interior player like him, who once thrived on physicality, to thrive in the current era. After enduring an entire game of restraint, Griffin finally seizes the opportunity to showcase his talents. The Clippers' strategy revolves around Griffin at the top of the arc, orchestrating their offensive maneuvers. Its effectiveness is palpable. Meanwhile, the Lakers depend on Ball and Lin Yifan's pick and roll to penetrate the defense and create openings. As the score fluctuates, both teams fiercely contend for supremacy. With 6 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, the Lakers adjust their lineup, deploying Ball, Clarkson, Ingram, Kuzma, and Lin Yifan, all of whom have performed admirably. Shaquille O'Neal succinctly observes that a climactic showdown is imminent. Kenny Smith discerns that the Clippers' menace lies not in their offense, but in their defensive capabilities. Charles Barkley nods in agreement, emphasizing that in the critical moments, the team that excels in defense will emerge victorious. In stark contrast to the Clippers' sturdy defensive line, the Lakers exhibit a tendency to favor offense over defense. Kenny Smith notes Lin Yifan's insufficient rim protection. Although Clippers coach Rivers is somewhat sluggish in his adjustments, he possesses an acute understanding of the adage that defense wins championships. During a timeout, he fervently reiterates the necessity of thwarting the Lakers' offensive efforts. Conversely, Coach Walton sidesteps the team's vulnerabilities, formulating an offensive strategy. Offense is the best defense. Every possession must yield points. Beginning with Ball and Lin Yifan, shoot whenever the opportunity arises. As the live broadcast unfolds, the atmosphere grows tense, with the score oscillating, causing palpable anxiety among the spectators. The air within the Staples Center feels heavier. Facing Jordan's defense, Lin Yifan executes a graceful turn, delivering a flawless jump shot. In response, Griffin sets up Jordan for an alley-oop dunk, showcasing their counterattack. Every point is crucial for the Lakers now. It hinges on which side can fortify their defense. In a pivotal moment, Beverly unexpectedly switches to isolate Lin Yifan. The 188-meter-tall guard, akin to a relentless predator, fiercely contests Lin Yifan, using his entire frame to press against Lin's waist, compensating for his height disadvantage with sheer determination. Lin Yifan, surveying the court, finds no suitable passing lanes and is astonished to realize that the Clippers are allowing Beverly to defend him one-on-one. Beverly possesses a defensive prowess that ranks among the elite within the league. Though his stature may be modest, his defensive focus remains low. Confronted by towering opponents in the paint, he daringly embraces the risk of fouling, intensifying his physical confrontations and ever poised to intercept the ball. In a moment of hesitation, Lin Yifan finds himself unable to secure the ball, opting instead to pass it back to Ball. Ball, facing Wesley Johnson, executes a swift crossover drive, while the ever-watchful DeAndre Jordan awaits beneath the basket, ready to deliver a resounding block. The Clippers successfully thwart yet another attempt. Beverly's defensive switch against Lin Yifan proves effective, with Jordan fortifying the interior defense at the opportune moment. The Clippers, with their dual defensive strategy, render the Lakers' youthful roster unable to find an avenue for advancement. As Beverly enters the fray, Lakers fans erupt in a chorus of disdain. This mad dog is unleashed. Beverly's aggression is palpable. As long as he doesn't take you down, he will relentlessly pursue you. Now, as the match approaches its climax, the referee's whistle has become less frequent. Indeed, during one offensive sequence, Lin Yifan positions himself beneath the basket, anticipating Ball's lob pass. However, Beverly, charging in from behind, delivers a full-bodied tackle, sending Lin Yifan sprawling to the ground. The referee's whistle pierces the air. With a playful grin, Beverly shakes his head, muttering, "Is this truly a foul?" The league has grown soft. Defense is practically non-existent. "Rookie, you're locked down, do you understand?" Lin Yifan steps to the free throw line. Ding ding. System task, assist the team in reversing the outcome, scoring 5 consecutive points to clinch victory. Lin Yifan misses his first free throw, eliciting a collective sigh from the Lakers supporters. Is his free throw proficiency truly inadequate? Meanwhile, Luke Walton makes a tactical adjustment, substituting Kuzma for Brook Lopez, with a clear objective: bolster defense and safeguard the rebounds. Lopez, having navigated the NBA for 9 years, earned a lucrative contract with the Nets due to his exceptional defensive skills and proficiency in post-play, arriving at the Lakers through a trade involving Russell. To adapt to the evolving NBA landscape, Lopez has developed a reliable three-point shot during the offseason, contrasting sharply with Jordan's interior-centric game. Lin Yifan successfully sinks his second free throw. On the Clippers' offensive drive, Jordan anchors the paint. While Lopez positions himself beyond the three-point arc, Lin Yifan and Ball execute a pick-and-roll, with Griffin trailing Ball closely. Ball deftly dishes the ball to Lin Yifan as he makes a cut towards the basket. Just as Lin Yifan attempts a layup, Jordan ascends to contest the shot. Weighing 120 kilograms, Jordan possesses the vertical leap and speed akin to that of elite forwards. In midair, Lin Yifan adjusts to execute a low layup, seemingly on the verge of being blocked. Yet, at the last moment, he flicks his wrist, altering the trajectory of the ball. It sails towards the corner, a clever feint. Awaiting in the corner, Lopez receives the pass, wide open. He releases a three-pointer. The ball swishes through the net. The moment the ball found the net, the anxious Lakers fans instantly rose to their feet, erupting in a chorus of exclamations. "Oh, what a splendid play. Incredible." With that three-pointer, the Lakers took a 2-point lead. Only 23 seconds remained on the clock. Rivers called for a timeout. During this pause, he devised an offensive strategy, substituting Beverly for the more adept playmaker, Teodosic. Although Teodosic had only scored 4 points in this match, he had recorded 6 assists. Indeed, as soon as Teodosic entered the game, his impact was palpable. The European magician delivered a graceful, sweeping pass, setting Griffin up for an alley-oop. The score was tied. Just 10 seconds left. In these final moments, Walton also called for a timeout. How should they execute this offensive possession? The Staples Center fell silent once more, with everyone's hearts suspended in anticipation. Whom should they entrust with the ball? Meanwhile, Rivers was orchestrating the final defensive stand. They needed to stop this play and push the game into overtime. They would undoubtedly employ a pick-and-roll with Ball and Lin. Beverly, you go. Establish their passing routes. Jordan, keep a keen eye on Ball's drive. Griffin, don't allow Lin to have an open alley-oop. At last, Rivers reiterated, the ball must go to either Ball or Lin. Watch them closely. They will make the pass. Back on the court, Ball initiated the play. Lin was closely guarded by Griffin and Beverly. The ball was passed to Lopez. Lopez quickly turned and dribbled twice. Ball maneuvered into position. A handoff. Ball surged toward the basket. Beverly, in pursuit, was knocked down by Lopez's screen. The referee did not call a foul. Ball penetrated to the rim, where the alert Jordan was poised to block. In a moment of panic, Ball had no choice but to pass. He sent the ball to the right. Receiving it was Lin. Only 4 seconds remained. Lin executed a shot fake. Griffin's balance was disrupted. He then took a crossover step to the right. His right foot pointed toward the basket. The ball was collected from his waist pocket. His body leaped backward. Simultaneously, his left foot pushed off the ground. He released a graceful, leaning jump shot. Griffin's short reach strived to block it. Yet, Lin's height and wingspan provided a distinct advantage. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Swish. The ball went in. Staples erupted in an explosion of excitement. Wow. Unbelievable. Incredible. Lin. The live stream chat was instantly flooded with praise. In the commentary booth, O'Neal stood up, raising his fists high in triumph. His gaze reflected the spirit of his former teammate, Kobe. Staples witnessed a revival of Kobe's iconic fadeaway jump shot. An extraordinary last-second shot. The Lakers clinched the game with a decisive 5-point play in the final moments, triumphing over the Clippers with a score of 101-99. As the final buzzer echoed through the arena, the Lakers players erupted in jubilant celebration, leaping in unison. What a remarkable achievement. Lin. He pinned the fallen Lin Yifan to the floor. Lin Yifan, meanwhile, achieved a double-double with 16 points and 11 assists. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the first regular season debut in the NBA, earning an S-rank treasure chest as a reward. Congratulations to the host for accomplishing the task of scoring 5 consecutive points to reverse the game's outcome, receiving 10 attribute points. Congratulations to the host for achieving a double-double, earning an additional 10 attribute points. Victory in the match grants 2 attribute points. A bountiful harvest in the inaugural official game of his career. In stark contrast to the jubilant Lakers bench, the Clippers players sat in desolation. DeAndre Jordan held his head in disbelief at the stunning last-second shot. Blake Griffin, disheartened by the basket scored against his defense, squatted on the court floor in frustration. The forlorn Clippers interior players epitomized the collective despair of the team. Not far away, Clippers general manager Jerry West perused a scouting report, nodding thoughtfully. Team owner Steve Ballmer approached Jerry. What has you in such good spirits? Ballmer's tone bore an unmistakable sense of disappointment. After leading by 30 points, the team had been overturned and subsequently lost. As the Clippers' principal owner and foremost fan, Ballmer was destined for a sorrowful evening. Oh, Steve, I've discovered a promising future player. Ballmer, intrigued, pressed further. A future player? You've mentioned that to me numerous times. Who is it? West, with a slight smile, replied, since the trade of Paul. It was only a matter of time before Griffin was placed on the market. You've brought this up before, Ballmer noted, but I truly don't understand. Yes, West elucidated. Griffin still seems capable of scoring 30 points and grabbing 10 rebounds, but he is no longer part of our future plans. Ballmer remained perplexed. Why? Can you elaborate? Jerry West squinted thoughtfully. This brings us to the shortcomings of our American basketball development system. Oh, the deficiencies in the basketball development system? Ballmer's interest peaked further. Griffin and DeAndre Jordan are quintessential products of the American basketball framework. While they possess remarkable physical gifts, their fundamental skills, shooting, dribbling, passing, and understanding of the game, remain superficial. In contrast, European big men have recently garnered increasing attention. Ballmer nodded, acknowledging that they had recently secured the European magician this year. And many scouts within the team possessed first-hand knowledge of European players. Indeed, there are emerging signs in the NBA indicating that European big men are starting to take center stage. Players like Griffin and DeAndre Jordan, once quintessential American big men, are becoming less favored. Following this train of thought, Ballmer inquired about the reasons behind the shift. Jerry West, with a profound expression, articulated that there are inherent issues within the American talent development system, where prodigious young basketball players predominantly emerge from the AAU leagues. These young athletes participate in a plethora of games each year, yet their fundamental skills are often neglected, particularly for big men, after 3 to 4 years in the AAU. They typically rely on their height to overpower opponents or exploit their physical gifts. Coaches seldom emphasize fundamental skills, resulting in a lack of foundational knowledge. Many do not even comprehend the concept of the triple threat. They merely utilize their physical advantages to secure rebounds and perform dunks, subsequently sharing short videos that catapult them to fame, attracting college recruitment offers. West paused momentarily before continuing, contrasting this with Europe, where, irrespective of position or height, players are not pigeonholed into specific roles or playing styles. They adhere to the Yugoslavian model of talent development, where there are no designated center or point guard positions. Every player is trained from a young age in dribbling, passing, shooting, post-play, and face-up techniques. Ballmer raised an eyebrow, inquiring if this was what West referred to as foundational skills. West nodded, observing the dejected Griffin on the court. By the time such players realize their skills are too rudimentary, no amount of training in adulthood can rectify the stiffness that remains. Ballmer further questioned if Griffin exemplified this situation. West affirmed, noting that every child playing in the AAU yearns for highlights and dunks, relying on their physical gifts to dominate their peers. However, West's tone shifted to seriousness as he paused. Those nurtured within the Yugoslavian system, devoid of media distractions, dedicate themselves to mastering fundamental skills. As they mature and develop athletic prowess through diligent training, they often catch up to or even surpass their American counterparts endowed with raw talent. Ballmer remained silent, contemplating the implications. The current league dynamics place unprecedented emphasis on shooting, spacing, and an increasingly rapid pace of play, with more intricate tactics demanding superior basketball skills and higher basketball IQ for adaptation. West glanced towards the sideline, observing Lin Yifan, who was being interviewed. "Look," he remarked, "that young man named Lin embodies all the qualities of the future player I just described." The contrast between Lin Yifan's exuberance and Griffin's despondency was stark. However, at that moment, Griffin remained oblivious to the looming reality that he would soon be traded by the Clippers. Subsequently, Griffin departed for the Detroit Pistons. Although he secured a lucrative contract, his performance began to decline, and at just over 30 years of age, he found himself desperately competing for a veteran's minimum salary with the Nets and the Celtics. DeAndre Jordan, too, ventured to the Mavericks. After signing his final substantial contract, he drifted through several teams, reaching a point where he struggled to find playing time. Once upon a time, Griffin was the epitome of a rising star, a dazzling athletic force characterized by his ferocious dunks that showcased his remarkable physical prowess. Now, he has become a fleeting star that elicits sighs of nostalgia. Jordan, who once earned a spot on the All-NBA first team and was a candidate for Best Defensive Player, is remembered for his unforgettable dunk overnight, yet he too has gradually succumbed to obscurity. Griffin, Jordan, and Howard, these extraordinary athletes who once dominated the basketball realm through sheer physical talent, are now descending from their lofty heights, even enduring tumultuous journeys for mere contracts. While the evolution of the small ball era and the impact of injuries play significant roles, the crux remains that these players lacked a solid foundation, rendering them vulnerable. Relying solely on physicality inevitably leads to a day of severe decline in athleticism. In contrast, mastering fundamental skills ensures longevity in the game without substantial deterioration. Ballmer glanced at Lin Yifan, contemplating the despondent twin towers of the Clippers on the court, his mind swirling with 1,000 thoughts. Chapter 49, Gaining Dreamlike Footsteps? Jenna's Invitation? In the office of the Clippers' general manager's consultancy, Jerry West perused the scouting report on Lin Yifan. The large screen in the office displayed a montage of Lin Yifan's highlights. This scouting report was meticulously crafted by staff who had analyzed every game video featuring Lin Yifan. Strengths: he possesses an exceptional speed and agility rarely seen in interior players. His basketball IQ is top tier. He demonstrates an astute awareness of game dynamics, makes judicious decisions, and remains composed under provocation, never easily riled. His passing ability is elite, showcasing extraordinary court vision, enabling him to deliver astonishing passes with minimal errors. His dribbling skills are remarkable, exhibiting ball-handling finesse uncommon for someone of his stature, occasionally executing moves reminiscent of AI's mesmerizing dribbles. His shooting ability is excellent, capable of employing shooting techniques akin to those of Nowitzki and Kobe during critical moments. He displays outstanding rebounding prowess, effectively protecting defensive boards, leveraging his height and wingspan to secure rebounds. His capacity for learning is exceptional. He demonstrates growth in every game. And at just 19, he possesses immense potential and room for improvement. Comparable models: Dirk Nowitzki or Marc Gasol. West nodded appreciatively at the scouting report. He was reassured that he had not erred. This was precisely the type of player he sought. Weaknesses: despite gaining 10 kilograms during the off-season, his physicality remains average, particularly under high-intensity gameplay. His stamina is moderate, making it challenging to maintain peak performance throughout games, as evidenced during his match against the Nuggets when his fatigue was apparent. His vertical leap is insufficient, resulting in subpar offensive rebounding and shot-blocking abilities, limiting his capacity to energize the team through defense. The most significant concern lies in his defensive capabilities. His rim protection is lacking. While he possesses some defensive awareness, his foundational rim protection skills are mediocre at best. Jerry West squinted at the weaknesses outlined in the draft report. Turning to the staff, he inquired, "Is that all? How did this kid become an undrafted player?" The league currently emphasizes offensive prowess, and the impact of defense is waning. Perhaps it will only become crucial in the playoffs, but Lin still has significant room for growth. Post-game, Lin Yifan was engaged in an interview with a stunningly attractive female reporter. "Hello, Yifan. I'm Zhou Lingen. You hit the game-winning shot. It was truly spectacular. Do you have anything you would like to share with everyone?" Lin Yifan glanced down, noticing Zhou Lingen clad in a form-fitting dress adorned with shimmering gold sequins that sparkled under the team lights. I'd like to ask first. Why was Team Miss Ming Chao here today?" Zhou Lingen momentarily felt awkward, but quickly followed up with her next question. "Your matchup against Griffin and DeAndre Jordan was thrilling. Did you feel any pressure facing off against them?" Lin Yifan, captivated by the reporter's alluring figure, couldn't help but steal a few extra glances. Griffin scored 30 points, grabbed 12 rebounds, and provided 8 assists in this game. His caliber is truly all-star level. More often than not, it is my teammate Randall who faces him. While I frequently find myself in the role of a substitute, my task is to excel in scoring and organization when I am on the bench. Zhou Lingen, holding the microphone aloft, nods with a smile. "Thank you, Yifan. Your performance was truly outstanding. I would like to schedule an exclusive interview with you and invite you to participate in the program NBA Insider. I wonder if..." Lin Yifan, momentarily captivated by 2 remarkably large white rabbit candies, snapped back to reality. "Sure, you can contact my agent, Old Jia," he thought to himself. Old Jia's favorite animal is the white rabbit. He surely won't decline. Upon returning to the locker room, the young Lakers players erupted in cheers, celebrating their victory in the first regular season game. Luke Walton did not hesitate to shower Lin Yifan with praise. "Today, we achieved a remarkable 30-point comeback, led by Lin Yifan." In the midst of the celebration, Ingram and Kuzma prepared an ice bucket once again, but Lin Yifan was already prepared. He deftly dodged, causing a large bucket of ice water to cascade over head coach Luke Walton. Walton, caught off guard, let out a piercing scream. What the heck? After the jubilant festivities, Lin Yifan returned to his locker, eagerly opening his treasure chest. What new skill would he acquire this time? A flash of purple light flickered in his mind. What? Purple light? This signifies that it will be an extraordinary skill. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Hakeem Olajuwon's dream shake. What? Oh my goodness. The atmosphere is electric. Fireworks are dancing. A day worthy of celebration. Incredible. Olajuwon, the Rockets legend, the pinnacle of interior play, the center that Shaquille O'Neal feared the most. And his signature move, the dream shake, is undoubtedly the favorite of all interior players. A vivid scene replayed in his mind. A nimble giant clad in number 34, executing a spin. Then, as if to pass the ball, he pulls it back for a shooting feint. With his pivot foot anchored, he shifts his other foot forward, moving towards the basket for a layup. The entire sequence is dazzling and effective, especially the swift spin. In the dance of footwork, the shifting of weight confounds the opponent. Moreover, one must perform various shooting feints, sensing the opponent's actions through contact. And at the precise moment when the defender is completely deceived, one must choose to shoot. This imagery replayed dozens of times in his mind, culminating in the appearance of a purple button marked with the number 34 in the attribute bar. At this moment, Lin Yifan could hardly believe that this was real. The spirit of the dream, Olajuwon, had possessed him. The dream shake was within his grasp. It was unimaginable. Lin Yifan resolved to immediately enter training mode to practice the move. With that thought, he changed into his training gear. Coach Little Walton, noticing Lin Yifan's demeanor, remarked, "Hey, Lin, are you heading to practice?" Lin Yifan nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I'm going to practice my footwork in the paint." Wharton furrowed his brow and advised, "I suggest you take a rest. Tomorrow marks our second back-to-back game against Phoenix, and we will soon be departing on a flight." During the regular season, NBA players seem to be perpetually racing from one flight to another, heading to the next away game. Such a rigorous schedule can be quite exhausting, even for these exceptionally talented athletes. "Phoenix?" Lin Yifan inquired. "Is that the Suns? Who is their center?" "Tyson Chandler." "Oh, that's fine. I'll practice for a while. Just call me when it's time to leave." Little Wharton shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself that Lin Yifan was simply extraordinary. His dedication to training was astonishing. Meanwhile, Lin Yifan was eager to refresh 2 more attribute points, and with the additional 25 points from the game rewards, he could allocate them all to his back-to-the-basket skills. Tyson Chandler? That would be a breeze. Suddenly, while practicing his dream footwork, Lin Yifan heard the crisp sound of a text message. "Hey, you spilled my beer. Are you not planning to buy me another drink?" It was Kendall Jenner. Lin Yifan thought to himself that this evening was likely to be quite eventful. Chapter 50. Facing Phoenix? Chandler's casual play. The The aircraft was en route from Los Angeles to Phoenix. Most of the Lakers players were on the plane, donned in large headphones, curled up in their seats, utterly exhausted from slumbering. After an entire season of 82 games, the majority were weary from the relentless travel, particularly during back-to-back games. Finishing one match and then hastily boarding a flight to another city without a moment's pause for rest. Lin Yifan was closing his eyes, delving into the system. Allocating all reward attribute points to the low post attribute section, he successfully elevated it to 80. System, low post, 5595 upgraded to 8095. Hey, Lin. At that moment, Kuzma was seated opposite Lin Yifan. Lin, this is absolutely insane. Kuzma, experiencing his first flight for an away game, was quite exhilarated. Continuously scrolling through social media on his phone. What is so insane? It's social media. The people on there are just wild. Seemingly intrigued by something remarkable, Ingram, who was seated next to Kuzma, suddenly opened his eyes wide and snatched Kuzma's phone. Come on, Kuz, let me take a look. After perusing, Ingram squinted his eyes again. This is unbelievable. It rivals a certain photo wall. However, Lin Yifan could not quite appreciate such displays. Why did Americans have such a penchant for voluptuous figures? Their tastes were indeed peculiar. Kuzma continued to show Lin Yifan his phone. Lin, come check this out. Kendall Jenner's latest update. Which one? Kendall Jenner? Kuzma replied, a hint of excitement in his voice. Late at night, Kendall posted a series of stunning photos. Lin Yifan glanced at the screen, seeing Jenner clad in a black off-shoulder dress, reclining on a massive bed, her pose undeniably sultry. Her alluring, vacant gaze exuded a sense of loneliness. Ingram, uninterested, shook his head. Not my type. I prefer Kim Kardashian. The caption accompanying Jenner's post read, Sleepless Nights. Kuzma smiled slightly. That caption is somewhat tempting. Ingram teased, Aren't you into older women? Kuzma chuckled. I enjoy various tastes. Ingram rolled his eyes. Various tastes? Do you think you're sampling different flavors of candy? My friend, you fail to understand. Each type of candy has its unique flavor. He then showcased his favorite, the Canadian model Winnie Harlow. Lin Yifan shook his head, glancing at Kuzma. You truly have peculiar tastes. Seated a row behind, Clarkson seemed to have overheard their conversation. He suddenly popped his head up from the back seat, with a hint of amusement, saying, as someone who has been there, let me offer some advice to you rookies. While you may indulge in fun and games, remember this one thing. Kuzma appeared quite earnest, adopting a listening posture. What is that? ISNT at 3 points? Clarkson nearly tossed away the headphones around his neck. Just 1 point. Steer clear of women from the Kardashian family. You cannot handle the Kardashians. The three listeners exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind the words. Then Clarkson, with a drained expression, remarked, I've suffered losses in this regard. During that time, I couldn't even make a layup. Upon hearing this, the group burst into laughter. Kuzma responded, No. We're merely appreciating it, right, Lin? Lin Yifan, feeling somewhat helpless, nodded in agreement. Ding. Another message arrived. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a striking photo sent by Kendall Jenner, revealing an astonishingly revealing outfit. The dress appeared to be the same black strapless piece from earlier. Kuzma inquired, Little Lin, who is messaging you at this late hour? Lin Yifan quickly turned off his phone screen, relieved that none of his teammates had caught a glimpse. Clarkson raised an eyebrow and reiterated earnestly, Let me emphasize once more. As players, you must be cautious of the women from the Kardashian family. Young man, heed the advice of someone who has been there. Otherwise, I can only wish you well. After finishing, Clarkson shrugged, withdrew his head, and began to don his headphones. Preparing to sleep. Upon arriving at the hotel, Lin Yifan was immediately captivated by the pleasant climate of Phoenix. Head coach Luke Walton informed everyone to rest well, announcing that the training session for the following day had been canceled, allowing for a leisurely morning. Lin Yifan picked up his phone to reply to Jenner, stating, We'll be playing an away game in Phoenix tomorrow. I'll treat you to a beer another day, and included a photo taken within the hotel. Subsequently, Lin Yifan decided to research the Suns center, initiating a Google search for his opponent. Tyson Chandler? The center who played casually against Yao Ming? Chandler was drafted in 2001 as the 3rd overall pick, entering the NBA directly from high school. He entered the league a year before Yao Ming, standing at 2.16 meters tall and weighing 109 kilograms. However, in contrast to the retired Yao, who left the league in 2011, Chandler still commanded a lucrative contract with the Suns, securing a starting position. Last season, he averaged 8 4 points, 11, 5 rebounds, and 0.6 assists per game, serving as a formidable defensive presence in the paint. Yet, the Suns had languished at the bottom of the regular season standings for 3 consecutive years, earning a notorious reputation as one of the league's struggling teams. As Lin Yifan closed his browser and prepared to rest, ding, another message arrived. He glanced at it. It was from Kendall Jenner. "It seems the hotel bed is a bit small. Why not come try my 7-square-meter bed?" The message was accompanied by a photo of Kendall Jenner in a sheer, translucent dress, taking a selfie in front of an enormous bed. The following morning, Lin Yifan opted to rise at 5 to commence his training. After several hours of rest, he felt invigorated. Thanks to the system's enhancement, every time he finished increasing his attributes and took a nap, he could restore his energy to full capacity. To be frank, he has no intention of jeopardizing his career for anything related to the Kardashians. His current objective is to continually enhance his skills, to shine within the NBA, and to secure a lucrative contract. However, he cannot deny that Kendall Jenner possesses a beauty that aligns with his aesthetic preferences. A little glory for the country during his leisure time would not be amiss. Lin Yifan arrived at the training facility early, commencing his practice of post-up moves. Luke Walton had a restless night. In truth, he had not enjoyed a decent night's sleep for several days. Their last game had resulted in a staggering 30-point deficit within just half a quarter, showcasing the disparity between them and playoff-caliber teams. Were it not for Lin Yifan's extraordinary performance that salvaged the game, it would have been yet another humiliating defeat. Los Angeles media are not easily appeased. And now they were facing another back-to-back game. Although the Suns are currently languishing at the bottom of the league, aiming for a tanking strategy this season, the Lakers cannot boast of much superiority over them either. Over the past 3 years, the Suns have drafted notable players, T.J. Warren in 2014, who has become a consistent scorer, Devin Booker in 2015, now one of the league's premier scorers, and in 2016, they selected center Dragan Bender, followed by small forward Josh Jackson in 2017. Coupled with seasoned point guards like Eric Bledsoe and Peyton, this Suns team possesses significant potential. Both the Suns and the Lakers predominantly rely on youthful talent. When the young face off against one another, sparks are bound to fly. Despite winning the first game, Luke Walton's concerns about his coaching position continued to mount. He was determined to win every game possible. With this thought, Coach Walton stepped into the training facility. Suddenly, he caught sight of a figure within the gym, a tall player expertly practicing post-up moves. The fluidity of his movements and the finesse of his footwork were reminiscent of the legendary Hakeem Olajuwon. Who could it be? Luke Walton leaned closer to the glass window for a clearer view, only to discover it was Lin Yifan. Wasn't there no training scheduled for this morning? Had this young man come into practice on his own? Moreover, when had he acquired such mesmerizing footwork? Recalling Lin Yifan's impressive one-legged move from the previous game sent chills down Walton's spine. This young man was nothing short of a prodigy. Learning a new move in a single game? Instantly, Walton's anxiety dissipated, and he felt a surge of confidence for the upcoming back-to-back match. Chapter 51, Back-to-Back Matches? An Offensive Showdown? On the evening of October 20th, the sky was adorned with clouds of crimson and gold. Outside the Phoenix Tokens Dick Resort Hotel Arena, a throng of eager spectators gathered. Despite the home team having languished at the bottom of the league for 3 consecutive years, the Phoenix Suns still enjoyed commendable attendance figures. Since the dawn of the new century, the Suns have steadfastly adhered to a small ball philosophy under the guidance of luminaries such as Nash and Stoudemire, consistently delivering aesthetically pleasing performances. This team has long been a formidable force in the Western Conference, yet they have never grasped the elusive championship title. The franchise has embarked on a rebuilding journey, yet the Suns' loyal supporters have chosen to trust the process. Presently, they boast the talents of Devin Booker, the 13th overall pick from 2014. Last season, Booker astonishingly scored 70 points in a single game against the Celtics. This season, they have also acquired the athletic forward Josh Jackson, the 4th overall pick. The Suns appear to be flourishing. However, the season opener coincides with the 50th anniversary of the franchise, and in front of a crowd of 30,000 fans, the Suns suffered a staggering 50-point defeat to the Trail Blazers. In a pre-game interview, when a reporter inquired about the expectations for the match from head coach Earl Watson, he responded without a hint of a smile. The former assistant to Jeff Hornacek, who took over the head coaching role, had endured the league's worst record last season, leading to increasing calls for his dismissal. Watson, evidently fatigued, hoarsely declared, "We must strive to win the game." Conversely, Tyson Chandler, the player representative and locker room leader, appeared remarkably at ease. This season marks Chandler's 16th in the league, and he continues to command a contract worth $13 million, a seasoned center. He once reveled in the final glories of the center era, where team strategies often revolved around the big men, allowing them to secure substantial contracts. However, the prevailing trend has shifted in recent years as the arrival of the small ball era has relegated players like him to the status of blue-collar workers. Meanwhile, the contracts for guards and forwards have soared, elevating their roles within the tactical framework of the team. When asked about facing the Lakers, who feature undrafted center Lin Yifan, who hit a game-winning shot in the season opener, Chandler's expression turned icy. "I do not know this person," he retorted. Known as the champ, Tyson Chandler, with his imposing beard and fierce demeanor, bore a striking resemblance to the legendary character Liu Zixin. His countenance suggested a disdain for the reporter's lengthy inquiry, particularly regarding an undrafted rookie center, an individual he deemed inconsequential, having encountered countless centers throughout his career, from the likes of Shaquille O'Neal and Yao Ming to Dwight Howard and Ben Wallace, as well as the Gasol brothers and an increasing number of international centers in recent years. He remained unfazed. Tyson Chandler has long understood that the era of the center commanding the ball has come to an end. For blue-collar centers like him, survival hinges on a few alley-oops, securing rebounds, and blocking a couple of shots. It can be said that the age of the center as the focal point has concluded, giving way to an era dominated by perimeter play and core players. Prior to the game, in the locker room of the Phoenix Suns, head coach Earl Watson laid out a specialized defensive strategy, urging his team to forget the defeat of the season opener and to seize victory in this match. Third-year player Devin Booker has always idolized Kobe Bryant. The mere mention of the season opener makes Booker uneasy. He despises losing in such a manner. Determined to secure a win in this game, Booker was resolute. Tyson Chandler, the quintessential locker room leader, rallied his teammates, declaring that it didn't matter who their opponents were. Whether it be Linsanity or Little Durant, they should focus solely on executing their defense. However, as the game commenced, both teams engaged in a full-throttle offensive showdown. The Lakers fielded a lineup of Ball, Brewer, Ingram, Randall, and Lopez, while the Suns countered with Bledsoe, Booker, T.J. Warren, Josh Jackson, and Tyson Chandler. The game erupted into a flurry of shots right from the outset. In the first quarter, Ingram made 5 of 6 attempts, tallying 12 points, while his other statistical categories remained blank. Even Lopez attempted 3 three-pointers, successfully sinking 2. Devin Booker also performed admirably, shooting 4 of 6 for 10 points and contributing 2 assists. Just halfway through the first quarter, Chandler was substituted for backup center Alex Len. Chandler only touched the ball twice, gathered 4 rebounds, and scored 2 points from a dunk. Meanwhile, the Suns' 7'1" center, Alex Len, displayed a noticeably more aggressive rim protection. At the end of the first quarter, the score stood at 45-40, with the Lakers leading by 5 points. Across the ocean in a sports commentary studio, opinions on this offensive extravaganza varied widely. Some reveled in the spectacle, delighting in the scoring frenzy, while others lamented the lack of defensive intensity, questioning whether this truly constituted a basketball game. Comments about aging players who merely watched shots go in were rampant, with Lopez also criticized for floating on the perimeter. As the game continued, it was clear that the focus had shifted from defense to scoring. Whoever could accumulate more points would emerge victorious. Amidst this back and forth, there was curiosity about when Lin Yifan would make his entrance. As the second quarter commenced, both teams swapped in their bench players. Little Nance replaced Lopez, and Lin Yifan took over for Randall. The Suns also reintroduced Tyson Chandler, who had rested for half a quarter. Before he stepped onto the court, Coach Watson emphasized to Chandler the importance of solid defense, warning that failure to comply would result in his immediate substitution. Watson, clearly eager for a win, showed no mercy even to the veteran in the locker room. Proving his veteran prowess, Chandler wasted no time in making an impact. Right at the beginning of the second quarter, he delivered a resounding block to Ingram, who had received an alley-oop assist from Ball and was poised to deliver a thunderous dunk, only to be thwarted by Chandler's impressive defensive play. Upon successfully defending the rim, he let out a fierce roar towards the audience, exclaiming, "Damn it, these novices." Matt Fuker. Shortly thereafter, T.J. Warren surged forward, penetrating the interior with vigor. During the brief respite of Booker in the second quarter, Warren amassed an impressive 10 points. The score swiftly turned in favor of the Suns, leading 58-55. A 2-point advantage. Coach Luke Walton called for a timeout. It was evident that the Suns had intensified their defense, causing the team's offense to falter dramatically. Meanwhile, T.J. Warren showcased a plethora of offensive techniques as the Suns unleashed a wave of scoring. "Hey, we must breach their defense," We need to pass more and identify the right opportunities, Walton shouted, yet the dilemma lay in the aftermath of yesterday's game. The back-to-back scenario had left most players fatigued. The energy from the bench was lacking as Kuzma entered the second quarter with a cold shooting touch and appeared somewhat sluggish. Clarkson was decent, yet he tended to become overly ambitious upon receiving the ball, opting for isolation plays. He had already been thwarted twice in the paint by Chandler's interference. The team needed to devise a strategy to dismantle the opponent's defense. The timeout concluded. Caruso, Clarkson, Kuzma, Lin Yifan, and Nance Jr. re-entered the game. Chapter 52, The Invincible Back Turn? The reappearance of dreamlike footsteps? On the Suns' side, the injuries of Brandon Knight and Greg Monroe have severely limited the team's roster. Strangely, these two players command the largest contracts on the Suns this season. The team can only field Mike James, Troy Daniels, T.J. Warren, Marquise Chris, and Tyson Chandler. A lineup that juxtaposes starters with substitutes. T.J. Warren serves as the offensive nucleus, wielding unlimited shooting privileges, while Chandler anchors the defense, guarding the paint. Lin Yifan senses an opportunity has arrived. He exchanges a knowing glance with Caruso, understanding the unspoken message. Caruso promptly delivers a lob pass to Lin Yifan in the low post. The team must unleash a potent offense to breach the Suns' defense, which is currently fortified by the formidable Tyson Chandler. Positioned advantageously, Lin Yifan receives Caruso's lob on the left block. Chandler refrains from applying substantial physical pressure, aware that Lin Yifan may opt to pass. Lin Yifan raises the ball above his head, momentarily delaying his offensive move to allow his teammates to reposition. Caruso shifts from the left to the right, drawing away his defender. In this scenario, the rest of the Lakers have congregated on the right side, leaving the left completely vacant. Chandler suddenly realizes, is this rookie attempting to take me one-on-one? He scoffs derisively at Lin Yifan, dismissing him with a laugh. What a joke. You're just a fledgling yet to mature. Before he finishes his taunt, Lin Yifan pivots on his left foot, executing a shoulder shimmy to the right. Chandler, caught off guard, leans to the right, thinking he can anticipate the drive. Abruptly, Lin Yifan shifts his weight back to the left, performing a powerful drop dribble as he collides with Chandler's body. Duong. Chandler, startled, braces himself for the impact. No, he's driving left. His weight shifts back to the left. Meanwhile, Lin Yifan's pivot foot has transitioned to the right during his dribble. As he drops the ball on the left, his body instinctively swivels right. Another feint? At this moment, Chandler is utterly outpaced. His overconfidence, compounded by Lin Yifan's consecutive deceptive movements, leaves him completely off balance. Lin Yifan spins to the right, acutely aware that Chandler has failed to keep pace with his defense. In an instant, he makes his decision and releases the shot. Chandler, caught off guard, does not even jump. He can only watch as Lin Yifan executes a smooth fadeaway jumper. It's in. Oh my, what exquisite footwork. The steps appear truly ethereal. Has the spirit of the dream possessed Lin Yifan? How has he suddenly acquired such remarkable footwork in the paint? Look, Chandler has been completely outmaneuvered. Has the rookie taught him a lesson? Chandler glares furiously, his beard bristling in frustration. Give me the ball. I want to take this rookie one-on-one. He shouts to T.J. Warren as he sprints back. After all, Chandler is the veteran leader in the locker room. T.J. Warren is merely a sophomore rookie. During this offensive possession, Warren diligently lofted the ball to the interior for Tyson Chandler. Although Chandler has been in the NBA for over a decade, his playing style has predominantly revolved around finishing inside, with virtually no mid-range or long-range shooting skills, and his post-up techniques remain rather rudimentary. To put it plainly, he embodies the quintessential blue-collar center. Without a proficient point guard, such players' offensive impact is halved. Moreover, his physical prowess has gradually diminished with age and injury, and Chandler's leaping ability and speed are far from their former glory. Now, he is left with only the remnants of his once fierce spirit. As expected, Chandler posted up, attempting to force his way inside. Thud, thud, thud. After 3 consecutive attempts, Lin Yifan, lacking in physicality, was pushed beneath the basket. However, Lin Yifan leveraged his height and wingspan advantage, keeping his arms elevated to obstruct the shot trajectory. Chandler's movements appeared quite stiff, leaving him uncertain of where to execute a hook shot. In a moment of hesitation, he attempted another hard push. The referee called traveling twice. After his 3 attempts, Chandler had already halted his dribble. On the sidelines, Suns coach Watson frowned, clearly dissatisfied with this offensive sequence. Conversely, the Lakers discerned a method to exploit the defense. They opted to directly target Chandler in the low post. The ball was once again entrusted to Lin Yifan, who created space on the right side. Yet this time, Chandler was far more vigilant in his defense. As soon as Lin Yifan received the ball, he felt Chandler's body pressing against him, a forceful push emanating from his back. However, such pressure rendered Chandler's footing quite rigid. Lin Yifan sensed an opportunity. He executed another deceptive shoulder shimmy to the right. Having previously fallen for this move, Chandler remained centered, resolute in his stance. Learning from past mistakes, he believed he was prepared for another feint. However, Lin Yifan's shoulder shimmy this time was no mere ruse. After the rightward shoulder movement, his body pivoted in unison. At the moment of the catch, he stepped out with his right foot, performing a remarkably swift spin. By the time Chandler realized, Lin Yifan had already gained half a step advantage. In basketball, a half step can establish dominance. Yet, Chandler's defensive footwork was still relatively sound, and in an instant, he adjusted his steps, crossing over to the right to narrowly keep pace with Lin Yifan's spin. As Lin Yifan advanced along the baseline, he had already circumvented to the opposite side of the basket. His spin directed him towards the baseline, and upon completing the turn, his shooting position was already behind the backboard. He then initiated a shooting motion, preparing for a reverse layup from behind the board. With a fierce roar, Chandler extended his right hand, leaping to contest with a block. It seemed he was about to be swatted. Lin Yifan fully extended his right arm, yet refrained from shooting, remaining grounded. It turned out to be yet another deceptive reverse layup feint, with a deft pivot on his left foot as the fulcrum. Lin Yifan executed a grand arc with his arms, his body mirroring the movement of the basketball as he turned back towards the backboard. Subsequently, he prepared to execute a bank shot from the right side. Chandler's athleticism was truly remarkable, his leaping ability astonishing. Just as he landed from his initial jump, Chandler quickly turned to follow Lin Yifan to this side, springing upward once more like a coiled spring. This time, he soared even higher than before. In an instant, Chandler's hand was above the rim. Was that a potential block? However, Lin Yifan had already expanded his court vision, acutely aware of Chandler's positioning. He recognized that Chandler had fallen for the bait. With a pivot on his left foot, Lin effortlessly returned to the opposite side of the backboard, executing a smooth, backward layup that found its mark. Two successive feints left Chandler completely bewildered, unable to keep pace with the third attempt. Oh wow! Even the home crowd of Suns fans gasped in astonishment at this exquisite display of footwork. Dancing through a myriad of flowers, he emerged unscathed. The live broadcast was inundated with frenzied comments. This was reminiscent of the time rookie Yao Ming toyed with the little Shaquille O'Neal with his dreamlike footwork. Incredible! This was the essence of Olajuwon. Such enchanting footwork. Absolutely phenomenal. Chandler was left in a daze. Lin Yifan executed this play with nothing but footwork. He didn't even leap. It was pure footwork technique dominating over Chandler's leaping prowess. This dreamlike footwork, this back-to-the-basket play, utterly invincible, a complete annihilation of Chandler. Even the Suns bench emitted an exclamation of awe. Oh wow! They soon realized the inappropriateness of their reaction and hastily covered their mouths with towels. This play was simply too breathtaking. Chapter 53. The low-post double-team tactic? The dreamlike footwork of a quick spin. The large screen at the Suns' home arena began to replay the mesmerizing highlights of the recent scoring. What delightful footwork! What an exquisite goal! The commentators on-site were lavish with their praise. Meanwhile, back on the bench, Chandler raised his head just in time to catch the replay of the goal on the big screen. Seemingly haunted by the terrifying memories of being dominated by Yao Ming's footwork in the paint. At that time, both were yet to enter the NBA. Crossing paths on the international stage, Chandler was left utterly speechless by Yao Ming's prowess. He suffered from a lack of proactive low-post offensive skills. Yet despite a lifetime of practice, Chandler had never mastered low-post scoring. He found it perplexing how the rookie Lin Yifan could so effortlessly employ such dreamlike footwork. Moreover, it appeared to require minimal effort and was executed with remarkable speed. Damn it! Frustrated, Chandler flung his towel onto the floor. Lin Yifan's dazzling footwork had thoroughly incensed him. FK. He slammed the ball down onto the floor with great force. The basketball rebounded violently and struck Chandler's face. Damn it! How unfortunate! How could he be toyed with by a mere rookie? Furious, Chandler was on the verge of exploding. Beep. Suns coach Watson called for a timeout. The team's defense had faltered during several consecutive plays. The Lakers had unexpectedly altered their offensive strategy, shifting from perimeter pick-and-rolls to low-post isolation plays. Watson, without even glancing at Chandler, instructed, strengthen low-post defense, and ensure that the agile big man Chris provides timely help defense. This was a clear directive to implement a double team against Lin Yifan's low post offensive play. What? A double team tactic? Against an undrafted player? Just a 19-year-old rookie? He was the reigning defensive player of the year, and he needed assistance on defense? A surge of unexplainable wrath ignited within Chandler. Before entering the game, Watson had casually remarked to Chandler, "Tyson, if you're tired, you can sit out for a while," his tone a blend of inquiry and statement, lightly drifting into Chandler's ears. Infuriated, Chandler clenched his teeth tightly. Damn it, he absolutely could not allow that rookie to continue scoring. Meanwhile, Lakers head coach Luke Walton, during the timeout, repeatedly nodded in approval at Lin Yifan. "Lin, you're playing exceptionally well. Continue your low-post attacks." He then instructed the other players. "Get the ball to Lin in the paint." Randall, watching the coach's fervent gestures, was left dumbfounded, observing that the second quarter was well underway and he, as a starter, had yet to be substituted back in. He was seething with frustration, yet had to concede that Lin Yifan's footwork in the paint was indeed impressive. For a team struggling with stagnant offense and an icy shooting touch, such a low-post scoring threat was precisely what the Lakers desperately needed at this moment. If the team possesses a player capable of executing low-post offensive maneuvers, they would be virtually invincible. Unlike the perimeter pick-and-roll, low-post attacks are situated closer to the basket, thus yielding a higher shooting percentage. This one-on-one offensive strategy relies heavily on the individual prowess of the player, yet it proves to be remarkably efficient, capable of breaking the offensive deadlock. Upon returning to the court, the Lakers immediately initiated a low-post play. However, Chandler utilized his physique to push Lin Yifan away, causing him to drift from the low post. Although Chandler was criticized for his lightweight physique when he first entered the league, years of rigorous training have honed his weight and strength to elite levels. Lin Yifan found himself receiving the ball at the left high post, closely guarded by Chandler. Lin Yifan thought to himself, with such tight coverage, it presents an opportunity to drive past him. Observing Chandler's stance, with his left foot forward, it was evident that Chandler was prepared to allow him to pursue the baseline. This was an exemplary defensive position. As a right-handed player, Lin Yifan typically favored rightward drives and shots. Yet, with Chandler's left foot forward, directing Lin Yifan to break towards his less dominant left hand was an astute defensive tactic, particularly for most players, unless they possess the ambidextrous skills of Kyrie Irving, Stephen Curry, or Steve Nash. Nonetheless, Lin Yifan chose not to drive left. Instead, he executed a swift change of direction, accelerating right towards the basket, targeting Chandler's left foot position. Lin Yifan's speed was nothing short of extraordinary, akin to that of a guard, leaving Chandler unable to react in time. As Chandler belatedly attempted to keep pace, he lost his defensive positioning in the process. Astonished by Lin Yifan's rapidity, having taken only 2 strides, Lin Yifan faced an imminent challenge as Chris from the Suns rushed to provide help defense. Positioning himself to obstruct Lin Yifan's path, it appeared that a double team would soon ensue, commonly referred to as closing the door, effectively blocking his driving lane. Chris had established his position, and any further advance could lead to an offensive foul for Lin Yifan. In an instant, Lin Yifan gathered the ball, pivoting away from the basket on his right foot. He then seamlessly transitioned into a shooting motion. At that moment, Chandler had also arrived for the defensive effort. In a flash, Chandler extended his arms for a block from the left, while Chris initiated a frontal block attempt. With both defenders converging, would there be a double block? Yet, in that fleeting moment, as Lin Yifan's shooting motion commenced, and he had yet to leap, he maintained his right foot as the pivot. With his left foot swiftly stepping forward, he contracted his body, gracefully maneuvering beneath the outstretched arms of the 2 defenders. He then executed an unchallenged shot from beneath the basket. The 2 towering figures had been outmaneuvered. In that split second, Chandler and Chris, airborne, suddenly realized that Lin Yifan's earlier shooting motion had merely been a feint. However, with both feet off the ground, there was no opportunity to alter their actions mid-air. Chandler and Chris leaped into the air, only to watch in awe as the ball swished through the net. The commentator, witnessing this remarkable footwork, raised his voice in excitement. "Behold, such exquisite footwork. Wow, indeed, it was a dreamlike display of movement." The live broadcast quickly erupted into fervent discussion about this goal. One player, with his enchanting footwork, toyed with 2 defenders. The finesse of those steps was simply mesmerizing. Could someone kindly share the GIF? I yearned to relive this picturesque display of agility. That final shot bore the essence of the legendary Kobe. Chandler and Chris exchanged incredulous glances with their coach, seemingly asking, "Have we exerted our utmost?" Shall we continue to double team? Suns head coach Watson signaled for the continued double team. Continue the double team? Lin Yifan noticed the Suns' strategy. Was this not an opportunity for me to showcase my passing skills? Now was the perfect moment to leverage my back-to-basket strength and orchestrate the team's plays. Chapter 54, System Challenge Task? The Silent Locker Room Ding. The System Challenge Task has commenced. Please achieve more than 10 assists in this match. The reward is an S-rank treasure chest. The voice of the system echoed in Lin Yifan's mind. An S-rank treasure chest once again. Lin Yifan pondered. However, this time, it was about fulfilling a challenge task. More than 10 assists? Given his maxed-out passing ability, it should be a piece of cake. Glancing at the scoreboard, Lin Yifan realized, to his dismay, that the second quarter was drawing to a close, and he had yet to record a single assist. How could this challenge task have only just begun? Back onto the court. As Lin Yifan turned to receive the ball, Chandler was already on him, pressing closely. After several plays, Chandler no longer underestimated Lin Yifan, utilizing all his defensive prowess. The moment he received the ball, Chris's double team arrived. Lin Yifan found himself trapped between two towering opponents. Marquise Chris, standing at 2.08 meters, was an agile power forward, while Chandler, in his shoes, reached an imposing height of 2.13 meters. The duo's double team, leveraging their height and wingspan, was adept at completely engulfing their target. However, such a dual defensive strategy required the cooperation of the other players on the team and a profound level of synergy. The two players not involved in the double team needed to rotate incessantly, attempting to intercept passing lanes. As Lin Yifan faced away from the basket, the double team often came from behind, while Chandler and Chris focused their gaze on him. Lin Yifan had the advantage of seeing the entire court and the movements of all players. At this moment, his passing could prove to be devastating. This was the opportune moment to unleash his passing prowess. The instant Lin Yifan received the ball, Chandler closed in while Chris joined the double team. Unfazed, Lin Yifan maneuvered the ball from his chest to above his head, rhythmically shifting it from side to side to prevent a steal. Simultaneously, he activated his full-court vision, spotting Kuzma making his way to the opposite corner. Chandler loomed menacingly close to Lin Yifan, his long arms flailing. Lin Yifan extended his arm, gripping the ball with one hand, mirroring Chandler's movements. Then, in an instant, he flung the basketball through Chandler's armpit, executing a deft pass. The ball sailed behind Chandler, tracing an unusual arc along the baseline, landing directly in the hands of Ingram. With an open three-pointer in sight, Ingram, having been on fire this game, had missed only one shot so far. Meanwhile, the Suns' Bledsoe had shifted into tank mode, charging into the paint. Despite his shorter stature, Bledsoe possessed both speed and strength advantages. At this juncture, Lin Yifan's defensive shortcomings were glaringly evident. The scores oscillated between the two teams. Beep. The halftime buzzer sounded. Lin Yifan checked the stats. Having only begun to connect with the team toward the end of the second quarter, he discovered he had only recorded 3 assists. The task required more than 10 assists. The Los Angeles Lakers faced the Phoenix Suns, concluding the first half with a score of 70-73. Both teams exceeded 70 points in the first half, leading to a flurry of commentary in the live broadcast, highlighting the fierce offensive battle. The youthful exuberance of both teams was evident, showcasing a plethora of offensive strategies. In the second quarter, Lin Yifan's dazzling footwork was nothing short of spectacular, prompting many netizens to create GIFs of his remarkable plays. In the locker room at halftime, Luke Walton, influenced by Coach Kerr, typically maximizes the utilization of his bench players to alleviate the burden on the starters. However, today, Walton allowed Lin Yifan to play through the entirety of the second quarter. Lin, you performed exceptionally well in the second quarter, especially with your final pass. Take a breather. You'll be back in for the third. This decision unsettled Julius Randle, who could not contain his frustration. Hey, coach, why didn't T.I. get any playing time in the second quarter? Randle's tone was far from courteous. His inquiry shifted the atmosphere in the Lakers' locker room, as Randle had become the de facto leader among the young players. All eyes turned to Luke Walton, eager to see how he would respond. Walton merely tilted his head, stating, "We keep the players in better form on the court." He cited Lin Yifan's impressive performance in the second quarter, where he scored 10 points, effectively penetrating Chandler's defense. Randle, however, was unfazed and threw his towel to the ground in frustration. This reaction left Walton in a precarious position. After all, Randle was merely a third-year player, challenging the authority of the head coach, a move that lacked the necessary stature. Brook Lopez, an experienced player, stood up with a smile, trying to diffuse the tension. "Calm down. Look, he didn't mean it that way. An assistant coach quickly intervened, assuring Randall, "You will have your chance in the third quarter." Nevertheless, Walton frowned and asserted, "I am the head coach, and I only allocate playing time based on player performance. My sole objective is to win." He then glanced at Lin Yifan, whose contributions on the court were undeniable and recognized by all. Randall, however, remained agitated, beyond his role as a locker room leader. This season was particularly crucial for him, as it was a contract year. He had a player option and was poised to negotiate a new contract, potentially his first substantial deal. A lack of playing time could jeopardize his chances of securing that lucrative contract. Yet, as head coach, Walton had no obligation to concern himself with such matters. His focus was solely on victory. Furthermore, the position of head coach was fraught with instability in the current climate. Meanwhile, in the Suns' locker room, it appeared that Coach Earl Watson was losing his grip on the team dynamics. The locker room was enveloped in a heavy silence, with no one daring to utter a word. Ever since Coach Hornacek's departure, Watson's stewardship of the Suns has resulted in 2 consecutive seasons languishing at the bottom of the league standings. This season, Devin Booker has emerged as a formidable player, bolstered by several capable teammates. Yet, since the opening game, the team has suffered 2 significant defeats. Should they falter once more in this third match, it is likely that Earl Watson will face dismissal. Many players in the locker room, particularly the leader Tyson Chandler, have sensed the impending pressure. He refrained from commenting on his poor defensive performance in the first half, choosing instead to share a lighthearted moment with Bledsoe. If the locker room were to be filled with raucous chatter, it might be inconsequential. However, a complete absence of sound signifies a profound issue. As the second half commenced, Lin Yifan was the first to take the court, partnering with the Lakers starters, Ball, Brewer, Ingram, and Lopez. Meanwhile, Randall sat on the sidelines, visibly displeased. The team's strategy was clear: to continue employing Lin Yifan's low-post receiving tactics, capitalizing on his playmaking abilities. Lin Yifan received the ball once more in the low post, drawing a double team. This time, the Suns were acutely aware of Lopez and Ingram's threat from beyond the arc, with 2 defenders positioned along the passing lane. Yet, Corey Brewer suddenly dashed towards the basket with astonishing speed. Lin Yifan had already anticipated this move. With a swift back-to-the-basket dribble, he delivered a precise pass, allowing Brewer to drive to the rim and execute a 2-handed dunk. This moment was a testament to Brewer's enduring prowess as a former headband brother. His cutting speed remains impressive. Lin Yifan's assist was nothing short of spectacular, pairing him with Brewer as a veritable assist machine. Meanwhile, Devin Booker amongst the Suns players had also ignited his scoring mode. Chapter 55. The low post back to the basket move Devin Booker ignited in the third quarter. The shooting guard, inspired by Kobe Bryant, possesses explosive scoring abilities. Drafted as the 13th pick in 2015, Booker stands at 6 feet 5 inches, embodying the quintessential shooting guard with an impressive array of scoring techniques. Particularly noteworthy is his shooting form, characterized by a high release point and a stable motion, seamlessly integrating dribbling with shooting. He epitomizes the modern perimeter player. In the American basketball development system, interior players often exhibit rough techniques, overly reliant on height and physicality. In contrast, guards and forwards increasingly prioritize the cultivation of basketball skills alongside their athleticism. Especially in the era of small ball, forwards are evolving to possess more comprehensive skill sets. Among these skills, defensive prowess and shooting technique stand out as paramount. Thus, in this small ball era, there is a growing demand for 3 and D players, those who can shoot from beyond the arc and defend effectively. Consequently, more American guards and forwards not only possess elite athleticism, but also emphasize the cultivation of individual skills, particularly offensive capabilities. Nevertheless, physical attributes remain fundamental. Many players with average physical conditions find their basketball journeys stalling at the collegiate level. It can be said that while the American basketball system has a vast number of participants, it ultimately hones a select few extraordinary talents. Devin Booker is a prime example of this phenomenon. As the third quarter commenced, Booker embarked on a personal offensive showcase. After dribbling, he executed drives, mid-range shots, and three-pointers with a diverse repertoire. He adeptly navigates around screens to create open shot opportunities. When defenders close in, he uses shot fakes to elude them, taking a step or two for a mid-range jumper or opting for a floater after penetrating the defense. His speed may not be exceptionally rapid, but his rhythm is impeccable, and his shooting off the dribble is remarkably smooth. His transition three-pointers are also highly accurate, often launching them as he brings the ball up court before defenders can fully position themselves. Moreover, on a youthful team like the Suns, the coach grants Booker the liberty to shoot freely, especially when the game is tightly contested and points are crucial. Once Booker finds his rhythm, his scoring becomes almost explosive. With a flurry of shots, he scores 8 consecutive points. Luke Walton promptly calls a timeout, instructing his team to double-team Booker. Yet, Booker counters this defensive strategy with 2 successive low-post turnaround jumpers. As he develops into a versatile scorer, Booker recognizes that he can exploit his back-to-the-basket shooting to counter the Lakers' defense. This is the allure of the back-to-the-basket technique. Elite scorers utilize it to impose their will on defenders, creating one-on-one opportunities. They then execute turnaround jumpers or drive to the basket. The closer one is to the hoop, the higher the shooting percentage. This skill, once primarily associated with centers like Hakeem Olajuwon and Dirk Nowitzki, is now increasingly mastered by guards and forwards. During his prime, Michael Jordan frequently dismantled opposing defenses through his unanswerable low-post back-to-the-basket game. Subsequently, both Kobe and Durant showcased their unparalleled prowess in back-to-the-basket plays. Even LeBron James sought guidance from Hakeem Olajuwon during the offseason to refine his own post-up skills. Upon returning to the court, Booker seized the moment before the double team could fully engage, executing a swift turn and shooting with precision, punishing the Lakers with successive mid-range baskets. On the other hand, the Lakers' offense remained formidable. Unlike Booker, who utilized his back-to-the-basket technique to initiate scoring opportunities, Lin Yifan assumed the role of a pivot player in the third quarter, orchestrating the team's rhythm through his passing. By leveraging his back-to-the-basket threat, he compelled the Suns to respond to the double team. As soon as the double team approached, Lin Yifan would seize the ball with one hand, utilizing his wingspan to create indecipherable movements that left defenders guessing the trajectory of the ball. If a double team failed to materialize, Lin would confidently execute his back-to-the-basket maneuver. Against Chandler's one-on-one defense, he would effortlessly employ his dreamlike footwork. The essence of this footwork lies in its coordination, rhythm, and control of balance. Lin's speed and agility provided him a distinct advantage against Chandler's defense. Although Lin's physical strength may have been somewhat lacking, making him susceptible to being pushed away by Chandler, his exceptional dribbling skills allowed him to shift away from the basket and engage in face-up play. When in a face-up position, he would utilize his speed to penetrate, complemented by the rhythmic variations and balance changes inherent in his footwork. Chandler, typically reliant on a leaping defense, struggled to keep pace, often finding himself outmaneuvered. Following 2 consecutive baskets, Lin leveraged his speed, rhythm, and balance to leave Chandler bewildered. Lakers fans exclaimed in disbelief as Lin effortlessly executed 2 dreamlike footwork moves against the Suns' single coverage. Neutral fans marveled at the elegance of his rhythm changes, while Lakers supporters noted Lin's superior speed compared to Chandler. Suns fans pointed out that Chandler, now in the twilight of his career, had lost much of his speed and power compared to his peak years. In the comments section, basketball enthusiasts began offering strategies to both teams. Following a timeout, the Suns opted to substitute Chandler for the backup center, Ryan. Despite Ryan's height at 2.16 meters, his lateral quickness paled in comparison to Chandler's. The Suns then reverted to a double-team strategy, a tactical shift in their defense. Against Ryan's defense, Lin Yifan accelerated past him with ease. Although it appeared to be a one-on-one situation against Ryan, Lin's ball handling drew Chris into the fray for a quick double team. With a keen understanding of the court's dynamics, Lin adeptly read the Suns' defensive movements. He executed a right-turn feint after a 2-step drive, leaving Ryan momentarily off balance. With his pivot foot anchored, he swiftly turned left as Chris arrived to provide help. Just as he initiated his shooting motion, the basketball transitioned from a shooting gesture to a precise pass to the corner, a masterful fake that transformed into a genuine assist. The shooting motion was remarkably lifelike. In the corner, Kuzma received the pass and launched a 3-pointer. The ball swished through the net. Lakers fans exclaimed, "This is rather audacious." He executed the shooting motion perfectly. Yet the ball veered in the opposite direction. Neutral fans remarked, "This showcases the finesse of passing." Moreover, Lin Yifan's court vision is exceptional. Suns fans lamented, "Damn. Even the Suns can't defend against this. Randall must be feeling frustrated. Come on, get moving." With a swift motion, Lin Yifan, while being double-teamed, adeptly delivered the ball to an open teammate. Ingram and Kuzma exhibited tenacious scoring performances this quarter. Notably, Ingram amassed 12 points in a single quarter. Lin Yifan played 7 minutes in the third quarter, already racking up 8 assists. Shortly thereafter, Randall stepped onto the court after sitting for a considerable time, displaying immense zeal. Realizing that his starting position had been usurped by Lin Yifan, he knew he had to make an impression. Ball, who entered the game simultaneously, was also inspired by his teammates, contributing significantly in both scoring and assisting. On paper, the Lakers maintained a relentless intensity throughout the quarter. In the third quarter, the Lakers achieved a score of 36-26. The Lakers led 106-99 against the Suns. Lin Yifan glanced down at the stat sheet. Just 2 assists remained to complete the challenge. Chapter 56, The Eruption of Bloodcloth? The Final Showdown. The Lakers are formidable. Lin Yifan's passes are extraordinarily skillful. Lin Yifan is impressive. Go Suns. Defeat the Lakers. Booker is exceptional. Amidst the fervent cheers of the fans, the fourth quarter commences. The Lakers maintain the lineup from the end of the third quarter, with Clarkson and Caruso leading the interior presence of Randle and Zubac to counter the Suns' second unit. On the Suns' side, Bledsoe, as the point guard, is joined by undrafted talents Troy Daniels and Mike James, with T.J. Warren and Tyson Chandler also on the court. The Suns are somewhat undermanned, consistently fielding 3 starters alongside 2 substitutes. This has significantly strained the main players. However, Suns head coach Watson is eager to secure a victory in this contest. As the fourth quarter kicks off, Eric Bledsoe, the 18th overall pick from the 2010 draft, begins to score consecutively. Back during his tenure with the Clippers, Bledsoe earned the moniker Little LeBron due to his athleticism and all-around capabilities. Chinese fans affectionately refer to him as Bloodcloth, a nickname derived from his ferocious performances on both ends of the court. Despite standing at only 185 meters, Bledsoe possesses an astonishing weight of 98 kilograms. His playing style is exceptionally robust. He thrives on physicality, using his leaping ability and explosiveness to bulldoze into the paint like a miniature tank, reminiscent of LeBron James. Additionally, he boasts elite defensive skills among guards, even earning selections to the all-defensive team, an impressive feat for someone of his stature. Unsurprisingly, Bledsoe immediately penetrates the lane upon entering the game, fearlessly challenging the Lakers' formidable center Zubac. He executes a difficult layup with finesse. Zubac is compelled to foul him, resulting in a 3-point play. On the defensive end, Bledsoe utterly dominates Caruso, applying pressure through physical confrontation and successfully stealing the ball from him. In just 2 minutes, Bledsoe's aggressive drive draws a foul, swiftly narrowing the 10-point deficit to just 2. The Suns fans in the live stream erupt with enthusiasm. Neutral fans exclaim, "This is one terrifying little LeBron." Suns fans cheer, "I love watching Bloodcloth's violent aesthetic gameplay." Lakers fans lament, "Ball, why don't you stop him? Zubac, block him." Damn. Subsequently, Bledsoe, like a cannonball, executes a successful drive. Coach Walton calls for a timeout. It is worth noting that Bledsoe's ability to average 21 points per game last season, despite his 185-meter height, is truly remarkable. Moreover, a significant portion of his scoring comes from inside the paint, with his career field goal percentage approaching 65 at one point. However, in this fast-paced small ball era, even centers are expected to possess mid-range shooting capabilities, let alone a core guard like Bledsoe. Shooting remains Bledsoe's most significant shortcoming. In the previous season, Bledsoe's three-point shooting percentage was a mere 31.3. Indeed, during a timeout, Coach Walton devised a defensive strategy targeting Bledsoe, opting to substitute in the primary point guard Ball. Utilizing spacing and rapid defensive footwork, he aimed to contain Bledsoe's drives. With a tall point guard to dismantle Bledsoe's defense, Ball, a rookie renowned for his defensive tenacity, is affectionately dubbed Lonzo. He epitomizes the type of guard that Bledsoe fears most. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, Ball completely overshadows Bledsoe's height of 185 meters. Furthermore, Ball possesses a rare defensive prowess among rookies, showcasing nimble and proactive footwork. Additionally, Ball wields an unorthodox shooting style that, despite its inconsistency, can yield remarkable three-point success when he finds his rhythm, often resulting in consecutive makes. Upon his entrance, Ball provided Bledsoe with a step of space while defending at the arc. As the fourth quarter approached, the game shifted to a battle of defenses. With fatigue setting in, the intensity of defense heightened, leading to a decline in shooting percentages as both teams began to miss shots, resulting in a slow rise in the score. With 5 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, both teams deployed their starting lineups for the final showdown. Lin Yifan, Lopez, Ingram, Ball, and Corey Brewer faced off against Tyson Chandler, Chris, T.J. Warren, Booker, and Bledsoe. The score stood at 112 for the Lakers and 110 for the Suns. As both sides commenced their ultimate offensive and defensive engagements, Lin Yifan realized he was 2 assists short of his goal. The attainment of these assists hinged on his teammates' shooting touch. Eager to secure those assists, Lin Yifan passed the ball to Brewer in the corner. Though it was not the most optimal choice, Bledsoe's defense arrived just in time, forcing Brewer to hurriedly attempt a shot. Meanwhile, Booker exploited off-ball movement to create a scoring opportunity. When Bledsoe and another defender converged on Booker, he showcased his passing skills. Bledsoe's playing style more closely resembled that of a shooting guard, with passing being a secondary trait. Following several exchanges of offense and defense, the score was tied at 120. The home crowd erupted into cheers as Booker scored the equalizer, filling the arena with a sea of orange. In this critical moment, the Suns' momentum eclipsed that of the Lakers. Coach Walton called for a timeout with 2 minutes left on the clock, yet Lin Yifan still sought those elusive 2 assists. Walton instructed a focus on interior play. Lin Yifan understood it was time to exert himself. He called for the ball in the low post, and Ball delivered it to him. Receiving the ball on the left block, Lin Yifan noted Chandler's aggressive defensive posture, applying significant pressure with his body. With no double team forthcoming, Lin Yifan pivoted on his right foot, executing a spin to the right, his body drifting outward. As his left foot touched the ground, he transitioned into a jump, lifting his right foot as he rose, a stunning display of skill. Chandler was caught off guard by Lin Yifan's unexpected finesse. The basketball arched beautifully through the air, swishing through the net. Chandler was so preoccupied with exerting his physicality that his footwork became rigid, causing him to be oblivious to the impending shot. What a splendid display! Standing tall like a proud rooster, he bore the semblance of the great Dirk Nowitzki. This compelled Chandler to exercise caution in his defense, reluctant to draw too near, extending his arms to thwart any potential shot. Meanwhile, the Lakers opted to double-team Booker, allowing the Suns' Bledsoe to take charge of the ball. Averaging 4.5 assists per game, Bledsoe also recorded 2.3 turnovers, making him a double-edged sword. As he surged into the paint, he encountered a formidable challenge from Lopez, forcing a hasty pass. Lin Yifan had been eagerly awaiting this moment, intercepting the trajectory of the pass with precision. Seizing the ball, he initiated a fast break. What? A center on a fast break? Chandler was momentarily stunned, sprinting with all his might to catch up. Chris, swift as the wind, had already retreated to the three-point line. Lin Yifan approached Chris unhurriedly, then suddenly executed a bizarre change of direction, accelerating with a crossover. Was this truly a center-esque maneuver? Chris stumbled, and Lin Yifan dribbled to the right, deftly maneuvering past him. He launched into a layup. Behind him, Chandler barreled forward, arms wide, poised for a thunderous block. Yet, in midair, Lin Yifan abruptly retracted the ball, passing it behind him beneath Chandler's outstretched arm. Following closely was Lopez, who caught the pass and, with seamless grace, executed a powerful dunk. Incredible! What a remarkable assist! The final piece of Lin Yifan's assist mission still awaited completion. Chapter 57. Acquiring Tony Parker's floater skill. The Suns have called a timeout. The home crowd holds its breath. With just 1 minute remaining, the Lakers lead by 4 points. In the crucial moments, the Suns opt to inbound the ball to Bledsoe. Bledsoe, using a screen, drives into the paint. Meanwhile, Booker navigates through a screen, emerging just beyond the three-point line. A pass is sent to the awaiting Booker. An ephemeral opportunity for an open shot. Brewer's defense rushes in. Without hesitation, Booker releases a three-pointer. Swish. 122-121. The margin is but a single point. The home fans rise once more, erupting into a cacophony of cheers. Booker for MVP. The Lakers have also called a timeout. This final minute stretches interminably. Just over 20 seconds have elapsed. Lin Yifan inbounds the ball to Ball. Ball, at the top of the arc, manages the clock. The entire crowd stands, roaring encouragement for the Suns. Defense, defense, defense. Another 14 seconds tick away. Lin Yifan moves up for a right-side screen. Ball exploits the opening to break right. Chris pursues Ball defensively. Ball's penetration has been devastating throughout the game. Lin Yifan swiftly descends, leaving Bledsoe behind. Ball bounces a pass to Lin Yifan, who confidently drives to the basket. Only Tyson Chandler stands between him and the hoop. 4 seconds remain on the shot clock. Chandler pressures him, and the two engage in a physical confrontation. The ball has stopped. Now only 3 seconds left. Chandler's physicality is intense, and Bledsoe has joined in, creating a double team. Lin Yifan pivots on his left foot, adopting a backing motion. 2 seconds. Time is running out. The double team closes in. Chandler extends his arms, ready to contest the shot. Bledsoe anticipates the moment to intercept the ball. Just as everyone expects Lin Yifan to hastily shoot, He unexpectedly swings the ball behind him to the basket. A short pass flies past Chandler. Receiving the ball is Ingram, who has stealthily cut into the paint from the wing. He executes a delicate floater, releasing it with rapid precision. It turns out that while all eyes were on Ball and Lin Yifan, Ingram had already commenced his off-ball movement. Lin Yifan had been keenly aware of his trajectory. Typical players tend to focus solely on the ball handler, but elite passers, upon receiving the ball, begin to track the movements of every teammate. The ball kisses the backboard and finds its way in. Simultaneously, the 24-second violation buzzer sounds. A near buzzer beater. Teammates rush to embrace Ingram and Lin Yifan. Great pass, Lin. Ingram, rarely interactive on the court, engages exuberantly. The Suns' home court momentarily falls silent. However, the Suns players signal for a 24-second violation, indicating the basket should not count. The referee gestures for a review. Yet Lin Yifan is confident that shot was indeed released just in time. It was an instinctive judgment bestowed upon him by the unparalleled perspective of the court. Indeed. On the grand screen, the instant the video replay unfolded, the moment Ngu released the ball, the sound echoed. The goal was deemed valid. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the match challenge. A grade S treasure chest as a reward. Finally, 10 assists. A grade S treasure chest. Lin Yifan wore a contented smile. Subsequently, the Suns failed to execute a last-ditch shot. The score ultimately settled at 125-121. On one side, the exuberant cheers of the Lakers' youth rang out. On the other, a profound sense of desolation enveloped the Suns, from the fans to the players, and even the head coach. In the post-match interview, Suns head coach Earl Watson did not attend the press conference. The series of substantial defeats and the team's dismal performance led the Suns to part ways with Coach Watson. Assistant coach Jay Triano was appointed as the interim head coach. Meanwhile, Luke Walton secured his position as the Lakers head coach, thanks to the team's promising start with 2 consecutive victories. In the post-match interview, Luke Walton beamed with delight. Seated beside Randall and Lin Yifan, Lin Yifan delivered an impressive 16 points and 10 assists in this game, contributing significantly to the team's triumph. As a coach, how would you evaluate his performance? Luke Walton nodded in agreement, stating, Lin is an unparalleled player. He has led us to victory in this match. He improves with each game. Just observe his footwork and those passes, simply exquisite. Beside him, Randall wore a sullen expression, silent as ever. Lin, your assists in this match were spectacular. How do you assess your performance? Lin Yifan responded in typical Chinglish, my mother, temporal, afraid of Isfist, my. The reporter nodded in understanding, seemingly grasping the essence of his words. The reporter then inquired, the team's lineup changes every game. Lin originally was part of the bench, but appeared in the final quarter. What prompted this arrangement? The smile on Walton's face remained unwavering. We are a young team. This season, we have added 4 rookie players. We have many players to consider, and every lineup needs to be tested. The key is to keep the players who can lead us to victory on the court. Upon concluding, Walton cast a satisfied glance at Lin Yifan. Lin Yifan then added, stuttering Walton is quite good. Returning to the locker room, Lin Yifan immediately accessed the system, eagerly opening the treasure chest. A burst of gray light flickered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Tony Parker's floater skill. Tony Parker? The French speedster. His spinning and floating shots were simply invincible back in the day. Lin Yifan's mind began to replay the images, a diminutive point guard clad in the number 9 jersey, weaving through towering players, and executing a direct attack after a screen from a seemingly oblivious player. As the looming presence of the towering opposing center approached to defend the lane, there was no need for a 3-step or a jump shot. Instead, one could leap suddenly while dribbling. In the midst of motion, with an effortless flick of the wrist, one could release a shot that ascended and descended in a magnificent arc, rendering the rival's interior defense utterly incapable of contesting it. The scene replayed repeatedly, until a gray badge emblazoned with the number 9 emerged in the training camp. Was this not a tad too invincible? This stubbled visage, reminiscent of Mr. Bean, belonged to none other than Tony Parker, a point guard standing at a mere 188 centimeters, who once clinched the title of the league's interior scoring champion through this very technique of the soft floater, surpassing the scoring of all centers in the league at that time. Such a silky smooth floater is invaluable in this era dominated by advanced analytics and the Moneyball philosophy. In a time that reveres such strategies, defenses often prioritize rim protection and 3-point defense. Typically, a formidable big man occupies the paint, while outside defenders weave through screens to contest the perimeter shots. Following a pick and roll, Interior players usually retreat to safeguard the basket, thereby creating ample space for mid-range floaters. A plethora of offensive strategies suddenly flooded Lin Yifan's mind. The excitement was overwhelming. Just envision a player towering at 2.11 meters executing a floater in the lane. What could the opposing center possibly do to defend against that? No time to waste. He must try it out immediately. With this thought, Lin Yifan donned his training attire and dashed toward the gym. Mastery of the floater technique necessitates relentless practice. Chapter 58. Upcoming match against the Pelicans? The trainer's advice, a crisp notification echoed as Lin Yifan's phone vibrated with a text message just as he was about to commence his training. He glanced down to find a provocative selfie. Kendall Jenner donned a plunging V-neck top. Her lips painted a fiery red as she posed alluringly. Her curvaceous figure tantalizingly peeked beneath a sheer white dress. The women of the Kardashian clan certainly know how to captivate. Scrolling further, he read Jenner's accompanying message. Well played. See you at the Lakers' home court next game. Lin Yifan switched off his phone screen. Jenner was coming to the next match? Who was the opponent? He checked the schedule. Their next adversary? The Pelicans. In 2 days, the Lakers would return home to face the New Orleans Pelicans, who boasted the league's most formidable frontcourt duo, Anthony Davis and DeMarcus Cousins. Goodness, both of these players are elite in both offense and defense, especially when matched up against Anthony Davis, nicknamed Brow. Davis was drafted first overall into the Pelicans in 2012 and has been selected to the All-NBA First Team and the NBA All-Defensive First Team for 3 consecutive years since 2014. It is safe to say he possesses an elite defensive impact among all interior players in the league. His agility rivals that of a guard. His ability to assist defensively is exceptional, and he has an uncanny instinct for shot blocking. This will undoubtedly be a monumental test. Following the past 2 games, numerous media outlets in Los Angeles have begun to compare Lin Yifan to the iconic purple and gold Warriors. Consequently, the promotional focus for this matchup has shifted to the duel between the two players. One promotional poster features Lin Yifan executing a back-to-the-basket move on the left, while on the right, a dramatic shot-blocking moment by Davis looms large. The battle in the paint, the Lakers' promising rookie versus the Pelicans' reigning shot-blocking king. Can Lin's madness continue amidst the challenge posed by the New Orleans Twin Towers? Lin Yifan understood this would be his greatest challenge yet. Furthermore, in the lead-up to the match, Los Angeles media reported another significant development. Following the game against the Suns, Julius Randle of the Lakers had expressed dissatisfaction to the management. Randle demanded more playing time. There was speculation he might even request a trade. As Randle was in a contract year, his market prospects appeared bright, with several teams such as the Pelicans, Knicks, and Mavericks showing interest. This prompted further internal strife within the Lakers management. Early in the morning, in the Lakers president's office, General Manager Rob Pelinka was updating Jeannie Buss on the team's situation. Hey, Jeannie, Randle is a player we've been developing for 3 years. He excels in both offense and defense. Pelinka spoke as if marketing a prized asset. Beside him, Rambis puffed on a cigar, nodding in agreement and adding, Randle's market is quite favorable. We cannot afford to let any discontent leak out, as it would diminish his trade value. Magic Johnson furrowed his brow and interjected, Hey, bad boy, what did you just say? Trade? Rambis did not heed Magic's words, and then quietly spoke to Jeannie Buss, his seemingly whispered remarks audible to everyone present. According to insider information from the Pelicans, both Anthony Davis and DeMarcus Cousins were quite dissatisfied with their team's current situation. With a meaningful glance at Magic, he suggested, Perhaps we should exchange some of our assets for one of them. These are superstar players around whom a team could be built. Pelinka was also fanning the flames beside him. Jeannie Buss turned to Magic Johnson, who shook his head, saying, Our team is currently in good shape. At least 4 of our rookies have the potential to develop into all-star caliber players. For all-stars? Rambis interrupted, laughing heartily. What kind of joke is that? I cannot see any player with such capability. Magic shot a glance at Rambis, mentioning Ingram, Ball, Randle, and Lin Yifan, all of whom possess potential. Come on. By the time they mature, we'll have endured several years of being at the bottom of the league. Rambis continued. The team's poor performance had already begun to affect its value, and the market had been significantly seized by the Clippers, Pelinka remarked. This struck a chord with Jeannie Buss. Indeed, the neighboring Warriors had seen their market value soar due to several consecutive seasons reaching the finals. In 2010, Warriors owner Lacob purchased the team for $450 million, and by 2017, its value had exceeded $3.1 billion, poised to surpass the Lakers. This instilled a sense of urgency in Jeannie Buss. especially since the Buss family's holdings were limited compared to the wealth of Steve Ballmer, owner of the Clippers. The Lakers had failed to reach the playoffs for 4 consecutive seasons. Previous missteps by Kupchak had left the team with few assets. Only a few high draft picks from recent seasons remained as potential trade chips. Rambis and Pelinka clearly believed that quickly rebuilding the purple and gold dynasty would require trading these promising rookies for superstar-level players to contend directly for the championship. Jeannie Buss felt a stirring of excitement. With 2 days remaining until the game, Lin Yifan seized the opportunity to train diligently. He began with a series of jump shots from just inside the free-throw line, succeeding with precision. Next, he practiced jump shots from both the left and right sides at a 45-degree angle, hitting them consistently. The Lakers head trainer, Roger Jozang, trained alongside Lin Yifan, expressing pleasant surprise. "Hey, Lin, that jump shot is remarkably smooth. I didn't expect you to possess such a skill." Having previously coached Curry, Jozang saw echoes of the star in Lin Yifan's soft shooting touch. As one of the league's premier scorers, a skillful jump shot is essential for a guard like Curry, yet, witnessing a 2'11" player execute, it left Jozang thoroughly astonished. Especially with Lin Yifan's continuously improving technical prowess, he showcases new skills in nearly every match. "Lin, your capacity for learning is remarkable. The last time I witnessed such a graceful shot was with Steven." Roger Jozang commented on Lin Yifan's performance. Lin Yifan paused his practice and said, "Roger, I am about to face the Pelicans, and I will encounter significant defensive challenges. Do you have any advice?" Roger Jozang pondered for a moment before responding. "Cousins possesses elite strength within the league. Do not confront him head-on." "However, but what?" Lin Yifan noticed Roger Jozang was hesitant to continue. "But evading AD's defense is exceedingly difficult," Roger Jozang remarked. "Although you can currently employ the Dream Shake, AD's agility and speed surpass yours, making it challenging to outmaneuver him." Lin Yifan nodded, acknowledging that Anthony Davis is indeed among the top 5 in the league. Roger Jozang continued, "You can perform a one-leg balance, execute fadeaways, or dribble past defenders like AI, but these skills heavily rely on your foundational physical abilities, which still fall short in a direct contest against Davis." Lin Yifan felt a weight in his heart, thinking that his abilities were indeed lacking. Yet, he contemplated how to counter Anthony Davis. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Perhaps a little floater could be effective. Roger Jozang sensed Lin Yifan's shift in emotion. "However, Lin, you are still in your rookie season, and you have performed admirably thus far. Given your circumstances, your goal for this season should focus on developing your offensive repertoire. Just like Durant, become an offensive kaleidoscope." "An offensive kaleidoscope?" Lin Yifan echoed. "Yes, play to your strengths and develop your advantages first. Your asset is your passing. Becoming a feared offensive threat will allow your passing skills to shine." Roger Jozang elaborated. "As for the game against the Pelicans, you can utilize screens to avoid direct one-on-one confrontations with Anthony." Utilizing screens? Lin Yifan found himself aligned with his trainer's thoughts. Chapter 59. The Lakers trade rumors the following day. The team proceeded with its usual training regimen. During the brief interlude between games, daily sessions were organized, encompassing both individual and team practices, typically lasting no more than 3 hours. Most players would arrive at the gym around 10 in the morning, bright and early. As Magic Johnson hurried through the training facility, he was astonished to find someone already engaged in practice. Glancing at his watch, he noted that it was still before 8 in the morning. Who could possibly be training at such an early hour? Just yesterday, they had faced the Suns. Peering through the entrance, he was surprised to see Lin Yifan diligently practicing his shooting drills with trainer Roger Jozang. Sweat had thoroughly soaked his training attire. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Yifan's gentle touch and consistent accuracy left Magic mesmerized. As a former point guard, he couldn't help but be awestruck. When had this young man developed such a delicate shooting finesse? Magic himself had never mastered such a skill in his playing days. Despite being a center, Lin demonstrated remarkable shooting prowess. Magic marveled at Lin's exceptional learning ability. Recognizing the immense potential within him, he reflected on the many extraordinarily gifted players who, due to a lack of training, ultimately failed to realize their potential. Magic knew well that diligence is a form of talent, albeit one that is increasingly rare among players. However, as the team's president, Magic Johnson rushed to the office that morning burdened with troubling matters. He needed to address some sensitive trade rumors circulating about the team. Out of nowhere, certain Los Angeles media outlets had begun to disseminate rumors regarding a potential trade between the Lakers and the Pelicans, suggesting that the Lakers were willing to part with Ingram, Ball, Randall, Lin Yifan, and a future first-round pick in exchange for Anthony Davis. This was clearly false information. As the team's president, Magic was more concerned about the source of these rumors and their underlying intentions. The authenticity of such news was often a blend of truth and fabrication. Anthony Davis was at the peak of his career, having averaged an impressive 28 points, 12 rebounds, 1 assist, 3 steals, and 2 blocks per game last season. The Pelicans had made significant moves, acquiring superstar center DeMarcus Cousins from the Kings, yet they still failed to reach the playoffs, which undoubtedly left Davis feeling discontented. This offseason, the Pelicans had not made any remarkable trades, having exhausted their assets during the mid-season acquisition of Cousins in the 2016 to 2017 season. Ever since the Celtics assembled their Big Three, teams have recognized the advantages of forming star-studded lineups. Consequently, various franchises have sought to create their own formidable trios or quartets. This season, the Warriors boasted their own four-headed monster, dubbed the aircraft carrier, while the Cavaliers countered with their own quartet to rival them. Thus, the Pelicans are constructing their team with this mindset. This summer, they bestowed upon their core point guard, Jrue Holiday, a 5-year, $126 million maximum contract, retaining the formidable trio of Davis, Cousins, and Holiday. However, Holiday's contract has also constrained the team's salary cap, leaving them with limited options for significant offseason acquisitions. The most notable addition was the trade for point guard Rajon Rondo. Yet, whispers regarding Anthony Davis's potential trade linger persistently. This time, the trade rumors have shifted towards the young talents of the Lakers. Magic Johnson understands that these rumors must be approached with caution, as they can alter player mindsets and incite speculation among fans. The only ones reveling in this are the media, who thrive on such news to capture attention. Magic finds himself in a quandary, burdened with numerous responsibilities, including liaising with the media and communicating with players. Despite Jeannie Buss expressing her agreement with Rambise's strategy during management meetings, which involves trading young assets for superstar players to rapidly assemble a Lakers triumvirate, it necessitates a process. To preserve the value of these young assets, they must demonstrate commendable performances. This reflects the current trend in the league, where more teams are forming alliances, particularly in larger markets. Star players nurtured in smaller markets gaze longingly at the Lakers, drawn to the allure and benefits that a city like Los Angeles offers, which are incomparable to those in smaller towns. The Lakers management is also poised to embark on their journey to form a trio of superstars, a reality that Magic feels powerless to alter. Nevertheless, he wishes to retain the current young assets for as long as possible. In 2 years, or perhaps even sooner, these players could evolve into all-star caliber talents. Magic glanced once more at the training Lin Yifan, exhaling softly. At 9 in the morning, after changing into his training attire, Ingram stepped into the gym and was greeted by the sight of Lin Yifan, drenched in sweat. However, upon witnessing Lin's dedication, arriving at the gym at dawn, Ingram felt a mix of surprise and admiration. Ingram's father operated a basketball training facility in their small town, and from a young age, Ingram would rush to the gym to practice immediately after school, relishing the exhilarating sensation of perspiration during training. His father had advised him that to excel at basketball, one must arrive an hour early for practice each day, a lesson Ingram has adhered to diligently since joining the Lakers training facility. The sight of walls adorned with retired jerseys and accolades often fills him with an overwhelming sense of pride. He envisions a day when his own jersey will hang in the Lakers gym, becoming part of the storied legacy. "Hey, Lin," Ingram called, his gaze perpetually dreamy, as if he had yet to fully awaken. "Hey, Ingram." Lin Yifan noticed Ingram's despondent demeanor. "You don't seem well. You really don't need to train this hard." Ingram's tone was somewhat frosty. "What do you mean? Haven't you seen the news? They say we might be used as trade bait." Lin Yifan spoke calmly. "There's no need to worry. If such a situation arises, the ones who will suffer losses will be them, the Lakers." Ingram suddenly lifted his head, somewhat taken aback. "Remember, all of this is business. The owners certainly won't indulge you with sentimentality. Our sole responsibility is to step onto the court and deliver outstanding performances. It is as simple as that. Then, we must strive to seize our own destiny." As he listened to Lin Yifan's words, Ingram's eyes seemed to glimmer with newfound clarity. Indeed, in the current league, even superstar players endeavor to control their fates, influencing the operations of team management. They seek to connect with fellow players, fostering a sense of camaraderie among their ranks. Some even resort to orchestrating their own decline to demand trades to their desired teams. The The power wielded by players has reached unprecedented heights. Yet, such privileges belong only to a select few top-tier superstars. Without demonstrable prowess, one is left to navigate a fate dictated by others. Chapter 60: Encountering Top Defense. Matching up against Davis. October 22nd. The Staples Center in Los Angeles buzzed with excitement. The new season commenced with a triumphant 3-game winning streak, and the 4 selected rookies delivered outstanding performances. Lakers fans joyfully chanted the long-awaited mantra of Lakers championship. Notably, the remarkable display by Lin Yifan, an undrafted player from China, endeared his name to the hearts of Los Angeles Lakers supporters. The fervor of new Lin madness swept through once more. During the pregame warm-up, the media arranged a special interview. Miss Meng Chao beamed with a sweet smile, standing beside Lin Yifan while holding a microphone aloft. Yifan, you have dazzled in 3 consecutive games, with your last performance yielding a double-double of 17 points and 10 assists. This time, Meng Chao donned a black-fitted top paired with a sleeveless white jacket, a heart-shaped pendant shimmering on her neck amidst the undulating hills of her figure. Lin Yifan discreetly admired Miss Meng Chao's curvaceous form. The youth, unaware of Meng Chao's allure, mistakenly regarded Ling Yan as a treasure. Both sisters, Meng Chao and Ling Yan, truly left one in a dilemma. Throughout the interview, Meng Chao radiated a sunny smile that made Lin Yifan feel particularly at ease. Today, you are set to face the Pelicans' Twin Towers. What are your plans? Lin Yifan, hands on his hips and slightly bowing his head, replied, I simply aim to play well and cherish every moment on the court. As for plans, I do have a few, but that remains a secret. However, if you wish to know, I can discreetly share. Meng Chao giggled, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Your fan base has grown immensely. Would you be able to sign an autograph for me later? After the interview concluded, reporter Meng Chao gently inquired, a hint of shyness gracing her expression. No problem. Where would you like me to sign? Today, the home crowd was filled with numerous supporters of Lin Yifan. Fans waved signs inscribed in Chinese, swaying to the music echoing through the venue. Lin Yifan, go for it. I love you, Lin Yifan. You are so handsome. However, amidst the throng, the most prominent fan in Staples Center was undoubtedly supermodel Kendall Jenner. Dressed in the Lakers' purple and gold jersey bearing the number 23, her jersey displayed the name Lin on the back. Kuzma nudged Lin Yifan with his shoulder, exclaiming, Lin, this is something. Jenner actually wore your jersey to the game. On the other side, Ingram squinted upon seeing this. Lin, get me one of your jerseys. Tonight, I'll have my girlfriend. Get lost. It must be said that Jenner's appearance today was particularly sultry. Clad in an oversized jersey, the black attire beneath the loose jersey was distinctly visible. Even more tantalizing were her long legs, clearly outlined beneath the jersey, leaving one to wonder if she wore anything at all. Luke Walton organized the lineup in the locker room. Yet, he sensed a palpable tension enveloping this group of young talents. Randall, usually brimming with positivity, remained uncharacteristically silent today. After all, he too had become ensnared in the swirling trade rumors, serving as a pivotal asset. Ultimately, Luke Walton deployed a starting lineup featuring Ball, KCP, Ingram, Randall, and Lopez. Walton was acutely aware that the primary issue at hand was the offensive strategy. The Pelicans boasted one of the league's premier twin towers, endowed with formidable interior defensive capabilities. Particularly, Anthony Davis excelled in his ability to provide help defense and execute blocks. On the perimeter, Drew Holiday had long been celebrated for his exceptional defensive prowess. Even the recently acquired Rajon Rondo and Tony Allen were noted for their outstanding perimeter defense. This matchup promised to be quite challenging. In the live sports broadcast, commentator Young was reviewing Lin Yifan's statistics from the past 2 games. Remarkably, this undrafted player, having appeared in only 2 career games, had already achieved double-double figures, truly astonishing. Young mused on the sheer audacity of it all. Following an advertisement for a renowned sports protection brand, female host Xiaoqi turned to Young and inquired, What are your thoughts on this game, Teacher Young? Despite the lingering pain in his face, he discerned some insights from the data. I believe Lin Yifan will face unprecedented challenges in this match. Given the Pelicans' injury woes, they currently field only Davis and Cousins as their interior players. Thus, Lin Yifan will inevitably find himself matched against one of them. While we can set aside Cousins for now, facing Anthony Davis will indeed be a tall order for Lin, as he will encounter one of the league's elite defenders. In previous games, Lin has been playing alongside bench players, contending against the likes of Looney, Plumlee, and Harrell, those who are all backups. Even Tyson Chandler, though a starter for the Suns, is well past his prime. Conversely, Anthony Davis is in his peak form, rendering his offensive capabilities nearly invincible. Moreover, Lin Yifan's defensive skills seem almost non-existent, making it likely that Davis will dominate him on both ends of the court. The Pelicans, having suffered 2 consecutive losses to start the season, are in dire need of this victory. Yang felt quite satisfied with his analysis and then asked Xiaoqi, "Do you still believe the Lakers will prevail?" After a brief hesitation, Xiaoqi replied, "Perhaps the Pelicans?" Yang teased, "Is it that you think Lin Yifan is simply too charming?" Blushing like a little rabbit, Xiaoqi nodded shyly. As the game commenced, fans in the broadcast chat began to fervently cheer for Lin Yifan. Yang's bias was glaringly evident, with no praise for the Lakers. Nonetheless, it appeared that the Lakers faced a daunting challenge, as the Pelicans' defense was exceptionally robust. Concerns about Davis's stamina and Cousins' fitness loomed large, with only the 2 of them comprising the team's interior presence. Just by examining the starting lineups, the Pelicans undoubtedly ranked among the league's elite, rivaling even the Warriors. As the game began, no one anticipated that within the Lakers' starting 5, Ingram and Randle would unleash their fervor with such intensity. The 2 core assets of the Lakers, packaged in a trade for Davis just the day prior, seem intent on proving the folly of that transaction. Right from the outset, Randle unleashed a powerful elbow, relentlessly assaulting Davis's physique. Davis's most significant concern lies in his fragility. When he first entered the league, the 2'11" Davis weighed less than 100 kilograms, placing him at a considerable disadvantage in physical confrontations. Consequently, Davis deliberately understated his height by a few centimeters, consistently claiming to be 2'08" meters tall, and expressed his reluctance to play as a center. Currently, Davis has bulked up to 108 kilograms, and with Cousins on the roster, he can confidently assume the role of power forward. However, Randle, weighing in at 115 kilograms, appeared particularly aggressive today, charging at Davis with fervor. It is precisely this kind of ferocity that Davis fears. Meanwhile, Ingram faced little challenge from Pelicans forward Dant Cunningham, scoring effortlessly with a combination of drives and shots. After 8 minutes of the first quarter, the Lakers led 34-22. The Pelicans' defense appeared lackluster, primarily due to Gentry being an offensive-minded coach, lacking proficiency in defensive strategies. Even the finest defensive players require a solid defensive framework. While Davis and Holiday excel at defense, there is little systematic support. What the Pelicans need is someone capable of orchestrating both offense and defense, and they do have such a player. After a timeout, both teams sent their bench players onto the court. The Pelicans introduced their new acquisition, point guard Rajon Rondo. At this moment, Lin Yifan also stepped onto the court, replacing the fatigued Randle. He would now face off against the formidable Anthony Davis. Chapter 61 Weakness. With a significant lead, the Lakers first deployed their bench lineup. Unlike the Pelicans, the Lakers currently have an abundance of players, maintaining a rotation of 12. Ball, Clarkson, Kuzma, Nance Jr., and Lin Yifan took to the court. On the Pelicans side, Rondo, Holiday, Cunningham, Darius Miller, and Anthony Davis entered the fray. The Pelicans opted for a small ball lineup. This seemed to be a desperate measure. The Pelicans currently had only 2 big men available, the rest sidelined due to injuries. Moreover, these 2 were the core figures of the team's offense and defense. It appeared that Gentry had no choice but to alternate between Davis and Cousins. However, Gentry was secretly calculating in his mind. He had long wished to test the efficacy of his small ball lineup. Yet, Davis expressed his reluctance to assume the center position, with the team management backing him. From the outset, the Lakers launched a ferocious offensive in the first quarter, while Pelicans head coach Gentry stood with arms crossed, his face devoid of expression as he observed the unfolding game. It was not until he noticed the Lakers preparing to send in their substitutes that Gentry suddenly smiled. He turned to his assistant and said, "Did you notice anything? They, the Lakers, are targeting our Cunningham and more." Gentry nodded, a smile gracing his face, seemingly unconcerned about the score gap. Young Walton was indeed astute. Recognizing our defensive vulnerabilities, he was likely to confront his fears now. As a head coach, Gentry maintained an exceedingly optimistic demeanor, believing that trailing by a dozen points was hardly an issue. Previously an offensive assistant with the Warriors, he had always advocated for a small ball approach since joining the Pelicans, resolving offensive possessions within 7 to 8 seconds. He structured a lineup around the core of Davis, comprising players with passing and shooting abilities, positioning Davis at the center for a small ball format. However, Pelicans general manager Demps had traded for Asic and Ajinka, along with Cousins acquired in last season's all-in trade. The objective was simple: the Pelicans management aimed to fulfill Anthony Davis's desire to play the power forward position. This contradicted Gentry's own vision, compelling him to heed the management's directive and field a twin tower lineup. Since the preseason, the team had experimented with numerous combinations, continuously refining their roster. The ultimate conclusion drawn was that the twin towers and small ball setups were fundamentally incompatible. Davis and Cousins needed to be kept apart. Presently, with a shortage of big men, an opportunity had arisen. Gentry's foremost desire remained to have Davis occupy the center position, allowing the entire team to play small ball. Despite Anthony Davis's visible hesitation, the dire need for interior presence left little room for negotiation. The Pelicans began to make substitutions as well. The effectiveness of this lineup was immediately evident. Upon entering, Lin Yifan, facing Davis's defense, decided to attempt an offensive maneuver. He called for the ball in the low post, receiving a lob from Caruso, and executed a swift turnaround jump shot. With one leg raised, he released the ball. At the moment of release, Davis's long arm arrived, fingertips grazing the basketball after the shot. Incredible! He managed to block that. Unbelievable! This was the league's reigning shot blocker. Moreover, Anthony Davis revels in matching up against players like Lin Yifan. Indeed, Davis currently exerts comprehensive dominance over Lin Yifan. The latter finds himself in a rather precarious situation, lest he become the target of relentless attacks. On the offensive front, the Pelicans eschew a static formation. Following a block, they transition swiftly from defense to offense. Each of the 5 players on the court is adept at running and shooting. In a mere 6 seconds, the battle is resolved. As Davis races to the front court after his block, with Rondo delivering an alley-oop. In the Mahua Sports live broadcast, young Dalian is nearly leaping from his seat, marveling at the exquisite interplay of offense and defense. As Davis asserts his control, Lin Yifan's defense is woefully inadequate, leaving him to merely watch as Davis dunks. Presently, Lin Yifan stands as the Lakers' on-court black hole, their most significant vulnerability. Davis can take advantage at will. Meanwhile, the female commentator, Xiaoqi, is stamping her feet in frustrations, exclaiming, "What is going on?" Upon hearing Yang Dalian's analysis, her irritation intensifies. "My Yifan will adjust his form. Mr. Yang, please refrain from making rash statements." On the court, Lin Yifan, in a bid to rally his teammates, attempts to facilitate through passing. However, unexpectedly, a maestro of the game emerges from the Pelicans bench, Rajon Rondo. This former all-star point guard, a key contributor to the Celtics championship victory, has journeyed through multiple teams, including the Mavericks, Kings, and Bulls, due to personality clashes. Rondo possesses a unique understanding of tactics and often executes plays according to his own vision. Yet, this tendency has led to frequent conflicts with coaches and strained relationships with teammates. Fortunately, Coach Gentry holds Rondo in high regard, actively encouraging him to assume a leadership role among the players. At the season's outset, with numerous veterans on the roster, Gentry sought a voice of influence. A powerful presence in the locker room, Rondo fit the bill perfectly. Upon entering the game, Rondo promptly connects with Anthony Davis, helping him find his rhythm. On the Lakers' side, Lin Yifan, while passing, notices his teammates exhibiting an alarming lack of confidence, hesitant to take shots. This is particularly evident with Clarkson, who, normally a wild card, appears utterly disengaged this game. Upon receiving the ball, he quickly dishes it out again. Clarkson, not particularly known for his passing, commits 2 consecutive turnovers, contributing to the team's scoring woes. At this juncture, he finds himself defended by Drew Holiday. Holiday, renowned for his defensive prowess, consistently contends for a spot on the all-defensive team. His defense is clean, swift, and devoid of petty antics, relying solely on his footwork and defensive acumen. In this match, Ball's performance is completely overshadowed by Holiday's dominance, with no highlights on either end of the court. When Holiday switches to guard Clarkson, he stifles the latter's contributions entirely. As the team faces an 8-point deficit, Luke Walton furrows his brow in concern. Walton realizes that the Pelicans are leveraging a small lineup to accelerate their pace, transitioning rapidly from defense to offense. This strategy is one he has observed frequently during his time with the Warriors. Both Walton and Gentry were formerly assistant coaches with the Warriors, both skilled in offensive tactics. Currently, Coach Gentry has deployed a small lineup centered around Davis, nullifying Lin Yifan's offensive and defensive advantages, rendering him a target of focus for the opposing team. Coach Luke Walton has called for a timeout, substituting Lin Yifan for Julius Randle. In the Mahua Sports live broadcast, viewers are bewildered. How could Lin Yifan be benched? Just look at Randall's smug demeanor as he enters the game, casting sidelong glances at Lin Yifan. It's not entirely his fault. One could argue that the extraordinary prowess of Anthony Davis is to blame. Indeed, Lin Yifan has often been likened to a diminished version of the remarkable Davis. And today, he is faced with an enhanced counterpart. However, Lin Yifan's passing abilities are not being showcased either. The Pelicans' perimeter rotation is commendable, with Rondo orchestrating the plays effectively, even managing to lead the headstrong Cousins, who once was instructed to defend against thin air. It's still Holiday's defensive skills that are truly formidable. Suddenly, the commentator Yang Delian feels he has identified the Achilles heel. He boldly proclaims in the live stream, "I can predict that Lin Yifan's scoring will not reach double digits today." The female host, Xiao Qi, pouts and retorts, "What if he scores 10 points? Yang Delian responds, "I will do a handstand while washing my hair live." Xiao Qi insists, "You said it," with a mischievous look. Yang Delian adds, "But what if he fails to score double digits?" Xiao Qi replies, "Then I will confess my feelings to Lin Yifan live on air." Chapter 62, Cover Fire. Yang Dalian. The live stream was abuzz with speculation. This match seems to have sealed Lin Yifan's fate. Indeed, but it is understandable, considering he is up against the peak version of Davis. However, seated on the sidelines is the fully leveled Cousins. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the Lakers led the Pelicans 36-32, closing the gap to merely 4 points. During the break, the camera panned to Lin Yifan on the bench. With his eyes gently closed, he was reviewing his system panel. Over the past 2 days of matches and training, he had accrued 3 attribute points, along with 2 attribute rewards from the previous victory and 10 points from career achievements, totaling 15 attribute points. He decided to invest them all into his close-range shooting, bringing it from 65-90 to an impressive 80-90. This significantly enhanced his shooting ability near the basket. As the second quarter commenced, the Pelicans substituted Davis for Cousins. Nicknamed the Cousin, this seemingly cute moniker belies Cousins' fierce playing style. In the era of small ball, Cousins has earned the reputation of being the league's top center due to his versatile offensive prowess, entering the NBA in 2010 as the 5th overall pick. Despite his volatile temperament and poor emotional management, he showcased extraordinary talent as a member of the Kings. Cousins, a formidable presence in the paint, possesses excellent physical attributes, a soft touch near the rim, and consistent rebounding skills. Amidst the trend of small ball, he has also developed ball handling, playmaking abilities, and a reasonably stable three-point shot. Last season with the Kings, Cousins averaged 27, 8 points, 10, 6 rebounds, 4, 8 assists, 1, 3 steals, and 1, 4 blocks per game. Moreover, he attempted 2 three-pointers per game, maintaining a shooting percentage of 36. His only drawback remains his poor emotional regulation. Off the court, he often clashed with coaches. On the court, his impulsive behaviors frequently drew the referee's attention. Last season, he averaged 4 turnovers per game, ranking among the league's highest. However, Cousins' performance in the second quarter was remarkably composed. Rajon Rondo, who developed good chemistry with Cousins during their time with the Kings, is one of the few players capable of keeping Cousins in check. With a series of precise plays, Cousins dominated the paint, overpowering both Randall and Nance Jr. Although Randall and Nance Jr. possess admirable physical attributes, they are particularly vulnerable against a powerhouse like Cousins, who boasts superior physique and skill. Standing at 2'11" meters and weighing 122 kilograms, Cousins easily overpowered the shorter and lighter Randall in the paint, using his size to great advantage. With a couple of deft moves, he executed a hook shot. The big man Cousins displayed a surprisingly gentle touch. It went in. Following this, Rondo set up a pick-and-roll with Cousins, delivering a bounce pass. Cousins executed a one-handed dunk, posterizing Ball and Kuzma, who attempted to contest. The composed Cousin was undoubtedly playing at a superstar level. Cousins possesses an intellect that undoubtedly surpasses the all-star level. He utterly dominates with his physical prowess, seamlessly bulldozing through defenses. The crucial aspect is his remarkably soft touch. In the second quarter, after merely 1 minute of play, the score stood at 36, a deadlock. In response, Coach Walton hastily called for a timeout. Lin Yifan, captivated by the replay of Rondo and Cousins executing a pick-and-roll, found himself entranced. A pick? A screen? This is indeed Lin Yifan's secret weapon. At that moment, Coach Walton suddenly called out Lin Yifan's name. "Lin, you and Lopez take the court. You will double-team Cousins." Luke Walton also made substitutions. The Lakers now featured Ball, KCP, Ingram, Lin Yifan, and Lopez on the floor. Ding. The system challenge activated. Please score over 20 points in this game. Reward an S-level move. Another system challenge? Score above 20? Is that somewhat challenging? Lin Yifan tucked his jersey into his pants as he stepped onto the court. Upon his entry, Kendall Jenner on the sidelines erupted into applause. Her gaze fixated on Lin Yifan, her luscious red lips pursed slightly, and a radiant smile graced her face. As Lin Yifan re-entered the game, many fans who had come specifically to see him began to wave their flags and cheer. Lin Yifan remained composed. He exchanged a knowing glance with Ball, signaling for a pick and roll in the next play. Ball dribbled to the top of the arc, with Rondo closing in on him. Once the players settled into position, Lin Yifan moved in for the screen. Ball executed a swift change of direction, accelerating to the right. At this moment, Cousins could only follow Ball defensively. After a few steps, Ball reached a mid-range spot on the right. With a bounce pass, he sent the ball through the outstretched arms of Cousins. Lin Yifan was perfectly positioned just inside the free throw line to receive the pass. Rondo, glued to him, slid towards the paint, nearing the basket. Rondo's expression suggested he anticipated Lin Yifan either shooting or dribbling, ready to swipe the ball. However, an unexpected spectacle unfolded before Rondo. Upon receiving the ball, Lin Yifan did not dribble. Instead, he instinctively executed a jump shot. Without hesitation, he sprang off his left foot, his right knee slightly raised, his body moving in a vertical line. With a single hand, he launched the ball upward. Rondo momentarily froze, taken aback by the guard-like finesse of Lin Yifan's one-handed floater. The more one observed, the more it resembled the moves of the old adversary, Tony Parker. Rondo's immediate reaction was to pivot and position himself for the rebound. Cousins shouted loudly. Such a move from a center surely spelled a miss. The ball arced gently through the air. Swish. In full view of everyone. It nestled perfectly through the net. In the live broadcast room, young Dalian stared in astonishment at the shot. When did Lin Yifan become so adept at shooting floaters? It was as if Tony Parker had possessed him. Xiaoqi, witnessing the score, joyfully exclaimed in the broadcast room, "Ah, beautiful." Simultaneously, the live broadcast room erupted with comments. I knew it. Lin Yifan always brings something extraordinary to every match. A towering center at 2.11 meters. Showcasing such an elusive floater? Even if Rondo jumps as high as he can, it seems unattainable. Rondo clearly appeared stunned. On the court, the exchange of incredulous glances between Rondo and Cousins spoke volumes. Even Cousins, with his soft touch, felt incapable of executing such a shot. The floater, seemingly casual, akin to a mere toss, found its mark with perfect precision. This is undoubtedly a skill honed through relentless practice. On the sidelines, Randall gaped in astonishment, his jaw nearly hitting the floor. The smug smile from moments ago had vanished in an instant. This is impossible. That shot was purely luck. Meanwhile, Walton wore a satisfied grin, having called the timeout at just the right moment. Substituting Lin Yifan was indeed a judicious choice. This young man continually unveils new talents. Utilizing screens to create a floater? Lin Yifan truly excels at this. On the sidelines, Jenna, witnessing this remarkable basket, raised her hands in delight, shrieking in excitement. As she lifted her arms, her loose jersey revealed a snug black undershirt beneath, and two lively bunnies bounced energetically, mirroring her exuberant emotions. What a fantastic play. Chapter 63, The Furious Cousins returning to defense. Cousins pouted like a petulant child. Indeed, he actively called for the ball in the low post, eager to retaliate. Rondo's pass was impeccably delivered, positioning the ball perfectly in the low post. Defending Cousins was the formidable Lopez. Lopez's defensive prowess has often been underestimated. Standing at an impressive 2.13 meters and weighing 125 kilograms, he is a genuine heavyweight center. Last season, he averaged 21 points, 6 rebounds, and 2 assists per game with the Nets, along with an average of 1.7 blocks. Both Lopez and Cousins are among the more technically refined centers in the league. In terms of defense, Lopez's height and weight certainly do not put him at a disadvantage. However, Cousins is simply too versatile. At this moment, Cousins resembled a sulking giant, possessing a modicum of ball-handling ability and intent on making a play. Dribble, dribble, spin dribble. After dribbling for over 6 seconds and landing 4 times, the Lakers' double team arrived. Lin Yifan closed in, blocking Cousins' path to the baseline. Lopez's defense was also remarkably clean, utilizing his height and wingspan to prepare for a block with arms raised high. Cousins had no choice but to pivot towards the middle and make a couple of attempts. The Pelicans had players vacating the corner, but Cousins was completely oblivious. Suddenly, Ball stepped across from the top of the arc to the middle. He lunged to swipe the ball from Cousins. A three-man double team. Cousins immediately halted his dribble, and ball advanced to snatch the ball. Cousins quickly secured the ball with both hands. After a brief struggle, he cradled it tightly. There was no opportunity to shoot. He could only pass it out. Whoosh. Cousins hurled the ball towards the top of the arc. Standing at the three-point line was Rajon Rondo. Alas, Rondo was not a scoring threat, especially from beyond the arc. Last season with the Bulls, Rondo averaged only 1.9 three-point attempts, making a mere 0.9. It is noteworthy that last season, Lopez averaged 5 for three-point attempts, successfully making 1.8. Even a towering figure like Lopez has begun to attempt over 5 three-pointers per game, let alone players like Curry, who averages 10. In this era of small ball, traditional pure point guards like Rondo have become an anomaly. With diminishing athleticism and less explosive drives, Rondo's offensive game often finds him being given space, even left wide open. The defenders are well aware of Rondo's reluctance to shoot. This has resulted in a situation of numerical advantage on the court, allowing Ball to audaciously choose to double-team Cousins. Rondo has never been known for his scoring. He relies on his long arms and unparalleled basketball IQ to excel defensively while orchestrating the team's offense. Yet, in this age of small ball, his lack of a three-point shot magnifies his deficiencies. Rondo attempted an awkward three-pointer. Air ball. Nothing but air. Lin Yifan secured the rebound and quickly initiated a fast break. As Cousins walked, he shook his head vigorously, vociferously berating the referee. "Come on, did you not see that? Ball just grabbed my arm. Unbelievable." The referee merely cast a sidelong glance, restraining himself from responding. The Pelicans swiftly retreated on defense. Lin Yifan passed the ball to Ball. DeLuo did not retreat to the baseline, instead coming over from midcourt to set a screen. Cousins was getting exasperated. Yet another screen. Ball faced Cousins. Lin Yifan came up for another screen. Is there no end to this? A double screen? Ball accelerated and broke through. The referee's whistle blew. Defensive foul. In an attempt to circumvent Lin Yifan's screen, Cousins forcefully pushed him down to the ground. With a forlorn expression, Cousins helplessly explained to the referee, "I didn't hit him," like a child unwilling to admit wrongdoing. Meanwhile, Rondo intervened, signaling Cousins to remain calm. He then gently advised Cousins, "No more isolation plays in the paint. Let's run a pick and roll next time." At that moment, Rondo resembled a coach on the court. Cousins heeded Rondo's advice. Previously with the Kings, Rondo had even instructed him to defend against air, and it turned out the opponent's final play indeed targeted Cousins. Cousins genuinely admired Rondo's basketball IQ. However, once he lost his temper, he disregarded everything. On the sideline, Ball held the ball at the top of the arc. Lin Yifan approached to set a screen. Darius Miller was defending Ball, who then passed to the center. Was it the same old trick again? Lin Yifan caught the ball just inside the free throw line. After the screen, Lin Yifan used his body to keep Rondo behind him. He then drove a step into the paint. Cousins had already covered the area. "You want to lay it up? Here's a big rejection for you." Cousins maintained a two-body distance, waiting for Lin Yifan to make a move. But Lin Yifan unexpectedly dribbled once and shot directly. The shot appeared so casual. Such a release rhythm nearly caught Cousins off guard. Lin Yifan took a small dribble, seamlessly transitioning into a jump shot. With a gentle bounce, he went straight up, his right arm lifting gracefully, executing a delicate touch reminiscent of Tony Parker's elusive shooting rhythm. Cousins leapt to block it. The release point was far too high. Typically, guards shoot to counter interior defense, but how does one defend against a 2.11-meter player's shot? The basketball soared in a high arc, surpassing Cousins' defense. Swish. Nothing but net. Upon landing, Cousins turned back and cursed. What on earth was that? In the Chaohua Sports livestream, Xiao Qi jumped up excitedly, exclaiming, "Beautiful." Yang Dalian wiped his sweat, pondering, "Are we going to stream a headstand shampoo?" Once was a fluke, but twice was pure skill. The livestream chat erupted with comments. 666. Such smooth touch. Lin Yifan is incredible. A center who can shoot like that is invincible. On the court, Cousins was breathing heavily, on the verge of an explosion. During the offensive possession, Rondo held the ball high. Cousins set a screen, and upon making contact with Ball, he sent him flying. Cousins' emotional display was evident to Ball. At this moment, the furious Cousins moved with exaggerated gestures. Indeed, the force of his screen was tremendous, sending Ball crashing to the ground. The referee called an offensive foul for the screen. Cousins' eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at Ball on the floor, spitting words in fury. "Ref, he is flopping. Can't you see?" The referee did not even glance in his direction. Cousins continued to pursue the referee, insisting, "It's a blatant flop." The referee calmly retorted, "Mind your language." Meanwhile, Rondo had wrapped his arms around Cousins, pulling him toward the bench. "Stop it, man. Keep quiet, or you'll get a technical." In his rage, Cousins had already committed 2 fouls, adding to the one from the first quarter, totaling 3. Gentry helplessly covered his eyes with his hand. Cousins' temper often led him to play too aggressively, falling into foul trouble far too early. Now, the team was in a predicament. Gentry turned to Anthony Davis. "AD, it's your turn." As Cousins was substituted by Davis, he continued to mutter angrily, "They're all flopping. This is absurd. Who the hell took me out?" With Davis now on the court, he thought to himself, "Great. I have to play center again." Chapter 64. The prowess of the brow. Seated on the bench, Cousins pouted in indignation. The officiating was utterly absurd. Cousins had intended to play until the end of the second quarter to grant Anthony Davis a moment of respite. Yet, he had barely played 4 minutes before Davis was summoned to the court prematurely. This would undoubtedly escalate Davis's physical exertion. Furthermore, he was positioned at the center, directly opposing DeAndre Jordan. While Davis possesses an array of exceptional attributes, his propensity for injury is a glaring concern. He's often likened to fragile glass. However, one must never question the capabilities of the brow. The moment Anthony Davis stepped onto the court, the dynamics of the game shifted dramatically. Rondo's synergy with Davis was nothing short of extraordinary. One excels in passing, while the other is a formidable offensive force. Jordan was utterly unable to keep pace with Davis' offensive rhythm. Drafted as the first overall pick in 2012, Davis is undeniably a prodigious talent. In his senior year of high school, he averaged an astounding 32 points, 22 rebounds, and 7 blocks per game. Originally a guard, Davis experienced a remarkable growth spurt of 17 centimeters, soaring from 1.91 meters to 2.08 meters, transitioning to the post position. He retained his remarkable perimeter skills honed during his guard days. His mid-range shooting, ball handling, driving, three-point shooting, and floaters are all assets rarely seen in a player of his size. Such a versatile big man perfectly coincided with the advent of the small ball era. With his status as the top high school player in the nation, Davis joined the University of Kentucky's basketball team. During his collegiate tenure, he showcased unparalleled talent. As a freshman, he garnered nearly every accolade in college basketball that year, leading his team to an NCAA championship. Most daunting was his exceptional shot blocking ability, averaging an astonishing 4.65 blocks per game in college. Upon entering the NBA, he was named to the All-Rookie First Team in his debut season and achieved All-NBA First Team honors by his third year. It is evident that Davis is fully suited to the modern, small ball style of play. Indeed, as soon as he entered the game, Davis executed a seamless off-ball movement followed by a swift pivot into the paint. Rondo, positioned at the arc, delivered a perfectly timed alley-oop pass. The basketball soared just over Jordan's outstretched arms, landing perfectly in Davis's grasp. It was a stunning highlight reel play. Rondo's feed was exquisite, perfectly placed. Only Davis could have reached that pass. Anyone else would have fallen short. The combination of Rondo and Davis is simply phenomenal. Numerous Lakers fans in the arena gasped in awe at the alley-oop. This exemplifies the prowess of the brow. In the post, he creates mismatches with ease. Davis scored effortlessly. Lakers head coach Luke Walton, having observed a flicker of improvement in his team's offensive and defensive play, was about to take a seat. Yet, with Davis's entrance, Walton found himself once again rising to the sidelines. What to do? Davis is simply uncontainable. As the Lakers initiated their offense, another pick and roll from Jordan ensued. Ball penetrated, and upon glancing up, he spotted the shifting Davis, hesitating to shoot. Reluctantly, he opted to pass the ball out. Suddenly, Davis took a step back to defend against Big Low. The lateral movement in his defense is astonishingly swift. Indeed, the intimidation factor he exerts over the guards is immense. Lin Yifun stood poised at the corner. Ball's unexpected pass was directed precisely to Lin Yifun. The delivery was abrupt, with the defender closely trailing Lin Yifun. Darius Miller of the Pelicans nearly intercepted the ball. Yet, in his attempt to snatch it, he lost his positioning. Upon receiving the ball, Lin Yifun executed a deceptive dribble to break through into the paint. He glanced up. There stood Davis. Lin Yifun was merely 2 steps away from him. With a quick hop, he attempted a floater. Davis possessed an uncanny defensive instinct. With a rearward swing of his arms, he sprang upwards like a spring. His 2.33-meter wingspan unfurled. The height was simply extraordinary. It seemed a block was imminent. Yet, in midair, Davis suddenly tempered his force. This was not a floater, but a pass aimed towards the opposite side of the rim. It turned out Lin Yifan had feigned a shot for a pass. He understood that, at this moment, his abilities paled in comparison to peak Davis. If he attempted a strong drive, Davis might deliver a monumental block. Or at the very least, disrupt his shot. Nevertheless, that leap from Davis was truly fearsome. For any offensive player, it undoubtedly instills psychological pressure. Behind Davis, Big Low muscled past Rondo, soaring for an alley-oop dunk. Answer ball. This play was a perfect retort to the earlier alley-oop between Rondo and Davis. Magnificent. What a splendid pass. Such plays are truly captivating. Subsequently, Anthony Davis leveraged his speed to establish position, and after receiving the ball, executed a hesitation dribble followed by a mid-range jumper. Big Low could only watch in dismay. Swish. Lin Yifan then faced Darius Miller's defense in the low post. He swiftly pivoted to the right for a one-leg shot. The 2-3-meter forward Darius Miller posed no challenge whatsoever. Swish. Next, Davis received the ball in the low post. As Big Low pressed forward for tight defense, with a shoulder fake, Davis executed a deceptive move and then spun for a low-hand layup. Big Low was outmaneuvered by the second feint. Swish. Lin Yifan returned to the offensive end. In the same low post, he called for the ball. As Big Lopez positioned himself at the opposite corner for a three-pointer, pulling Davis down to that corner. Lin Yifan again single-handedly faced Darius Miller. After pivoting left, he swiftly turned back to the right and released a mid-range shot. Darius Miller's height posed no interference. Swish. Lin Yifan and Davis ignited a scoring duel. Back and forth. Whatever offensive move Davis employed, Lin Yifan retaliated by punishing the Pelicans' interior defense. This play was executed so beautifully, utterly mesmerizing. It was unexpected that Lin Yifan could match Anthony Davis shot for shot. The Pelicans' head coach Gentry, a staunch advocate of offense, refrained from calling a timeout as long as the offense flowed smoothly. Conversely, Lakers coach Walton was initially concerned that Davis would stifle his team's offense. Yet Lin Yifan emerged as a beacon. Both coaches observed the offensive spectacle on the court, momentarily rendered speechless. Gene Tielli, is this fellow a rookie? Just an undrafted player? He resembles a diminutive AD in every sense. Xiao Walton. Lin Yifan truly exhibits composure in high-pressure situations, facing none other than the league's top 5 center, Davis. The score between the Lakers and the Pelicans fluctuates. In the latter half of the second quarter, Davis tallies an impressive 12 points. Lin Yifan mirrors this achievement with 12 points of his own. The arena resonates with jubilant cheers. Many of Lin Yifan's fans begin to chant, Lin Yifan MVP. Lin Yifan MVP. This is indeed a scoring duel with MVP candidate Davis. The sports live stream erupts with excitement. Where is Yang Delian? Prepare him for a live stream of upside-down shampooing. Indeed, Lin Yifan has already amassed 16 points. Haha. Yang Delian ought to make more predictions and sprinkle some of his infamous poisonous milk. Every time he forecasts, he invariably faces humiliation. Here's an old meme for everyone. The live chat begins to flood with that edited image. Yang Delian's face is red and swollen from being slapped, making his already large visage appear even larger. The female host, Xiaoqi, is transformed into a meme of laughter. Observing the reticent Yang Delian, Teacher Yang. You predicted Lin Yifan wouldn't score over 10 points? Yang Delian. Xiaoqi, you mentioned that if he exceeded 10 points, you'd do a live stream while upside-down shampooing? Yang Delian. In the live interaction section, a GIF perfectly encapsulates Yang Delian's current expression and state, Lao Luo repeatedly slapping his own face. Chapter 65. The Defeat? The Affirmation of the Strong. As the first half concluded, the Pelicans led the Lakers by a mere 2 points, 68-66. During the halftime analysis, Yang, squinting at the screen, scrutinized the statistics comparing Lin Yifan and Anthony Davis. After a prolonged examination, he finally pinpointed a flaw. Look here, this Lin Yifan, his offense is decent. Yet his defense is woefully inadequate. What role does Anthony Davis play on the defensive end? He is the formidable wall in the paint. Just his presence deters the Lakers from even attempting to drive. His rim protection is simply extraordinary. Anthony Davis has secured several rebounds, 8, along with 2 steals and 2 blocks. And Lin Yifan? Only 1 rebound. Lin Yifan's defense is akin to the air. Beside him, Xiaoqi rolled her eyes. Yang, could you say something positive? The live chat was rife with criticism. If the Americans say it, that's one thing. But why are we mocking our own? Foolish Yang. Yang. Observing the rising tide of insults in the chat, couldn't he help but smile, thinking to himself, let them criticize. The louder the dissent, the higher the viewership. During halftime, Luke Walton appeared quite satisfied with his players' performance. This group of young Lakers was daring and tenacious, matching the Pelicans stride for stride. Lin, you performed remarkably on the offensive end. Walton specifically lauded Lin Yifan, noting how he consistently stepped up when the team needed him. A player who can exhibit leadership on the court is a true treasure for any head coach. The Lakers had secured 2 consecutive victories, proudly holding the top position in the Western Conference, and Walton was firmly entrenched in his role as head coach. Meanwhile, in the Pelicans' locker room, Rajon Rondo stood among the players, addressing them. Our issues in the first half were not on the offensive end, but rather in our defense. Coach Gentry, standing behind Rondo, attempted to interject but found no opportunity to speak. Rondo, somewhat irked, asked, who was guarding that number 23 from the Lakers? A rookie. And he has been playing like Kevin Durant. Darius Miller lowered his head in silence. At that moment, every Pelicans player respected Rondo. They were all acutely aware of their lackluster performance in the first half. Rondo was, indeed, the coach on the floor. Then, Davis chimed in. I'll take him on in the third quarter. Rondo nodded in agreement, clearly approving of the plan. Gentry then tried to add, our offense in the third quarter. But Rondo interrupted him. Our roster is solid. We must intensify our defense in the third quarter. Gentry felt a surge of frustration, wishing for just a moment to express his thoughts. As the third quarter commenced, the Pelicans unleashed their strongest lineup: Rondo, Holiday, Moore, Davis, and Cousins. Walton, in response, fielded his starting 5: Ball, Pope, Ingram, Randall, and Lopez. As anticipated, the Lakers faced challenges on both ends of the court. Midway through the third quarter, the Lakers found themselves trailing by 12 points. Timeout. Walton called out. The primary players, particularly those on the perimeter, fell silent collectively in the third quarter. The Pelicans showcased their prowess both offensively and defensively in the paint, with remarkable capabilities in perimeter defense. The Lakers' signature strategies of penetrating and distributing, as well as pick-and-roll plays, were rendered nearly ineffective. Especially evident was Anthony Davis's orchestrating in the paint and his tenacious perimeter defense. He seamlessly transitioned from guarding the interior to contesting shots on the outside, displaying nimble footwork that allowed him to keep pace with both inside play and three-point attempts. Following a timeout, the Lakers made the first substitution, bringing in Clarkson, Caruso, and Lin Yifan, while taking out the underperforming Ball, Pope, and Randall. This lineup clearly indicated a strategy for Lin Yifan to facilitate more, urging him to penetrate the paint when perimeter shots were lacking. Clarkson is known for his erratic play, while Caruso has consistently been an energetic cutter. However, the Pelicans' offense was beyond the Lakers' reach. Anthony Davis began to exert comprehensive pressure on Lin Yifan. In terms of speed, agility, strength, and vertical leap, Davis's physical attributes currently surpassed Lin Yifan's. The offensive skills of Lin Yifan appeared insufficient against Davis's formidable individual defense. After Davis successfully disrupted a couple of shots, Lin Yifan was compelled to opt for passing to engage his teammates. With only Kuzma's 2 3-pointers to maintain some semblance of competitiveness, Young, unreservedly, remarked that the Pelicans' offense and defense had transformed this year. Rondo's arrival had revitalized the Pelicans organization, and I dare say they will undoubtedly make the playoffs this year. The Pelicans fans in the live broadcast reveled in joy, chanting their slogan, Pelicans, the champions. Coach Rondo proved his mettle as the on-court strategist. The key factor was the heightened intensity of the Pelicans' defense in the third quarter, which the Lakers struggled to match. Lin Yifan appeared somewhat inexperienced, particularly in facing off against Davis. The camera shifted to Lin Yifan, who remained unflustered. He was acutely aware of the current disparity in abilities against Davis. Nonetheless, facing a top-tier player in the league, Lin Yifan cherished this rare experience. More importantly, he had yet to fulfill his challenge for the game. Lin Yifan had already amassed 16 points, needing just 4 more. He awaited the opportunity for Davis's stamina to wane. Since the onset of the game, Davis had been engaged in high-intensity play, which took a significant toll on him. It was evident that Davis's fragility necessitated ample rest when playing at such intensity. Due to Cousins' foul troubles, Davis had played nearly 3 consecutive quarters without a break. Meanwhile, Lin Yifan had reduced his own shot attempts, opting instead to facilitate through passing and setting screens for his teammates. Jordan Clarkson emerged as the primary offensive threat on the court. Lin Yifan stepped up to set a pick for Clarkson, knowing the ball would likely not return. Clarkson is notorious for his isolation play, yet one cannot deny his elite ability to attack the rim. Once he has the ball, he goes for it. As the rhythm of the game intensified, the players exhibited a frenetic energy reminiscent of a mercurial blade. Three-pointers were launched amidst defensive pressure. A screen set by Lin Yifan transformed into a mismatch, with Davis tasked with guarding Clarkson. Yet, Clarkson remained undeterred by Davis's reputation as an elite defender. He surged forward with determination. Nevertheless, Davis managed to disrupt Clarkson's layups on multiple occasions. The score continued to widen, with the deficit reaching a daunting 15 points. Toward the end of the third quarter, Clarkson penetrated the paint, drawing a foul from the formidable Davis. As a defensive stalwart, Davis bore the dual responsibility of maintaining a robust defense while also contributing to the team's offensive efforts. Standing at the free throw line, he rested his hands on his knees, visibly gasping for breath, signifying a noticeable decline in stamina. Lin Yifan recognized that it was time for him to take charge. The atmosphere within the Lakers' home court grew increasingly tense, with the score nearly stretching to a 20-point gap. Action was imperative. Lin Yifan exchanged a glance with Caruso. Their chemistry palpable. Both undrafted, they had established a solid rapport since the summer league, consistently collaborating on the second unit. Caruso, though not exceptionally gifted, had carved out his niche within the Lakers through his basketball IQ and tenacious spirit. On the offensive front, Lin Yifan and Caruso executed a pick and roll. Caruso returned the ball to Lin Yifan at the free throw line, but Davis swiftly repositioned himself. The defensive switch from Caruso to Lin Yifan occurred in the blink of an eye, showcasing an astonishing speed and footwork. Seizing the moment while Davis was slightly off balance, Lin Yifan executed a change of direction to penetrate the defense. With a dribble, he launched into a three-step layup. As he took his first step, Lin Yifan abruptly sent the ball towards Kuzma in the corner. Was the layup a ruse? Was the pass genuine? Throughout this quarter, Lin Yifan had scarcely taken a shot. Focusing primarily on facilitating, Davis's gaze followed the trajectory of the supposed pass, yet Lin Yifan withheld the ball. Was this a mere feint? What was his intention? It was a deceptive pass. As Lin Yifan took his second step, he unleashed a high-arcing shot. It wasn't a layup, but rather a delicate floater. Davis, momentarily startled by the feigned pass, regained his composure and leaped to contest the shot. However, the release point of the floater was remarkably elevated, and the rhythm of the shot was unexpectedly sudden. The initial feint to layup, followed by the deceptive pass, momentarily disoriented Davis, who extended his long arm in an attempt to block. The basketball grazed the tips of Davis's fingers. It was a precarious trajectory, soaring high. As the ball descended, it swished through the net with a clean swoosh. Remarkable. Lin Yifan had managed to score against the formidable Davis. The finesse of his dribble and floater was exquisite. Had the feigned pass truly caught Davis off guard, causing him to jump lower than before? Despite Lin Yifan's impressive score, the team remained at a significant disadvantage. Luke Walton sat on the sidelines, his expression one of profound disappointment. However, a cheer erupted from the stands. Jenna, who had been languishing on the sidelines for quite some time, suddenly sprang into a celebratory gesture upon witnessing the goal. Splendid, Lin. Clarkson relentlessly pursued Davis on the offensive end, clearly intent on exhausting him on both ends of the court. Yet, in this pursuit, Clarkson's shooting accuracy began to wane. The three-pointer missed its mark. Davis seized the rebound and passed it to Rondo for a fast break. Rondo advanced into the front court, aiming to exploit Davis's position in the low post. But Lin Yifan suddenly surged forward, executing a deft change of footwork to opt for a wraparound defense. This maneuver was quite perilous. With a mere glance, Rondo signaled, unexpectedly tossing the ball toward the basket. An alley-oop pass? It was directed to Davis, who was positioned behind Lin Yifan. This reckless wraparound defense against Davis inadvertently granted him a clear lane to the hoop. Such carelessness. Just when everyone anticipated that Davis would ascend for the alley-oop, he instead remained motionless. It turned out that Lin Yifan had intentionally obstructed Davis's line of sight during his wraparound. Coupled with Davis's waning stamina, he failed to leap for the alley-oop. The basketball sailed out of bounds. Lin Yifan inbounds the ball. He passed it to Caruso while exchanging a knowing glance. Caruso grasped the cue instantly. Lin Yifan moved up to set a screen. Caruso feigned a drive for 2 steps. He bounced the ball to Lin Yifan, who was making a cut. Davis's footwork was remarkably swift. He quickly adjusted his defense, retreating 2 steps toward Lin Yifan. The recovery was incredibly rapid. After receiving the pass, Lin Yifan immediately executed a shooting fake. Davis lunged forward to block. In response, Lin Yifan dropped the ball, pivoted right, and with Davis's second jump following closely, He spun back on his right foot for a fadeaway jumper. This was a Kobe-esque fadeaway. Davis, already off balance from the continuous feints, barely managed to contest the shot. But it was futile. The basketball was released from near the free throw line, a picturesque fadeaway reminiscent of Kobe. Swish. The ball went in. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the single-game challenge of scoring 20 points, earning an S-rank treasure chest. Career achievement unlocked, scoring over 20 points in a single game. Reward, 10 attribute points. Lin Yifan's consecutive baskets ignited the home crowd into a frenzy. Could Lin be on another rampage? Are we about to witness a miraculous comeback? Let us anticipate Lin Yifan's performance in the fourth quarter. The Pelicans substituted Davis. Subsequently, the Lakers seized the opportunity, and under Lin Yifan's orchestration, Kuzma hit a three-pointer. Caruso successfully drove to the basket. As the third quarter concluded, the score stood at 96-85, with the Lakers narrowing the gap to 11 points. However, the Pelicans did not afford the Lakers any opportunities in the fourth quarter. After all, Pelicans coach Gentry is not one to be trifled with when it comes to comebacks. They swiftly made adjustments, ensuring effective passing both inside and outside. Ultimately, the Pelicans triumphed with a score of 119-102. This marks the New Orleans Pelicans' inaugural victory of the season, while the Los Angeles Lakers have experienced their first defeat. Nevertheless, the media has been effusive in their praise for Lin Yifan's performance. After the game, female reporter Zhou Lingen conducted an interview with him at the Lakers' home court. Lin, you've ignited another wave of Lin fever, and today a plethora of your fans have come to support you. What would you like to say? Lin Yifan, glancing at Zhou Lingen's alluring figure, nearly stumbled over his words. A multitude of fans? I appreciate their admiration for my style of play, and I will continue to deliver exciting basketball. As the interview proceeded, Anthony Davis, having concluded his own interview, approached Lin Yifan and greeted him. Hey, Lin, well played. They say you're the little AD. Lin Yifan responded with a smile, exchanging a playful shoulder bump with the star. No, I am my own person. When we meet again, I'll give you a run for your money, AD. Davis laughed heartily. I'll be waiting. The two engaged in amiable banter, and Lin Yifan promptly removed his jersey, suggesting, come on, let us swap jerseys. Davis appeared eager to comply. The two towering figures, both adorned in the number 23 jersey, shared a moment of mutual respect and recognition, an affirmation of strength, for in the NBA, only the formidable earn such admiration. Miss Zhou Lingen, ever cooperative, seized her camera to capture the moment post-jersey exchange. Click. Thank you, Miss Lingen. Lin Yifan's endearing address elicited a fit of giggles from her. However, standing beside Lin Yifan, the 1987-born Zhou Lingen exuded a captivating charm. Dressed in an all-black uniform that accentuated her curves and featured a snug skirt, she undeniably commanded attention. Even during the jersey exchange, Davis's gaze wandered in admiration. It seemed old man LeBron had a penchant for such voluptuous figures, an aesthetic that Lin Yifan found hard to appreciate. Yet today, competing with Davis made Lin Yifan acutely aware of the stark reality that separates him from the elite stars of the league. True superstars embody both offensive and defensive prowess. Chapter 66, The Elusive Step of Wade? An invitation from Jenner during the post-game press conference. Luke Walton once again brought Lin Yifan into the spotlight. Lin Yifan has now become the darling of Los Angeles media, enveloped in the aromas of fame and fortune. Hey, Lin, everyone noticed that Kendall Jenner attended the game today clad in your number 23 jersey. There are rumors swirling about your romance. Lin Yifan's response was succinct. This has nothing to do with basketball. After all, the press conference was meant to revolve around basketball topics. However, the combination of the Kardashian family and Lin Yifan ignited a media frenzy on social networks. Ding. As the conference proceeded, Lin Yifan's phone buzzed with a message. It was from Kendall Jenner. Lin discreetly glanced at his phone beneath the table and was greeted by a provocative photo, clad in Lin Yifan's 23 jersey. Jenner's long legs were striking, and the hem of the jersey. Details omitted. How exceedingly alluring. Jenner's caption read, "You did well today. Tonight at Bunny Baby Restaurant. You still owe me a drink." What could this mean? Bunny Baby Restaurant? Is this an invitation from Jenner? To go or not to go? Not going would be foolish. Suddenly, Lin Yifan was jolted back to the present by the voice of the interviewer. Lin, after this game, you exchanged jerseys with Anthony Davis. And everyone is calling you Little AD. What are your thoughts? Lin Yifan smiled, stating, Davis is undoubtedly one of the top 5 superstars in the league, exceptionally talented. Throughout the game, We were overshadowed by his formidable defense. However, he continued, we play different styles of basketball. I prioritize teamwork. I revel in passing and enjoy elevating my teammates through assists. Beside him, Magic Johnson nodded approvingly. There have been whispers lately that the Lakers may trade several promising assets for Anthony Davis. Do you feel disheartened by this? Lin Yifan raised an eyebrow, glancing at Magic Johnson and Luke Walton, whose expressions shifted immediately. I am a player. My duty is to perform well on the court. In Los Angeles, one must understand that trades are always in motion. The media's focus was clearly centered on Lin Yifan. This had unmistakably morphed into Lin Madness 2.0. The Los Angeles Times dedicated an entire page to narrate Lin Yifan's remarkable rise. Nonetheless, Lin Yifan remained unfazed. After completing the interview, he quietly returned to the locker room. Time to open the system. It was unboxing time. He opened the treasure chest. A burst of red light flickered. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, you have acquired Wade's elusive step. What? Wade, the elusive step. Damn, this S-level skill is incredible. This was Wade's signature move from back in the day. A vision flashed through Lin Yifan's mind, a man in a red number 3 jersey, dribbling swiftly towards the basket, initiating a 3-step layup against the defender's resistance. As he took his first step, he firmly grasped the ball with both hands, ensuring that his strides were not overly large to maintain his balance. With his center of gravity lowered, his body advanced in the direction of the foot on the same side, leading his opponent to believe he was about to attempt a layup from that side, or perhaps feign a pass to mislead them. The second step involved a swift pivot, stepping with the opposite foot in the direction contrary to where the previous foot had landed, executed with an expansive movement. Simultaneously, his center of gravity shifted towards the new foot, this maneuver necessitating great speed as he quickly pulled the ball from one side to the other. As his upper body completed the shift, he utilized the foot that had just landed as a pivot to propel himself into the air, executing either a layup, a jump shot, or a dunk. Magnificent. Such rapidity, fluidity, and enchantment. The scene replayed multiple times, culminating in a red DW emblem appearing on the system's display. Was that truly the conclusion? Lin Yifan could hardly believe it. He swiftly grabbed his phone and dialed the team's trainer, Roger Cho-san. Hey, Roger. Hey, Lin, what's the matter? Let's commence training. I need to refine my layup. Roger's tone was one of exasperation. Training? The game just concluded, hasn't it? It's 10 o'clock at night. Are you a demon? All right. Forgive me, Roger. Lin Yifan understood that a married man like him had obligations to return home. Then let us meet at the gym at 5 tomorrow morning. Roger shook his head. You truly are a demon. Suddenly, Lin Yifan recalled other matters. The Rabbit Baby restaurant? What kind of place was that? Upon arriving at the entrance of the restaurant, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Neon lights flickered. Luxury cars lined the street, and stunning women strolled about. Moreover, all the ladies were clad in bunny girl attire. This was not merely a restaurant. It resembled a bar, a themed establishment. The restaurant was a dazzling display of bunny girls moving about. Just as Lin Yifan felt a bit overwhelmed, he was greeted by the appearance of Kendall Jenner, dressed in a black off-shoulder mini dress that accentuated her alluring figure. Her long supermodel legs adorned with black lace stockings exuded sensuality, and the short skirt revealed enticing thighs. Her deep red high heels harmonized beautifully with the red bunny ears atop her head. Lin Yifan admired her from head to toe, silently exclaiming, "This is simply exhilarating. I've been waiting for you for quite some time," was Kendall's opening line as she walked alongside Lin Yifan into the Rabbit Baby restaurant. Standing over 2 meters tall, Lin Yifan was quite the sight. Kendall's presence made all other women in the restaurant pale in comparison. Men turned their heads to gaze at Kendall. Isn't that supermodel Kendall Jenner? The NBA heartthrob magnet, is at it again? They wondered. And who is that basketball player beside her? He seems extraordinarily fortunate. True hunters often appear in the guise of their prey. Lin Yifan, however, reveled in the admiration of the crowd, calmly leading Kendall Jenner into the restaurant. Upon entering the restaurant, one feels as if they have stepped into the realm of the great white rabbit. A myriad of rabbits, both large and small, captivates the eye. Yet the most resplendent among them is undoubtedly Kendall Jenner. As a rising supermodel and a shining star of the Kardashian clan, Jenner's visibility is nothing short of astonishing. Her presence at the Bunny Baby restaurant draws considerable attention from patrons. Hey, Lin, tomorrow you shall grace the front page. Jenner beams as she takes her seat. To be honest, I was featured in the news today, but I remain indifferent to such matters, Lin Yifan replies, leaving Jenner somewhat taken aback. This man appears to possess a certain uniqueness. A few exchanges, coupled with the influence of alcohol, lead Lin Yifan to gain a deeper understanding of the alluring Jenner. She presents an exterior as frosty as ice, yet within her lies a passionate and untamed spirit. Her emotions are intricate and intense, often eliciting enchanting laughter in response to Lin Yifan's playful remarks. Beneath her seemingly quiet demeanor lies an irresistible allure, embodying a wild and sensual provocation that is utterly captivating to men. I find myself increasingly fond of you. Jenner, slightly tipsy, floats the words to Lin Yifan. Truly, she is a woman unafraid to love and to hate. It is likely that few men in this world could resist such an enticing and seductive presence. Lin Yifan muses that given the rapid pace of NBA games, it is only natural to seek a moment's respite from the pressures. Chapter 67. Facing the Prodigy? Matching up against the Polish Hammer? Upon awakening the next day, the first sight to greet Lin Yifan was the figure of Kendall Jenner, still ensconced in slumber. Entirely unclad and sprawled upon the bed, her enchanting curves were laid bare for all to behold. The bed was an enormous one, measuring 2 meters 70 long and 2 meters 60 wide. Lin Yifan found himself somewhat bewildered, with only a hazy recollection of the previous night's whiskey that had left him feeling slightly nauseous. He remembered that Jenner had driven her luxurious car back to her opulent mansion, but the details thereafter were rather unclear. The clock indicated 7 o'clock. Lin Yifan lifted his gaze to check the time. Goodness, it was nearly 7. He hastily rose, recalling the promise made to reach the training facility by 7. As he stood, he noticed the floor was strewn with an array of Playboy bunny attire and garments. This sparked a flicker of memory regarding the events of the previous night. Details omitted for brevity. However, the chaotic state of the room was clearly indicative of a rather wild escapade. Blast it! The previous night had involved a considerable amount of drinking, and his mind still felt a bit foggy. It appeared that Jenner was still somewhat fatigued, showing no signs of awakening. Lin Yifan set off towards the Lakers' training facility, feeling remarkably refreshed and invigorated. The system's restorative sleep feature had worked wonders. On his way back, he dialed the phone number of his agent, Jia Qiong. As soon as old Jia picked up, he launched into a rapid-fire barrage. Hello, Lin Yifan. You've made quite a name for yourself. How's the food over there? What are you talking about? I'm trying to discuss something serious. Lin Yifan interjected. Feeling that the back and forth was rather inconvenient, navigating around America was best done by car. You've made it to the entertainment section's headlines this morning. Your date with Kendall is trending on gossip sites. Old Jia chuckled. It's just entertainment news. That's great, but listen. Old Jia's tone shifted to a more serious note. It would be wise to steer clear of the Kardashian clan. It could impact your career. Lin Yifan was quite aware of this fact. However, your recent visibility has been phenomenal. Several commercial endorsements are vying for your attention. Lin Yifan, feeling a bit impatient, replied, You handle that. I need to buy a car. Old Jia responded, Oh, what kind of car? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yifan replied, Something bold and robust. Old Jia, seasoned in such matters, quipped, For picking up girls, I presume. Lin Yifan arrived at the training facility around 8 o'clock. Following the home game against the Pelicans, the team had 3 days dedicated to rest and training. Today marked a normal training day, but such days typically did not involve rigorous training sessions. The Lakers' head trainer, Roger Chosan, approached, holding a thermos. Lin Yifan, curious, greeted him. Hey, Roger, good morning. Roger nodded. Good morning, Lin. Did you sleep well last night? Sleep well? It was rather chaotic. But, Lin Yifan smiled. It was decent. What's that thermos for? Brewing goji berries? To his surprise, Roger nodded, noticing that the young man appeared to have had a restless night. With a look of resigned wisdom typical of middle-aged men, he regarded Lin Yifan and sighed, Youngsters, you simply do not understand. He then offered, Shall I fetch you some goji berries? Lin Yifan promptly shook his head, insisting he did not require any. Today, Lin Yifan's personal training regimen naturally revolved around the Eurostep layup. Roger was somewhat taken aback. After all, wasn't that a maneuver more suited for guards? This technique, initially adopted by European players during layups, had long since permeated the NBA. The legendary Ginobili was known for his adept use of the Eurostep, followed by Wade, and now Harden among others. However, it was rare to see taller players employ this skill. Lin Yifan was determined to practice. So Roger reluctantly began to explain the nuances of the Eurostep technique. The challenge lay in its demanding coordination. The connection between the player and the ball must be seamless. As the ball follows the upper body, any directional change requires an equally significant shift, making it easy to lose possession if the connection falters. Fortunately, Lin Yifan exhibited remarkable ball sense, his dribbling skills rivaling those of a guard. The Euro step necessitates exceptional speed, coordination, and agility, which is why few big men master it. However, Lin Yifan possessed extraordinary speed. After imparting his knowledge, Roger stationed himself beneath the hoop, inviting Lin Yifan to demonstrate. With the ball in hand at the three-point line, Lin Yifan launched himself forward with startling speed. Roger intended to defend but found himself completely outmaneuvered. With a swift motion, Lin Yifan executed a move reminiscent of Wade's elusive step. Wade's version of the Euro step, however, was characterized by even greater velocity and a wider stride on the second step, often accompanied by deceptive passing feints and protective arm movements, amplifying its impact. Roger stood frozen, astonished. Was this truly a Euro step performed by a big man? The sight was utterly exhilarating. At approximately 1.8 meters tall, Roger was momentarily taken aback by the power of Lin Yifan's execution. The 2.11-meter giant charged toward him with a force that was far from trivial. Yet, hadn't Lin Yifan only just begun to practice the Euro step? Roger observed closely. The prodigious leap Lin Yifan had just performed was strikingly similar to Wade's Euro step, and given his height and wingspan, it was even more intimidating than that of a guard. This undoubtedly placed immense pressure on defenders in the paint. Was this young man a genius? Roger found himself momentarily speechless. At 10 o'clock that morning, Brandon Ingram, munching on bread, sauntered into the gym with sleepy eyes. Squinting, he greeted, "Lin, good morning." Kuzma arrived shortly thereafter. "Lin, you're here quite early today." Lin Yifan, slightly bewildered, replied, "Actually, I arrived late today." Just then, Kuzma burst forth from behind Ingram, exclaiming, "This is unbelievable." He held up his phone, displaying a scandalous photo of Lin Yifan with Kendall Jenner. Suddenly, Inga became lively and, out of curiosity, leaned closer to take a look. On a scandalous photograph, Lin Yifan and Kendall Jenner were seated together in a striking red convertible, a red Ferrari SF90. Surely Kendall's vehicle. Then Kuzma casually draped his arm around Lin Yifan's shoulder, urging him to recount what transpired last night. Lin Yifan retorted, "I did absolutely nothing." Kuzma and Ingus simultaneously voiced a dismissive sound. Lin Yifan picked up Kuzma's phone, scrolling through the news pages. "Look at this scandal. It consists of just one image, with nothing written. Nothing written is tantamount to nothing happening. Who would believe that?" Kuzma immediately chimed in, "Come. Let me share my photo wall. Winnie Harlow has updated her status." In an instant, Ingu and Lin Yifan dispersed. Following that were 4 consecutive days of training. During this training period, Lin Yifan accrued 4 additional attribute points, coupled with the 10 attribute points from his career achievement rewards. He allocated all of them to his layup ability. The layup skill improved from 60-90 to 74-90. Although the attribute value was still somewhat low, Wade's signature hesitation dribble culminated in various finishing techniques. It could be executed with either hand, as a floater or a layup, rendering it unpredictable. At this moment, Lin Yifan's non-dominant hands capability remained rather limited. His layup ability had yet to reach 80, which could pose challenges when facing tough defenses. Fortunately, the hesitation dribble often allowed him to bypass opponents effortlessly, resulting in open layups. Lin Yifan felt a tinge of excitement regarding tonight's opponent. Who was this unfortunate soul? The home game was against the Washington Wizards. Their center was Marcin Gortat, the Polish Hammer. Chapter 68. The Wizards encounter a triumphant streak at 5 in the afternoon. Lin Yifan arrived at the Staples Center, driving his newly acquired vehicle, a customized Hellfire Apocalypse 6x6 pickup truck. With a 6.2T supercharged V8 engine boasting 850 horsepower, a lifted chassis, and a bespoke third axle, this machine was truly formidable. It was outfitted with 6 40-inch tires and 22-inch rims, complemented by thermal imaging and night vision cameras, a locomotive-style horn, nitrogen equipment, and an integrated safe, all powered by a sound system with a total output of 10,000 watts. It exuded an aura of dominance. Driving it felt akin to maneuvering a tank, raw and exhilarating. Old Gia had truly outdone himself. Although the price tag was a staggering $250,000, commuting in such a vehicle was an unparalleled thrill. One cannot deny that Old Gia was increasingly embodying the essence of a top-tier agent, meticulously orchestrating arrangements. Such a sum was trivial. Lin had just secured an endorsement deal with a luxury perfume brand, alongside a plethora of domestic brands vying for his attention, including a renowned smartphone and an appliance brand. it appeared that numerous domestic brands were eager to make their mark on the global stage. As a phenomenon in the sports realm, Lin naturally attracted significant attention and interest. However, the contracts were not particularly substantial. The NBA remained a close-knit community, and sustained performance was essential for garnering greater visibility. Ultimately, longevity was paramount. Too many fleeting figures flitted through the basketball world. In the past 3 days, Lin had refrained from contacting Jenna, directing his focus entirely on training. Meanwhile, as a prominent model, Jenna's schedule was packed with engagements. The rumors surrounding their relationship had ignited fervor in the public eye, sensationalized far beyond reality, originating from merely sharing a meal and being photographed entering a vehicle together. Yet, such tabloid stories were undeniably captivating, generating substantial buzz. The Kardashian family, having risen to fame through reality television, epitomized the blend of life and art, where personal affairs often revolved around strategic interests. Lin understood that taking things too seriously would lead to one's downfall. This was merely a game of perception. At this juncture, amidst his burgeoning career, Lin recognized the necessity of dedicating himself wholeheartedly to basketball. Prior to the game, in the team locker room, Luke Walton was engaged in a discreet conversation with the Lakers' general manager, Rob Pelinka. Furrowing his brow, Walton inquired, "Is this really feasible?" Pelinka, reassuring him with a pat on his shoulder, replied, "If I say it's fine, then it's fine. Jeannie has given her consent." The Lakers had devised a plan to create salary cap space, with the aim of signing superstar players next summer. Notable figures such as LeBron James and Kawhi Leonard would be holding player options or expiring contracts come next summer. Securing such talent would allow the team to complete its rebuilding process almost instantaneously. However, to sign a superstar, the team would need to clear at least $30 million to $40 million in cap space. Additionally, the Lakers possessed a wealth of young assets, with Randall, Nance Jr., and Clarkson all nearing the end of their rookie contracts. Whether or not they can be retained is a pressing concern. It may be more prudent to allow them to produce some statistics and trade some expiring assets in advance. However, what is even more vexing is the substantial contract previously granted to Luol Deng, which has now become utterly worthless, devoid of any trading value. The team is contemplating his release, yet this does not impede Deng from receiving nearly $20 million annually from the Lakers over the next few years. Before the game, Luke Walton announced the starting lineup: Ball, Clarkson, Ingram, Randall, and Lin Yifan. Brook Lopez, KCP, and Deng were all rested. The 3 players were astonished. This was clearly an opportunity for the younger players. Upon hearing the starting lineup, Lin Yifan was reminded of the torment of being overshadowed by Randall's playmaking. Am I really sharing the court with Randall? Partnering in the paint? It seems I must rely solely on myself. Randall glanced at Lin Yifan and warned, "Rookie, remember not to steal my rebounds." As if that were even possible. Once the Lakers' starting lineup was revealed, the chat room erupted. Lakers fans exclaimed, "What is this operation? A bench sitting on over $60 million? Wizards fans questioned, "Does this mean the Lakers think they're too strong, or that the Wizards are too weak?" Female fans chimed in, "At least my Yifan is starting." Heart emoji. Male fans noted, "Did Jenna wear Lin Yifan's jersey to the game again? Is this confirming yesterday's rumors?" What rumors? A photo of Lin Yifan and Jenna getting into a car began circulating. Suddenly, fans united in a common sentiment. "Lin, draw your sword." Zhao Ting. The vendetta over a wife. Not to be shared. Oops, wrong scene. Recently, Lin Yifan has been in quite a predicament, as only TT can manage the Kardashian family. Haha. It reminds me of Harden's dismal period. After parting with the Kardashians, Harden resembled Jordan. On the sidelines, Jenna was laughing and chatting with her close friend Bella Hadid. Hadid, also a supermodel, has been close with Jenna since childhood, both boasting enviable figures that rival Jenna's. However, sitting next to Jenna, Hadid appeared rather ordinary. One must admit, Jenna chose her friends wisely. Today, Jenna donned a Lakers white and yellow 23 jersey paired with a purple and gold hoodie, her high ponytail exuding freshness. The white leggings accentuated her long legs, leaving no doubt about her stunning physique. This season, the Washington Wizards have started with a 3-game winning streak. This summer, they committed $106 million in a max contract to retain forward Otto Porter, effectively locking their salary cap. In terms of acquisitions, they signed Jody Meeks, Tim Frazier, and Max Scott, making only minor adjustments. Nevertheless, this season, the Wizards boast one of the finest perimeter combinations in the league. All-star guard John Wall paired with Bradley Beal, complemented by elite 3 and D player Otto Porter, ensures the Wizards' perimeter is robust in organization, offense, and defense. Last season, the Wizards secured the 5th position in the Eastern Conference. And this season, they aspire to achieve even greater success. As Reggie Miller, the guest commentator for TNT, aptly noted, the Lakers are playing with fire on their home turf, making it increasingly difficult for them to compete against the Wizards. Partnering with Miller, Chris Webber remarked that this was his first time watching the Lakers this season. He barely recognized several players warming up on the court, suggesting that this is not a lineup aimed at victory. Looking at the faces of the Wizards players, they radiated an air of relaxed confidence as they are on the verge of a 4-game winning streak. In contrast, the Lakers players appeared rather glum. After all, what is there to be cheerful about when one is merely a pawn in trade negotiations? Hilarity ensued as Reggie quipped about the sharpness of his tongue. Despite their years of retirement, both commentators have maintained impressive physiques, reminiscent of their prime. However, as players entered the arena, one named Lin garnered quite a commotion. Chris Webber expressed surprise. Lin? You don't know him? A new wave of Linsanity has swept through Los Angeles. Reggie chuckled, pointing out the numerous fans in the stands holding signs in Chinese to cheer him on, exclaiming, "He is indeed the most popular player right now." Webber, intrigued, surveyed the Lakers' home crowd and nodded thoughtfully. "It seems we should definitely invite him for an interview later," he added. Chapter 69, The Assault on Gortat as the match commenced. Marcin Gortat seized the basketball with an impressive jump ball. This Polish center, although a second-round pick at the 27th position in 2005, has finally secured his place as a starter in Washington after years of relentless effort in the NBA. Back during the playoffs with the Magic, when the formidable Dwight Howard faced suspension, Gortat rose to the occasion, scoring 11 points and grabbing 15 rebounds in Game 6 against the 76ers, propelling his team into the finals and earning the moniker Polish Hammer. Standing at 2.11 meters, Gortat possesses remarkable physical attributes, particularly his strength. Noticing that his opponent was a seemingly frail individual with yellow skin, he confidently called for the ball. The rookie's average jumping ability was evident from the jump ball, suggesting a lack of defensive prowess. Gortat made 2 powerful moves in the low post, while Randall, who should have provided help, unexpectedly chose to bypass the situation. On the 3rd attempt, Gortat executed a soft hook shot from the low post, successfully scoring. With a bald head and a mohawk hairstyle, he wore a fierce expression and roared at Lin Yifan, sensing that a pivotal moment in his career was upon him, earning over $13 million. Gortat understood the necessity of showcasing his talents. Despite being a stable starter for the Wizards, his statistics had been declining for 2 consecutive years. Approaching the twilight of his career, he knew that failing to deliver strong performances could render this season his last NBA contract. The Polish Hammer swung his long arms and, while high-fiving teammate Wall, exclaimed, "Pass me the ball again." At the baseline, Lin Yifan felt the brunt of Gortat's elbow, truly formidable. It was evident that his boxing background contributed to such strength. However, given that Gortat was nearing the end of his career, his speed and lateral movement had noticeably diminished. A detail Lin Yifan had already observed. A quick pass to Ball initiated a rapid transition as Lin Yifan sprinted towards the front court. This Lakers lineup thrived on speed. Before the Wizards could establish their positions, Ball had already crossed midcourt. Were the Lakers launching a fast break right from the start? Gortat flailed his arms, hastily retreating to protect the rim, as this was of utmost importance. Meanwhile, Lin Yifan dashed to the 3-point line, signaling for the ball. Ball delivered a pass, centering the offense around Lin Yifan. This had long been a significant strategy for the Lakers. Randall, having positioned himself in the low post, looked exasperated, clearly disappointed that the ball hadn't been passed to him, just as everyone anticipated Lin Yifan to facilitate a pass from the high post. He unexpectedly initiated a drive towards the basket. Otto Porter, who had approached to provide help defense, was left astonished as Lin Yifan surged past him. Was he truly challenging Gortat's defense? Gortat spread his arms wide, the hammer tattoo on his arm prominently displayed. Unperturbed, Lin Yifan took a dribble and discovered that the only obstacle beneath the basket was the hammer himself, with no one else to defend him. As Lin Yifan stood a meter away from Gortat, he launched into a 3-step drive. Gortat was momentarily taken aback. Was this young man truly attempting to challenge him head-on? Moreover, was he merely a step away? Was this a foolhardy endeavor? Gortat bent his knees, gathering strength, preparing to contest the shot. With the ball in his right hand, Lin Yifan took a slight step to the right, directly confronting Gortat's defense. Gortat instinctively thought, he is going for it. As Lin Yifan took his first step, His weight shifted to the right foot, and he executed a motion to pass the ball towards the corner with extended arms. Clarkson in the right corner instinctively readied himself to receive the pass and shoot. Gortat quickly realized, no, it's a pass. I knew this kid wouldn't dare to take me on one-on-one. His weight shifted to the left side, eyes fixed on the corner, while Beal moved to guard Clarkson. In a sudden instant, Lin Yifan took a second step to his left, pivoting his left foot behind Gortat's right side. Simultaneously, he swiftly pulled the ball from the right to the left, lifting it above his head before drawing it back to his left side in a grand circular motion. Gortat instinctively flinched, thinking, what on earth is he doing? Lin Yifan's center of gravity shifted toward his left foot, executing an impressively swift maneuver. It was astonishingly rapid. Gortat stood rooted in place like a statue. Lin Yifan effortlessly bypassed him. Was that a Eurostep? Indeed, it was a Eurostep. Gortat was left trailing behind. As Lin Yifan glided past him, untouched, toward an open basket. With his left foot as the pivot, Lin Yifan executed a right-handed layup. Had he really just done that? The ball swished through the net. Gortat remained motionless, bewildered by the turn of events. In the commentary booth, Reggie Miller and his longtime partner Chris Webber exchanged wide-eyed glances. That was unmistakably. Reggie Miller recognized it instantly. Was that Dwayne Wade's Eurostep? Chris Webber nodded in agreement, immediately identifying the move from his numerous encounters with Wade. Yet, wasn't Lin Yifan a center? Chris Webber, known for his elegant style of play as a power forward throughout his career, couldn't help but exclaim, that was truly magnificent. A wave of excitement erupted from the Lakers bench. What had just transpired? Kuzma laughed and immediately mimicked the Eurostep motion, while the Lakers bench players pretended to be knocked off balance. The crowd was electrified by this opening spectacle. A chorus of astonishment filling the arena. The camera suddenly cut to Kendall Jenner at the sidelines, her hands clasped over her head. Her expression one of disbelief as she gazed at her friend's face. Both women stared wide-eyed, exchanging looks of astonishment. In that fleeting moment, their arms raised. The four large rabbits met each other's gaze, perhaps too exhilarated to comprehend. Jenna trembled all over, while two large white rabbits bounced incessantly. What an astounding display just witnessed. The live stream erupted. Did Lin Yifan unleash his extraordinary skills right from the start? Moreover, he employed techniques never before seen. That movement, it unmistakably resembled the elusive steps of the Flash, Dwayne Wade. How astonishing it is for a center to execute such fluidity. Just look at that Polish hammer, utterly dumbfounded. Rooted to the spot, Gortat completely misjudged the situation. Lin Yifan commenced with an all-encompassing assault on his defense. Subsequently, Lin Yifan executed a series of golden rooster stands on one leg, a Kobe fadeaway, and the dream shake. 3 mid-range jumpers left Gortat utterly bewildered. Having navigated the league for many years, Gortat was no stranger to the moves of these stars. Yet how could this seemingly inexperienced rookie possess such a plethora of offensive techniques? Especially that Eurostep. The speed was so blindingly swift that he had no time to react. Chris Webber from the commentary booth remarked, "This is the most exquisite interior offense I have witnessed in recent years." Typically known for his composed demeanor, Webber was so thrilled he could hardly remain seated. Adjusting his posture, he earnestly told Reggie Miller beside him, "It seems I am woefully uninformed about this year's rookies. I must conduct further research upon returning. This is utterly magnificent." Chapter 70, The Wrath of the Polish Hammer. Coach Scott Brooks of the Wizards gazed in disbelief at Lin Yifan's mesmerizing performance. This was no ordinary display of offensive prowess. As a coach with a background as a guard, Brooks was profoundly astonished to witness such basketball maneuvers, particularly those typically reserved for guards, executed by a center. He had never encountered a player like this before. A center's physique, yet playing with the finesse of a guard? Brooks cast an envious glance at Luke Walton on the opposite side of the court. How had such a player slipped into the Lakers' grasp? Looking back at his own Wizards, he lamented the lack of capable players, aside from the 3 primary perimeter shooters. Particularly, Gortat, at 33 years old, seemed to have lost a step. Utterly mismatched against Lin Yifan's speed. Meanwhile, on the Lakers bench, Luke Walton watched with satisfaction as Lin Yifan dazzled with his explosive scoring. This young man never failed to deliver a surprise. Today, he showcased a Eurostep, something Walton had never seen from a center. However, the Wizards' backcourt was dominating the Lakers. John Wall, the first overall pick in the 2010 NBA draft, had entered the league at the pinnacle of his career, earning 5 All-Star selections in 7 years. Renowned for his blistering speed and exceptional play on both ends of the floor. Meanwhile, Bradley Beal, the 3rd overall pick in 2012, exhibited remarkable offensive skills. Averaging 24 points per game last season, Beal netted 2 consecutive three-pointers and a driving layup, leading his team with a total of 8 points as the Wizards steadily closed the gap. At the end of the first quarter, the Lakers led 24-18. While Lin Yifan had already amassed 12 points, primarily against Gortat's defense. The seasoned NBA veteran, Gortat, the Polish Hammer, vented his frustration by slamming his fist down onto the bench as he exited the game, shattering the chair into pieces. The Wizards players quickly sidestepped, wary of the furious Hammer. Originally aspiring to follow in his father's footsteps as a professional boxer, his father, old Gortat, a bronze medalist in Olympic boxing, Gortat had received formal boxing training from a young age. However, as he grew taller than 2 meters, he had no choice but to abandon boxing in favor of basketball. The irate Polish Hammer was profoundly dissatisfied with his performance. Ding! Suddenly, a voice echoed in Lin Yifan's mind. The system had activated a challenge task to achieve at least 5 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists, with a reward of an S-grade treasure chest. 5 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists? A mini triple-double? Having played half a quarter, he had already scored 12 points, but had only managed a single rebound and no assists. At this moment, Lin Yifan needed to shift his focus towards securing rebounds and assists. He noticed that with Randall starting alongside him, he had been unable to get the ball in the latter half of the first quarter as Randall monopolized the rebounds. It seems that Randall has become utterly obsessed with seizing possession. Lin Yifan proactively approached Luke Walton, saying, "Coach, I would like to rest during the second quarter and join the bench lineup." Although altering the rotation was initially the coach's decision, Lin Yifan's remarkable performance that day compelled Walton to acquiesce to his request. Coach Walton had already been impressed by Lin Yifan's prowess, thinking perhaps he was feeling a bit fatigued. As the second quarter commenced, Randall, noticing Lin Yifan's substitution, couldn't suppress a smug grin. He thought to himself, finally, this rookie has stepped off the court. He had overshadowed me in the first quarter, and now it was his turn to shine. This season, Randall's rookie contract was nearing its end, and holding a player option, he needed to showcase impressive stats should the Lakers decide to trade him. He could still secure a lucrative contract with another team. Randall immediately initiated a low-post offensive, showcasing his signature skill. He relied on his weight to overpower his opponent, driving forcefully towards the left side of the basket. Upon reaching the rim, he executed a jump step and released a left-handed shot. Wham! Out of nowhere, a formidable force emerged, none other than the Polish Hammer, Gortat. Having endured a barrage of attacks from Lin Yifan in the first quarter, Gortat was seething with suppressed rage. He immediately delivered a thunderous block to Randall, sending the basketball flying out of bounds. Wow! A chorus of admiration erupted from the crowd. Gortat, known for his diligent play, not only utilized his exceptional physical attributes to dominate the paint, but also possessed a reliable mid-range jumper. Though his technique might not rival that of traditional European centers, it was certainly sufficient for the NBA. Randall, eager to redeem himself, sought to retaliate against Gortat. After the baseline inbounds, Randall aggressively drove low. However, Gortat's robust arms were raised high, denying him any opportunity. Standing at 2.11 meters, Gortat held a clear height advantage over Randall, who stood at 2.03 meters. After a couple of attempts, Randall found himself stymied and resorted to swinging his elbow to create a shot opportunity. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling an offensive foul against Randall. His elbow had struck Gortat in the neck. Gortat promptly fell to the ground but quickly sprang back up, swinging his fist towards Randall's chin. Beep. 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 The whistle blared repeatedly as 3 referees rushed in to intervene. Teammates on both sides hastily separated the players. Although Gortat was a seasoned fighter, he typically refrained from using his fists. However, having been provoked by an earlier foul and fueled by frustration, he could not restrain himself any longer. The crowd gasped collectively at the sight of the punch. Randall, having taken the blow, crumpled to the floor, clutching his chin in pain. The live broadcast erupted with excitement. Randall brought this upon himself. He threw the first elbow. Wow, that punch was incredibly satisfying. After all, he is a fighter. With just one punch, he knocked him out. That is the Polish Hammer, a man who rides an armored vehicle to work every day. A fervent netizen subsequently shared a photograph of Gortat driving a modified armored vehicle, brandishing a machine gun as he sped down the road. How astonishing. The scene momentarily spiraled out of control, but fortunately, the referee intervened just in time to restore order. The players on both sides swiftly distanced themselves from the chaos. Randall was also carried back to the locker room for examination. The head referee promptly reviewed the footage and subsequently issued a flagrant foul of the first degree to both teams. Upon witnessing this ruling, the Polish hammer raised his arms above his head, displaying a look of resignation. The anger that had just surged within him dissipated, replaced by a hint of embarrassment. Having played in the NBA for so many years, such a confrontation was a rarity in his experience. Unfortunately, Randall was rendered incapacitated by a punch and would not return for the remainder of the game. With the referee's whistle piercing the air, the match resumed. Randall's exit left a vacancy at the power forward position, which Lin Yifan filled. The current lineup consisted of Ball, Caruso, Ingram, Kuzma, and Lin Yifan. Lin Yifan recognized that it was now time to fulfill his mission. Chapter 71. The power of the five small players. The Los Angeles Lakers deployed a five-small lineup, showcasing their intent to accelerate the game. At this moment, Lin Yifan took to the court, occupying the center position yet exhibiting the speed and agility characteristic of a guard. The term five small refers not merely to the diminutive stature of the players on the court, but rather to a lineup where all five players possess the ability to dribble, pass, and exhibit a degree of three-point shooting prowess. This configuration typically features an average height that is lower than conventional standards, while each player embodies a nimble and agile disposition. However, Lin Yifan, standing at an impressive 2.11 meters, combined both size and remarkable speed. Meanwhile, the Wizards fielded their strongest trio of perimeter players, complemented by Gortat in the paint. Coach Brooks quickly discerned the Lakers' intention to quicken the tempo and signaled for John Wall to initiate a more deliberate approach, beginning with a pick-and-roll strategy. Entering the NBA as the first overall pick in 2010, John Wall burst onto the scene at the pinnacle of his career, earning 5 All-Star selections in his 7-year tenure. Renowned for his blistering speed, Wall clocked an astonishing 10.30 seconds in the 100-meter dash, accompanied by an exceptional passing vision. Though Wall typically favored a fast-paced style, Coach Brooks advocated for a more methodical approach, weary of the offensive reliance on Gortat. Gortat, in turn, criticized Wall for his self-centered play, emphasizing personal statistics over team dynamics. The essence of the contest between the two teams lay in their ability to impose their rhythm on the other, with a slower interior presence like Gortat. Engaging in a fast break against the Lakers would be tantamount to courting disaster. Wall, however, seemed eager to match speed with speed. As Gortat set a high screen, Wall pressed the accelerator and surged into the lane with lightning speed. Gortat rolled to the basket, creating an open lane. Lin Yifan, in pursuit of Wall, displayed commendable quickness, managing to close the gap despite being slightly outpaced. Wall was momentarily taken aback by Lin's lateral speed. Aware of Gortat's follow-up, Wall opted to leverage his advantage and attempted a layup rather than passing. Lin Yifan leaped to contest the shot, failing to block it, but successfully altering its trajectory. The ball grazed the backboard and ricocheted off the rim, soaring back into the air. Rebound, Wall shouted emphatically as Gortat, having rolled down, accelerated from behind. Poised to seize the rebound, he leaped, ready to grasp the ball with both hands for a powerful follow-up dunk. In an instant, a figure emerged from Gortat's side, moving with astonishing speed. With a swift motion, Lin Yifan snatched the rebound mid-air, producing a crisp sound as the ball connected with his hand. "What a board!" exclaimed Reggie Miller from the commentary booth, unable to contain his admiration. It was Lin Yifan who had leapt from the side to wrest the rebound from the grasp of the Polish hammer. Chris Webber, observing intently, was reminded of the frenetic rebounding prowess of Dennis Rodman. This must be the one-handed slam dunk maneuver of the Big Bug, isn't it? It is utterly terrifying. In midair, he grasped nothingness, and the Polish hammer effortlessly missed an open basket. A dunk into thin air? Just as Gortat was puzzled, wondering from where a hand had snatched the ball away, Lin Yifan had already assumed the stance of drawing about to shoot an arrow. With the ball held aloft in his right hand, his arm resembled a taut bowstring, drawing the ball behind his head. Whoosh! With a powerful swing of his right arm, he launched the ball like a piercing arrow, ready to meet an army of thousands. The basketball soared across the court, instantly reaching the opposite basket. The Wizards players were still reeling from the surprise. Upon closer inspection, it was Caruso who had dashed to the front court. That sly fox. It turns out that while Wall was rising to break through, Caruso had already positioned himself near the three-point line, poised to sprint. The moment Lin Yifan secured the rebound, he had already sensed Caruso's swift advance. The ball was released with perfect timing, landing right at the basket, and Caruso delivered a two-handed slam. Magnificent! What a splendid pass! After scoring, Caruso pointed at Lin Yifan, signaling that the assist was exquisite. In the commentary booth, Chris Webber, who had just marveled at the previous rebound, found himself utterly astounded by this court-spanning pass, left speechless. Webber, Reggie Miller, with a resigned shrug, expressed his understanding. I feel you, my friend. I too am covered in goosebumps. This full-court pass is phenomenal. The entire Lakers home crowd was electrified by this remarkable pass, igniting Staples Center in an instant. Fans in the live stream flooded the chat with messages. Bald Mamba is incredible. Lin Yifan is amazing. This pass is truly extraordinary. It's like a quarterback's throw. Are we tossing a basketball like it's a baseball? The Bald Mamba is indeed crafty. As teammates approached to celebrate with high fives, Lin Yifan pondered how swiftly rebounds and assists could accumulate with such gameplay. In truth, the greatest advantage of the small ball lineup lies in its extreme offensive output. All 5 players can handle the ball, accelerate in transition, and initiate fast breaks or quick three-point attempts. They create more offensive possessions in a shorter amount of time. At this moment, Lin Yifan was the engine of this offensive machine. With exceptional passing and facilitating skills, he possessed the ball control and speed rarely seen in centers. In consecutive plays, Gortat had yet to return from the front court, while the Lakers had already concluded their offensive sequence. Securing the rebound, Lin Yifan provided Gortat no chance to catch his breath. Grasping the ball, he surged forward, crossing half-court, always managing to find the optimal shooting opportunity. Nearby, Luke Walton sat on the Lakers bench, beaming with joy, joking with his assistant coach. I feel as if I've rediscovered the exhilaration of leading the Warriors to a 24-game winning streak. The assistant coach nodded in agreement. This feeling of casually winning while being managed is delightful. Walton, the Lakers, blooming in every aspect, dismantled the Wizards in the third quarter. Ultimately, through a remarkable surge in the third quarter, the point difference widened to a staggering 20. Meanwhile, in the commentary booth, the two commentators, witnessing the game transform into a lackluster affair, began to engage in casual conversation. Their focus remained fixated on Lin Yifan, the player who had ignited this match. Is he merely an undrafted rookie? Exclaimed Webber, astonished at the player introduction. Goodness, where were the scouts looking? Reggie Miller chuckled heartily, shaking his head. It's utterly absurd. What surprises me is his exceptional playmaking as a big man. Indeed, he is not the archetypal center. Rather, his passing resembles that of a guard, Webber remarked. He can grab rebounds, handle the ball, and distribute it. Miller nodded in agreement. Yes, indeed. His ball handling is as fluid as a guard's. And his court vision is superb. My word, Webber gasped, observing Miller's exaggerated expression. He possesses an array of offensive skills. I've never encountered anyone quite like him. I can think of no other word to describe him but dazzling. Miller smirked. Yes, at this moment, that's accurate. On the court, Lin Yifan had rendered the Polish hammer utterly impotent. Upon receiving the ball in the low post, Gortat swiftly closed in. Was the lad planning to pivot? Or perhaps pass? Gortat, caught off guard, moved rigidly. With the score already lopsided, the Wizards had lost their spirit. Yet, Lin Yifan remained unfazed, calmly surveying his teammates' positions after securing the ball. Ingram and Kuzma were both well fed, particularly Kuzma, who, having entered as a substitute in the third quarter, received a pass from Lin Yifan and executed a magnificent play. With 3 attempts, he scored 2 three-pointers and drove to the basket twice. This exemplifies the potency of Lin Yifan as the offensive fulcrum. Once the offense ignites, he can leverage his passing to propel his teammates into a scoring frenzy. The game had long since entered garbage time. As the third quarter concluded, a heated argument erupted between Wall and the Polish hammer. Wall pointed at Gortat, vehemently berating him. You're too soft. You can't even guard a rookie. Meanwhile, the Polish hammer tossed his towel to the ground. You one-armed fool. Why didn't you pass me the ball? Wall retorted, go to hell. I one pass to a weakling. The Polish hammer rose. When I was making my mark in the NBA, you hadn't even sprouted hair yet. Gortat looked ready to throw a punch. Wall fell silent. The Wizards players, witnessing this, finally breathed a sigh of relief. The discord within their locker room had been evident since the onset of the season. Seeing Beal and Porter secure contracts exceeding $20 million, Wall, now the team leader, felt a sense of discontent. Although the team had achieved a 3-game winning streak, Wall understood that this season was merely a facade, as the offseason had locked the salary cap, essentially retaining last season's lineup. And last season, they had merely finished 6th in the Eastern Conference. Now, let us turn our attention to the ascendant teams of the Eastern Conference: the Toronto Raptors, Boston Celtics, Philadelphia 76ers, and Milwaukee Bucks. all boasting an impressive array of exceptionally talented young players. Furthermore, there are the Cavaliers, led by the illustrious LeBron James. On paper, the Washington Wizards appear to be significantly outmatched by these formidable squads. John Wall harbors lofty ambitions. He yearns for a lucrative contract as well as a championship ring. Thus, he seems unconcerned with the team's victories or defeats, focusing solely on his personal statistics, aided by his agent Rich Paul in securing a substantial contract. However, Wall was unprepared for the calamity that soon befell him, a severe injury that sidelined him for the remainder of the season. Interestingly, during Wall's absence, the Wizards experienced a remarkable winning streak, prompting the Polish Hammer to take to social media, proclaiming team victory. This sparked a heated exchange between the two on social media. Ultimately, the Polish Hammer was traded at the season's end, leading to the conclusion of his professional career. Chapter 72, Acquiring Harden's Step Back? Due to an early onset of garbage time, Lin Yifan did not take to the court as a starting player in the fourth quarter. By the end of the third quarter, he had already amassed an impressive tally of 15 points, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists. The Lakers ultimately triumphed over the Wizards with a score of 110-96, thereby ending the Wizards' 3-game winning streak. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the data challenge of 5 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists, earning an S-grade treasure chest as a reward. Congratulations to the host for achieving a career milestone of 1555, rewarding 10 attribute points. With the victory, an additional 2 attribute points are bestowed. The atmosphere of triumph enveloped the Staples Center. Such a commanding victory had not graced the home court in quite some time. Lin Yifan, the MVP. The cheers of the home crowd permeated the air. Lin Yifan suddenly found himself enamored with this exhilarating sensation. Miss Ming Chao rushed forward for an interview with Lin Yifan immediately after the game. Today, her cascading waves of hair exuded a blend of warmth and allure. Yifan, you orchestrated a dazzling wave of scoring in the third quarter. It was truly magnificent. As she conducted the interview, Meng Chao leaned in closely, almost nestling against Lin Yifan. For a moment, the captivating fragrance emanating from her hair and figure rendered him oblivious to her questions. This is a team victory. Lin Yifan, draped in a towel, made a concerted effort to lower his head and speak into the microphone. Miss Meng Chao, dressed in a light-colored dress, showcased her elegant curves. Particularly striking were her long, fair legs, shimmering beneath the hem of her white skirt. Standing beside the towering Lin Yifan, she appeared almost delicate. Fresh from the match, Lin Yifan's jersey was drenched in sweat, and the towel around his neck was equally soaked. As he moved, the towel brushed against Miss Meng Chao's shoulder, causing her cheeks to flush with a deeper hue, leaving her caught between excitement and a hint of nervousness. Mid-interview, she suddenly faltered, creating a moment of awkwardness. However, her ever-present sunny smile made the scene before the camera remain uninterrupted. In a surprising turn of events, Lin Yifan seized the microphone from Miss Meng Chao, turning the tables and interviewing her as if he were a sports journalist. It was an exceptional save, leaving even Meng Chao momentarily taken aback. Hey, Sister Meng Chao, how would you assess Lin Yifan's performance in this match? Initially stunned, she then burst into laughter. Realizing Lin Yifan was alleviating her discomfort, he played exceptionally well. As the esteemed Weber said, his offense and passing were simply exquisite, and he is undeniably handsome. Upon finishing, Meng Chao shyly covered her mouth, giggling with a hint of bashfulness. And what score would you give Lin Yifan for his looks? 110 points. How about you? Meng Chao was so amused by the question that she nearly trembled with laughter. I'd give him a solid 10 points. Many domestic fans tuned in to the post-match interviews specifically to see Miss Meng Chao. In the Mahua Sports live broadcast room, a chorus of playful jeers erupted. Lin Yifan, let go of my sister Meng Chao. TMD, Lin the thief, how dare you tease my Meng Chao? Why is my Meng Chao so close to Lin Yifan? Back in the locker room, Lin Yifan eagerly opened the system panel, unable to contain his excitement to unveil the S-rank treasure chest. What marvelous artifact would it reveal this time? A dazzling crimson light flickered before his eyes, and an image of a figure clad in the number 13 jersey materialized in his mind. Could it be? Congratulations, host. You have acquired James Harden's step-back skill. The illustrious step-back of the esteemed Harden? Incredible! In this era of small ball, where shooters increasingly seek rapid release, Harden stands as the sole player in the league to have executed over 100 step-back attempts in a single season. He has become the unparalleled master of this art. One word encapsulates it: absolute. A vivid scene replayed in Lin Yifan's mind. a bearded player in a number 13 jersey rhythmically dribbling the ball between his legs. His pace was not swift, yet he skillfully manipulated the defender's footwork, coolly facing the oncoming defense. Suddenly, he feigned a breakthrough to the right, shifting his weight forward. The opponent, already disoriented by the rhythmic dribbling, scrambled to recover, only to witness a swift retreat, regaining balance and creating distance from the defender. With a few quick steps, he retreated, landing on his support foot before releasing the ball. The defender was left in a daze. Finally, he launched a jump shot. Elevated. Truly elevated. As the scene replayed, Lin Yifan noticed a new emblem of a bearded figure appearing in his skill list. Having just finished a game and realizing there was ample time left in the day, he naturally decided to head to the training facility to test it out. Harden's step back primarily relies on the rhythm of dribbling, along with shooting precision and speed. Lin Yifan opened his attribute panel: 3-point shooting, 80-90, ball control, 70-90. He currently possessed 12 attribute points, deciding to raise his ball control to 80, leaving 2 points for later use. System: ball control has been elevated to 80-90. Several attributes were already capped at 80, and Lin Yifan felt a pang of regret knowing that surpassing 80 would require a greater expenditure of points. He resolved to continue enhancing his training values. He donned his training attire and made his way to the training facility. Ding! A crisp message alert chimed. It was from Kendall Jenner. I spotted an impressive car in the parking lot. Heard it's yours. Will you take me for a spin? Accompanied by a sultry selfie, Jenner, still clad in a white Lakers jersey, leaned against her new rugged pickup truck, her long legs dominating the frame. Was this the allure of Jenner? It turned out she and her friend had driven a Range Rover to watch the game, parked directly opposite Lin Yifan's vehicle. The striking contrast of her sultry figure against the formidable vehicle created an exhilarating visual akin to Beauty and the Beast. Much like Jenner's personality, there was a quiet intensity beneath her calm exterior. Lin Yifan's strikingly modified pickup truck instantly captured Jenner's attention. However, at that moment, Lin Yifan understood that for the Kardashian family, sensuality was merely a tool to wield the power of influence. To him, it felt like just a fleeting encounter in Los Angeles, as ephemeral as water. The most pressing matter remained his basketball career. Calmly, Lin Yifan responded, practicing at the gym, accompanied by a photo of the empty Lakers training facility. He then switched off his phone. After the game concluded, the other Lakers players had long departed. Trainer Roger Chosen stayed behind to practice with Lin Yifan. It was essential to repetitively master each new move through diligent practice. Hey, Roger. It's odd to see you looking a bit cheerful today. Don't you need to head home early? Lin Yifan remarked, puzzled by Roger's eagerness to stay. Roger glanced at his watch. It was only 9 in the evening, still quite early. Well, my home tiger has made me submit my share of the household chores for 5 consecutive days. Roger's words elicited a hearty laugh from Lin Yifan. Was this the happy burden of middle-aged men? Even a laboring donkey wouldn't be treated this way. I'd rather remain on the court to train. He chuckled. What shall we practice today? Roger had grown accustomed to Lin Yifan's inventive training requests. What do you think of Harden's dribbling? Lin Yifan got straight to the point. He knew he had already acquired Harden's step-back move, which began with a signature dribble. James Harden? Roger found it amusing that Lin Yifan was focusing on these guard techniques. Just as he spoke, Lin Yifan seized the ball, executed a crossover, followed by a step-back, and launched a three-pointer. Swish. Is this how it's done? Roger stood in awe. Had this young man deliberately concealed his talent? What else do you want me to do? Roger couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. This was absurd. Now he realized Lin Yifan was indeed exceptional. He was serious about revolutionizing the game. Continuing their discussion on Harden's dribbling, Roger added, Harden's rhythm changes are distinctive. His pace may not be fast, but he leisurely executes a couple of crossovers. Lin Yifan nodded. Yet, he remains unguardable. Even when one anticipates his change of direction or step back, it's impossible to defend against him. Indeed, this contrasts sharply with Kyrie Irving, whose array of dribbling techniques is boundless. He can maneuver past defenders countless times with myriad tricks. Lin Yifan elaborated. Roger nodded in agreement, noting that Harden relies on a single, yet remarkably effective move. He then earnestly told Lin Yifan, in truth, it's not about having many moves, but rather mastering a few. Many NBA players thrive on a singular skill. While you seem to have grasped numerous techniques, in the future, you might also create your own unique signature move. Chapter 73, The Secret of Harden's Dribbling. Lin Yifan nodded, recognizing the potential for future skill development. Indeed, the creation of new abilities is a commendable notion. However, at present, the the priority lies in assimilating various techniques. Acquiring a plethora of the system's S-level skill treasure chests would certainly be advantageous. Returning to the topic of Harden's dribbling, Lin Yifan remarked, "Roger, in truth, the simple act of dribbling between one's legs is something everyone can execute. Yet, when Harden performs it, despite the audience's awareness of his impending between the legs maneuver or step back, they still fall for the feint. What accounts for this phenomenon?" Roger raised an eyebrow, noting that Harden's change of direction is not particularly swift, especially when compared to John Wall's lightning-fast drives today. Lin Yifan recalled the painful experience of being outpaced by Wall's speed on the court. Could it be attributed to Harden's rhythm? Roger's eyes lit up. "You're partially correct. Remember how I always emphasize the importance of the lead foot?" Lin Yifan recalled Kobe's frequent reminders during training to pay attention to the defender's positioning. The defender, unaware, considers the foot positioned forward as the lead foot. The crux lies in Harden's acute ability to read the defense, Roger concluded. Suddenly enlightened, Lin Yifan exclaimed, "I understand." When Harden opts for an elevated isolation play, he first observes the defender's stance. When the defender's feet are staggered, he promptly attacks the lead foot with a between-the-legs dribble. Roger, impressed by Lin Yifan's profound basketball insight, nodded affirmatively. Indeed. The primary principle of an effective breakthrough is to attack the lead foot when the defender's feet are staggered. The weak side foot allows the defender to easily slide to keep up. Lin Yifan pondered deeper, realizing that Harden's breakthroughs do not rely heavily on speed, but rather on skill. This clever technique is predicated on observation, and certainly, Harden possesses a natural athleticism. With the system now activated, Lin Yifan already boasts an expansive court vision, enabling him to observe the opponent's defensive maneuvers and adjust his approach accordingly. However, there exist elite defensive players in the NBA whose impeccable footwork leaves little room for error. But what if the opponent's defensive positioning reveals no apparent flaws? Lin Yifan inquired. There are numerous players renowned for their defensive prowess in the NBA, Roger mused. Their solid footwork typically denies any opportunity for an attack on the lead foot. He smirked thoughtfully. Indeed, defenders like Drew Holiday and Marcus Smart possess robust footwork and rapid lateral movement, rarely offering chances to penetrate the lead foot. Yet, the ball handler is not stationary. Before Roger could finish, Lin Yifan sensed their thoughts converging. So, it's essential to utilize dribbling? Roger stared at Lin Yifan in astonishment, realizing he had grasped the concept. This is merely a conjecture on my part. Harden may exploit a series of crossovers to manipulate his opponent's center of gravity, akin to a rhythmic dance, dribbling leisurely. In such moments, the defender often experiences internal turmoil, instinctively shifting in tandem with Harden's movements. Meanwhile, Harden patiently observes. Once he detects the defender's footwork becoming erratic, he swiftly advances towards their leading foot. Is this the case? Roger, with eyes brimming with respect, nodded in affirmation, asserting that the essence lies in the alteration of center of gravity. In Harden's rhythmic dribbling, the defender is already precariously balanced, making them susceptible to being deceived by a sudden change of direction. Roger further elaborated that every movement by Harden appears to signal an impending drive or a step-back shot. Lin Yifan articulated his understanding succinctly. Every crossover by Harden is imbued with aggression. Indeed, Roger deemed this summary exceedingly astute. Harden's crossovers are not mere stationary maneuvers. Each movement is convincingly authentic. He sways his body while dribbling beneath his legs, even employing lateral hopping steps to unsettle the defender's balance. The defender must inevitably react, each motion becoming a perplexing blend of reality and illusion. Since every action seems genuine, should the defender refrain from movement, Harden might indeed penetrate the defense. Lin Yifan, enlightened, nodded in realization. When Harden enters his dribbling rhythm, it signals his intent to score. Roger smiled with satisfaction and posed a question, seemingly to test Lin Yifan. When Harden presses forward with a crossover against the defender, what options does the defender have? If they draw too close, they risk being easily bypassed. Leaving retreat is the sole option. This principle is instinctual. However, Roger continued, the act of retreating inherently shifts the defender's center of gravity, thus falling directly into Harden's trap. He can then execute his signature step-back jumper. Lin Yifan nodded. Harden's step-back three-pointer is remarkably precise, and his drives, floaters, and ability to draw fouls are equally potent. So, should one defend against his drive or his shot? In truth, both paths are fraught with peril. Indeed, Roger mused, resting his chin in contemplation. Everything hinges on Harden's individual prowess. I suddenly recall the subtle technique of Harden's, the probing dribble. Following a crossover, he frequently employs a probing step, causing his opponent's feet to instinctively sink. The moment the opponent retreats even slightly, he capitalizes on that opportunity to conclude with a step-back three-pointer. Lin Yifan pondered, is this the hallmark of the league's most elite scorer? It is utterly impeccable. Perhaps we should seek out a video analyst. There exists a wealth of footage showcasing Harden's games. No need. Perhaps time is of the essence. Let us commence practice directly, as our conversation has already consumed considerable time. Does everything begin with reading the defense? Is the key in observing shifts and center of gravity? Is it essential to dribble with an offensive mindset? The direct retreat step of the little probing dribble? It is easier said than done. Fortunately, Lin Yifan has acquired the technical essentials through the system and developed muscle memory for the movements. However, in practical combat, the need for repetitive practice and a deeper understanding of the defender's positioning must be enhanced. One is on the offense while the other defends. Lin Yifan initiates an offensive play from the high post, with trainer Roger Chosin taking on the defensive role. In the late-night gym, the sound of the basketball swishing through the net reverberates continuously. Both individuals, engrossed in their training, remain oblivious to the presence of two spectators in the seating area. Lin Yifan executes a dribble penetration, halting abruptly for a retreat three-pointer. Swish. The ball goes in. What a splendid shot. It seems to be the voices of two women. Lin Yifan's focus is interrupted by this familiar sound, causing him to glance toward the sidelines. Sitting in the stands, the long and alluring legs instantly capture attention. Is it Kendall Jenner and her supermodel friend Bella Hadid? When did they sneak in? Chapter 74, a one-on-one with Jenna? Just moments ago. Jenna was utterly astonished to have her message to Lin Yifan rejected. She could scarcely believe it. Although this young man possessed a certain charm and demonstrated impressive basketball skills, recently garnering significant popularity, surely he could not compare to her, the most alluring star in the nation. The more Kendall Jenner pondered, the angrier she became. Never before had anyone dared to decline her invitation. Fueled by indignation, she grabbed her phone intending to unleash a torrent of wrath, only to discover that Lin Yifan had turned off his phone. Damn it! In a fit of rage, Jenna kicked Lin Yifan's pickup truck, immediately regretting it as pain shot through her foot. Seething, she stormed off, her friend Bella Hadid trailing behind, oblivious to the unfolding drama, inquiring, "Where are you going?" As they headed back toward the Staples training facility, she was determined to confront Lin Yifan and scold him directly. However, at this moment, as Jenna observed Lin Yifan training vigorously on the court, shirtless and glistening with sweat, her mind wandered back to that night. The image of his chiseled abs and muscular calves flooded her thoughts. Here, a multitude of vivid details has been omitted. From a distance, she gazed upon Lin Yifan's strikingly handsome face and found her anger dissipating. When Lin Yifan executed a flawless step-back move, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Nice shot." And her irritation vanished entirely. A tall, powerful, and dashing NBA player like Lin Yifan was undeniably her type. Kendall Jenner found herself utterly captivated by Lin Yifan's allure. As she noticed Lin Yifan glancing in her direction, she suppressed her inner turmoil, reminding herself of her poised and icy demeanor. With a teasing tone, she called out, "Hey, hiding here and avoiding me?" Jenna shouted at Lin Yifan on the court. Lin Yifan was taken aback to see Jenna had actually followed him to the gym. This woman was simply outrageous. "Jenna, when did you arrive here? I mentioned I really like your new car. I was looking forward to a drive." Strangely, Jenna's tone had softened compared to earlier. Lin Yifan remained non-committal. A drive was certainly possible, but training took precedence. "As you can see, I'm in the middle of practice." Not wanting to face rejection once more, Jenna interrupted him. "Then I'll join you for practice. Let us go, one-on-one." What? Kendall Jenner wanted to engage him in a one-on-one match? What an absurd scenario. Yet Jenna stood up, removing Lin's number 23 jersey. She loosened her ponytail, allowing her hair to cascade freely, executing a seductive hair flip. She was dead serious. Jenna intended to retie her hair, with her alluring lips biting the hair tie. Her impressive physique on full display, even the trainer, Roger, couldn't help but gulp in admiration. Next, she grasped her hair with one hand while the other smoothed it out. Finally, as she removed the hair tie with her right hand and secured her ponytail, she looked up, flashing a bewitching smile. "Come on, if I score just one basket, that means I win." She gestured for Roger to step aside, then sashayed onto the court, picking up a basketball to toss it to Lin Yifan. "However, if you lose." "Lose? That's impossible, right? If you lose, you must come with me immediately for a drive and a breath of fresh air." "A drive?" A breath of fresh air? What kind of seductive words are these? Lin Yifan felt a hint of helplessness. Rumor has it that the women of the Kardashian family are passionate and unrestrained. Especially this particular sister, Kendall Jenner, who embodies a carefree spirit. Although she pursues one NBA player after another, her private life is, by comparison, far from chaotic, and she has never been accused of playing the field. Roger, intimidated by her aura, discreetly withdrew. Meanwhile, Jenner had already stepped onto the court, shedding her oversized jersey, revealing a purple and gold sweatshirt paired with beige yoga leggings. Her firm posterior, alluring curves, and long, model-like legs were on full display. Lin Yifan remained composed, observing Jenner's serious demeanor while jesting, "Kendall, I will play seriously." Jenner responded with a flirtatious gaze, "Come on, baby." Kendall Jenner has been fond of various sports since childhood. Horseback riding, swimming, fitness, and basketball is among them. Her biological father, Bruce Jenner, was the gold medalist in the decathlon at the 1976 Montreal Olympics. Thanks to her father's remarkable genetic endowments, Kendall excels in all her favorite sports, consistently performing above average. Lin Yifan chuckled as he picked up the ball, reminding himself to be serious, though he felt a sense of relaxation. After all, everyone knows that playing basketball with a woman, if one plays too aggressively, it could lead to a lifetime of solitude. Jenner lowered her center of gravity, one hand in front and the other at her side, her movements betraying no hint of a novice. Her eyes fixed on Lin Yifan's dribbling. He began to dribble in the rhythm of James Harden, his pace slow, gaze directed at Jenner. Her long, elegant legs slightly bent, spreading apart, the tight training pants accentuating her every curve. With her arms extended, her slender and fair limbs, it was a sight that stirred one's senses. Lin Yifan glanced over, momentarily dazzled, unsure of how to proceed. His dribbling slowed further. Jenner, in sync with his rhythm, shifted her defensive stance back and forth. Lin Yifan spotted several defensive gaps but chose not to capitalize, instead silently admiring the moment. A one-on-one with supermodel Kendall Jenner was a rare opportunity. Focus now. Jenner's hair glistened with a hint of sweat, her expression one of intense concentration. Suddenly, she accelerated, launching a surprise steal, using her body to challenge Lin Yifan directly. He was taken aback by the intensity of her approach. Instinctively, he pivoted to the right to break through, with Jenner's left foot positioned forward. As her weight shifted to the left, she lowered her left arm, aiming to intercept the ball. Their bodies collided. Bang! Jenner, undeterred, accelerated forward, poised to intercept the ball. Lin Yifan, evidently too relaxed, failed to lower his center of gravity during his dribbling, resulting in a careless moment where Jenner managed to nudge him from the side. The ball was stolen. "I got the ball," Jenner exclaimed, leaping in excitement. "Stay focused. It's my turn to attack now," Jenner stated earnestly. Although her actions bordered on foul play, she undeniably secured the ball. Lin Yifan remained stationary, contemplating while watching Jenner exuberantly leap. On the sidelines, Roger Josen gave Lin Yifan a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You can do it, buddy. You're amazing. What a performance." Meanwhile, Jenner's close friend Bella shouted, "Great play. Great play. Let me take a shot at you." Jenner continued, her serious demeanor surprising Lin Yifan. Shaking his head with a smile, he resolved to take the game seriously this time. He retrieved the basketball and bounced it to Jenner. She began dribbling, bending her body and shifting direction, using her hips to carve a path. The beige yoga leggings clung to her, showcasing their elasticity. Despite her somewhat unrefined dribbling technique, it was clear she had practiced. However, her approach was undeniably reckless. Thud. Jenner attempted a back-to-the-basket move. Thud. Thud. Lin Yifan showed no mercy this time, lowering his center of gravity as Jenner's efforts proved futile. Suddenly, Jenner attempted a leftward crossover. In her haste, Jenner seemed disoriented, lacking clear direction. Lin Yifan was determined to focus, wrestling with his competitive spirit. In a frantic attempt, Jenner made a flailing reach for the ball. Wham! Lin Yifan delivered a thunderous block, a volleyball-style rejection. Jenner placed her hands on her hips, panting heavily, clearly disappointed. Lin Yifan realized he had perhaps taken the game too seriously. The turnover occurred. This time, Lin Yifan lowered his center of gravity slightly, dribbling with one hand while protecting the ball with the other. Jenner remained intensely focused, trying to interfere. Lin Yifan could see that her shirt was already soaked with sweat after just 2 possessions. The exertion brought a flush to her alluring face. Nevertheless, Jenner showed no signs of slowing down. Ignoring any protective maneuvers, she seized the moment, pulling and tugging in an attempt to steal the ball. This was evidently a foul. Yet Lin Yifan continued to dribble as best as he could. Discussing basketball rules with a woman at this moment was futile. Moreover, Lin Yifan appeared to be thoroughly enjoying himself. In a fleeting moment, Jinna made another attempt to steal the ball. Bang! A successful interception. Great play. She cheered for herself. Lin Yifan glanced at Jinna, her jubilant demeanor resembling that of someone who had just hit the jackpot. Beside her, Bella applauded enthusiastically. Nice. Roger nodded with a sly smile, admiring the curvature of the supermodel Bella beside him. The LSP always seems to execute the most appropriate actions at the most opportune moments. However, Roger was even more impressed by Lin Yifan's seasoned prowess on the court. To someone like him, a battle-hardened trainer, Lin Yifan was undoubtedly a veteran. This young man had indulged in all the pleasures and experiences life had to offer. How enviable. Yes, I successfully intercepted the ball. Now it's my turn to attack, Jinna proclaimed with pride. This time, I must be serious, Lin Yifan remarked, though his movements were noticeably slowed. The ball possession had changed hands. Jinna feigned a shot, then swiftly broke to the right. Lin Yifan closely followed Jinna, lowering his center of gravity for a direct confrontation. However, after their bodies made contact, Jinna elegantly pivoted, dribbling the ball as she spun around Lin Yifan, her right foot acting as the axis for her graceful maneuver before switching to her left hand. What a stunning spin move, Bella shouted from the sidelines. Jinna transitioned to her left hand, took a step, then switched back to her right to attempt a reverse layup from the left side of the backboard. Initially, Lin Yifan had no intention of defending, but he noticed that Jinna's shot was alarmingly low. With a decisive clap, Lin Yifan did not leap but merely extended his arms, applying sheer force with effortless ease, delivering a resounding block. Oh dear, Jinna exclaimed, letting out a playful shout as she fell to the ground after her shot. Had he gone too far this time? Had he even exerted himself? Would such a block against a woman lead to a lifetime of misfortune? He pondered anxiously. 2 consecutive blocks might invite the wrath of the basketball gods. He hurriedly approached Jinna to help her up, apologizing. I fouled you. I genuinely fouled you. Upon hearing Lin Yifan's words, Jinna grasped his hand to rise, flashing a mischievous smile. That block was clean. No foul, she replied. Now it's your turn. The possession shifted once again. Lin Yifan began dribbling, lowering his center of gravity, ready to execute a quick maneuver. Jinna pressed forward, attempting to intercept the ball. He shifted his weight to the right, swiftly moving the ball to the left while simultaneously transferring his weight to that side. One arm dribbled the ball while the other protected it. This time, there was a slight, incidental contact. Duong. He executed a crossover, stepping left with his right foot. A successful evasion. Lin Yifan proceeded for an uncontested layup. Upon glancing back, he was startled to find Jinna sitting on the court floor. It turned out that his sudden change of direction had completely thrown her off balance. He rushed over to check on her, with Bella following suit. Roger approached, patting Lin Yifan on the shoulder, winking with his right eye, and quietly remarked, Lin, today's training should come to an end. In that moment, Lin Yifan understood. He had indeed exerted himself a bit too forcefully. Jinna, having fallen gracefully onto her rear, had inadvertently cushioned her landing. With a slightly serious gaze directed at Lin Yifan, I resolved to take this seriously. Once again, the possession of the ball exchanged hands. After securing the ball, Jinna, disregarding everything, began her assault from the left. She charged forward with her entire body, unreservedly overwhelming her opponent. Duong. Is this what they call the Jinna-style bulldozer breakthrough? Lin Yifan quickly sidestepped to the right, offering a token resistance. However, Jinna only advanced a single step, perhaps failing to find an opportunity for physical confrontation. Suddenly, she shifted her weight to the right, possibly in search of conflict, or perhaps merely flailing about as a novice. An unexpected change of direction, and she commenced her rightward drive. What kind of maneuver is this? Lin Yifan found himself utterly bewildered by this mindless advance. Jinna barreled directly towards Lin Yifan's chest. A lateral sidestep to the left proved futile. Duong. The two collided head-on. My apologies, Sue. In an instant, Lin Yifan retracted his weight, bracing himself. Jinna was propelled backward. Yet, undeterred by the collision, Jinna seized the moment, creating space for her shot. After staggering back 2 steps, without even glancing, she hurled the ball toward the basket. Was that a blind throw? Surprisingly, her motion resembled a 3-point shot. Jinna had indeed practiced basketball, her fundamentals still intact. The ball soared through the air in a peculiar arc toward the backboard. Dang. Swish. A bank shot that went in. Jinna leaped into the air, raising her arms in exultation, shouting, I scored. I scored. Remarkably, it was a step-back jumper. A game winner. Jenna exclaimed with glee. On the sidelines, her best friend Bella rushed onto the court, joining in the wild celebration with Jenna. Roger Johnson at the sidelines smiled, raising an eyebrow at Lin Yifan. Lin, your acting skills could earn you an Oscar. Wishing you good fortune tonight. Sometimes what appears to be a victory is, in fact, a defeat. Other times, what seems like a loss is truly a triumph. Here. Countless words of description are omitted. Chapter 75. A 3-game road trip? After a victorious home game against the Washington Wizards and a brief respite of 3 days, the Lakers are set to embark on a consecutive 3-game journey away from home. Following their final training session in the morning, the players made their way directly to Los Angeles Airport. Hey, Lin, I want to take your new ride for a spin, Kuzma exclaimed. Why are you acting like that woman? Lin Yifan began, only to pause mid-sentence. What woman? Which one? Soon after, Lin Yifan was behind the wheel of his new vehicle, accompanied by Lakers player Kyle Kuzma on their way to the airport. Lin, this car is absolutely stunning. It feels like a war machine, Kuzma remarked, eager to experience the ride. The roar of the engine resonated like the thunder of a fighter jet, attracting the attention of passers-by. This is incredible! Kuzma couldn't help but express his admiration. Suddenly, Kuzma, sitting in the passenger seat, furrowed his brow. Lin, I seem to detect the scent of a woman in your car. What woman's scent? What kind of nose do you have? Lin Yifan teased. No, Lin, as a prince of the nightlife and a master of charming women, the most handsome guy in Los Angeles, I possess the most acute sense of smell when it comes to women. Kuzma's earnestness nearly made Lin Yifan burst into laughter. I can smell an expensive perfume. A sultry and alluring woman. Kuzma's voice trailed off as he continued. Perhaps she is sitting right beside you, her long, fair legs within sight. Maybe she's engaging you in a lively conversation, speeding down the deserted roads in the late night. Until, at the moonlit shores of Los Angeles, you see the bonfires ignited by beachgoers. In that moment of stillness, as the car came to a halt, the intoxicating scent of desire enveloped them. Reminiscent of dry twigs igniting in flames, suddenly shifting to your driver's seat. Lin Yifan, all right, cuz, that's enough. Your imagination is quite vivid. Just remember to drive safely. This isn't a joke, you know. In truth, Kuzma had already caught wind of the latest entertainment headlines earlier that day. The paparazzi had captured footage of that night, post-training, where Jenner was seen speeding through the streets of Los Angeles in Lin Yifan's vehicle. However, instead of heading straight back to Jenner's mansion, the car veered westward towards the beach. Kuzma, a social media aficionado, relished commenting on various happenings online. His reaction to that news was, Lin, expression, lecherous. Lin, you're damn lucky. While seated in the car, Kuzma took another whiff of the interior's aroma, unable to contain his admiration once more before inquiring. Hey, how is the suspension on this car? Hey, does it have autonomous driving? Hey, what is the maximum angle the seats can recline? Lin Yifan, cuz, can we keep it normal? As the plane departed from Los Angeles, bound for Utah, Lin Yifan settled into his first-class seat, closing his eyes to rejuvenate as he entered the system. In recent days, he has meticulously arranged his training schedule. By utilizing the 4 attribute values obtained from the training duration, along with the 2 remaining from the last session, Lin Yifan allocated all 6 attribute points to his layup. His previous layup value had yet to reach 80. The system reported, layup, 7492 upgraded to 8092. Time spent on the plane always seems interminable. And Lin Yifan silently examined the system's attribute panel. His speed and agility had now been elevated to a commendable 85. Attributes that had reached 80 or above included stamina, strength, mid-range shooting, three-point shooting, layup, low post, ball handling, and defensive rebounding. He currently faced 2 choices. The first was to continue enhancing those attributes hovering around 80 to even higher levels, albeit at the cost of consuming more attribute points. The second option was to pursue balance by swiftly elevating the other attributes to 80, since any increase for attributes below 80 only required 1 attribute point. His strategy was to first enhance his offensive capabilities and then to improve his attributes based on the rewards from skill chests. Which attribute should he prioritize? As Lin Yifan contemplated, Kyle Kuzma approached him with palpable excitement. Hey, Lin, come quick. Check this out. The latest rookie rankings have been released. The NBA officially publishes a weekly rookie ranking based on their performance. The rankings fluctuate weekly and culminate in the selection of the Rookie of the Year at the season's end. The Lakers ball, Kuzma, and Lin Yifan all ranked in the top 5 of the rookie list. This was unprecedented. The Lakers' 2017 draft had proven exceptionally successful. Kuzma stood in 5th place, contributing an average of 16.1 points and 5.2 rebounds as a key reserve for the Lakers. At that moment, Ball held the 3rd position, firmly established as the Lakers' starting point guard with averages of 10.2 points, 7.2 assists, and 6.9 rebounds. Meanwhile, Lin Yifan, with an impressive average of 13.5 points, 7.2 assists, and 6.1 rebounds, currently ranked 2nd on the rookie list. Remarkably, he was the only undrafted player among the top 5. It is worth noting that since the inception of the Rookie of the Year award, no undrafted player has ever received this honor. Those within the top 5 of the rookie rankings have a significantly higher probability of being awarded the title of Rookie of the Year. Lin Yifan glanced at the list, noting that 4th place was occupied by Jason Tatum of the Celtics, following a severe injury to Celtics forward Gordon Hayward, who was out for the season. Tatum seized the opportunity to start and formed a dynamic duo with last year's 3rd overall pick, Jaylen Brown, who then topped the rookie list. Lin Yifan continued to peruse the rankings, discovering that the number 1 spot was held by Donovan Mitchell, the 13th pick of the Utah Jazz. Averaging 21 points, 3.7 assists, and 1.5 steals, he had also become the highest scorer on the Jazz team. Indeed, scoring guards selected at the 13th position are remarkable. Ding! The system triggered a seasonal achievement challenge to earn this season's Rookie of the Year. The reward was an SSS-level treasure chest. Lin Yifan was startled by the sudden system notification. Wow! It is my first encounter with 3 S-tier treasure chests. This is quite remarkable. Furthermore, it is part of the seasonal tasks. However, the Rookie of the Year award will only be presented at the conclusion of the regular season. The selection for this prestigious accolade primarily hinges on the statistical performance of the rookies, while also taking into account the team's overall success and the player's contribution to the squad. It appears that I must devise a strategy to enhance my statistics and strive for exceptional results. The next match is against the Utah Jazz, is it? A fierce competition with Mitchell for the top spot on the rookie leaderboard? Notably, for out of the top 5 rookies will be on the court, the intense rivalry for the rookie rankings is set to unfold. For Ball and Kuzma, securing the Rookie of the Year title would be a significant achievement, triggering contractual incentive clauses. However, Mitchell plays as a guard, while Lin Yifan must pay closer attention to the Jazz's interior defense. It is essential to prepare for the opponent in advance. Who is the center for the Jazz? Kuzma inquired. Gobert. He replied succinctly. Aside from entertainment news, Kuzma is fervently engaged in basketball commentary. He will undoubtedly be a formidable contender for this year's Defensive Player of the Year. A matchup against the esteemed defender Gobert? At the Energy Solutions Arena in Salt Lake City, the atmosphere is electric, with fans eagerly filing in. The Jazz's home court is indeed renowned as a daunting venue in the NBA, a formidable challenge that the Yao McGrady era struggled to overcome, and a source of heartache for many Rockets fans. With over 30,000 seats, the arena is filled to capacity, generating a tremendous cacophony. The annual attendance rate here is an astonishing 98, ranking among the league's elite. Coupled with Salt Lake City's frigid climate and altitude exceeding 300 meters, it rivals Denver. Upon stepping off the plane, Lin Yifan immediately sensed the thinness of the air. In the pregame locker room, Luke Walton beamed with delight. Presently, the team boasts a record of 3 wins and 1 loss, placing them 2nd in the Western Conference, marking a dream start for the Lakers. The rookies' impressive performances have garnered the satisfaction of the management. However, due to an injury sustained by Randall from a punch to the jaw by Gortat in the previous game, he has been unable to accompany the team on this 3-game road trip. Originally, the Lakers had devised a plan to rest veterans such as Lopez and provide more opportunities for the younger players. Yet, with the ongoing away games and a depleted roster, the team must rely on its veterans. Walton has deployed the starting lineup of Ball, KCP, Ingram, Lin Yifan, and Lopez. Chapter 76, A Challenge from Gobert? The game was broadcast live across the nation featuring the Jazz. The TNT crew provided commentary, and during the pregame predictions, Kenny Smith, holding the latest rookie rankings, exclaimed, "Come on, this is outrageous. 3 of the top 5 rookies are from the Lakers?" Charles Barkley squinted, noting that one of them, Lin, was an undrafted player, which seemed quite absurd. Smith nodded in agreement, remarking on Lin's play style, which resembled that of a seasoned veteran despite being a rookie, showcasing the physique of a center with the skills of a point guard. Suddenly, Shaquille O'Neal turned to Barkley, asking Charles, "What did you say about Lin?" That he could only pass and lacked offensive ability? Barkley opened his mouth wide, laughing. All right, I admit I was wrong. I knew Lin would succeed. I recognized his talent from the very beginning. O'Neal smirked. Come on, brother. Luckily, you didn't bet on anything ridiculous this time. Barkley retorted playfully. Hey, Shaq, even if I bet, I always honor my wagers. Did I ever fail to acknowledge my mistakes after wrong predictions? Smith quickly interjected to ease the tension. That's true. Charles always stands by his words. O'Neal glanced at the players warming up on the court, commenting on the excitement of the game. What is this? A prophecy for the Rookie of the Year? Smith and Barkley also turned their attention to the court, with Smith wearing a pensive expression. It's still early in the season. It's premature to make any judgments. However, I have high hopes for Donovan Mitchell. The Jazz had acquired the 13th overall pick from the Nuggets, selecting the 6'1" shooting guard from the University of Louisville, Donovan Mitchell. O'Neal nodded in agreement. I have faith in him as well. This kid is a scoring machine. He's only 6'3", yet his explosiveness is remarkable. Has it really only been a few days since he earned the nickname Spider-Man? However, Barkley, known for his contrary opinions, chimed in. No. I prefer the Lakers ball and the Celtics Tatum. They are well-rounded and receive ample playing time. Smith raised an eyebrow in skepticism. Come on, Mitchell will soon be a starter. The Jazz's head coach, Snyder, places great emphasis on his development. Look, even though Mitchell is a reserve, he is averaging 30 minutes per game. O'Neal fell silent. Hey, Shaq. Why so quiet? Smith inquired, curious about O'Neal's thoughts. O'Neal replied, I suddenly recalled some issues the Lakers are facing. You know, the reason the Lakers traded me was due to the incompetence of their management. The Lakers have always constructed their team through major trades, allowing these young players significant playing time merely to boost their statistics, so they can later trade them for superstars. Smith chose not to respond, sensing the sensitivity of the topic. Barkley, however, chuckled. The NBA today is all about business. Why take it so seriously, Shaq? Regardless of which team you play for, it's just a job for the players. O'Neal replied, but for the fans, it is not. He chose not to elaborate further, his mind already envisioning the new Lakers rookies venturing off in different directions. Rumors had long circulated that the Lakers management was fixated on the free agency market of the summer of 2018. While the commentators' attention was drawn to the rookie rankings, the players were more preoccupied with their matchups. In a pre-game interview, Jazz center Rudy Gobert candidly declared, I will dismantle the Lakers' interior defense. This Frenchman, drafted 27th overall in the first round of 2013 and standing at 2'16" meters tall, boasts an astonishing wingspan of 2'36" meters. In this era dominated by small ball, Gobert has managed to secure a 4-year contract worth $102 million, relying solely on his reach and impenetrable defense. His defensive prowess earned him the title of the league's leading shot blocker last season, and he was named to the All-Defensive First Team. He is also a strong contender for this year's Defensive Player of the Year award. However, O'Neal has always held a disdain for this big man lacking offensive skills. He loudly questioned on the TNT broadcast, what has happened to this league? A player averaging 11 points per game can land a $100 million contract? This is utterly absurd. His contract undoubtedly encourages all youngsters to think that if they average 11 points in the NBA, they too can earn $100 million. In response to O'Neal's skepticism, Gobert retorted in an interview, I will lock O'Neal down in one-on-one defense. Upon hearing this, O'Neal burst into laughter, stating, I could score over 12 points on Gobert in merely 3 minutes. Throughout my career, only Yao Ming posed a challenge to my offense. Gobert lacks that capability. He is not Yao Ming. Thus, Gobert's pregame proclamation of overpowering the Lakers' interior was no coincidence. He was aware that O'Neal was present to commentate and aimed to showcase his skills before him. Charles Barkley, known for his provocative remarks, chimed in, Hey Shaq, Rudy just said in the pregame interview that he would dominate the Lakers' interior. What do you think? Who? O'Neal feigned ignorance of Gobert. Gobert? That sounds like the name of a French noodle. I don't know that guy. Kenny Smith and Barkley erupted in laughter. However, O'Neal continued, he should be more concerned about whether he might be the one getting dominated. I have recently been very impressed by Lin Yifun's game. He embodies the modern center I admire, with diverse offensive skills and exceptional passing. Barkley shook his head. Hey, you really think Lin could overpower Gobert? Are you serious, Shaq? O'Neal squinted at Barkley, giving him a look that suggested he was trying to stir up trouble. Barkley replied, Lin has been performing well lately. But who has he been up against? A bunch of benchwarmers. The one time he faced Anthony Davis, he was thoroughly outmatched. Gobert would completely lock Lin down. I can assure you. Barkley nodded as he spoke. O'Neal could no longer contain himself. Hey, Charles, let's make a wager. I bet Lin Yifan will score more points than Gobert. That's only natural, retorted Barkley. Gobert is a defensive player. He doesn't T-score much. O'Neal interrupted Barkley. Let us put it this way. Lin will certainly notch over 20 points against Gobert. That's absolutely impossible. Barkley proclaimed emphatically. Bet. Smith observed the two jesters with keen interest, reveling in the escalating banter. Heh, a wager? What are you two betting on? Barkley, with his mouth agape, confidently declared. If Lin manages to score over 20 points against Gobert, I will kiss O'Neal's posterior. O'Neal's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you certain? You said it. Meanwhile, Kenny Smith's mind wandered back 15 years to when Barkley had wagered with him that if rookie Yao Ming scored over 19 points, he would kiss his rear. The vivid image of Kenny leading in a donkey bearing his name, followed by Barkley planting a fervent kiss, flashed before him. Was history destined to repeat itself? Kenny silently shook his head, pondering how Barkley had already lost a bet once. How could he not learn from his past mistakes?